Chapter 621. As Luo Qingtian pondered, he didn't notice the joy and pride in Mao and Xiaomoqi's eyes as they looked at him. Their daughter had grown into a strong, brave, and upright person. Even in the face of such a great temptation, she remained unwavering. Others, upon learning how to use these energy sources, would have absorbed them themselves. But Luo Qingtian, upon discovering their purpose, simply collected them. He even considered sending them back to the ocean in the future. The couple looked at each other, each seeing joy and determination in their eyes. Luo Qingtian had been busy all day and wanted to go to bed. But looking at the time, even if she did rest, she could only rest for about an hour. In an hour, Wei might come to her room and call her to work. After much deliberation, Luo Qingtian finally left the space. She changed her clothes, grabbed a pot of tea, and sat in the living room, studying the information He Xiao had cracked for her. After an unknown amount of time, a horn honked outside the villa. Luo Qingtian stretched lazily as he walked out of the villa gate, only to see a military jeep parked outside. Luo Qingtian frowned, and just as he was about to say something, the jeep's door opened. Changhua emerged from the car, smiling. Qingtian. Luo Qingtian stared at Changhua, who had appeared before him, and opened his mouth. You? Why are you here? Luo Qingtian felt a little frantic. He had already come all the way to the 6th base. How could this guy even get here? Changhua smiled and said, You asked Qin Lang for 500 drones. Since the 6th base didn't have any, you asked me to ship them over from the 5th base. In reality, Future Technology was going to arrange for sea transportation. After Changhua learned the news, he personally contacted Qin Lang and requested that their military personnel transport the goods. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang looked at Changhua like he was idiot. Boy, don't blame me for not warning you. A girl like Luo Qingtian is not one you can control. She's rejected you before, so don't just bang your head against the wall and turn back. Changhua simply smiled at Qin Lang's words, and didn't respond. Bumped his head against the wall? After seeing Luo Qingtian so powerfully destroy an entire building, and even destroy so many drones, with a single blow, he had indeed been frightened and shocked, and had also been rejected. But there was nothing he could do. Luo Qingtian had only been gone for a few days, and he missed her so much. Even if she refused, so what? He didn't ask for anything else. He just wanted to see her. Changhua looked at Luo Qingtian with a gentle smile. He walked to the passenger seat with a gentlemanly air and opened the door. Please get in, princess. I personally take you to work today. Luo Qingtian was amused by Changhua, but didn't act pretentiously. Then he got in the car. Changhua quickly returned to the driver's seat, pulled out steamed buns and milk from his personal space, and handed them to Luo Qingtian. I guess you didn't have breakfast this morning. Eat first. Luo Qingtian ate the familiar steamed buns and milk in small sips. The military jeep slowly left the villa and headed towards the Future Technology Company branch. Changhua wasn't driving fast, and the two chatted casually. When did you arrive? It's a little after 4 a.m. How are you doing here? How's the investigation going at the branch? As soon as Changhua got ashore that morning, he left everything to Qinshen. He then took out his jeep and drove to the villa complex. At the gate, the guards wouldn't let him in until Qin Lang called and sent a message. Then they let him in. Luo Qingtian finished the last bite of his bun and took a sip of milk. Then he looked up and said, My parents' names aren't in the personnel file. You know about the mass whale explosion at the harbor a while ago, right? Yes, I know. The military sent me here to assist with the investigation. What did you find? Changhua asked, but Luo Qingtian didn't respond. As they neared the branch office, Changhua looked at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian had fallen asleep without a trace. Changhua looked at Luo Qingtian's sleeping face with a distressed look and slowly parked the car in a parking space on the street. He just leaned back in his chair, quietly watching Luo Qingtian. This young girl must be exhausted from investigating here. After all, she's only in her early 20s. Before the apocalypse, girls this age were still studying in college. It was the apocalypse that changed the world, forcing girls like Luo Qingtian to leave the academy and become stronger. Fighting and killing in the apocalypse. I truly wish I could give you a stable world where you could live happily. When that time comes, I wonder if you'd be willing to accept me. My angel lady. Changhua murmured softly, his gaze growing softer as he looked at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian was truly exhausted. Ever since arriving at the 6th base and beginning his investigation, she barely slept, having fought for so long yesterday and even investigated the underwater laboratory. She'd been completely on edge from yesterday until morning, until Chung Hua appeared. As she got in the car, she unconsciously recalled the battle she shared with Chung Hua. Her frayed nerves gradually relaxed. Before she knew it, she'd fallen asleep leaning against the car. A gentle sea breeze blew into the car, ruffling the strands of hair across Luo Qingtian's forehead. Chung Hua, observing Luo Qingtian still soundly asleep, reached out and gently stroked his forehead. Just then, there was a knock on the car window. Chung Hua turned and saw a man, also wearing a military green uniform, standing outside. Luo Qingtian also opened his eyes. Captain M.O.? Luo Qingtian yawned and glanced at her watch. Unconsciously, she slept for over 4 hours. It looked like she wouldn't be able to investigate the branch office today, but Luo Qingtian didn't seem to mind it now. After visiting the Xiangyang base's laboratory, Luo Qingtian had almost guessed that the current branch office was just a shell. Chung Hua had already gotten out of the car to greet Mo Yunqi, and the two exchanged salutes. Hello, I'm Mo Yunqi, commander of the 6th Regiment of the 6th Base Headquarters. 5th Base Headquarters. Commander of the 5th Regiment, Chung Hua, chief instructor of the recruit training camp. The two shook hands afterward. The two looked at each other, their faces smiling with an indeterminate meaning. Instructor Chung, I heard a lot about you. I heard you were escorting drones this time. I didn't see Instructor Chung when I went to greet you this morning. I didn't expect to see you here. Haha, sorry, it was already early in the morning when I arrived. So I asked my adjutant to go and greet the contact person. I didn't expect to see Commander M.O. here either. At that moment, Luo Qingtian got out of the car. She leaned lazily against the door, watching the two of them yawning. Chung Hua, I'm so tired. I'm not going to work. Please take me home. Chapter 622. Luo Qingtian's appearance caused the two holding hands to look over simultaneously. Chung Hua, thinking of how little Luo Qingtian had slept in the car, felt a sudden pang of distress. Okay. I take you home now. Mo Yunqi frowned at Luo Qingtian. Yesterday, this Luo Tianshi had been so cold and distant to him, even a little vindictive. Today, seeing this Chung Hua, he had changed. Could it be that these two were dating? Mo Yunqi pursed his lips and looked at Luo Qingtian. For some unknown reason, he shouted, Miss Luo, our cooperation isn't over yet. The 500 drones were delivered today. Shouldn't you show up too? At least Miss Luo still needs to sign the handover documents. Luo Qingtian looked at Mo Yunqi with a constipated expression. Is this guy crazy? Yesterday, they had a quarrel, and today, he wants me to hand over those 500 drones. Is he trying to pick a fight with him? Luo Qingtian suddenly felt that the drones wouldn't be delivered. But the deal was done. Despite all the angry words she uttered last night, she couldn't just refuse to cooperate with the military. After all, she was still eyeing the position of general manager of the future technology company branch. She looked at Mo Yunqi coldly and said, Since Captain Mo has said so, it seems I have no choice but to go. I just don't know if Captain Mo has prepared what I want. I won't sign without sufficient information. Mo Yunqi raised an eyebrow. Of course. I thought about it last night, and I also think our 6th Corps should show some sincerity to impress Miss Luo. Luo Qingtian shrugged. All right, lead the way. Luo Qingtian sat back in the co-pilot seat, her tone somewhat languid and weak. Follow him. Looks like I'd be troubling you today. Chung Hua must have been resting on the boat. Seeing him following her like this, Luo Qingtian felt a pang of regret. Chung Hua smiled at Luo Qingtian. No trouble, this is my job. Besides, being able to accompany him like this made him feel excited and sweet. How could he feel tired during such a rare and wonderful time? Mo Yunqi, driving past them, happened to see the look Chung Hua gave Luo Qingtian. Tender and affectionate, yet with an unbreakable tenderness. The atmosphere was truly dazzling. Mo Yunqi frowned and honked his horn, a piercing sound. It ruined the tenderness they had just felt. In the meeting room of the 6th Base's military headquarters, Mo Yunqi placed a stack of contracts in front of Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian felt a sudden headache when she saw them. In the 10 years between her previous life and the beginning of the apocalypse in this one, she hadn't touched a single text file in ages. Reading a simple introduction was fine. Such a huge stack of contracts. Luo Qingtian felt like she was going crazy. Luo Qingtian glared at Mo Yunqi with gritted teeth. This guy definitely did it on purpose. Mo Yunqi raised an eyebrow at Luo Qingtian, watching him stare at the contract with exasperation. For some reason, he felt incredibly relieved, even hoping Luo Qingtian would relent. Then he could optimize the contract. Chung Hua watched Luo Qingtian stare at the contract with despair, and his lips curled slightly. With a faint smile on his face, he took the contract in his hands and began to whisper its contents to Luo Qingtian. He even explained every clause and every detail. After hearing all these details, Luo Qingtian stood up and said, "I don't think I give you these 500 drones. Not only am I cooperating with you, but I'm also trying to guarantee the integrity of these 500 drones. Am I out of my mind? Captain Mo, if you want to trick me, you don't have to go through this trouble." Luo Qingtian looked at Mo Yunqi, feeling irritated. Damn, is this guy really a soldier? Is he a profiteer? Mo Yunqi's face was etched with shame. What he really wanted to say was that the 5th base should provide a repair facility. Miss Luo, there's no need to be so angry. This is just the initial stage. Everything can be improved, Luo Qingtian sneered. So far, your 6th base hasn't provided me with any valid data, nor any real synchronization information. You're using this contract to trick me now. Is this the sincerity of your 6th base military? Luo Qingtian looked at Chung Hua and said, "Send the 500 drones to my villa later. I personally call Qin Lang to explain the situation." The 6th base doesn't need any future cooperation with the company. Chung Hua nodded. This contract is full of traps. Even though in the apocalypse, such contracts aren't as binding as they were before. Even the connections between the bases are not strong. But the content was disconcerting. Mo Yunqi watched the two men rise, knowing he'd gotten out of hand. He immediately relented. "Miss Luo, I told you our 6th base is sincere. Why don't you take a look at this data?" Mo Yunqi raised his hand and turned on the large screen before him. It contained news about the whale explosion from a few days ago, along with other discoveries. Mo Yunqi took out a laser pointer, pointed at the location of the whale explosion, and said, "Actually, our harbor has cameras installed near every coastline to guard against mutated sea beasts. These videos were captured that day and are among our most confidential. You two can take a look." Then a video began playing. First, the white whale began to wail, then its body began to explode. Flesh and blood quickly filled the sea, and then the surrounding whales followed suit and committed suicide. Flesh and blood fell into the sea in chunks. At this time, Mo Yunqi paused the video. The real strange thing is here. Mo Yunqi pointed the laser pointer at the seabed. The video resumed, and the whale's blood spread and settled in the sea. Many creatures swam towards the whale's carcass, and then the fish, as if frightened by something, quickly moved away. From the seabed, something like dust slowly rose to the surface. If it weren't for the clear light, it would be almost invisible. This dust slowly covered the whale's flesh, and the whale's flesh was actually being consumed bit by this dust-like substance. You see, these things appeared on the seabed inexplicably. And the whale's carcass disappeared before we could even transport it back. And we have tested the water at the coastal port. There are more mutants than before. In other words, the whale explosion did indeed have a beneficial effect on the mutated ocean. The most important point is that it seems as if an unknown entity is resisting the whale's beneficial effects. Mo Yunqi said this, looking solemnly at Luo Qingtian. "Miss Luo, this is our military's sincere gesture. I wonder if you are satisfied." Luo Qingtian picked up the remote control from the table and began to scroll through the video. Does the whale's beneficial effects have a restraining effect on that bacterial community? Or are they mutually exclusive? It's just a matter of numbers. Chapter 623. If that's the case, then Fan Jinlong and his men's reason for stealing the whale carcass is almost clear. But Luo Qingtian still feels like there's something he doesn't understand, like the scientific research ice. Does the military really not know? Luo Qingtian then looked at Mo Yunqi. "Well, I see the military's sincerity. It coincides with what I discovered. There's something I really like to know. The military knows about the Xiangyang base, right?" Mo Yunqi looked at Luo Qingtian in surprise. He hadn't expected Luo Qingtian to have discovered the Xiangyang base just a few days after arriving. He thought for a moment, then picked up the remote control again and switched interfaces. Then he saw an aerial view of the Xiangyang base. This is the entire Xiangyang base. Since Miss Luo mentioned the Xiangyang base, you should know that the future technology company at the 6th base is actually a shell company. Long ago, Hu Bei and Geng Xuan collaborated with the head of the Xiangyang base to establish the Xiangyang company. Chung Hua frowned at the map and said, "When the apocalypse begins, there should be the fewest zombies on the coast. Later, I heard that all the zombies and corpses killed were thrown into the sea. Even some mutated animals were thrown into the sea." Luo Qingtian then thought of those ugly mutant mermaids. Their upper bodies were either mummies or zombies, and there were even monkeys. Wait, the sea beasts that appeared first were easily destroyed. They were like a pool of water, destroyed with one blast. The mermaids that appeared later were very strong, and could not even die. They just automatically fled back to the sea when injured. And then, there was that matching degree that Fan Jinlong mentioned. Luo Qingtian felt a flash of something in his mind, as if he was trying to catch something. It seemed like they missed it again. Mo Yunqi looked at Cheng Hua. He knew what Cheng Hua meant. He was blaming the sixth base for its inaction, allowing the ocean to become so polluted. Yes, it's just that the military was busy rescuing people at the time. By the time they discovered it, those viral mutants had already become food for the fish in the sea. But that's not what we're talking about. It's the issues at Xiangyang base. Mo Yunqi looked at Luo Qingtian. Geng Shuang reached an agreement with Hubei and the head of Xiangyang base. They will provide the head of Xiangyang base with a side-effect-free psychic potion on the condition that all resources at the base come primarily from the Xiangyang company. There are 3 mining teams at this base. 2 of them are controlled by Geng Shuang, and 1 by Hubei. Rare minerals after the apocalypse? Yes, it could be said that they want to create a completely independent existence in the apocalypse, or rather, they want to create a country within a country. Cheng Hua found this news outrageous. Let's not even talk about the resource issues here. Just the food and weapons, and even the technological development issues. They absolutely could not have created such a being. Since the 6th base had already discovered it, why didn't they launch an operation against the Xiangyang base? Mo Yunqi looked at Cheng Hua and said, because they have a very capable scientific research team, and they asked us to find this team. Luo Qingtian pursed his lips. Interstellar Laboratory? Mo Yunqi looked at Luo Qingtian again in shock. You know? This laboratory was the most advanced before the apocalypse. It said that after the apocalypse, all their supernatural powers are related to scientific research. Such a team disappeared on the 2nd day after arriving at the 6th base. Later, we found out. The last place all the members of this laboratory were seen was at the Xiangyang base. Cheng Hua looked at Luo Qingtian worriedly. The owner of Interstellar Laboratory is Luo Yubai. Cheng Hua had heard Qin Lang mention this before arriving, and he also knew that the father Luo Qingtian had been searching for so long was this scientist. Cheng Hua looked at Luo Qingtian, reached out, and gently patted Luo Qingtian's shoulder. Are you okay? I'm fine. Luo Qingtian then looked at Mo Yunqi and said, so, the reason your 6th base hasn't taken any action is because the people from your hardship laboratory are at the Xiangyang base. And they've been investigating? What about Hubei? What about Geng Shuang? I don't believe you haven't investigated them. Mo Yunqi looked away guiltily. I know, I investigated, and I found nothing. Luo Qingtian narrowed her eyes at Mo Yunqi. She was certain he was lying. What Hubei had done was so obvious, he almost done it right in front of him. But Mo Yunqi said he didn't know. Did they not know about the underwater laboratory? Or did Mo Yunqi simply not want to tell her? Luo Qingtian stared at Mo Yunqi and smiled. Then he pushed the contract in his hand to Cheng Hua. Help me optimize this contract. If Captain Mo truly intends to reach a cooperation today, then sign it. If not, then we can proceed as we did at the beginning and investigate separately. Cheng Hua looked at Luo Qingtian with a gentle expression. He had felt pity for Luo Qingtian's past gentleness and consideration. But now, he was fascinated by the strong and domineering Luo Qingtian. That unyielding spirit. He felt Luo Qingtian's entire being was radiant. Okay, I do it. Cheng Hua pulled out a notebook from his space and began rewriting the contract. An hour later, a simple and clear contract appeared on the big screen. Mo Yunqi's real goal today was to get Luo Qingtian to give in to him, so that they could at least work together or fight together in the future. At least, he could be in control. But after this negotiation, he had unknowingly become the passive party. He didn't even realize when he had fallen into the trap. He wiped his nose, arranged for someone to print the contract, and signed his name with some reluctance. Luo Qingtian also signed the 3 characters Luo Qingtian very readily. Mo Yunqi frowned when he saw the name. Isn't your name Luo Tianshi? Cheng Hua, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but laugh when he heard the name. Luo Qingtian glared at Cheng Hua fiercely. You're still laughing. It's all Qin Lang's prank. Cheng Hua smiled and nodded. Yeah, that name sounds nice. Luo Qingtian turned away from Cheng Hua, and Mo Yunqi finally understood why his investigation had indicated no such person existed. It turned out her data had been obscured. Mo Yunqi stood up and extended his hand to Luo Qingtian. Happy cooperation. Luo Qingtian stood up and was about to shake hands when Cheng Hua, standing up first, extended his hand. Happy cooperation. I hope this time we can successfully locate the missing scientists at Interstellar Laboratory and Future Technology Company. Mo Yunqi looked at Chung Hua with a frown, then pulled his hand away, clicked on the remote again, and said, "Here is Geng Shuang's information. I think Miss Luo will be very curious about her role in this company, and there's something else that's very strange. Geng Shuang didn't initially awaken any special abilities, but we recently discovered that she actually." Chapter 624. Leaving the military compound, Luo Qingtian was so sleepy she could barely open her eyes. Having just spent all her energy and brainpower in the conference room, Chung Hua's car sped across the road to the 6th base, taking her back to the villa complex. "What's the combination to your door?" After parking the car, Chung Hua asked softly, not even realizing how tenderly his voice addressed Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian opened her eyes, sighed, and stepped out of the car. The door lock automatically unlocked when the surveillance camera registered Luo Qingtian's arrival. "Thank you for taking me home." Luo Qingtian smiled at Chung Hua and entered. Chung Hua's lips moved, wanting to say something, but seeing Luo Qingtian's tired face, she felt a wave of longing. Finally, all her thoughts and words dissolved into a single word, "Okay." Luo Qingtian waved to Chung Hua, turned, and entered the villa. Then she went upstairs, closed the curtains, and entered the space. Upon entering the space, Luo Qingtian fell into a weary sleep. Little Mao and Mao exchanged glances at the exhausted Luo Qingtian. "We had to deal with those thieves quickly. Otherwise, the child's energy would be stolen, forcing her to fall asleep again." Mao, distressed, lifted Luo Qingtian up and ran towards the river. Luo Qingtian slept soundly, not opening her eyes until late in the evening of the next day. Looking at her skin, which had become slightly wrinkled from the water, Luo Qingtian frowned. Had she slept underwater all night? Could she be suffering from a uterine cold? Thankfully, she was sleeping on Debai's back, keeping him warm, so it shouldn't be a problem. Luo Qingtian patted Debai on the back and said, "Debai, take me back to the villa. I'm going to take a hot bath." Debai stood up and ran towards the villa with Luo Qingtian. In the room, Mao had already prepared a hot bath. Luo Qingtian immersed herself in the hot water, feeling rejuvenated. She closed her eyes and savored the tranquility of the moment. Since she woke up, a voice had been telling her to retrieve the energy blocks and throw them back into the sea. Destroy the laboratory. Retrieve the life energy blocks? But why? Who was telling her this? Luo Qingtian pondered the words in her mind. She suddenly felt as if she had never truly understood what this dimension was. She only knew that it was something her parents had left her, and that it was even activated by a chip. She gathered herself and went downstairs. Luo Qingtian stood outside the villa, quietly gazing at the sky above. Is this dimension alive? If this dimension is a conscious being, then some things would be explained. But how could he communicate with this dimension? Not far away, Mao and Xiaomao secretly watched Luo Qingtian. He was filled with worry. While Luo Qingtian was asleep, Xiaomao programmed a new program and implanted it into his brain. It was because of this program that Luo Qingtian began to doubt this dimension. Never mind, I'm hungry. Since the dimension had given me a hint, it seemed I really had to go back to that life energy block. Luo Qingtian thought about leaving the dimension. For some reason, Luo Qingtian hadn't eaten in the dimension today. Coming downstairs, the doorbell rang. Luo Qingtian walked out to see Chung Hua standing outside, carrying a large pile of things. "Instructor Chung, what brings you here?" Chung Hua smiled and raised his things. "I'm here to share a meal with you. Do you mind?" Luo Qingtian stepped forward and opened the door. Chung Hua walked in, carrying a pile of oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and vegetables. Then he walked straight into the villa. "It looks like you never cooked in this house. What do you want?" "I come myself today." Luo Qingtian looked at Chung Hua in surprise. "You can cook?" "When I went on missions with Chung Hua, we cooked noodles together with our comrades." As for other things, Luo Qingtian ate the most of the steamed buns Chung Hua gave him. Chung Hua put the food in the kitchen and said with a smile, "Don't you eat them often?" Luo Qingtian was stunned, then understood what Chung Hua meant. "I thought you bought those buns before the apocalypse." Chung Hua pulled out pots and pans from his space and began to work. "Well, I did buy some before the apocalypse, but then I found out you liked them, so I packed some and put them in my space." What Chung Hua didn't say was that he packed a lot for Luo Qingtian. It was just to bring Luo Qingtian breakfast every day. He just didn't expect Luo Qingtian to leave the 5th base so abruptly. Luo Qingtian watched Chung Hua busy in the kitchen, then returned to the living room and began to review the information he had brought back yesterday. To show the sixth base's sincerity, Mo Yunqi had given a lot of data to the scientist before leaving. The data he gave later was all about the disappeared team sent by Future Technology Company. Looking at the number of people, even Luo Qingtian was a little surprised. The disappearances included not only people from Future Technology Company, but also scientists from the sixth base itself. Even several healing psychics disappeared. It seemed the data Qin Lang had given her was rather conservative. Luo Qingtian put down the files in her hand, and picked up the files on Geng Shuang and Fan Jinlong to examine them carefully. Thinking about Mo Yunqi's words, Luo Qingtian still didn't believe what the data said. She put the files down, frowned, and leaned back on the sofa, muttering to herself, "Do such psychic powers really exist? It's too fantastical, isn't it?" Just as she was thinking, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Cheng Hua brought the prepared meals to the dining room. "Eat." The aroma made Luo Qingtian even hungrier. She stood up and walked towards the dining room. The table was set with 4 dishes and a soup. A plate of braised pork, a serving of beef brisket with tomatoes, a plate of cold dishes, and a stir-fried vegetable dish, and an egg-dropped soup. Luo Qingtian sat down across from Cheng Hua. Lifting her bowl, she looked at Cheng Hua in disbelief. "I never thought you had this skill, Instructor Cheng." Cheng Hua's smile softened. "When I first joined the army, I was sent to the kitchen for a while. I learned a lot of skills back then. Try it. How's it taste?" Luo Qingtian was truly hungry. She didn't hesitate, picking up a piece of braised pork and shoving it into her mouth. Cheng Hua watched Luo Qingtian's cheeks bulge with food, and smilingly picked up her chopsticks and joined in. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, they cleared the table together. Luo Qingtian glanced at the sky outside, then at Cheng Hua. "Are you free tonight? Is he implying you're not leaving?" Cheng Hua stared at Luo Qingtian speechlessly. This girl was truly heartless. She turned her back on me just because she had enough? It's okay. Whatever Qingtian wants to do, Cheng Hua's here for her. Chapter 625. Luo Qingtian thought for a moment and said, "There are indeed some things to do. But it's not suitable for your status." Cheng Hua was a soldier after all. If he were to investigate, he would undoubtedly have to resort to some unavoidable means. These soldiers were too upright, and Luo Qingtian was genuinely afraid that Cheng Hua would burden him. Cheng Hua looked at Luo Qingtian with amusement. "Don't worry, I won't burden you. After all, I'm also here to investigate the missing persons case. Please don't exclude me, Miss Black Angel." Luo Qingtian glared at Cheng Hua with gritted teeth. "Don't call me Black Angel. Otherwise, we won't even be friends." Cheng Hua nodded and said, Okay, don't be angry. "So, Mr. Luo, where are you going tonight?" Luo Qingtian considered going out, but after some thought, he went outside, grabbed a motorcycle and 2 helmets, and said, "Let's go. We can still catch up before it gets dark." The motorcycle sped along the road to the port. On the way, the 2 stopped some distance from the port. Luo Qingtian then had Xiaolu wrap himself and Cheng Hua. The 2 disappeared under Xiaolu's wrapping. Xiaolu then flew them to the port basement. Before they entered the bungalow, the door was locked from the outside. Luo Qingtian glanced inside, and then at Cheng Hua. "How about you stay outside and keep watch? I go in alone?" After all, neither of them knew whether Bei would come tonight. Cheng Hua thought for a moment and said, "Then put your watch on silent mode. I observe from outside. If there's any problem, I send you a message." Luo Qingtian nodded. "After I go down, restore everything to normal. If they really come, just lock the door. Trust me, I be fine." Cheng Hua looked at Luo Qingtian worriedly. "Okay, you must return safely. Otherwise, he didn't know what he might do." Luo Qingtian patted Cheng Hua's shoulder soothingly, and Cheng Hua bent down to unlock the door. Soon, the door unlocked. Luo Qingtian walked in, imitating Bei's method in finding the entrance. Then, under Cheng Hua's gaze, he walked down. After Luo Qingtian entered, Cheng Hua quickly put the table back in its place, then walked out of the house, and began to observe his surroundings. Luo Qingtian walked into the basement, and began to observe the situation inside. But the basement didn't look particularly special. It was actually quite small, barely enough to hold anything. Just standing there, he felt a sense of oppression and suffocation. But Luo Qingtian clearly remembered that the research ice that was being unloaded from the basement that day had hit 3 cars. This seemed a little strange no matter how he looked at it. Luo Qingtian reached out and began to knock on the basement wall. Then he opened the minimap to zoom in on the surrounding scenery. Luo Qingtian soon discovered that the walls surrounding the map appeared to have varying thicknesses. Luo Qingtian found the weakest side of the wall and gently tapped it. Then he felt around. He didn't know where he found it. The wall suddenly opened to the sides, revealing a vast passageway behind. Luo Qingtian stared in shock at the passageway, more than a man's height. He then cautiously entered. After Luo Qingtian entered the passageway, the walls behind him suddenly merged. Luo Qingtian glanced back at the wall, then gritted his teeth and continued inside. The further he went, the colder it became, and soon he stopped in front of a massive freight elevator. Luo Qingtian had a terrible thought. Could this be a second laboratory? The surroundings were empty, devoid of anything but this freight elevator. It was just like the other lab. There wasn't even a place to hide. At this point, Luo Qingtian was in a dilemma. If he just went down the freight elevator, it would definitely attract the attention of those below. If discovered, his secret investigation would be exposed. But if he didn't go down, he wouldn't find anything. Luo Qingtian pondered for a moment. He prepared to follow the freight elevator. But before he could find the elevator switch, he heard noisy footsteps nearby. Starting for a moment, Luo Qingtian immediately had Xiaolu wrap himself up again and hid in a corner. A moment later, he saw Hubei approaching. He led his men to the freight elevator and extended his palm towards the wall. He pressed his palm against the wall. Then a halo of light quickly swept across his palm. The freight elevator door opened. A rectangular support plate resembling a swing was revealed. Hubei stepped over the railing and was the first to enter. Luo Qingtian, seeing this, rushed over quickly. He then pushed aside the person in front of him and entered first. The person who had been pushed aside looked behind him, confused. "Why did you bump into me?" The person behind him looked at the person in front in confusion. "I didn't bump into you." Hubei frowned at the two men. "Don't waste time. Get up quickly." The two men exchanged a glance, then led the people behind them onto the freight elevator. Fortunately, the freight elevator had a higher load capacity than the passenger elevator. The incident with the laboratory elevator did not occur. The group began to move towards the sea. The further down they went, the colder they felt. Even Luo Qingtian could feel the stinging sensation on his skin from the cold. The freight elevator descended toward the seabed. After a while, it began to glide parallel to the seafloor, until it stopped at a sea peak. Then the elevator was plunged into darkness. When light returned, it was already open. Hubei and his men emerged from the elevator. Luo Qingtian followed closely behind, watching as the group entered a large, semicircular, open area. Although this was the ocean floor, it looked more like a submarine berth. The entire area was dotted with various small submarines. Each submarine had a long robotic arm. Hubei and his men approached the submarines, selected their own, and climbed in. Because they were small submarines, each submarine here could only carry one person. After Hubei and his men boarded the small submarine, overhead behind them, a massive metal wall slowly descended, completely isolating their submarine from the submarines behind them. As Luo Qingtian watched the wall descend, he instantly had a bad feeling. "Xiaolu," he said, "how much water pressure can you withstand?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the front door open, and a large amount of seawater poured in, forming a sealed space. Fuck. Luo Qingtian suddenly felt as if his heart and lungs were about to explode. He had managed to hold on thanks to Xiaolu's protection. If it weren't for Xiaolu, Luo Qingtian couldn't imagine what would have become of him. Xiaolu, after adjusting himself, quickly isolated the seawater around Luo Qingtian. Then, he transformed into a large seaweed ball, and stuffed Luo Qingtian directly into his body. As the seawater poured in, Hubei and the others drove their submarine out towards the exit. Chapter 626. Luo Qingtian curled up inside Xiaolu's body due to the pressure. The suffocating feeling left her weak and nearly fainting, unable to even think. Xiaolu was now like a green balloon about to be flattened. Although it was a ball of seaweed, no other ball of seaweed had ever appeared at such depths. After all, no seaweed ball could possibly lurk so deep. Even if it was powerful, it still had to endure the pressure of the seabed. Thankfully, its beloved mother had fed it an abundance of good food to strengthen it. This gave its body time to adapt to the intense pressure of the seabed. From the moment Xiaolu and Luo Qingtian were together, they were bound together. Xiaolu worked hard to strengthen Luo Qingtian. To make Luo Qingtian feel better, Xiaolu tried to adjust her body's strength. Even though it was in pain, Xiaolu struggled to hold herself up, gradually expanding her almost flattened exterior. Curled up in Little Green's body, Luo Qingtian felt a surge of air rushing in, like a stream of sweet water flowing into a dry field. It rapidly nourished Luo Qingqian's body. Mommy, don't be afraid. Little Green. Protect. Mommy. Perhaps sensing Luo Qingqian's precarious state, Little Green unleashed an unprecedented burst of strength, forcing it to successfully advance under this immense pressure. It also allowed it to fully accustom itself to the pressure at the bottom of the sea. Its body also underwent a transformation, from its original light green to a dark green. Little Green's body gradually expanded, giving Luo Qingqian more space. It also allowed Luo Qingqian to fully relax within Little Green's body. At this moment, Luo Qingqian was surprised to discover that she could actually see clearly from within Xiaolu's body. The feeling was strange, magical. It was as if she were in a giant green balloon. Mommy, are you still feeling uncomfortable? Xiaolu's telepathy came again. Luo Qingqian leaned her face against Xiaolu's body, gently caressing her. It's not uncomfortable anymore, Xiaolu. Thank you. Even now, Luo Qingqian still felt a little scared. The moment the door opened, the pressure came like a mountain, so fast that she didn't even have a chance to resist. Or rather, she didn't even have the strength to resist before she fell into a semi-coma. At that point, she didn't even have time to enter the space. Thankfully, Xiaolu was there, bearing almost all the pressure from the seabed. Mommy, Xiaolu can move freely underwater now. The previous advancement had reconciled Xiaolu with the sea. It could move freely in every part of the ocean. Xiaolu said, as she slowly led Luo Qingqian out of the submarine's berth. They swam slowly forward. The seabed is a magical world. Mysterious and dark, it holds endless possibilities and dangers. Mommy, they're ahead. Xiaolu's voice rang out again. Then Xiaolu led Luo Qingqian to a white mountain range that resembled icy crystals. This icy mountain range almost penetrated the entire seabed. As Xiaolu approached, Luo Qingqian could clearly feel Xiaolu's body rapidly freezing. Mommy, look forward. Xiaolu, unconcerned by the abnormality, extended a tentacle and pointed in a direction. He looked in the direction Xiaolu pointed. The submarines Wei and his crew had taken were all here. Luo Qingqian could clearly see Wei and his crew controlling the two robotic arms at the front of the submarine, slowly cutting through the white ice crystals in front of him. Is this the scientific research ice they were talking about? Luo Qingqian instructed Xiaolu to slowly approach the white mountain range. By then, Wei had already cut a square white ice crystal and was waiting with it to the side. Soon, the others Wei had brought with him arrived near Wei's submarine in a submarine. From inside the submarine, Wei gave everyone instructions, and the group slowly drove the submarine toward the semicircular area. Xiaolu followed behind the submarines. Soon, he attracted the attention of several people. Someone turned on the radio to contact Wei. Mr. Hua, why do I feel like that green thing behind us is following us? Hearing this, Wei turned on the rear camera and took a look. After seeing the green ball of seaweed, Wei picked up the microphone and responded, it's probably a seabed creature. It looks like a ball of seaweed. Let's get back quickly. The man didn't think much of what Wei said, but instead quickened his pace and followed him. Unnoticed, the submarine paused at the exit. They slowed down and filed in. Little Green disappeared as he approached the semicircular berthing area. They followed the submarines into the berthing area. The gates slowly closed. The water level in the area gradually dropped until it was completely drained. The entire hall was empty once again. The people in the submarines emerged one by one. They were only wearing thick protective clothing. They walked to the front of the submarine and removed the research ice. Then, the wall behind them slowly lifted. Wei and his men, carrying the ice, walked deeper into the hall. Luo Qingqian followed them. They reached the very end of the hall. On this journey, Luo Qingqian realized the true size of this so-called semicircular area. He passed 8 metal walls that dropped and lifted. On his way, Luo Qingqian also saw a group of people in white robes busy at work. These people were the missing scientists. They were numbly gathered around some semi-complete submarines, apparently installing something. Luo Qingqian observed them carefully. Their expressions were dull, as if they had completely lost touch with their current lives. All they could see were the instruments and the small submarines before them. Luo Qingqian wanted to stay, but Wei and his men didn't stop and continued walking forward. Luo Qingqian could only continue to quietly pass by the scientists and follow them. When the last wall opened, Luo Qingqian was surprised to find a huge, sealed chamber behind it. The chamber was filled to the brim with scientific research ice. It almost filled the entire chamber. Wei set the ice down. He directed the others to arrange it, then led his men out again. After walking a distance, Huabei opened his protective helmet. When we deliver it tomorrow, cut it in half. We don't know how long that iceberg will last, but Fan Jinlong has a voracious appetite. If we just listen, it might just get even bigger. The man next to Huabei nodded. Then I drive 2 cars over tomorrow. Mr. Hua, it's so late. Do you want me to take you up first? You saw it today too. The ice is still so big. It's inexhaustible. Even if we run out of it here, there might still be more on the seabed in other areas. Chapter 627. Huabei sighed. Haha, inexhaustible? If only that were the case. Even if scientific research ice existed in other seas, Huabei was certain that there wouldn't be another submarine mining channel like this. This was the seabed. The pressure was intense enough to crush a person into a paper-thin shell. In Yin country, even the most advanced submarines and diving equipment before the apocalypse couldn't reach this depth. He had privately inspected the submarines they had been using to mine scientific research ice. Neither the materials nor the workmanship were anything they could produce. He couldn't even tell what the submarines were made of. He only knew that these things existed when he arrived. He couldn't understand them, so he had to bring all the mechanical scientists with him. And the advanced mining equipment. These things completely defied his conventional wisdom. Suffice it to say, this mining channel. He had found it for nothing. None of these things were indispensable. If any one of them was missing, they wouldn't be able to obtain the scientific research ice. He turned his head to look at the warehouse seal behind a metallic wall. He prayed silently in his heart, hoping that the day would come when this research ice could be put into production. The existence of such energy would benefit countless people. It could replace oil, replace any other energy source. It was simply nature's gift to humanity. But it was just endless exploitation. Huabei's thoughts were once again in turmoil. He didn't know if this was right or wrong. Huabei boarded the freight elevator with mixed feelings. Luo Qingtian also followed Huabei. Outside the bungalow, Cheng Hua was now as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He had wanted to rush in many times. But thinking of Luo Qingtian's strength, Cheng Hua always suppressed his worries and continued to wait quietly. The sky gradually brightened. Cheng Hua stood up, ready to rush in to see what was going on, when he saw Huabei open the door and walk out. Cheng Hua quickly hid in a corner to reduce his presence. He waited until Huabei had completely left, and the door opened again. Cheng Hua nervously stared at the open door, and then Luo Qingtian appeared in the doorway. Luo Qingtian glanced around, pretending to search for something. Cheng Hua quickly jumped out. He jumped to Luo Qingtian's side. He grabbed Luo Qingtian's hand and ran away. After they were far away from the bungalow, Cheng Hua stopped, turned around, and looked directly at Luo Qingtian. Cheng Hua's eyes were deep and dark, and he looked at Luo Qingtian with a gloomy, unclear gaze. What's wrong? Luo Qingtian felt a little uncomfortable under Cheng Hua's gaze, and instinctively took 2 steps back. Cheng Hua finally spoke. Are you okay? Are you hurt? I sent you so many messages and reminders. Why haven't you replied? Cheng Hua's voice was trembling, and one could even hear the restraint and nervousness in his tone. Luo Qingtian had expected Cheng Hua to first inquire about the situation below. To his surprise, Cheng Hua's first question was about his own health. Luo Qingtian shook his head uncomfortably. It's okay. I didn't know there would be no signal down there. After all, it was the bottom of the ocean. Any signal would be a sign of trouble. Although this exploration had been a close call, thinking of the immense water pressure. If it weren't for Xiaolu constantly protecting him with her body, Luo Qingtian felt like he might be nothing more than a paper figure. Or the kind that would never see the light of day. Now that he thought about it, this was the closest Luo Qingtian had ever come to death. Luo Qingtian was also somewhat thankful that he hadn't brought Cheng Hua with him. Otherwise, with Xiaolu's temperament, she wouldn't have been able to protect Cheng Hua. Cheng Hua breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Luo Qingtian was fine. He didn't know why, but just now, while standing outside, he had felt a sharp pain in his heart. It felt like something important was disappearing bit by bit, and he wanted to rush in to see what was going on. But the pain faded in an instant. He suppressed his worry and calmed down. After Luo Qingtian left, he had almost guessed that the basement was dangerous. Luo Qingtian hadn't let him go, definitely because he was afraid he would become a burden. Cheng Hua felt incredibly irritated. For the first time, he hated his own incompetence. He looked at Luo Qingtian with a complicated expression. What's down there? Is it dangerous? Luo Qingtian nodded. Yes, let's talk about it when we get back. Luo Qingtian then let Xiaolu wrap them up and fly towards the villa. After returning to the villa, Luo Qingtian told Changhua everything he had found. The more Changhua listened, the more frightened he became. Are you sure such a thing exists? Luo Qingtian nodded. Yes, Changhua, I'm telling you this, but I hope you won't rush to report it now. Changhua looked at Luo Qingtian in confusion. Why? If such an energy source truly exists. After the apocalypse, Yan Nation will undoubtedly rise rapidly, becoming the world's foremost power. Luo Qingtian looked at Changhua with a deep gaze. Because I plan to destroy the laboratory and the mining pipeline. After he said this, Chenghua's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Why? I don't understand. Luo Qingtian sighed. He regretted telling Changhua these things, but even if he didn't, after Wei, Fan Jinlong, and Geng Shuang were captured, these two things would be known. Such a laboratory and underwater mining channel should not exist in the first place. Don't you think they are stealing the life of the Earth? Or perhaps you are also trying to overdraw the Earth's power. Since waking up, a voice has been telling him to give back to the ocean, to restore marine life, and to return that energy to the ocean. Luo Qingtian didn't know if the appearance of the scientific research eyes counted as overdrawing the Earth's power. Regardless, Luo Qingtian didn't want humans to destroy the Earth with something that should not exist in this world. This inexplicable sense of mission emerged in his heart. As if this was his due, this was what he had to do. Changhua stared at Luo Qingtian intently, at a loss for words. The existence of these two laboratories might change many things. For example, the future development of the world would drive technological advancement. Yan country would become a world leader. But now Luo Qingtian told him she was going to destroy it all. He couldn't articulate his inner thoughts. He loved Luo Qingtian, but he loved his country even more. He wanted his country to be strong. He also hoped he and Luo Qingtian could live in such a country. After the apocalypse, resources would be scarce, and the presence of these two laboratories would definitely alleviate that shortage. But his lips moved, his eyes filled with confusion and sadness. In the end, she said nothing. Luo Qingtian met Chenghua's gaze, knowing he was hesitating. She sighed deeply. I know what you're thinking. Humanity's strength cannot be achieved by overdrawing the Earth's power. The apocalypse was already humanity's greatest wake-up call. What if it's not what you think? Wait until we rescue those scientists. Let them talk. Everything is still unknown. Changhua didn't want things to get so strained with Luo Qingtian. He tried to smooth things over. But Luo Qingtian was incredibly adamant. No matter what you say, I destroy the lab. Chapter 628. Qingtian, many things are uncertain right now. Can you please not be so anxious, or wait until we rescue those scientists? Luo Qingtian looked at Changhua, a disappointment in her eyes that she herself didn't even notice. If the apocalypse is over, if these two entities were created by your own power, I have no right to interfere. But I'm very sure that the current laboratory doesn't belong to us now. In fact, Luo Qingtian. That day in the laboratory, she heard about the existence of a third civilization. Or perhaps it was a higher being than them. Although she didn't want to admit it, Luo Qingtian felt that the appearance of this laboratory and the undersea mining pipeline might have come from this unknown civilization. She sometimes wondered what kind of people her parents were. From what her grandmother had said, they cherished life deeply, whether human or animal. She also believed that if her parents were still alive, they would also agree with her destroying these two entities. She even felt a sense of crisis. What if the laboratory and the mining pipeline were not destroyed? The world was facing a state of complete depletion. This feeling was so strong that it gave Luo Qingtian a sense of urgency. Qingtian, can't we really discuss this further? Chenghua's tone was conciliatory. He could sense disappointment and determination in Luo Qingtian's voice. What happened tonight might completely distance him from Luo Qingtian. This feeling made Changhua feel fear for the first time. Luo Qingtian looked at Changhua. He had walked alone for so long, and suddenly someone like Changhua appeared, offering him unconditional warmth. This moment of indulgence had Luo Qingtian greedily wanting to absorb, retain, and even compromise. But today's conversation had sobered Luo Qingtian up. After all, their positions differed. Chenghua's final choice wasn't hers. She understood and knew it. There's nothing wrong with soldiers being patriotic. It's a mission ingrained in their bones. She supported that. But she couldn't compromise. A deep sense of mission compelled her to destroy the laboratory. Changhua looked at Luo Qingtian with pleading eyes. But Luo Qingtian ultimately didn't respond. I'm tired. Go, Luo Qingtian pointed outside, and Changhua knew this was Luo Qingtian's silent refusal. He stood up, a wave of heartache and bitterness filling his body. Finally, he walked out of the villa, one step at a time. After Chunghua left, Luo Qingtian called Qin Lang. Qin Lang's face instantly appeared on the empty screen in front of his watch. "Boss, you look tired." Luo Qingtian looked at Qin Lang. "Are you really the boss of this company? Or are you just acting as an agent?" Qin Lang laughed dryly. "Actually, I've been looking for our boss, too." Luo Qingtian pinched his brows wearily. "So, you think he's at the 6th base?" Qin Lang sighed. "Looks like I was wrong. I think there must be a connection between you two." Luo Qingtian smiled. "Well, Future Technology Company, the name alone tells us that many things about Future Technology Company don't belong to our era. Or rather, the person behind you doesn't belong to our civilization at all." Qin Lang's face darkened upon hearing this news. "What did you discover?" Luo Qingtian sneered. "Didn't you discover something that led me here so desperately? After all, it was you who deliberately let me see the ARC plan, or rather, do you think Future Technology was founded by my parents? Or perhaps you already knew what was here?" Qin Lang remained silent, staring at Luo Qingtian for a long moment. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to deceive you. According to my investigation, so far, in our country, you're the only one capable of investigating this matter. And I think you're also looking for Professors Luo and Yun. If there's anything I can do, it's to go along with it." Luo Qingtian pinched her brows weakly. The damage from today's sea pressure hadn't yet healed, and she felt a tingling sensation throughout her body. Even her brain felt dizzy. Luo Qingtian leaned back on the sofa, exuding a lazy air. "The 6th base incident could very well put me on the opposite side of the 9 bases. I'm giving you a warning." Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow and looked at Qin Lang, giving him a chance to choose his side. Qin Lang looked at Luo Qingtian solemnly. "Okay, I understand. Future Technology Company is willing to serve you." Qin Lang didn't hesitate or shirk his responsibilities this time. "Aren't you afraid it'll all be in vain?" Qin Lang laughed. "From the moment I discovered the existence of the Black Angel, I knew my choice." Qin Lang bowed politely to the video. Luo Qingtian chuckled. "Okay, remember your choice." Luo Qingtian hung up the video. She cast a healing spell on herself, then disappeared. The next moment, Luo Qingtian reappeared at the location where the life energy block was being transferred. At the 6th base headquarters, Mo Yunqi frowned as he looked at the data on the screen before him. No wonder Luo Tianxia couldn't be traced, but this resume is truly terrifying. Mo Yunqi watched the video in front of him. In the video, the girl was dressed in a tight black outfit. Her white wings fluttered slightly. She held a white bow and arrow, her gaze fixed intently on the mutated plants in the distance. Throughout the entire battle, she barely missed a move or an arrow. From her archery stance to her fierce gaze, that dashing image was deeply engraved in Mo Yunqi's mind. Is it really that powerful? It seems Future Technology Company has indeed sent a behemoth to the 6th base. Mo Yunqi's lips curled up slightly. He exuded a sinister, shrewd aura. He raised his hand to turn off the video. He planned to meet Luo Qingtian at dawn to discuss his next move. Just as he stood up, someone barged into Mo Yunqi's office. "Captain, see, monsters are attacking." Mo Yunqi frowned, stood up, and squinted at the door. "Call all psychics, head to the harbor." Mo Yunqi stood up and walked out. Luo Qingtian was staring blankly at the newly extracted energy blocks in a room. She remembered what Fan Jinlong had said the other day. Extracting the ocean's life force energy was a lengthy process. She seemed to have been away for only 2 days. Luo Qingtian retrieved a glass container from the space and placed all the energy blocks inside. Then she vanished again. She had to think carefully about how to explain to the scientists and get them to leave with her. Or perhaps just knock them out, carry them away, and throw them into the space? What Luo Qingtian didn't know was that, not long after she left, Fan Jinlong had rushed into the secret room. Looking at the empty box, the pipeline devoid of a single energy stone, Fan Jinlong collapsed and cried out, "Who is it? Who on earth is it?" Chapter 629. Luo Qingtian returned to the bedroom, pondering how to quietly transport the people in the lab. He also needed to check Fan Jinlong's data to see what his total force value was. As he was thinking this, he heard an explosion, followed by an urgent knock on the door. Luo Qingtian frowned and walked downstairs to see Chunghua standing in front of the courtyard gate, looking at her anxiously. "Qingtian, I just received news that something happened at the harbor." Luo Qingtian frowned. He hadn't even taken action there yet, so how could something happen? "Why are you still here?" Luo Qingtian glanced at the jeep behind Chunghua, then back at him. Chunghua forced a bitter smile. "I'm not leaving. I think there's a misunderstanding between us. I think I should have a good talk with you and explain things clearly. Since they left the door, Luo Qingqian's disappointed and resolute look had been etched in his mind. He was certain that if he left today, the relationship between him and Luo Qingqian would reach a freezing point. So he remained guarding the gate. Luo Qingqian stared at Cheng Hua's face, then turned away. You don't have to be like this. You should know that our positions are different after all. Luo Qingqian's tone was flat, almost inflected, but Cheng Hua heard a resoluteness in it. Qingqian, don't be like this. Before Cheng Hua could finish his words, another explosion erupted from the direction of the harbor. The two exchanged glances. Cheng Hua turned and opened the car door. Let's not rush our business. Let's go to the harbor first, Cheng Hua said, looking pleadingly at Luo Qingqian. Luo Qingqian had actually been planning to fly directly there, but thinking about the 6th base, the idea of flying directly there seemed a bit extreme. She finally gave in, and got into Cheng Hua's jeep. The car sped down the road, and as it neared the harbor, cries for help and wails were heard. Then, many sea creatures resembling mermaids emerged from the harbor again, this time even more numerous than before. These mermaids, like madmen, constantly searched for every living thing around them. They would pounce and bite anything that seemed alive. After knocking over several mermaids, Luo Qingqian and Cheng Hua's car was completely surrounded by them. Qingqian, be careful. I'm out first. Cheng Hua glanced at Luo Qingqian, and then a red liquid, like raindrops, covered his body. This time, the red raindrops surrounded Cheng Hua, carefully avoiding Luo Qingqian. But Luo Qingqian still felt the heat of these red raindrops. Is this red-hot molten iron? Luo Qingqian stared at Cheng Hua in surprise, having never expected Cheng Hua's ability to advance again. Then Cheng Hua suddenly pulled Luo Qingqian, and Luo Qingqian froze. He charged towards Cheng Hua, who then reached out to protect Luo Qingqian's back and head. The next moment, both car windows suddenly shattered. All the shards of glass pelted Cheng Hua. Then, red raindrops flew out, piercing through the mermaids' bodies. The mermaids surrounding the jeep quickly pushed aside. Qingqian, let's go, Cheng Hua said, opening the car door and rushing out. A dense cloud of red raindrops swirled around him. The next moment, raindrops shot towards the merman rushing around. The mermaid was pierced through, its body instantly disintegrating. A closer look revealed a thin layer of ash on the ground. Luo Qingqian had been observing the ash falling to the ground since he emerged from the car. If it weren't for his powerful mental strength, the dust would be completely invisible. Could Cheng Hua's power actually reduce these mermaids to ash? Or? Luo Qingqian stretched out his hand, and the fiery red flying fire mysterious bow instantly appeared in his hand. Luo Qingqian drew his bow, and released his arrows, shooting them into the distance. Fusion. 3 flaming arrows flew out, quickly merging into one, incinerating the entire swarm of mermaids to ash. Because they disappeared so instantly, because so many disappeared at once, the gray ash that fell to the ground was particularly noticeable. Luo Qingqian narrowed his eyes, as he looked at the gray dust on the ground. Could it be that reducing the mermaids to ash was all that was needed this time? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a survivor running through the ashes in terror. Immediately, a multitude of black, tentacle-like things extended from the ground, clambering over the survivor's body, causing it to rapidly shrivel. Then a terrifying scene unfolded. After the survivor's death, his lower body was enveloped by black tentacles, and gradually, a mermaid's tail appeared beneath him. He had literally transformed into a mermaid sea beast. Both Luo Qingqian and Cheng Hua were horrified by this scene. What was going on? After Cheng Hua defeated the surrounding mermaid sea beasts, he quickly rushed to Luo Qingqian's side. Luo Qingqian met Cheng Hua's gaze indifferently. In this situation, do you still think the laboratory should be preserved? Cheng Hua's pupil shrank slightly, and he looked at Luo Qingqian in disbelief. These things all came from a laboratory? As soon as he finished speaking, several more survivors ran across the ashes not far away, and Cheng Hua shouted nervously, "Get out of the way!" But as soon as he finished shouting, the survivors safely ran across the ground, unaffected. Cheng Hua was stunned. Could it be that the danger was no longer there? Just then, screams rang out again. A mutant dog was entangled by black tentacles. Then the mutant dog's body shrank rapidly. Like the mermaid sea monster before, this mutant dog turned into a shrunken dogfish. Luo Qingqian stared at the mutant dogfish charging at him with a frown. The flying fire mysterious bow in his hand instantly switched to the Amos ice bow. Luo Qingqian drew his bow and fired an arrow. All the creatures around him, neither human nor fish, were frozen. Then he threw them into the space. In the space, Mao and Xiaomao seemed to have discovered something. They quickly fetched a large container, half filled with interspatial river water. They dropped the frozen dogfish product into the container. Then, the dogfish product itself disintegrated into dust, settling to the bottom of the container. Luo Qingtian also noticed the situation in the interspatial space. She sped up her arrows, freezing all the surrounding sea beast products. Then she quickly ran over and dropped all the frozen sea beasts into the interspatial space. Mao and Zaimeoki waited quietly in the interspatial space. Each one was dropped in, and they all stuffed the items into the container. It was unknown how long this battle lasted. Luo Qingtian tossed all the sea beasts from the surrounding streets into the interspatial space. Cheng-Hua looked at the quiet street, his eyes complicated. He wanted to approach and ask Luo Qingtian what he intended to do with these sea beasts. Another explosion sounded from the harbor. The two exchanged glances and ran towards the harbor together. Chapter 630. Hundreds of heavy weapon vehicles were parked near the harbor. And in front of them, mermen, sea beasts, and some other strange sea beasts were gradually crawling out of the sea. Then they ran towards the harbor. Near the exit, near the stone platform by the roadside, almost all the psychics from the entire 6th base stood there. These psychics would attack any sea beasts that escaped from either side without hesitation. However, there were so many sea beasts escaping that almost every psychic had to fight against more than a dozen. When Luo Qingtian and Cheng-Hua arrived, they saw the nearby psychics surrounded by sea beasts. Xiaolu, fly. Xiaolu heard Luo Qingtian's voice and instantly transformed into wings. The wings were black-green. Previously, after Xiaolu upgraded, he transformed into 2 pairs of wings. This trip to the seabed had pushed Xiaolu past his limit again. From 2 pairs of wings to 3 pairs. The wings glowed a deep green in the sunlight, their tips tipped with sharp spikes. It seemed as if, at Luo Qingtian's command, these spikes would transform into sharp arrows, shooting in all directions. Luo Qingtian soared high into the sky, extended his hand, and the Amos ice bow instantly appeared. Luo Qingtian drew his bow, and began to fire arrows at the sea beasts below. Inside the harbor, another wave of sea beasts attacked. Mo Yunqi stood near the chariot, pointing ahead and shouting, "Attack!" Boom, boom, boom. The cannons fired, crippling wave after wave of incoming sea beasts. However, these injured sea beasts quickly returned to the sea, followed by the next wave crawling ashore. The chariot's cannonballs were constantly being restocked, and Mo Yunqi's deputy beside him grew anxious. "Captain, there's something wrong with these sea beasts. They're just endless. If we keep fighting like this, we run out of ammunition." Mo Yunqi also noticed this. He also considered preventing the half-broken bodies from returning to the sea. He always felt that returning to the sea was the reason the sea beasts kept coming ashore to attack. But these half-broken bodies actually suck human flesh and blood. And they couldn't attack them even if they wanted to, as if they had no physical form. He frowned, staring intently at the mermaids that had climbed back onto the shore in front of him, and gritted his teeth and said, "No matter what, fire first." Mo Yunqi raised his hand and shouted, "Fire." With that, another wave of bombardment began. The sea beasts ahead, dragging their half-broken bodies, began to swim back into the sea. The deputy looked at the monsters and shouted anxiously, "Captain, if we let these things return to the sea, I'm afraid these sea beasts will endlessly climb ashore." Mo Yunqi pursed his lips and said, "I try." Mo Yunqi was about to step down from the stone platform to chase the monsters. Mo Yunqi's deputy heard this. He quickly grabbed Mo Yunqi's arm and said, "Captain, calm down. Several of our comrades have already been eaten. Look, their bodies are still there. You can't be so impulsive." Mo Yunqi patted his subordinate's shoulder and said with a smile, "Yongjin, you should have noticed that those things are very selective about who they absorb, or even what they eat. I don't know how they select their food, but I don't think I'd be the unlucky one." Mo Yunqi was about to jump off the stone platform. Yongjin, seeing his captain insisting on going, grabbed Mo Yunqi's waist and refused to let go. "Yongjin, let go. That's an order." Mo Yunqi's expression had changed. Only powerful supernatural powers could destroy the sea beasts and mermaids before them. And the sea beasts they had killed before didn't have this ability. What had caused these sea beasts to evolve? He had to get closer to see for himself. But Yongjin refused to agree. Even several other soldiers rushed over to stop Mo Yunqi's advance, watching the sea beasts inch closer and closer to the sea. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared in the sky. Then Luo Qingtian descended from the sky. Freeze! As soon as Luo Qingtian landed, he punched the ground. White icy air quickly spread from beneath Luo Qingtian. The icy air spread rapidly. As soon as the mutilated bodies twisted to the seashore, they were frozen by Luo Qingtian's icy air. Luo Qingtian flew low around them at an extremely fast speed. Then everyone present saw the mutilated bodies vanish from the spot. Luo Qingtian quickly flew onto the stone platform. Mo Yunqi looked at Luo Qingtian in surprise. Where are those things? Did you destroy them all? Luo Qingtian turned to look at Mo Yunqi, then raised his chin slightly and gestured forward. Don't bombard them for a while. Find a few more ice-type psychics for ranged attacks. Mo Yunqi nodded and glanced at Yangzhen, who immediately took the order and left. At this moment, the sea began to churn, and a new wave of sea beasts crawled ashore. Captain Mo, arrange for the psychics here to block both exits. I take care of this here. If Luo Qing had said this before, Mo Yunqi would have never believed Luo Qingtian could do it. But after watching Luo Qingtian fight the mutant tree, Mo Yunqi had no doubt about Luo Qingtian's strength. Mo Yunqi stared at Luo Qingtian for a moment, his narrow eyes dark and gloomy. Okay. You. Be careful. Luo Qingtian nodded his chin slightly, and instantly soared high into the sky. On the ground, sea beasts continued to climb out of the sea. When they spotted approaching living creatures, they sped up and charged forward. However, these speeding sea beasts were instantly transformed into ice sculptures by the ice arrows that appeared from the sky. By now, the entire coastline was crawling with these sea beasts. And Luo Qingtian stood high in the sky. 9 arrows condensed around her body. With the movement of her bow, she drew her bow and shot. 12 arrows were released. They landed at these 12 locations. Ultimate freeze. The 12 arrows fell to the ground, forming icicles. A shroud of icy air surrounded the icicles. The white icy air quickly spread in all directions. The sea beasts throughout the square were frozen into ice sculptures at an extremely fast speed. Luo Qingtian flew over and set all the ice sculptures into the space. On the grass, 3 large glass containers stood before Mutation and Xiaomokyu. They were filled with the sediment from earlier. At this moment, the 2 balls were furiously busy. Ice sculptures continued to fall from the sky above the space, and the 2 balls could only extend hundreds of green vines to catch them and place them into the containers. Outside the space, Luo Qingtian used this method to eliminate 4 or 5 waves of sea beasts in a row. The coast finally quieted down. In the underwater laboratory, a female scientist looked at Fan Jinlong nervously. Boss. The ecological flora is gone. Fan Jinlong, who had been standing in the laboratory hall, suddenly narrowed his eyes upon hearing this news and reached out to grab the woman by the neck. What did you just say? Say it again? Chapter 631. Chu Xiao stood up, walked quickly to Fan Jinlong, and punched him in the face. Fan Jinlong, you're crazy. Let go. Fan Jinlong reached out and grabbed Chu Xiao's fist. You calling me crazy? There must be someone hiding in the shadows in this lab planning something? The disappearance of such a large bacterial colony, isn't that your doing? Chu Xiao tried to pull his hand away in pain, but Fan Jinlong held onto it. His eyes were gloomy, icy to the point of extreme coldness. He looked up and scanned his surroundings. All the scientists lowered their heads in fear after noticing Fan Jinlong's gaze. One of Fan Jinlong's hands was still around the female scientist's neck. A bloodthirsty smile played on his lips. He looked at the female scientist and said, Jean Bauer, our names are so similar, why aren't you on my side? Come on, tell me, where did all those vanished energy blocks and bacterial colonies go? Jean Bauer was being strangled, her eyes bulging. The suffocating feeling made her body grow weaker. She shook her head repeatedly, trying to say she truly didn't know. Chu Xiao, on the other hand, was furious. Fan Jinlong. Are you really planning to kill her? What's the point of killing her? You already betrayed me. You traitors. Fan Jinlong's eyes were bloodshot. A bloodthirsty aura permeated his body. At this moment, a bespectacled scientist stepped forward and said, Boss. Don't get excited. Listen to me. These bacterial colonies are unconscious. But they will automatically return to the sea during their circulation. That was our original design. But this morning you changed the bacterial compatibility. It's no longer limited to absorbing marine life, but also has a certain degree of compatibility with terrestrial life. I'm thinking perhaps these bacterial colonies have left the surface and are wreaking havoc on Base 6. That's why they slipped out of our surveillance. After saying this, Fan Jinlong's grip on Jean Bauer suddenly loosened. He tossed Jean Bauer and Chu Xiao aside in disgust, his eyes gloomily fixed on the speaker. Are you saying those bacterial colonies are still there? The speaker nodded. I'm saying maybe, Maybe they're still absorbing compatible life samples. Boss, we can wait a little longer. Fan Jinlong stroked his chin, raised an eyebrow, and looked around. Okay, I believe you for now. But none of you can escape suspicion for the missing energy blocks. I'm going to check the coast now. I hope to see what I threw in the water in the output room when I return. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Fan Jinlong said, turning and walking out. Luo Qingtian stood high in the sky, gazing at the calm sea. That's it? Although we still haven't figured out what those things were. Luo Qingtian's intuition told him. The more the better. After waiting for a moment, Luo Qingtian landed on the ground and turned to walk out of the harbor. Since there were no more, he might as well check for any that had slipped through the net. After only a few steps, Luo Qingtian saw Fan Jinlong emerge from nowhere. He walked closer to the harbor and looked around. He seemed to be searching for something, and Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. With Fan Jinlong here, now was the perfect time to destroy the laboratory. Luo Qingtian retreated silently, found a quiet corner, and quickly entered the laboratory. After Fan Jinlong left the lab, a deathly silence fell. The scientists left their workstations and sat limply on the floor and stools. Okay, cheer up. Maybe Fan Jinlong has found a bacterial colony? Chu Xiao smiled at everyone present. The bespectacled scientist said, actually, we knew the day we arrived that we might never leave again. We're only alive here thanks to the scientific research ice and this lab circulation system. If Fan Jinlong disappears and the scientific research ice runs out, we'd be dead. Cough, cough, cough. I believe cough, cough, cough. The teacher will cough, 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 come back. Jean Bauer looked at everyone present with tears in her eyes. The teacher had vanished before the apocalypse began. The government said the instructor vanished with the scientific research data. They went to a higher civilization and submitted to it. They betrayed their beliefs. But no one at the interstellar laboratory believed that Luo Yubai and his wife were traitors. They saw how much these two loved life. Bauer, stop talking. Your vocal cords must be injured. Let's get out when we have a chance and find a healing psychic to heal you. Chu Xiao said, picking up the nutrient solution nearby and handing it to Jean Bao. Jean Bauer's eyes flushed red. Go out and find a healing psychic? Do they still have a chance? This is underwater. There's no chance they ever leave. And the elevator to the bottom of the ocean only registered Fan Jinlong's data in the iris system. This meant Fan Jinlong had no intention of letting them leave alive from the beginning. At this moment, the entire laboratory fell into a dead silence again. Luo Qingtian, invisible within Xiaolu's body, observed the situation. Seeing them fall silent again, she chuckled softly. So, if given the chance, you would leave here? Luo Qingtian's voice startled everyone present, and they stood up, looking around nervously. Then, before them, they saw a young woman in a black combat uniform. You are? Chu Xiao stared at Luo Qingtian intently. This little girl looked so much like Professor Yun. Chu Xiao stared at Luo Qingtian for a long moment before tentatively asking, Are you Xiao Qingtian? Luo Qingtian didn't have much of an impression of Chu Xiao. She only felt he looked vaguely familiar. She looked at Chu Xiao in surprise. You know me? Chu Xiao excitedly walked over to Luo Qingtian. Are you really Xiao Qingtian? I'm your parents' colleague. No, we're your parents' colleagues. When the others heard the name Xiao Qingtian, they all gathered around. She really is Dr. Luo and Dr. Yun's daughter. It's really Xiao Qingtian. When Xiao Qingtian was born, the teacher brought you to our lab. Yes, we all held you in our arms back then. The dejection among the scientists instantly vanished when Luo Qingtian appeared, and a group of them gathered around him, chattering. Qingtian, how have you been doing since the apocalypse? Should I ask Qingtian how he's been getting by these days? Yes. Xiao Qingtian, I'm your Aunt Cici. It was me who got you into the lab back then. And then Luo Qingtian was left speechless for a moment. But the words of that so-called Aunt Cici made Luo Qingtian frown. What lab? Lu Cici looked at Luo Qingtian, then glanced up at him. You don't know? Chapter 632. Luo Qingtian looked at Lu Qianqian, wanting to ask more. Chu Xiao then spoke up. Little Qingtian, how did you get here? Luo Qingtian's expression changed immediately, thinking of what he was about to do. Uncle Chu, I'm going to destroy this place. Everyone in the lab looked at Luo Qingtian, their eyes filled with surprise and fear. For someone to come to this experiment alone and say such things, it's clear that Luo Qingtian is no ordinary person. Chu Xiao stared at Luo Qingtian. This lab was left to you by your father, Qingtian. Do you really want to destroy it? Luo Qingtian looked at everyone. Shouldn't we? Or do you want to stay here and create that so-called bacterial colony? Several people shook their heads. Jean Bauer stumbled forward and looked at Luo Qingtian. What about us? Qingtian coughed. Will you take us away, cough cough? Jean Bauer's voice was hoarse, and her throat felt like it was being pricked with needles with every word. Luo Qingtian cast a healing power at Jean Bauer and whispered, Of course I take you away. I take you to a new base. My friends are there. My lab is also there. My friends are researching viral vaccines and ways to save the ocean. Are you willing? If you want to go to the government, I send you directly to the military at Base 6. Of course, she was just saying this casually. These people were related to her parents, and that so-called lab bench. What did her parents do to her when she was born? To get answers, she would never hand them over, even if it meant locking them up in a space. Fortunately, Chu Xiao and the others didn't resist Luo Qingtian's proposal, and were even quite excited. They looked at Luo Qingtian with joy. Little Qingtian, we're willing to go with you. Yes, we're willing to go with you. Little Qingtian, are the teacher and his wife also in your base? Jean Bauer looked at Luo Qingtian excitedly. Luo Qingtian shook his head. I'm looking for them too. We don't have much time. I take you away first. Luo Qingtian patted his hair. Little Green, can you just knock them out until I get them to the town? Don't worry, Mommy. I'm a professional at knocking people out. With that, Little Green jumped off Luo Qingtian's head. It transformed into a giant ball of seaweed in front of everyone. Then it opened its mouth to the crowd. At that moment, Little Green's voice echoed in Luo Qingtian's mind. Mommy, let them in. Luo Qingtian understood. Go in. The scientists present looked at each other. Chu Xiao was the first to enter Little Green's mouth. Then the others followed. After everyone was inside Xiaolu's stomach, Xiaolu closed her mouth. Chu Xiao and the others felt as if they had entered a sealed space. They glanced around nervously. Jean Bao grasped Chu Xiao's sleeve in fear. Professor Chu, is this the stomach of that mutant? It's truly terrifying. Chu Xiao patted Jean Bao's hand soothingly. Don't be afraid. With Xiao Qingtian's abilities, if she wanted to kill us, she wouldn't have to go to such lengths. I think she doesn't want us to see how she gets us out of the lab. As he spoke, a green mist filled the enclosed space, leaving no one with time to resist. They were all stunned by the smoke. Mommy, they're all unconscious. Okay, throw them all over to Mutation and Xiaomokyu. Have Mutation keep an eye on them. If they wake up, knock them out. Okay, Mommy. Luo Qingtian threw Xiaolu into the space. At this point, the entire lab was cleared of people, and Luo Qingtian walked quickly through the lab. She took out half-used scientific research eyes from each slot and threw it into the space. Then she began to wreak havoc on the lab. She considered taking everything from the lab. But in the end, she only took some data and files left by the scientists. With the scientific research eyes taken away, the entire lab came to a standstill, plunging into darkness. Luo Qingtian walked in the darkness. He walked to the wall and punched it hard. The entire lab began to shake. Cracks appeared on the wall. But there was no sign of collapse. At this time, the stone and soil on the wall began to crumble, revealing the contents within. The walls were clearly composed of multiple layers of a metal mixture. But most importantly, there was a layer of black stone serving as a support. Oh my god! Is this earth debris? Luo Qingtian patted the wall in surprise. No wonder this lab is so resilient. So it was earth debris that caused the damage. What about the mining pipeline next door? Luo Qingtian placed his hand on the wall. A sharp pain shot through his brain. The next moment, half the lab and Luo Qingtian vanished. Luo Qingtian sat on the grass in the space, clutching his head. He continuously cast healing energy on himself. My goodness, bringing something as large as a lab into this place was practically going to burst his head. Mommy! Xiaolu jumped onto Luo Qingtian's shoulder. Luo Qingtian patted Xiaolu's head and looked ahead at the group of bodies lying dead. Mutation and Xiaomokyu were standing in front of them, stunned. Mutation, keep an eye on them. If they wake up, knock them out. We can't let them find this place. Luo Qingtian walked towards the laboratory in the back. At this moment, the laboratory looked like an empty room to Luo Qingtian. She didn't care what was inside. She reached out with both hands, lifted the laboratory, and walked towards the back of the villa. She found a more open area and left the laboratory there. She opened the door and said to Xiaolu beside her, Let's go, Xiaolu. Let's go mine the pipeline. Xiaolu immediately wrapped Luo Qingtian up, and after becoming invisible, Luo Qingtian opened the door and walked in. Watching Luo Qingtian leave, Mutation and little Mutation looked at each other helplessly. I really didn't expect to see them again. Little Machio extended his vines and patted Machio soothingly. After all, there are children. Of course we have the ability to find them. Machio walked over to Jean Bauer and said with a smile, "This child looks more mature than before. Qingtian's story is about to be revealed. I wonder if she blame us." Machio's voice was choked with sobs. Little Machio sighed, "She came from your belly. She's our child. We had no choice back then." As the two balls were talking, Machio noticed Chu Xiao showing signs of waking up. Machio immediately hardened his vines. Then, he struck Chu Xiao on the head. Chu Xiao began to feel someone talking nearby, the voice of Luo Yubai they had been waiting for. He opened his mouth to speak, but then his head ached, and his brain shut down again. Then he lost consciousness. Machio looked at Chu Xiao apologetically. "Did I go too far?" As he spoke, Machio released a green halo to heal Chu Xiao's head. Chapter 633. Little Machio chuckled. "He's just an ordinary person, but you still care for him as much as you did back then?" Machio was speechless. "You said he's an ordinary person too. What's our status? Why are you still jealous of him?" Yes, I am jealous. You've been with me for so many years, aren't you tired of seeing him? Looking for some fresh meat to eat? Luo Yubai, do you want to die? He's just an ordinary person with only a few years to live. How could I possibly be attracted to someone from a lower-level planet? Can you be reasonable with your jealousy? Am I being unreasonable? Ever since you brought him into the lab, you've taken better care of him than anyone else. Not even my apprentice, Jean Bauer, gets that treatment. Yes, your apprentice is great. After Qingtian was born, you didn't explain everything to me and just left her in her care. Luo Yubai, you're arguing with me here because you want to find a younger child, right? Are you just making excuses? Teacher? As the two balls were arguing, Jean Bauer's voice came from behind them. Jean Bauer stared at the two green balls arguing in shock. But why did the voices sound so much like a teacher and his wife? The two balls looked at each other. Then they simultaneously hardened the vines in their hands. And then they simultaneously struck Jean Bauer in the head. Jean Bauer pointed at the two balls and gritted her teeth, saying, "You are not my teachers." With that, Jean Bauer fainted completely. The two balls stopped arguing now. This space has its own healing ability. It won't be long before these people wake up. The two balls walked over to the group and began to release green mist towards them. Just as the others were about to wake up, they absorbed the mist and fell back into a deep sleep. At this moment, Luo Qingtian was at the submarine's dock, like a cheerful little bee. This submarine is pretty good. Oh my! There are also earth fragments in these walls. Wow! These descending walls aren't made of metal. They're actually earth fragments too. Not far away, a group of mechanical scientists were sprawled on the ground. Little green. Quick, gather them all up. We're ready to go. Okay, mommy. Little Green took all these scientists into her stomach. Then she released 2 bursts of green mist. Little Green was then transported into space, where she spit everyone out in front of Machio and Xiaomao. Right away, Luo Qingtian called her out again. Little Green transformed herself into a green battle suit and wrapped Luo Qingtian in it. Luo Qingtian began to collect the earth fragments from the crescent-shaped clearing. The earth fragments were collected. Cracks began to appear in the sky above the entire anchorage. Water began to flow in frantically from all sides. Luo Qingtian collected all the scientific research ice and asked Xiaolu to lead him to the underwater crystal mountain. Luo Qingtian dumped all the scientific research ice there. Then he and Xiaolu disappeared from the spot. After Xiaolu and Luo Qingtian vanished, the cut scientific research ice gradually merged with the crystal mountain. At the 6th base, a group of people were fighting against sea monsters until Fan Jinlong appeared. The situation took a strange turn. Mo Yunqi frowned as he watched Fan Jinlong soaring in midair. Beside Fan Jinlong, several bat monkeys, flew. Fan Jinlong, are you giving up pretending? Mo Yunqi glared at Fan Jinlong, who was flying in midair. Haha, if you keep pretending, how can I get my things back? Come on, give me my things back. Mo Yunqi narrowed his eyes. For a moment, he couldn't register what he wanted. Cheng Hua, standing to the side, looked at Fan Jinlong. He must be talking about those sea beasts. After all, those sea beasts never returned to the sea, but were taken away by Luo Qingtian. Cheng Hua thought about this, and suddenly realized something. Is this person the mastermind behind the lab? And what about Qingtian? Where did Qingtian go? Just as Cheng Hua was pondering this, the sea level suddenly rose inexplicably, followed by a surge of waves, as if something had exploded in the ocean. Chung Hua's heart trembled. Qitian went to destroy the lab? Fan Jinlong also noticed something was wrong. An explosion on the sea? Could something have gone wrong in the lab? Fan Jinlong thought, narrowing his eyes, as he looked down at the people below. Lightning flashed from his hand, then he shot it downward. Chung Hua and Mo Yunqi quickly dodged to either side. Then, several bad monkeys flying around Fan Jinlong swooped down, charging towards the people around them. Yongzhen, concentrate your firepower on Fan Jinlong. Other psychics, eliminate the bat people. Today is the day for our 6th base to completely destroy them. Yes, Yongzhen, holding a small red flag, commanded the chariots to form a formation. The other psychics began chasing the bat people and attacking. The bat people were few in number to begin with, and they were quickly brought down. But this time, they didn't set them on fire. Instead, he summoned an ice-type psychic to freeze the Batman and set him aside. From the sky, artillery fire continued, and Fan Jinlong dodged it relentlessly. At the side gate of the 6th base, on the road leading to the Xiangyang base, Geng Shuang drove in with 2 trucks. Then, he headed directly towards the port. Mo Yunqi and Chung Hua were now accompanying the artillery fire on Fan Jinlong. Fan Jinlong was becoming increasingly irritated by their actions. He wasn't ready to completely kill the 6th base. After all, it was his natural shield. But he was trying to cover up all his crimes. The 2 soldiers before him clearly wanted to kill him. Mo Yunqi, follow me. How about I give you powerful abilities? Bullshit, Mo Yunqi said, and the black dagger flew out of his hand. Fan Jinlong raised his hand to swat the dagger away, then raised his hand to catch a projectile. Then he threw it away in disgust. The next moment, he appeared before Mo Yunqi and slapped him, sending him flying. Hey, why are you so disobedient? Fan Jinlong said, looking at Chung Hua. Are you from the 5th base? You seem quite skilled. Why don't you follow me? I promise I give you immense power, and make you the masters of this world. Chung Hua said nothing, but took a few steps back. He stared intently at Fan Jinlong, who looked at him in silence. He sneered. The next moment, he appeared before Chung Hua. Bang! Fan Jinlong punched Chung Hua in the face. But the punch missed. In front of Chung Hua's face, a red liquid formed into a small circular shield. It blocked Fan Jinlong's punch. After blocking the punch, Chung Hua quickly jumped away. That punch. If Chung Hua had caught it, his face would have been crippled, if not destroyed. This person's power is too strong. Chapter 634. Fan Jinlong looked at Chung Hua in surprise, as he dodged his attack. Your reach is indeed quite impressive, much better than Mo Yunqi's. I'm a little reluctant to kill you. So do you want to follow me? Chung Hua's eyes widened. You're saying this to a soldier? That's like destroying our faith. Fan Jinlong sighed. Looks like I really have to kill you. Mo Yunqi stood up and glared at Fan Jinlong with gritted teeth. Look at the Batman you created. We already captured him. And you? We're all in the 6th base against you alone. Do you think you can defeat us? After Mo Yunqi finished speaking, all the nearby psychics gathered around him. Even Chung Hua came to Mo Yunqi's side. Fan Jinlong narrowed his eyes, as he looked across at the 2 cars behind him. Then he saw Geng Shuang jump out of one. Dad, I'm here, Geng Shuang said, running to the carriage and opening it. Immediately, a large number of Batmen flew out of the carriages. Huabei also jumped out of the other carriage, opened the carriage, and another box of Batmen flew out. Mo Yunqi's eyes were gloomy, deep and cold. He looked at Huabei. Huabei, do you know what you are doing? Huabei stared at Mo Yunqi blankly. No response. Fan Jinlong laughed at this moment. It seems the situation has reversed. With that, the Batmen rushed towards the superpowered people present. Some Batmen even rushed into the homes of ordinary people without superpowers and tore them apart. Instantly, the area around the harbor was filled with cries of grief. Mo Yunqi and Chung Hua rushed towards Fan Jinlong together. Fan Jinlong sneered as the 2 approached, then engaged them in combat. Chung Hua and Mo Yunqi were highly skilled. They were confident they could defeat Fan Jinlong, but when the fight actually began, they discovered that their opponent's speed and strength were nothing compared to Fan Jinlong's. In their initial exchange, Fan Jinlong was clearly trying to hide his abilities. No, more accurately, he was toying with them. Bang! With 2 crashing sounds, Chung Hua and Mo Yunqi were sent flying, their bodies colliding with their backs. Mo Yunqi lay on the ground, gasping for breath. As Chung Hua flew, he condensed a liquid to protect his vital parts, preventing him from getting up. Fan Jinlong licked his lips, looking at the 2 men lying on the ground, and said with a smile, Well, have you 2 thought it through? Follow me, or die. Chung Hua, enduring the excruciating pain, stood up. As soldiers, we will never betray. As Chung Hua finished speaking, new raindrops condensed around him. At that moment, the raindrops instantly turned white. Fall. Chung Hua gritted his teeth and unleashed his supernatural power. The raindrops pelted Fan Jinlong. Fan Jinlong frowned and raised his hand, releasing electrical energy, trying to ward off the raindrops. But strangely, the raindrops were able to penetrate his electrical barrier and land directly on him. Then, his body felt like it was being pierced by ice spikes, and pain spread throughout his body. Fan Jinlong glared at Chung Hua angrily. Do you want to die? Fan Jinlong endured this pain and strode towards Chung Hua. After Chung Hua unleashed this last supernatural move, all his supernatural power was completely depleted. He fell helplessly to the ground, only to be scooped up by Fan Jinlong again. Do you think you can win? Look around. My Batmen are everywhere. Your 6th base is just a farm where I absorb my power. If you behave, I make you the owner of the farm, but you choose to go against me. Then die. Chung Hua didn't look at Fan Jinlong, but instead looked around. He felt like he was truly dying. If only he could see the clear sky at this moment. He turned his head, looking for the person he'd been thinking about, but he didn't find them. Instead, he saw wailing psychics scattered across the ground, and survivors begging for their lives. Fan Jinlong's fist was already raised, ready to smash the man's head in. Suddenly, Fan Jinlong sensed danger. And then his body flew away. Chung Hua was also rescued by a force. Watching Chung Hua floating in midair, Fan Jinlong was momentarily stunned. Fusion. A cold voice echoed from a distance, and a huge beam of fire shot towards Fan Jinlong. Fan Jinlong was shocked. He crossed his arms to block the flames, then was struck by them. He also flew backwards. Xiaolu, carrying Chung Hua, quickly flew to Luo Qingtian's side. Mommy, Chung Hua is dying. Luo Qingtian looked at Chung Hua with a complicated expression. Chung Hua seemed to sense something at this moment. He opened his eyes and looked at Luo Qingtian, a relieved smile on his face. Good to see you. As soon as he finished speaking, Chung Hua was about to close his eyes. Luo Qingtian raised his hand and cast a healing spell on Chung Hua. Sensing that Chung Hua's life force was still fading, Luo Qingtian's hand shone with a bright gray light, which penetrated Chung Hua's body. He began to slowly replenish Chung Hua's lost vitality. Feeling Chung Hua recover, Luo Qingtian withdrew his hand. He and Xiaolu slowly descended to the ground, landing beside Mo Yunqi. Luo Qingtian said with a hint of amusement, I just went to do something, and this 6th base is going to be destroyed? Mo Yunqi didn't want to talk at this moment. Luo Qingtian had no intention of teasing Mo Yunqi any further. After all, Fan Jinlong, not far away, had already stood up and was walking towards them. Luo Qingtian punched the ground hard. Grow! As soon as he finished speaking, green grass began to appear at Luo Qingtian's feet, with a small pink flower in its center. This grass continued to spread. Soon, the entire harbor was covered with these small flowers. It was as if the harbor had been brought to life and hope. Luo Qingtian stroked his chin, gazing at the vibrantly green harbor. Merging the light of growth and healing, it looks quite beautiful. Mo Yunqi, standing nearby, was about to ask what this was when he suddenly noticed his superpowers were rapidly recovering. His injuries were also rapidly healing. The other superpowers and the survivors had all noticed. My injuries are healing. My superpowers are recovering. Everyone looked at each other excitedly, once again focusing their strength to face the charging Batman. Fan Jinlong glared at Luo Qingtian angrily. You're not from Future Technology Company. Qinlang doesn't have the ability to find someone like you. Who are you? What have you done to them? Luo Qingtian raised her hand, and Amos's ice bow reappeared, this time shrouding her body in ice arrows. I'm your ancestor. Luo Qingtian released his arrows. 12 arrows shot out simultaneously, bringing down most of the bat monkeys attacking from the sky. Chapter 635. Luo Qingtian also took the opportunity to move all the fallen ice sculptures into the space. The fact that these objects were half black and half blue indicated that they still had life. He hoped to rescue them after returning to the town. Fan Jinlong, standing across from him, was furious at Luo Qingtian's actions. Bitch! Give me back my Batman! Fan Jinlong vanished from his position, only to reappear before Luo Qingtian. Bang! Fan Jinlong's punch struck Luo Qingtian, who tilted his head slightly, easily dodging the blow. The moment Fan Jinlong pulled his hand back, Luo Qingtian caught his fist. Luo Qingtian twisted it, yanked it, and then raised his leg. His knee struck Fan Jinlong's chest. Crack! Several of Fan Jinlong's ribs were broken by Luo Qingqian's direct impact. Fan Jinlong doubled over in pain and backed away. Luo Qingqian didn't give him a chance, raising his leg and kicking him between the hips. Ah! Fan Jinlong burst into tears from the pain. Cheng Hua and Mo Yunqi, watching from behind, couldn't help but squeeze their thighs together. Luo Qingqian glanced back at them. Still watching? Leave Fan Jinlong to me, you guys handle the rest. Cheng Hua and Mo Yunqi nodded quickly at Luo Qingqian, then scurried off. Luo Qingqian then smiled at Fan Jinlong. Shall we continue? Fan Jinlong stared at Luo Qingqian approaching, his eyes bloodshot as he backed away, bit by bit. But his backward movement was awkward and strange. He clearly felt the sharp pain in his chest. He clutched his chest and leaped to his feet. Then he soared high into the sky. Just then, a Batman flew by, and Fan Jinlong grabbed it with one hand. He directly broke the Batman's neck. He sucked deeply at the Batman. Luo Qingqian also flew high into the sky, watching the scene with a nauseating feeling. You really don't pick on anything. Disgusting. Luo Qingqian quickly retreated, the Amos ice bow appearing in his hand again. Luo Qingqian drew his bow, and released 12 arrows simultaneously, blasting towards Fan Jinlong. A net instantly formed around Fan Jinlong, blocking all 12 arrows. Luo Qingqian raised an eyebrow. It was the first time she had seen someone able to withstand her arrows. It seemed that the inhuman being opposite was truly extraordinary. Luo Qingqian instantly replaced the Amos ice bow with a flying fire mysterious bow. 12 fire arrows were fired again, but only when they were close to Fan Jinlong. Luo Qingqian's voice rang out, merge. The 12 arrows merged into 4, and shot towards Fan Jinlong. Fan Jinlong narrowed his eyes, his body ablaze with lightning. The original electric grid began to overlap. Then, the arrow approached, destroying the first, second, and third layers before exploding near the final one. The explosions echoed, sending waves of heat cascading down the ground. Then, the psychics and bad men on the ground were blown away. Fan Jinlong was also sent flying backwards for a long distance. Fan Jinlong stared at Luo Qingqian in shock. He was incredulous. He had absorbed so much energy, his energy level had already reached a terrifying level. How could anyone possibly stand against him? You are. Fan Jinlong looked at Luo Qingqian standing in the air, and suddenly felt that the girl before him looked very familiar. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared in his mind. Yun Shinro's appearance surprisingly bore a striking resemblance to the girl before her. Are you Luo Qingqian? Luo Qingqian's eyes curved slightly, revealing a beautiful arc. Uncle Fan, long time no see. The moment Fan Jinlong heard Luo Qingqian admit his identity, something clicked in his mind. He immediately said, the experiment from that year was indeed a success, haha. Little Qingqian, do you really want to meet your parents? I take you to the lab, okay? The people here are so mean. You misunderstood me, little Qingqian. Luo Qingqian's eyebrows curved, and like a curious child, he sheathed his Fei Wuxian bow. Uncle Fan, you said misunderstanding? What do you mean? Oh, and you said my parents are also at the 6th base? The two of them exchanged a considerable conversation, and many people below were listening. Mo Yunqi had already clenched his fists. His whole body was tense, and he looked extremely nervous that Luo Qingqian had been tricked by Fan Jinlong, and had become his enemy. These Batmen alone were formidable enough, and Fan Jinlong was even more of a match. Add Luo Qingqian to the mix. Mo Yunqi couldn't imagine the 6th base's final outcome. Cheng Hua didn't show much reaction. He looked at Luo Qingqian with a gentle gaze, and even heard a hint of amusement in his tone. He knew Luo Qingqian was trying to trick him. Fan Jinlong, seeing Luo Qingqian's expression, assumed he believed his words. He looked at him, feeling a surge of excitement. Luo Qingqian met Fan Jinlong's eyes, not missing the greed and covetousness he gleamed in her gaze. The experiment from that year? In other words, Fan Jinlong knew what had happened to her. Luo Qingqian instantly thought of the chip on his forearm. Uncle Fan, what experiment were you talking about? Fan Jinlong smiled lewdly, staring intently at Luo Qing. You need to meet Dr. Luo and Dr. Yun to find out about this. So follow me, I take you somewhere. Luo Qingqian asked with a grin. Where? An underwater laboratory, or an underwater mining pipeline. Fan Jinlong narrowed his eyes. You know everything? Luo Qingqian smiled at Fan Jinlong, and suddenly disappeared, reappearing right in front of Luo Qingqian. Bang! Luo Qingqian's punch landed hard on Fan Jinlong's nose. Fan Jinlong's nose was instantly crooked. Luo Qingtian groped his wrist and smiled. This kind of real flesh punch is so satisfying. Luo Qingtian then followed with another punch. Fan Jinlong tried to dodge several times, but Luo Qingtian's hand was like a giant iron clamp, gripping him tightly, leaving him no chance to resist. Finally, Luo Qingtian's fist sent Fan Jinlong plummeting from the sky, sending him crashing to the ground. A large crater formed in the hard concrete, and Fan Jinlong lay helpless inside. But Luo Qingtian had no intention of letting him go. She descended rapidly from the sky. One foot struck Fan Jinlong's abdomen. Fan Jinlong's entire body convulsed in pain. Opening his eyes, he saw Luo Qingtian charging towards him, and terrified, he quickly rolled to his feet and dodged. Luo Qingtian missed his step, allowing Fan Jinlong to take flight again, flying toward the sea. Luo Qingtian followed closely behind, and the two soon soared above the water. "Haha. You dare to chase me." Luo Qingtian relaxed his shoulders. "Why not?" Fan Jinlong narrowed his eyes at Luo Qingtian and suddenly burst into laughter. "You forced me to do this. Removing that thing from your body is what I always dreamed of." Luo Qingtian died. As soon as he finished speaking, the waves rolled, and the entire sea seemed to be boiling. Then, the waves soared high, forming a water prison that enveloped Luo Qingtian. Chapter 636. On the shore, everyone saw the surging waves. The waves were as high as tall buildings. As if guided by some unknown force, they all charged towards Luo Qingtian. When the waves receded, Luo Qingtian and Fan Jinlong had vanished into the air. Qingtian, Luo Qingtian, Mo Yunqi and Cheng Hua simultaneously ran towards the surface, staring blankly at the vanishing figures in the sky. They even forgot about the Batmen that were constantly attacking them from behind. Suddenly, a Batman bit at the back of Mo Yunqi's head. Cheng Hua raised her hand, and white liquid instantly condensed, blocking the Batman's bite. More and more Batmen began to attack. Geng Shuang looked triumphantly at Cheng Hua and Mo Yunqi, surrounded by the Batmen in the distance, her smile growing wider. At this moment, she was still operating a controller like a video game console. She was completely oblivious to the inching closer behind her until a knife pierced her body. Geng Shuang turned around in shock. He happened to see Wu Bei's sinister eyes, his back now leaning against Geng Shuang. In his hand was a sharp golden stone dagger. Geng Shuang glanced down at his chest, then tilted his head to look at Wu Bei. "Wu Bei, do you know what you're doing?" Wu Bei pursed his lips. "I'm killing you. I make it so you can no longer control me," Wu Bei said, pulling out the dagger and stabbing again. This time, however, Wu Bei didn't penetrate. Instead, Geng Shuang grabbed his wrist. "Do you think I'm as fragile as you? Can a dagger kill me?" As he finished speaking, a pair of enormous bat wings appeared behind Geng Shuang. Then, as if watching a joke, Geng Shuang thrust his hand into Wu Bei's body. She leaned close to Wu Bei's ear and smiled. "I know you're in the military, and I know how much scientific research eyes you secretly sent to them, but my father and I don't care. After all, if you're gone, there will be others. It's better to keep you under our watch." Wu Bei stared at the dry, sharp hand piercing his body, blood pouring from his mouth. Wu Bei turned to look at Mo Yunqi, who was still fighting nearby. She extended her hand in Mo Yunqi's direction. Mo Yunqi, who had also noticed Wu Bei's appearance, suddenly felt a surge of energy around him, and he quickly rushed towards Wu Bei. Cheng Hua followed closely behind, and together they knocked Geng Shuang away. Cheng Hua then restrained Geng Shuang, while Mo Yunqi embraced Wu Bei. "Wu Bei, how are you? Hold on. I find a healer for you now. If you survive, I personally apply for a first-class merit for you." Wu Bei pulled out a USB drive. "Captain, this contains the seabed data from beneath the research ice. I'm sorry, I was ultimately controlled by Geng Shuang, but I just broke free. Captain, please take care of my family." With these words, Wu Bei finally passed away. Mo Yunqi watched Wu Bei die in his arms, his eyes bloodshot. He turned to look at Geng Shuang. The black dagger reappeared in his hands, but this time, it had undergone a quantum leap. The original short dagger was now almost longer than his entire arm. A black mark resembling a cross appeared on Wu Bei's forehead. At this moment, Mo Yunqi's supernatural power advanced. He looked in Geng Shuang's direction and rushed over like a gust of wind. In a dark, four-sided world, Luo Qingtian found herself trapped in a water-filled area. There was no light. It was so quiet, as if she had fallen into a silent world. And there was no shore to be found. It felt more like being trapped in a square box. In the water, electrical attacks continuously pounded her body, sending a tingling sensation through her body. She felt a constant ache and weakness throughout her body. Luo Qingtian squinted her eyes and looked around. If she stayed any longer in this situation, she would drown. There was no way to breathe, and there was no way out. But Luo Qingtian could sense Fan Jinlong hiding in the water. If she was careless, she would be struck by him. What kind of supernatural power was this? It was truly difficult to deal with. Luo Qingtian looked around. Xiaolu could sense Luo Qingtian suffocating. It emerged from Luo Qingtian's hair and enveloped him. Using its own power, it gave Luo Qingtian a little breathing space. Luo Qingtian, staying within Xiaolu's body, surveyed his surroundings and quickly located Fan Jinlong. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to attack, Fan Jinlong suddenly vanished. Luo Qingtian was stunned. Why did Fan Jinlong's situation look so much like a domain? Luo Qingtian zoomed in on the minimap and, as expected, spotted Fan Jinlong swimming back and forth. So it's a domain? That makes it easy. Luo Qingtian's lips curled slightly. He unleashed his supernatural power all around. Domain. Then the water level began to drop, and Luo Qingtian and Xiaolu's heads emerged. Xiaolu let go of Luo Qingtian and found a spot to watch the show. Then, the surroundings began to brighten, and ice balls continuously fell. They smashed into the water. They also smashed into Fan Jinlong. Fan Jinlong could still avoid invisibility in the water, but the water level had dropped dramatically. By the time he reacted, the water had dropped to his knees, and ice balls were constantly falling from all directions. All of them were aimed at Fan Jinlong. Fan Jinlong dodged here and there like a Tetris puzzle. Finally, he was trapped in a pile of ice balls. Fan Jinlong glared at Luo Qingtian angrily. You actually have a domain too. I want that energy in you more and more. Luo Qingtian looked at Fan Jinlong with a half smile. All she wanted was for him to tell her everything. The ice ball's descent completely froze the water to his ankles. Fan Jinlong tried to attack Luo Qingtian in the few remaining spaces, but Luo Qingtian kicked him away. After confirming that Fan Jinlong had little strength left, Luo Qingtian stamped his feet on the ground. Fan Jinlong instantly felt a powerful pressure bearing down on him, forcing him to collapse to the ground, unable to move. Luo Qingtian then slowly walked up to Fan Jinlong and looked down at him. You said you wanted the energy in my body? You're dreaming. Fan Jinlong struggled to lift his head and looked at Luo Qingtian. Haha, Dr. Luo is truly amazing. He actually allowed you to activate that power. But I'm curious, do you still acknowledge them as your parents? Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes, pondering Fan Jinlong's words. What does this person mean? Did my parents experiment on me back then? Were they bad experiments, so I resent them? No, Grandma often speaks of my parents' character. Even Uncle, she said, they would never do anything that violated the principles of life. What do you want to say? I'm standing right here. I'm eager to see what else you, a lingering loser, can do. Chapter 637. Fan Jinlong stretched out his hand with great effort towards Luo Qingtian. He tried to grab Luo Qingtian's ankle. Luo Qingtian took 2 steps back. His grasp missed, but 2 bright black rays appeared from his hand and quickly penetrated Luo Qingtian's calf. Luo Qingtian stood still, not dodging, but staring at Fan Jinlong. Fan Jinlong tried to draw on Luo Qingtian's power. When he felt the pure energy entering his body, Fan Jinlong's eyes flashed with intense greed and excitement. It's pure energy from the Earth's core, as expected. Luo Qingtian, you and I are neither truly human in the true sense of the word. The difference between you and me is that you were created, while I have transformed myself through my own strength. You're lucky because you were needed, so you were created. But as for me, I should be the same as you. Luo Qingtian could clearly feel her experience points being drained away bit by bit. But she deliberately did not resist. She used her body to sense the 2 bright black rays. The aura of these rays was strikingly similar to her own bright gray rays, but the difference was that this light seemed to be generated by force, unlike her own. It was condensed by the forces of growth and countergrowth. Looking at Fan Jinlong, who was gradually regaining his strength, Luo Qing said, You're saying I'm not human? Are you stupid? I was born by my mother. Luo Qingtian had seen her birth certificate in her grandmother's drawer. It even had the name of the doctor who delivered her. How could she not be human? Haha, you're trying to trick me. What should I do? I don't want to tell you at all. Luo Qingtian scoffed. So? You think you're so powerful just because you absorbed a little of my experience? Luo Qingtian suddenly lifted his foot. A bright gray beam of light emerged from Luo Qingtian's body, entwining itself around the bright black beam. It swallowed the bright black beam forcefully. Luo Qingtian then thrust his beam into Fan Jinlong's body. Luo Qingtian once again walked over to Fan Jinlong, squatted down, and whispered, "What experiment did my parents conduct back then? Oh, and what about the energy at the Earth's core?" Fan Jinlong's entire body convulsed in pain. He felt the power he had just absorbed being drained away bit by bit. He stared at Luo Qingtian in horror. Luo Qingtian chuckled, "You must have used the data my father left behind to imitate something. Since it's an imitation, you should know how vulnerable your copycat is to the original. Be good and tell me everything I want to know, and I make your death easier." Fan Jinlong glared at Luo Qingtian with bloodshot eyes. "Haha, you want to know? You want to know what your parents did to you? You want to know under what circumstances they gave birth to you and transformed you? Oh, and I have a piece of news for you. You were chosen to be born. It's fair to say that they truly hate me. They chose so many offspring, but only you survived." Ha ha ha. Luo Qingtian's mouth twitched. Is this guy driving? He wants to drive before he dies, right? Luo Qingtian stared at Fan Jinlong and suddenly thought, "You're so confident, are you thinking you have the immortality of a fungus? Even though we're in this domain, if we leave, whatever you become, you fall into the sea. Will you regenerate then?" When Fan Jinlong heard Luo Qingtian's words, a flash of panic crossed his eyes. It was fleeting, but Luo Qingtian caught it. Luo Qingtian chuckled. "I have your bacterial colonies. I'd blow up that lab, and the mining pipeline too. And I'm not going to stab you to death. I'm going to absorb you," Luo Qingtian said, as several beams of light pierced Fan Jinlong's body again. Luo Qingtian smiled, as he absorbed Fan Jinlong's power. Pure vitality and energy rapidly surged into Luo Qingtian's body. Fan Jinlong could clearly feel the life draining from his body. At this moment, he was filled with hatred and jealousy for Luo Qingtian. "No, I'm telling you, please let me go. Whatever you want to know, I tell you." Luo Qingtian stopped absorbing and looked at Fan Jinlong. "What did my parents do? Does the apocalypse have anything to do with you? Who am I? Why do you say I'm not human? What did you do on the lab bench back then?" Fan Jinlong stared at Luo Qingtian and gritted his teeth. "Your body contains the same power that Dr. Luo extracted from the Earth's core. The apocalypse has nothing to do with us, but it does with the third civilization. You're human, but not quite. On the lab bench, Fan Jinlong paused at this point. He sneered at Luo Qingtian and said, "Go to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, Fan Jinlong's body suddenly exploded. The moment Luo Qingtian felt the energy explosion, he withdrew his domain and vanished. Luo Qingtian calculated the time and, after Fan Jinlong's explosion, followed him out of the space, just in time to see Fan Jinlong's body explode into pieces. Small blue and green energy blocks also fell into the sea. Luo Qingtian watched Fan Jinlong disappear from the sky. She was truly terrified that he might transform into a fungus and wreak havoc in the sea. And those energy blocks, she wondered if she should throw them back into the sea. Just as Luo Qingtian was pondering this, the sounds of fierce fighting rang out from a distance. Luo Qingtian's aimless ice bow appeared in her hand. Luo Qingtian drew her bow and aimed an arrow at the batmen. No, bat monkeys, fighting below. Every arrow would take out a bat monkey. Luo Qingtian diligently collected the bat monkey ice sculptures while shooting. In the end, only Geng Shuang remained. Geng Shuang was now outnumbered, fiercely combated by Cheng Hua and Mo Yunqi. To be more precise, Geng Shuang was completely overwhelmed by the two opponents. He had even planned his escape plan later. An arrow flew in. Fusion. 3 ice arrows merged into one, piercing Geng Shuang's body. Ice exploded within Geng Shuang's body, and Geng Shuang himself was reduced to an ice sculpture. Luo Qingtian flew over, grabbed the Geng Shuang ice sculpture, and flung it into space. Cheng Hua and Mo Yunqi looked at Luo Qingtian's sudden appearance and breathed a sigh of relief. "Great, Qingtian, you're finally back." Luo Qingtian glanced at Cheng Hua and nodded slightly. "Yes, I destroyed their lab and pipelines. There will be no more sea beasts or batmen." Mo Yunqi looked at Luo Qingtian in surprise, and was about to step forward to thank him when Luo Qingtian took off again. "It's okay, I be leaving now." Luo Qingtian left the 6th base in front of the two of them and flew towards the 7th base. Chapter 638. Cheng Hua and Mo Yunqi watched Luo Qingtian's retreating back, stunned for a moment. Only when Luo Qingtian's figure grew smaller did they realize he had truly left. Chum Hua watched Luo Qingtian leave with a bitter expression. If the dispute between them hadn't occurred before, Chum Hua might have tried to persuade him to stay. But Luo Qingtian didn't even glance at him as he left. Had last night's dispute disappointed Luo Qingtian? Chum Hua gently stroked his chest, feeling a sore and bitter sensation. What happened next was not something he could participate in, and as for what Mo Yunqi would do, he had no desire to know. On the day Luo Qingtian left, he boarded the boat with Qinshan and departed. Luo Qingtian left the 6th base, flew a short distance toward the 7th base, and then entered the interstellar space. At this point, the dead bodies lying in rows on the grass in the interstellar space formed a complete circle. Little Machio, Dubai, and Giant Eagle all stood at the center of this circle. They stared intently at the people before them, ready to strike them dead on the head if they showed any sign of waking. As Luo Qingtian approached them, he noticed several large bumps on each of their heads. Luo Qingtian rubbed his forehead, speechless. Thank you for your hard work. I bring you something delicious when I get back. I take them out first. Luo Qingtian walked out the door and headed straight back to town. As soon as he emerged, he immediately moved all the scientists out of the space. It was already early morning. Suddenly, a group of people lay dead outside Luo Qingtian's villa. Shen Yunren had just stepped out. Seeing the corpses, the group nearly jumped in fear. Then, a gust of wind rushed out from behind him, and Luo Xiaowu appeared in the doorway in an instant. Qingtian, you're back. Luo Xiaowu said, rushing to Luo Qingtian's side and hugging him. Luo Qingtian reached out and patted Luo Xiaowu on the back. Then he pushed him away. Xiaowu, how many apartments are available in your area? Go to the lab and find Mr. Tian. Have him arrange accommodations for these people. Luo Xiaowu looked back at the bodies lying on the ground, then back at Luo Qingtian. Qingtian, who are they? Are they the scientists you found? As he spoke, Chu Xiao woke up. He rubbed his head, sat up, and looked around bewilderedly. Xiao Qingtian, where is this place? Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. This Chu Xiao woke up really quickly. From this perspective, this Chu Xiao was indeed a handsome, good-looking old man. However, those 2 large bumps on his head, like horns, ruined his beauty. Chu Xiao hissed as he finished speaking. He reached out and touched his head, grinning. What's wrong with my head? Why is there such a big bump? Luo Qingtian coughed lightly. Maybe you got bumped while we were transporting you. Sorry. Luo Qingtian looked away, still feeling a little guilty. At this moment, the other scientists on the ground woke up. They looked around in confusion. When Jean Bauer got up, she jumped up. Where's the teacher? Where's the teacher's wife? Jean Bauer started searching. Luo Qingtian frowned and looked at her. Sister Jean, are you looking for my parents? Jean Bauer looked at Luo Qingtian and quickly stepped forward. Little Qingtian, did you find the teacher and the teacher's wife? Luo Qingtian shook his head. No, if I had, I wouldn't have continued my journey. But why do you think I found my parents? Luo Qingtian's gaze was fixed on Jean Bauer. Jean Bauer opened her mouth to say that she heard the teacher and his wife arguing about Director Chu. But for some reason, the memory began to blur. The pressure and aura Luo Qingtian exerted on her were so overwhelming that she didn't even want to answer. She smiled awkwardly and said, I dreamed that the teacher and his wife were arguing about Director Chu. At this moment, all the scientists woke up. They had just heard this. Chu Xiao blushed even more. Jean Bauer, what nonsense are you talking about? Luo Qingtian's mouth twitched. What? Was there some secret between his mother and this Chu Xiao? Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes as he studied Chu Xiao, his aura growing dangerous. Chu Xiao felt his body temperature drop by several degrees. Chu Xiao shuddered. After noticing Luo Qingtian's gaze, he immediately explained, Little Qingtian, don't misunderstand me. This girl is talking nonsense. Your mother and I are innocent. Back then, I was unappreciated for my talent, and it was Dr. Luo who recruited me to the laboratory. If we're to talk about a relationship, your mother was my mentor. After hearing Chu Xiao's words, Luo Qingtian's low pressure finally eased. At this point, the scientists lying dead all stood up. Luo Qingtian addressed the crowd, Everyone, my name is Luo Qingtian, and I'm the mayor of this town. You were enslaved and forced under the sea, and I saved you. I didn't intend to force you. But I don't intend to let you go either. I have both laboratories and research labs here. You can choose the profession you like and continue your career. The system and benefits remain the same as before the apocalypse, except your income will be replaced with food and points. I provide you with accommodation. All you have to do is research solutions to the apocalypse, research vaccines, weapons, and even machinery that will benefit human life. Luo Qingtian glanced at Yi Xiao, who emerged from behind him. Physicists follow him. Chemistry, medicine, biology, someone will be here to pick you up shortly. Yi Xiao stepped forward and nodded slightly to the scientists before him. Everyone, please follow me. If you have any specific questions, feel free to ask me. A few lifeless scientists looked at Yi Xiao, then at Luo Qingtian. Whatever they wanted to ask, they finally shut up and quietly followed Yi Xiao out. At this moment, Elder Tian was brought over by Luo Xiaowu. Upon seeing the researchers present, he immediately smiled. Great. This lab has been incredibly busy these past few days. I didn't expect you, Qingtian, to bring back so many helpers. Chu Xiao's eyes widened upon seeing Master Tian. Excuse me, are you Master Tian? Master Tian looked in the direction of the voice. Chu Xiao? You're still alive. Chu Xiao excitedly rushed to Master Tian's side. Teacher, it's really you. Chu Xiao's eyes instantly welled up. He had once been Master Tian's most admired student, having worked in his lab for years. Due to his own mistakes, experimental data was stolen. He was implicated. To protect his teacher's lab, he took on everything and left. Later, he was recruited to the interstellar laboratory by Luo Qingtian's mother. After the apocalypse, he had thought his teacher was gone. He hadn't expected to meet him here. He had been a little nervous after hearing Luo Qingtian's words. But seeing that his teacher seemed to be doing well, his worries vanished. Chapter 639. The teacher and student met, and there was much to talk about. Luo Qingtian had wanted to ask more questions, but decided to settle them first. Old Tian looked at Luo Qingtian with joy. Little Qingtian, thank you for saving so many talented people. They are all treasures of humanity. Luo Qingtian shrugged. You're welcome, Old Tian. I also want the apocalypse to end quickly. I send some supplies to your lab later. Please take them there first. Old Tian smiled and nodded. Okay, haha, that's great. Our vaccine is at a critical juncture. Chu Xiao's arrival couldn't be better. Ha ha ha. Old Tian reached out and grabbed Chu Xiao's wrist, then walked back. After taking a few steps, he suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Luo Qingtian. Qingtian, the cafeteria over at the lab gave us an extra non-mutated pig today. Luo Qingtian burst into laughter. Okay, I have Shu send another cow over later. Old Tian was even happier, waving cheerfully at Luo Qingtian before leaving. Luo Qingtian retrieved a pig and a cow from the space, knocked them unconscious, and threw them to Luo Xiaowu. Go have Butcher Zhang take care of these two beasts. Once you're done, send them to the research institute and the laboratory. Luo Xiaowu lifted the pig and the cow in each hand. Grinning, he said, Okay, Qingtian, wait for me. I'll be right back. Luo Xiaowu happily ran off. Watching him leave, Luo Qingtian once again looked toward the laboratory and aquarium. He wondered if he should go to Base 7 first, and then come back to find Jean Bauer and Chu Xiao. Luo Qingtian thought for a moment, and decided to let them settle down while he made his way on his way, returning to see them tomorrow. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian turned around and prepared to return to the villa. As he turned, he saw Dijiang standing behind him. Dijiang looked at Luo Qingtian with a gentle gaze, an emotion in his eyes that Luo Qingtian couldn't interpret. Dijiang, you scared me. Luo Qingtian scoffed. Dijiang smiled. Sorry, I didn't expect you to come back at this time. I'm surprised. I'm delighted. Oh, you came back to see someone off. Luo Qingtian's tone was slightly distant, and Dijiang could hear it. He still looked at Luo Qingtian with a smile. Yes, I know. Thank you for all you've done for humanity's survival. Luo Qingtian sighed. It's a little early to thank you. I hope you feel the same way in a few days. After all, I blew up the underwater laboratory and the scientific research ice extraction pipeline. Now, I don't know what the 6th base military will say. Dijiang heard the hidden meaning in Luo Qingtian's words and looked at Luo Qingtian with concern. Did something happen? Luo Qingtian's lips curled slightly. Something did happen. Perhaps you find out in a few days. Dijiang was now even more worried. Luo Qingtian's words clearly meant something serious. Could there be a conflict with the military? Luo Qingtian continued. Dijiang, if one day our stance changes, will you leave Qingtian town? Dijiang opened his mouth. Will you betray our country and humanity? Luo Qingtian shook his head. No. I will never betray humanity. Dijiang nodded. As long as you don't do anything harmful to our country or humanity, even if we just have different stances. As long as it's right, I support you. Luo Qingtian's smile widened. I hope you remember what you said today. Don't let yourself get slapped in the face later. Luo Qing waved to Di Jiang and turned back into the villa. Luo Qingtian opened the door and walked out. He was already flying over the sea, but his flight direction was opposite to Cheng Hua's. Another day passed, and Luo Qingtian began to feel sleepy. Xiaolu, how long would it take to see the coast? I was so sleepy. Xiaolu was speechless. It was just a ball of seaweed. How could it possibly know when we reach our destination? It stood above Luo Qingtian's head, gazing into the distance. Then, suddenly, it jumped into the sea, its body steadily expanding until it transformed into a green raft. Luo Qingtian, seeing this, excitedly jumped onto Xiaolu. Xiaolu, to make Luo Qingtian more comfortable, had even weaved its tentacles into railings around him. Luo Qingtian lay leisurely on Xiaolu's body and sailed forward. Dusk fell. Stars gradually appeared in the sky. Luo Qingtian lay on Xiaolu's body, staring at the glittering stars in amazement. She couldn't tell how long it had been since she had seen such beautiful stardust. It's just that this star looks a little strange. Why is it so red? Just as she was thinking, a sudden strong wind blew up at sea, and the waves surged. Xiaolu was lifted high into the sky by the waves, then fell heavily. Luo Qingtian felt like she was swinging on Xiaolu's body. The excitement at the beginning was followed by nausea. Xiaolu, hold on. I'm going to vomit. With these words, Xiaolu instantly extended its tentacles and wrapped them around Luo Qingtian. The next moment, Luo Qingtian and Xiaolu were engulfed by the waves. After an unknown amount of time, the waves receded, and the once turbulent seas suddenly calmed down. Somewhere in the ocean, two men were staring off into the distance. What's going on? Is he dead? It seems so. Even if he's not dead, he can't live. That's good. Under the water, Xiaolu took Luo Qingtian to the seabed, waited for the waves to calm, and then swam back to the surface. In the water, Luo Qingtian looked around inside Xiaolu's body and saw the island ahead. Xiaolu, get up and swim over there. There's an island over there. Let's go and take a look. Xiaolu quickly swam Luo Qingtian to the surface and prepared to swim towards the island. But once they reached the surface, Luo Qingtian was surprised to find that the so-called island was nowhere to be seen. Xiaolu and Luo Qingtian then dived again, and the island reappeared not far away. Let's just go! Xiaolu didn't intend to leave Xiaolu's body, so he just let Xiaolu swim forward. After swimming for an unknown amount of time, they finally reached Xiaolu. Xiaolu gradually surfaced. Luo Qingtian emerged from Xiaolu's body and led her from the shore toward the island. Luo Qingtian's clothes were mostly wet, and a gust of wind blew. He could still feel the chill running down his body. He opened the minimap and checked his surroundings. After confirming that no one was around, he quickly changed his clothes. A forest lay in front of the island. It didn't look very large though. Luo Qingtian adjusted his hair as he walked deeper into the island. After only a few steps, Luo Qingtian heard the cheers of a group of people from the depths of the forest. He followed the sound and saw rows of buildings ahead. These buildings looked more like prison cells. And in front of Luo Qingtian stood a sign, Evil Island. Chapter 640. Evil Man Island? Why does it sound so familiar? Luo Qingtian glanced at his forearm and suddenly thought of the creation skill. It seemed that when he reclaimed the creation skill, he had killed the owner of the Evil Man Island in advance. Was this the place he was talking about? I had originally thought that by killing the owner, no one would create another Evil Man Island. Unexpectedly, even without the owner, the Evil Man Island would still exist. It was said that the Evil Man Island was a huge prison, filled with highly intelligent criminals or extremely vicious individuals. Luo Qingtian sighed. He was already considering whether to leave. However, after sailing on the sea for so long, coupled with the waves just now, Luo Qingtian was now completely lost. If he wanted to reach the 7th base, he would have to find someone to ask. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian walked quietly forward. In the distance, at the front of a group of houses, a group of men gathered around a bonfire, laughing. Atop the campfire, a massive fish lay. As Luo Qingtian approached, he stopped at the outermost edge. Because he was deep in the island's forest, Luo Qingtian's form was completely obscured by the surrounding grass and trees. This way, he wouldn't be seen, but he could hear the voices of the people talking. Luo Qingtian carefully observed their situation. Then he saw two people running in from the other path. Master Jing, they're gone. The man known as Master Jing was drinking from a glass. Upon hearing the conversation, he immediately put down his glass. They're gone? Are you sure they're gone, or were they thrown into the sea? The man speaking looked at Master Jing and swallowed nervously. Master Jing, she's truly gone. Jiangying and I searched for her nearby for a long time, but we didn't see any women come ashore. Master Jing sneered, one of his hands suddenly transforming into a mechanical arm, and he grabbed the man's neck. Xiao Fan, have I ever told you I hate scheming people? I give you a chance to speak. Master Jing's eyes were deep and cold, and as he looked at Xiao Fan, he was like a venomous snake stalking its prey. Xiao Fan felt a chill run down his spine, even feeling something crawling on him. Master, seriously, it's not like I haven't looked. I even turned up the waves, but I still couldn't find her. Master Jing leaned lazily against the back of his chair. Such a wonderful woman, just gone like that. Haha, do you think you two deserve to live? After he finished speaking, the man with Xiao Fan began to convulse, and a snake crawled out of his mouth. The snake devoured his tongue. Then, colorful little snakes began to appear from the man's stomach and feet. The man wailed in pain. He tried to speak, but couldn't. He looked pleadingly at the man sitting across from him. Master Jing sneered. He took a sip from the wine glass on the table. Since it's useless, let it be food. Come on, skewer this pig for me. As soon as he finished speaking, two burly men emerged, holding sticks as long as trees. Master, do you want us to deal with this? Master Jing waved his hand lazily, and then another man lifted the man up. Then, like a lamb to be slaughtered, he was carried away by the two men. The two men walked into the woods, right near Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian watched with his own eyes, as the two men disemboweled the man and ripped out his internal organs. They reduced the man to a shell, then thrust the stick through his mouth and impaled him. Watching this, Luo Qingtian felt his blood boiling and his stomach throbbing. He even felt like vomiting. He gritted his teeth, holding back the nausea, and continued to look. He saw the impaled man roasting over the bonfire. The people around him burst into laughter at this scene. Xiao Fan, trembling all over, knelt in front of Master Jing, looking at him with despair. Are you scared now? Then why didn't you foresee this outcome when you let that woman go? Xiao Fan pursed his lips and lowered his head, not daring to speak. Master Jing sneered. If you want to be a good person, you must have the intention to be a good person. This is Villain Island, and everyone on this island is a vicious and cruel person. Xiao Fan, you should have known this from the first day you arrived here. Xiao Fan cowed out repeatedly to Master Jing. Master, I was really wrong. Next time I encounter a good one, I definitely won't go into the water. I just catch it. Master Jing narrowed his eyes at Xiao Fan. He just tried to scare him. After all, there was only one water-based psychic on the entire evil island. He could control the waves. He could even catch fish. If he killed him, we lose a valuable helper. Xiao Fan didn't dare breathe, kneeling stiffly on the ground, awaiting Master Jing's decision. At that moment, someone came over with a plate of meat and carefully placed it on the table in front of Master Jing. Master, your dinner. Master Jing raised an eyebrow at the man serving the food. He wasn't handsome, but he was thin and somewhat handsome. He looked much better than the other men eating at the other tables. There's no woman on the entire island to entertain me, so stay and play with me, Master Jing said as he picked up his chopsticks and put a piece of meat into his mouth. He glanced disdainfully at Xiao Fan, who was kneeling on the ground. You go ahead. Go catch some edible fish tomorrow. Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. This meant that Master Jing would not kill him, would let him go. Xiao Fan kowtowed to Master Jing again. Yes, Master. Master Jing waved to Xiao Fan, who excitedly stood up and quickly left. Luo Qitian looked at these people with disgust. Now she understood why this place was called the Island of Evil Men. There wasn't a single normal person on this entire island. When the man was killed, everyone near the bonfire watched him being disposed of with a spectator's mindset. They were used to it, even taking it for granted. Especially when they saw the man roasting on the bonfire, their eyes were filled with burning greed. Ah! Master, I was wrong. Let me go. The man's voice rang out again, followed by the sound of dishes and chopsticks falling to the ground. The man who had just delivered the food was now being stripped naked by Master Jing and pressed against the table. He himself had pulled down his own pants. He was about to step forward. Watching this, Luo Qingtian felt a nauseous urge to dig her eyes out. She turned and stepped back, ready to temporarily leave this disgusting place. But after a few steps, she stepped on small snakes crawling towards her. One of the snakes even slithered onto Luo Qingtian's ankle. Luo Qingtian, suppressing her nausea, kicked the snake away. He then removed the snake from her ankle, threw it to the ground, and stomped on it to death. This action made Luo Qingtian feel a chill on his back, and then Luo Qingtian quickly turned his head to look over. Chapter 641. Jing Yi was about to knock out the man before him. Suddenly, something flashed through his mind, and he abruptly raised his head to look off into the distance. Luo Qingtian, who had just turned, met their eyes. As they exchanged glances, Luo Qingtian's eyes were filled with disgust and revulsion. Jing Yi's gaze, however, was filled with burning passion and lust as he gazed at Luo Qingtian. It truly was effortless. Jing Yi kicked the man away and strode towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian took a deep breath. White wings quickly unfolded behind her, and she soared high into the sky. As the man reached the periphery, Luo Qingtian reached out, and the red flying fire mysterious bow instantly appeared in her hand. Luo Qingtian drew her bow and released the arrow, flowing like water, in one smooth motion. The arrow flew towards Jing Yi, who quickly jumped up and backed away. The arrow followed Jing Yi, finally exploding beside him. Boom boom boom, Master Jing was blown away, his body falling toward the bonfire. But before he hit the ground, Master Jing managed to steady himself in midair. This scene silenced everyone present. They stared at Master Jing in surprise. Some were about to ask what was happening. From the sky, red arrows flew, piercing many of the people present. The whole place exploded with them. Many people were blown away and fell into the flames. Some were pierced directly through their bodies, instantly turning them to dust. And Luo Qingtian, standing high in the sky, never stopped firing. Meteor shower. Luo Qingtian targeted the entire area and unleashed his ultimate fire arrow attack. A huge shower of flaming meteors descended, wiping out most of the villains in an instant. Another group of villains now aimed at Luo Qingtian in the sky. Tut tut tut, all sorts of weapons, even one-handed cannons, were fired at Luo Qingtian. Wind-type psychics flew close to him, unleashing wind blades. Luo Qingtian quipped at the incoming bullets. And then, there was the psychic not far away, constantly hurling wind blades at him. Xiaolu suddenly leaped over Luo Qingtian's head, blocking all the incoming bullets. At the flying psychic not far away, Luo Qingtian unleashed an arrow, piercing the man directly through the body. Finally, the man exploded in the air, creating a dazzling display of fireworks. Finally, he vanished without a trace. It all happened so quickly. And Luo Qingtian never stopped firing arrows. Most of the people on the villain island were also killed by Luo Qingtian. Some people hid behind Master Jing. Master, call out our guardian beasts. Otherwise, we all die here. Yes, Master Jing. A group of people hesitantly cried to Master Jing, while Luo Qingtian, perplexed, stared at them from the air. Guardian beasts? How could such a thing exist on this island? As soon as he said this, the entire island began to shake, and all sorts of small snakes began to appear around Master Jing. Then a gigantic head emerged from below. Master Jing looked at the head, reached out and touched it. Come, take me up to that woman. With these words, the head emerged from the ground. Master Jing stepped on the giant head, and Luo Qingtian saw a gigantic two-headed python. It slowly crawled out from below. The enormous body practically covered the entire island, its coils circling it. At this moment, Master Jing was standing on the giant python's head, stopping at the same height as Luo Qingtian. He looked at Luo Qingtian with smug pride, his tone both contemptuous and confident. Woman, you succeeded in pissing me off. You're strong and hot. I like it. Luo Qingtian listened to this speech speechlessly, feeling the urge to stomp the man in front of him into the ground. Did I ever tell you you're disgusting? Luo Qing drew the Fei Wuxian bow to full draw, aimed at Master Jing, and shot. The arrow flew in front of Master Jing, but was intercepted by the giant python's other head. Then Luo Qingtian watched as the giant python actually devoured his arrow. My goodness, is this thing really a python? It even eats fire. Seeing Luo Qingtian had no intention of cooperating, Master Jing on the other side said gloomily, Woman, I love you. Stay with me, and I fatten you up. If you don't agree, I beat you to death today to keep you here. Fool. Luo Qingtian drew his bow with disdain. This time, Luo Qingtian was surrounded by fire arrows, 9 in total, plus the 3 in his hand. 12 arrows were released simultaneously. Master Jing on the other side panicked. Seeing so many arrows coming at him, he felt powerless for the first time. Little python, hurry, hurry, eat these. One of the two-headed python's heads began to target Luo Qingtian's arrows, and began to bite them frantically. But before it could finish off all 12 arrows, The remaining arrows landed near Master Jing. Master Jing cried out in pain. Then his body fell to the ground. Ah! Little python, save me! The giant python suddenly lowered its head. I searched for Master Jing and caught him before he hit the ground. From the ground, Master Jing's exasperated voice echoed, You bitch! I don't want to keep you anymore. Little python, kill her! The two-headed python twisted its body upon hearing this, looking at Luo Qingtian. Then the python charged toward Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian drew his bow and unleashed a barrage of arrows, unleashing 15 in a row as the python charged. Fusion! The 15 arrows instantly merged into 5 flaming arrows. Embracing flaming beams, each one blasted towards the two-headed python. The python's body slammed to the ground. The entire island shook again. Luo Qingtian continued to fire arrows. The entire island was filled with the sound of the Feihuaxian bow exploding. Ah, little python, hurry up! It hurt so much. Master Jing ducked around the python, hoping to avoid Luo Qingtian's arrows. But Luo Qingtian's arrows had too much range. No matter how he dodged, he eventually be caught in the nearby explosion. Jingyi was practically frantic. He dodged and ran towards his quarters, which, being a prison, were exceptionally well built. As long as he could hide inside, he'd be saved. Luo Qingtian, on the other hand, gave him no chance to escape. Catching him in a trap was a good strategy, but it was troublesome. Luo Qingtian aimed her bow at Jingyi, who was running ahead, and unleashed an arrow. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed incessantly, and Jingyi wailed as he ran. She was getting closer and closer to the quarters. Luo Qingtian instantly switched from the flying fire mysterious bow to the Amos ice bow. Then Luo Qingtian drew her bow and unleashed an ice arrow, which stopped right where Jingyi was, completely blocking Jingyi's path. Because the arrows were so close together, they formed an ice cage. Luo Qingtian sneered at Jingyi, who was being stared at from a distance, and then ran towards him. Suddenly, the head of the two-headed python rushed out and charged directly towards Luo Qingtian. Chapter 642. The two-headed python rushed out and slammed into Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian was knocked back by the python, his body flying far away. The python took the opportunity to chase Luo Qingtian's body. As it neared Luo Qingtian, both heads opened their maws wide, threatening to bite him. However, before the python could get close, Luo Qingtian steadied himself in midair. Luo Qingtian quickly released a clone, and both the original and the clone simultaneously punched the python's head. Bang! 2 fist-on-flesh sounds echoed, and the python felt dizzy before falling to the ground. As it hit the ground, its massive body smashed through the trees on Evil Island, even creating cracks on the island. The ground shook unnaturally. The two-headed python collapsed, its massive head slamming into the ice cage Luo Qingtian had just created, shattering the ice cage. Looking at the two-headed python at the bottom, Master Jing screamed in fear, Little python, get up quickly. That devil is coming. Master Jing shouted as he looked at Luo Qingtian, who was slowly landing. Behind Luo Qingtian was another clone. Master Jing saw 2 Luo Qingtians, and he practically went mad. One Luo Qingtian had already made him regretful and terrified, and now there were 2. He could already imagine himself being tortured to death by the witch across from him. Luo Qingtian raised his hand, and the flying fire mysterious bow instantly appeared in his hand. Luo Qingtian drew the bow and released an arrow, aiming for Master Jing's head. Master Jing frantically sat down on the ground, and then numerous snakes appeared from all directions, surrounding him and blocking his way again. Boom! The snakes burned, exploded, and finally turned to dust under Luo Qingtian's arrows. Luo Qingtian commanded her clones to charge forward, while she herself soared high into the air again to begin clearing out the remaining inhabitants of Evil Island. Jingyi watched the clone charging towards him, terrified, and tumbled back toward the prison building behind him. The clone held a short dagger. Under Luo Qingtian's command, her footwork suddenly increased in speed. In a flash, she rushed forward, piercing Jingyi's back with the dagger. The two-headed python opened its eyes, and swiftly charged at Luo Qingtian's clone. Fusion! In the sky, Luo Qingtian, holding the Amos ice bow, drew his arrow. A long pillar of ice pierced the python's head, and the arrow's icicle pinned it to the ground. Another arrow followed, pinning the python's other head to the ground. The two-headed python watched as Luo Qingtian's clone plunged the dagger into Master Jing's back. The clone pierced Master Jing's body, quickly pulled out the dagger, and then plunged it into his head. Master Jing slowly turned, staring at Luo Qingtian's clone, and then slowly collapsed to the ground, deader than dead. At the moment of Master Jing's death, Luo Qingtian's clone also dissipated. The entire evil island began to tremble again. Luo Qingtian landed, and slowly walked to the python's head. The python stared at Luo Qingtian intently, and Luo Qingtian could even sense the frenzied murderous intent in its eyes. Luo Qingtian reached out, and patted the python's head. What a pity! I don't know how you mutated, but I really can't bear to let go of such a good experience bar. Otherwise, I really want to take you back, and give you to Elder Tian and others to slice and study. Luo Qingtian watched as a bright gray light continuously extended from her body, piercing the giant python's body. Luo Qingtian began to frantically absorb the python's life force and energy. The entire island began to shake, and seawater continued to seep from the ground. But Luo Qingtian paid no attention. She absorbed the remaining life force and energy of the giant python with all her heart. The giant python, from initial anger to final terror, began to struggle. Its massive body curved and curled, attacking Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian immediately switched to the thunder bow. He drew the bow and released the lightning arrow, which pierced the giant python's body. The same tingling sensation quickly penetrated every part of its body. This completely deprived the giant python of resistance. Luo Qingtian continued to frantically absorb the python's energy. She watched as the giant python's body gradually shrank, until only a thin, tattered skin remained. Luo Qingtian looked at the large holes in the snake's skin and said regretfully, "Oh, if only I had poked fewer holes." Luo Qingtian threw the snake's skin into the air, preparing to fly again. Suddenly, the ground began to break apart, and water gushed out from the larger cracks. Then, the seawater poured in from all directions. Luo Qingtian tilted his head, and soared high into the sky. Then he quickly descended. The moment he landed, Luo Qingtian stomped his foot hard on the ground. Bang! After a loud crash, the ground split apart even faster than before. Luo Qingtian punched the ground several times in succession. Each punch utilized the power of Qi, expanding the range of his power, and accelerating the destruction of the island. Evil Island? It's better if such a place doesn't exist. Watching the island slowly crumble, Luo Qingtian patted Xiaolu's head cheerfully. "Xiaolu, let's turn into a big ship this time." Upon hearing this, Xiaolu immediately transformed into a small green boat. Luo Qingtian jumped onto Xiaolu, and they flew towards the sea, one ball for each. After Luo Qingtian left, the ground collapsed at an increasing speed. By the time Luo Qingtian and Xiaolu returned to the sea, Evil Island had shattered into large and small rocks and clods of earth, sinking into the sea. The island quickly disappeared from Luo Qingtian's sight. Gazing at the endless sea, Luo Qingtian fell into deep thought again. We agreed to find someone to show us the way, but now, we completely lost the way. Luo Qingtian raised his watch and checked it. There was still no signal. Luo Qingtian then found a compass and looked at it. How about heading south? Luo Qingtian stood in the boat, looking around, preparing to direct Xiaolu to leave. Suddenly, the minimap showed a small blue dot swimming rapidly beneath the water. There's still a fish that slipped through the net. "Xiaolu, catch it." Xiaolu led Luo Qingtian in a rapid pursuit towards the dot, until Xiaolu's tentacles extended into the sea and grabbed it. In the small boat, Luo Qingtian looked at the man before him. "What's your name?" "Xiao Fan." "Oh, how are you still alive?" A dagger suddenly appeared in Luo Qingtian's hand, and Luo Qingtian looked at Xiao Fan with a half smile. If the man before him said anything wrong, Luo Qingtian would definitely send him to reunite with Master Jing and the others. Xiao Fan looked at Luo Qingtian in horror. "I am a water-based psychic. Controlling the water is my ability. Sir, could you please not kill me? I can do anything for you." Chapter 643. Luo Qingtian nodded in understanding. Controlling the seawater? No wonder I was swept away by the waves when I was looking for an island. That was your doing, wasn't it? Xiao Fan looked at Luo Qingtian nervously. "Sir, I thought you were just an ordinary person. If an ordinary person came to Evil Man Island, they would definitely be tortured beyond recognition, or even become food. That's why I did it, just to stop you. Sir, I'm not a bad person. I was forced to stay on Evil Man Island. I never participated in the evil deeds there." Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow at Xiao Fan, and suddenly laughed. "Really? Then have you ever eaten human flesh? The apocalypse is inherently low moral standards, and almost everyone has a few lives on their hands." Luo Qingtian could accept killing in self-protection, but he couldn't accept eating human flesh. Xiao Fan shook his head at Luo Qingtian. "No, I never eat it. I only eat sea fish. Luo Qingqian's eyebrows raised slightly. No, I haven't. Then, do you know the way to the 7th base? Xiao Fan's eyes dazzled for a moment at Luo Qingqian's smile. He nodded blankly. Sir, I can control the waves. I can take you there. I just hope you let me stay. Luo Qingqian smiled and nodded. Okay. Stay by my side from now on. I treat you well. Luo Qingqian also held a chicken drumstick in his hand. Eat it, and then get back to work. Xiao Fan swallowed excitedly as he looked at the drumstick in Luo Qingqian's hand. He took the drumstick with both hands and said excitedly, Thank you, boss. I definitely follow you well from now on. Xiao Fan ate the drumstick in big mouthfuls. By the end, he was even crunching the bones into his mouth. Luo Qingqian squinted as he watched Xiao Fan gnaw on the bone. You have really good teeth. Xiao Fan smiled, revealing a row of yellowed fangs. It's been ages since I had something this good. I'm sorry to have made you laugh. Boss, I take you to the 7th base right now. Xiao Fan suddenly jumped into the sea, and a wave crashed in, lifting Xiao Lu high into the air. Then Xiao Lu was carried forward by the waves. A day passed like this, and Xiao Fan, exhausted, stopped. The sea returned to calm. Xiao Fan lay on Xiao Lu's body, pointing ahead. Boss, the dock is just ahead. After we get ashore, we find a car and take the highway. We'd be at the 7th base in an hour. Luo Qingqian looked at Xiao Fan curiously. Why do you look so familiar with this? Xiao Fan sighed, looking ahead. The 7th base was the old port city. That's where I grew up. Of course I know. But then I was sent to the island of evil men. Luo Qingqian sighed, looked at Xiao Fan, whose eyes were beginning to redden, and said, Well, I'm sorry for that. You be reunited with them soon. Xiao Fan didn't understand the meaning behind Luo Qingqian's words. He looked at him strangely. Boss, my family is long gone. Yes, so you're going to reunite? Xiaolu, let's eat. After saying this, Xiaolu's tentacles quickly wrapped around Xiao Fan's body. Xiao Fan looked at Luo Qingqian in horror. No, why? I didn't do anything. Why are you trying to kill me? Luo Qingqian sighed. You eaten human flesh, haven't you? I assume those who wanted to go to Evil Island mysteriously disappeared because you ate them, right? Xiao Fan's pupils trembled. He stared at Luo Qingqian in disbelief. You? How could you? Are you asking how I know this? People who eat human flesh are infected with prion. These viruses can spread between humans and animals, forming new strains and ultimately leading to a new wave of the virus. Look at your pupils and teeth. You betrayed humanity and were abandoned by human civilization. What makes you think I take you back to the human world? Xiao Fan stared at Luo Qingqian, his lips twitching. He was already thinking about how to escape, or how to kill Luo Qingqian. But before he could put any of these thoughts into action, the green boat suddenly opened its maw. Before Xiao Fan could react, he fell into it. After devouring Xiao Fan, Little Green rapidly absorbed his supernatural powers. Mommy, Little Green can control the waves. Luo Qingqian chuckled. So what are we waiting for? Let's go! The waves surged, and atop the huge waves stood a young woman in black, her face flawless white. Her almond-shaped eyes gazed joyfully ahead. She was carried by the waves toward the shore. Half an hour later, Luo Qingqian boarded a bus bound for the 7th base. The bus was already full. Luo Qingqian sat dejectedly in the last row. Because of the large number of people, the entire bus was filled with an unpleasant human odor. Luo Qingqian found a mask and put it on, then turned his head to look out the window to distract himself. The bus drove along the coast for a while, then quickly left the coast and headed inland. After driving for a distance, the people on the bus began chatting with each other. Did you hear? The sea fishing team caught something big this time. Yes, it's a giant octopus. The researchers have taken it away now. If it tests okay, it can be eaten. Oh, I wonder if I ever be able to eat delicious pork again. Be content. For now, I'm glad I can have enough to eat. Luo Qingqian listened to the argument, his lips curling slightly. This truly was a different kind of everyday life. After the bus had driven for a while, a number of police cars and military jeeps appeared on the road ahead. These cars followed the bus, keeping a moderate distance. Luo Qingqian stared at the sudden appearance of these cars in surprise. What were they doing? Luo Qingqian turned to look at an elderly woman beside him. The elderly woman smiled at Luo Qingqian's question and said, Miss, are you from outside? These police and military vehicles are here to protect us. Luo Qingqian glanced back at the cars in surprise. Protection? Are there zombies near us? The elderly woman smiled at Luo Qingtian and shook her head. Not zombies, but something even more terrifying than zombies. With these words, the jeep behind them suddenly accelerated and drove in front of the bus. Several soldiers in military uniforms emerged from the jeep. They held rifles, aiming. Several cars also appeared ahead. Da-da-da. The gunfire began, with bullets even aimed at the bus. The woman next to her continued, "Don't be afraid, girl. This bus is the latest bulletproof vehicle developed by Future Technology Company. Nothing short of a super cannon can penetrate it." As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Qingtian saw bullets flying towards her. The bullets hit the window, leaving only faint scratches. Outside, a man with a scarred face gazed at the bus with a half-smile. Chapter 644. Luo Qingtian looked out of the car, and happened to meet the eyes of the scarred man outside. The man was dressed in black, and whether intentionally or not, the shirt was ripped in the middle. The hem of the shirt was caught in his pants. But it also revealed his muscular build. Although the scar on his face did not in the least detract from his handsomeness. It was just that the hostility and murderous aura surrounding him was so overwhelming that it was impossible not to ignore him. Luo Qingtian stared at the man for a moment. This was the first time Luo Qingtian had seen such a powerful presence in a gangster. The man was also studying Luo Qingtian. Although the girl was in the car, it didn't change the girl's beautiful face at all, especially at first glance. Lin Yaowen simply felt that he had seen a very clean-looking girl. The girl had a clean temperament and a clean appearance. She sat there delicately, making it impossible for him not to notice her. Such a pure little girl is truly out of place in the apocalypse. It makes one want to take this little girl back and hide her. Lin Yaowen's lips curled up slightly, like a hunter aiming at his prey. "Brother, should we retreat?" At this moment, a man beside Lin Yaowen shouted. Lin Yaowen looked around. More and more military vehicles were around, and Lin Yaowen frowned. What's going on? Is there someone important in this vehicle? Otherwise, why would so many people come all at once? Lin Yaowen looked back at the bus, which had been surrounded by a group of people in green jeeps. Lin Yaowen wanted to do anything about it, but he was unable to do anything. He turned around and directed everyone to leave. "It seems our plan to rob today is impossible. Prepare to retreat." Lin Yaowen finished his words. Lin Yaowen's men quickly retreated, putting distance between them and the bus and the battlefield. Two groups had come out to rob this time, and the ones who engaged the base's insurgents were Blackbeard's men. Seeing Lin Yaowen retreat, Blackbeard cursed, "Lin Yaowen, you're a jerk. So many of my brothers have died, and you're still trying to escape? I kill you." Lin Yaowen spread his hands. "Idiot! Can't you see how many people are here this time? There's clearly someone important in the bus. If you still try to rob, you're a complete idiot." Lin Yaowen shouted to everyone present, "Retreat." With that, Lin Yaowen's men quickly withdrew from the battlefield and ran away. Among the group of protectors, a police officer aimed at Lin Yaowen's back. As Lin Yaowen left, the police officer fired at him. As the bullets flew near Lin Yaowen, black thorns suddenly sprouted from the ground. The thorns formed a shield, blocking all incoming bullets. When the thorns receded, only Blackbeard's men remained nearby. The people Lin Yaowen had taken seemed to have vanished suddenly. Lin Yaowen's disappearance greatly eased the battle between the soldiers and police, leaving Blackbeard vulnerable from both sides. Seeing himself surrounded, Blackbeard cursed and shouted to those around him, "Assemble! Teleport!" Upon hearing this, the bandits, not caring about the motorcycles and cars they were on, ran in Blackbeard's direction. The leading soldier then shouted, "Special Power Squad, get ready. We can't let them escape." As soon as those words fell, the soldiers who had been firing quickly sheathed their weapons, their hands condensing with colorful supernatural powers, and they all fired in the opposite direction. Blackbeard watched the supernatural energy blast approaching, not caring about anyone else. He quickly released his teleportation ability, enveloping those close to him, and the next moment, he disappeared from the scene. Only a few people who hadn't had time to move on were left behind. The military and police squads concentrated their firepower, quickly arresting the remaining people. The fierce battle thrilled everyone on the bus. The woman next to Luo Qingtian excitedly said, "Little girl, see. These are the police and soldiers of our Yin nation. No matter when or where, they will fearlessly protect our safety, regardless of hardship. Even in the apocalypse, they haven't forgotten." The woman's eyes welled up as she spoke. The others in the bus echoed her sentiments. At that moment, someone in the car called out, "Do you notice there are so many soldiers today? Even the patrol police are twice as many as usual. Is someone coming to our base?" The ant looked around and echoed, "Of course, there are more soldiers today than usual. It seems like someone important is coming to our car. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. Important? Could it be that Cheng Hua and the others reported it? So these police and soldiers are here to arrest me. That shouldn't be the case. I just blew up a lab. Even if the government is upset, they wouldn't send police and military forces to arrest me so quickly, right? Luo Qingtian pondered this as he followed the bus into Base 7. Base 7 looked completely different from the other bases. The others were almost all rebuilt from scratch on vacant land. The 7th base was simply a walled enclosure around the former port city. Everything in the base was run according to the old way of life, and it seemed the apocalypse hadn't had a significant impact on the area. Luo Qingtian stared at the 7th base in amazement, feeling as if he had returned to the pre-apocalyptic era. The woman next to her, observing Luo Qingtian staring curiously out the car, smiled and said, "Little girl, you're curious about the 7th base, aren't you? The 7th base is the former port city. 80% of it is mountainous. When the apocalypse began, many people fled to the mountains to escape the zombies. Zombies can't climb mountains, which makes it incredibly easy for soldiers and police to eliminate them." Luo Qingtian nodded in understanding. "No wonder it looks so peaceful here. Have all the zombies in the 7th base been wiped out?" A man next to the woman smiled and said, "Not completely. Didn't I just say our base is mountainous? After several acid rains, the zombies here have evolved and learned to climb. Now many of them are staying in the mountains, afraid to come down." Luo Qingtian was speechless. Now she finally understood why the 7th base hadn't found another location. There were many mountains, and no open space. And there were zombies in the mountains. It seemed that keeping the base in its original location was the best option. Unconsciously, the bus stopped. The soldiers and police outside stood on both sides of the bus. The bus door opened, and a figure in military green rose from its seat. It was a man in military uniform. The people around him kept their distance when they saw the green figure. When Luo Qingtian looked at the man, she instantly understood. So, those people outside were waiting for this man. She had been so nauseated by the smell inside the bus when she boarded that she hadn't noticed him at all. But why did that figure look so familiar? Chapter 645. The man stepped off the bus, and the soldiers and police outside stood at attention. "Base commander," the man nodded slightly. "You did a great job today. However, these two groups have been stationed outside the base for a long time, threatening the safety of our people. I hope you can quickly eliminate them. Completely resolve the security risks at the 7th base." The man finished speaking and stepped onto a black commercial vehicle approaching. Until now, Luo Qingtian had only seen the man's back, and the more he looked, the more familiar he became. Luo Qingtian began to wonder, had he met anyone like him on this journey? It wasn't until the moment the man boarded the bus that Luo Qingtian finally saw his face clearly. "Fuck Di Jiang?" Luo Qingtian cursed when he saw the man. No, this wasn't Di Jiang. Di Jiang wasn't as mature, and this man's aura was even stronger than Di Jiang's, and he bore a 10,000th resemblance to him. In his every gesture, he resembled a veteran cadre. Since it's not Di Jiang, then it must be related to Di Jiang, right? Thinking this way, the police and military vehicles near the bus also left after the base commander left. After all the cars had left, the survivors inside breathed a sigh of relief. Our base commander has such a powerful aura. When he stood up, my breath stopped for a moment. Yes. But when was the base commander in the car? How come I didn't notice? I didn't notice either, the driver in front shouted, still discussing, "Get out." When everyone heard this, they realized they had arrived at the base, and got out of the bus. Following the crowd, Luo Qingtian also got out. After getting off the bus, everyone dispersed, leaving Luo Qingtian alone. Luo Qingtian glanced around, wondering where to stay, when a man's voice suddenly rang out from behind her. "Little girl, looking for a hotel?" Luo Qingtian turned and saw Lin Yaowen, who was fighting with soldiers at the base gate, behind her. Luo Qingtian tilted her head and looked at Lin Yaowen. "Are you the hotel owner?" Lin Yaowen looked at Luo Qingtian with amusement. He was certain the young woman before him had recognized him. She was just pretending not to know him. He took 2 steps forward, drawing closer to Luo Qingtian. "Yes, my hotel is very comfortable. Do you want to come with me? It's very cheap." Luo Qingtian's mouth twitched. How could she not have noticed how greasy this guy was during the gunfight? No need. "I'm going to stay with a friend," Luo Qingtian said, distancing herself from Lin Yaowen. He planned to leave immediately. Before she could take 2 steps, Lin Yaowen stepped forward and grabbed Luo Qingtian's wrist. "Little girl, what's your name?" Luo Qingtian frowned and lowered her head, a glint of anger in her eyes. This old man had dared to touch her. Just as Luo Qingtian was considering whether to explode, Lin Yaowen let go of Luo Qingtian. Alright. Don't be afraid. I'm not trying to scare you. I have several properties here. If you don't have a place to stay, you can stay at my place. Luo Qingtian looked up at Lin Yaowen. Does the 7th base know that a ruthless gangster like you has a house here? Lin Yaowen laughed. You really did recognize me. Luo Qingtian sighed and looked at Lin Yaowen. So what exactly did you come to me for? To arrest me? Lin Yaowen's face lit up with a wicked smile. Oh, don't be so angry. I just wanted to get in touch with you. After all, there aren't many girls as pure as you in the apocalypse. Luo Qingtian narrowed her eyes at Lin Yaowen. What's wrong with this man? Why would he come to me and act like a scoundrel? At this point, Lin Yaowen continued, So little girl, do you want to come with me? Actually, there's nothing good about the 7th base. It's Di Hai's one-man show here. Hearing the name Di Hai, Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. The base commander is called Di Hai. No wonder he looks so much like Di Jiang. It seems they're family. Lin Yaowen smiled and nodded. Yes. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He's just an emotionless robot. And he's always on his word. And he's so rigid in his approach to everything. To put it bluntly, this is Di Hai's world. Staying here for too long will lead to brainwashing. Little girl, I'm very optimistic about you. So, do you want to come with me? Lin Yaowen stood in front of Luo Qingtian, showing no intention of letting her go. Luo Qingtian's mini-map remained open. If only there were no one around, she would have considered kicking the man in front of her. But before Luo Qingtian could act, a patrol car drove by. Luo Qingtian glanced at Lin Yaowen with a wicked smile, then shouted at the patrol car, You rascal! Robbery! With that, the patrol car drove towards Luo Qingtian. Lin Yaowen stared at Luo Qingtian in disbelief. You're so cruel. Lin Yaowen gave Luo Qingtian a thumbs up and turned to run. After running a distance, Lin Yaowen suddenly turned and blew Luo Qingtian a kiss. Little girl, my name is Lin Yaowen. Remember, I come find you again. The police car also noticed Lin Yaowen's presence. Sirens blared on the street. The car followed Lin Yaowen and quickly disappeared from Luo Qingtian's sight. Luo Qingtian sighed, picked up his watch phone, and began to make a call. Soon, Qin Lang answered the call. Qin Lang's image appeared in the void across from him. Boss, long time no see. Luo Qingtian pointed to his ID card. Why can't I use my ID card to earn points at the 7th base? Qin Lang lowered his head and searched on his computer for a moment. Then he looked up and said, I don't know who changed the permissions for the 7th base. Looks like I need to go to the branch office over there to verify my identity and unlock permissions. Luo Qingtian frowned. So much trouble? What? You're not in charge of this branch office anymore? Qin Lang spread his hands. Boss, we're all in this together now. If it's not my responsibility, then it's not yours either. Why don't you go and protest? Luo Qingtian looked at Qin Lang with a half smile. Are you itching for trouble? Qin Lang laughed dryly. No. Boss, I have property over there, purchased in the name of Future Technology. The exact address can only be obtained by visiting Future Technology. The keys are also over there. Why don't you go and take a look? So, the branch office has defected? Luo Qingtian finished, a hint of sarcasm on his face. Qin Lang shook his head. You're the boss. It would be best if you could punish the traitor. But boss, the branch office over there has close ties to the military. I strongly suspect it's the military's doing. Be careful. Luo Qingtian had no doubt about that. Di Hai's uniform made it clear this place was dominated by the military. Okay, have you sorted out my ID card information? Qin Lang nodded. Yes, it's done. Just go to the company and scan your face for verification. Chapter 646. Okay, I play for a few days and then show my face. Now I go to the trading hall to top up some points. Hong Kong is too big, so finding the location of Future Technology Company might take some time. Qin Lang smiled at Luo Qingtian and said, Haha, boss, I'm afraid it won't work. I topped up your ID card, and it says here that you can only stay in the 7th base after you activated your ID at Future Technology Company. Luo Qingtian looked at Qin Lang with a puzzled look on his face. What do you mean? Qin Lang coughed twice. The 7th base is different from the inland. Their system is completely different from ours. Even before the apocalypse, it was completely different from ours. So, the activation of this ID card isn't completely synchronized with the inland activation. Luo Qingtian took a deep breath. Speak the truth. You must activate your ID card now, or you be sleeping on the streets tonight. Or at worst, you be kicked out. Luo Qingtian glanced at Qin Lang speechlessly. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Qin Lang shrugged. I didn't want to either. I just found out that if you don't verify your identity on the first day, you be kicked out. By the way, the tech company over there was established in conjunction with the military. Although you have the title of general manager, they may not necessarily recognize it. The rest will still be handled by you, boss. So, boss, keep going. Qin Lang hung up the phone. Luo Qingtian looked at his watch speechlessly. Is Qin Lang trying to trick me again? Yeah. I had been planning to go to Future Technology Company in a few days, but now it's gone. This is forcing me to go to Future Technology Company. Luo Qingtian thought about this, and asked a random bystander about the situation on the side of the road where the Future Technology Company was located. The passerby then pointed to the rolling mountains in the distance. Over there, the tallest building at the foot of the mountain is the Future Technology Company. You can take bus number 111 there. Luo Qingtian turned to look at the car parked opposite and walked over. But not long after, Luo Qingtian was kicked off the bus. Even the bus wouldn't recognize his ID card. Thinking of the machine constantly sounding alarms when he swiped his ID card, and seeing a group of people staring at him, Luo Qingtian felt like going crazy. Since he couldn't take a bus, he had no choice but to drive. Luo Qingtian found an SUV from his space, got into the driver's seat, and drove towards the Future Technology Company. For some unknown reason, 2 rows of armed guards stood in front of the Future Technology Company gate. As soon as Luo Qingtian's car stopped, it was surrounded. Luo Qingtian frowned at the men before him. What do you want to do? One of the men stepped forward. Miss, please show me your ID. Otherwise, you won't be allowed into Future Technology Company. Luo Qingtian lowered her voice. Sir, I'm from Future Technology Company headquarters. I come here to activate my ID. The man looked Luo Qingtian up and down. How do you prove you're from Future Technology Company headquarters? Let me activate my ID first. My ID card will have my information on it. Sorry, if you can't provide your ID card information, we can't let you in. Then you let me in to activate it. If I don't, how can you check my ID information? Sorry, you have to give us your ID information before we can let you in. Great, the question's back. Luo Qingtian pursed her lips and looked at the man. So? You're not going to let me in? Luo Qingtian felt like she exhausted all her patience since arriving at the 7th base. The man who spoke stared at her. The meaning was obvious. Luo Qingtian finally understood. These people were deliberately blocking her way. Luo Qingtian waved her hand, parked her car, and headed straight for the tech company's gate. She only taken a few steps when the people around her raised their guns and aimed them at her. Luo Qingtian looked at the leading man with a half smile. Are you planning to die here, or are you just putting on a show? Luo Qingtian's aura was now fully radiant, the murderous aura around her practically condensing into substance. She approached the man step by step. When the man realized Luo Qingtian's intentions, he suddenly raised his pistol with both hands, ready to aim. But he was still a step too late. The moment the man took aim, Luo Qingtian snatched the man's pistol with one hand. With his other hand, he grabbed the man's neck and slammed him to the ground. Ah! The man cried out in pain, and those behind him, aiming at him, began firing. But all the bullets were blocked by Xiaolu. Xiaolu extended its green tentacles and fired at the people around it. When the crowd saw Xiaolu, they retreated in fear, not caring about defending the gate. Only the man who had led the group remained. He looked at Luo Qingtian in horror. Are you Lu Ba? The man looked at Luo Qingtian with panic and fear. Luo Qingtian tilted her head and asked, Huh? The man continued to stare at Luo Qingtian. Has the green Ba evolved into something this powerful? Are you planning to eat me? Luo Qingtian was stunned by the man's question. Huh? You think I beat you up like this so I can eat you? And what is a green Ba? The man fell silent, observing Luo Qingtian's bewildered expression. Luo Qingtian had come to activate her ID card, but when she remembered Qin Lang's comment about the curfew, she knew she had to do it quickly. She didn't ask any further questions. She walked straight into the Future Technology Company building. The first floor of the building was a lobby. It was deserted, and there wasn't even a service desk. There were, however, various signposts on the walls on both sides. Luo Qingtian found the signpost for activating her ID card, and quickly ran to the second floor. The first office on the second floor was where the ID card was activated. Luo Qingtian pushed open the door and walked in. There was only one person in the room. Seeing him enter, the woman frowned. What are you doing? Luo Qingtian pulled out his ID card. Activate. The woman took the card, examined it, and set it aside. I can't activate it. I don't have enough permissions here. Luo Qingtian smiled. Then where should I go to activate it? The woman, without even looking up, said, Go to the 7th Base Administration Hall to activate it. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes at the woman. My ID card has the permissions of a future technology company branch manager. You won't let me activate it here, but ask me to go to the government? Do you think you're from the company? The woman raised her head and frowned at Luo Qingtian. What else could I do? This is the 7th base. Everything needs government approval. What? You have a problem? If you have a problem, get out of here. This isn't the place for you to run wild. Bang! As the woman finished speaking, the marble platform in front of her shattered instantly. Chapter 647. The woman stared at this scene in shock. After shattering the marble platform, Luo Qingtian walked straight to her side. Insufficient permissions? I let you start it now. Is that a problem? Luo Qingtian asked softly, grabbing a handful of the woman's hair. The woman stared at Luo Qingtian, fear in her eyes. Luo Qingtian whispered, Can you start it now? Ah. Do you know where this is? How dare you cause trouble here, I told you the branch is my place. What, do you have a problem? If you do, get out of here. Since entering the 7th base, nothing has gone smoothly. Luo Qingtian was in a state of irritation. So irritated that he wanted to destroy everything here. The woman was dragged back by Luo Qingtian's hair. Ah, I was wrong. I start it for you. I start it now. Luo Qingtian slapped the woman aside, and then fiddled with the startup interface himself. After finding the activation authorization interface, Luo Qingtian placed his ID card into a recessed area below. The ID card instantly changed to a cacophony of white and green, resembling a unique symbol. Luo Qingtian put the card away and cast a disdainful glance at the woman sitting on the ground in a daze. He turned and strode away. As he left, Luo Qingtian silently chanted to himself for a long time, Don't kill. Only then did Luo Qingtian regain his composure. But just a few steps after Luo Qingtian left, the woman behind him suddenly launched into a barrage of curses. Bitch, you're causing trouble in the 7th base? Even if you're the head of a branch of future technology company, I don't recognize you. The woman said, picking up a marble shard from the ground and striking Luo Qingtian in the back of the head. The marble was caught by a green tentacle, which then enveloped the woman. Little Green then dropped from Luo Qingtian's shoulder and swallowed the woman whole. Little Green then quickly jumped back onto Luo Qingtian's shoulder. Luo Qingtian and Little Green headed downstairs, but before they could leave, he realized the entire building was surrounded. The man she had beaten up had been healed, and was now waiting for him at the company's first-floor exit with his men. What's going on in this 7th base? Someone who didn't know would think I'd done something unforgivable. Luo Qingtian rubbed his head in frustration. He strode downstairs. The moment he emerged, the people present surrounded him again. Luo Qingtian frowned at the leading man and said, Didn't you say I could just start it? Why are you still blocking me? The leading man looked at Luo Qingtian and said, We now suspect you're not human. Please come with us. Luo Qingtian looked the man up and down and sneered, You didn't let me in before because I didn't have my ID. You're blocking us here because you don't want people from the tech company to come to the company, right? Is it because the resources at Future Tech are so good? Are you tempting us with greed? The man frowned and said, I told you, we now suspect you're not human. Please come with us. Luo Qingtian smiled. What if I don't go? Kill me. Luo Qingtian certainly didn't want to stand against the base. After all, he still had a lot of work to do. But that didn't mean he was a pushover. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the room moved. They raised their weapons, aimed at Luo Qingtian, and began firing. Luo Qingtian's figure instantly vanished. The next moment, she reappeared 100 meters away. A red bow and arrow appeared in her hand. Luo Qingtian drew her bow and unleashed 12 arrows in a row, aiming at the people surrounding her. Bang, boom, boom. The arrows pierced through the bodies of the people, and another loud explosion echoed. After the explosion, those surrounding Luo Qingtian were completely blasted to dust. Luo Qingtian narrowed her eyes at the other people rushing over, and drew her bow again. As the others prepared to fire, Luo Qingtian shot through them, reducing them to dust before they could even react. Luo Qingtian's killing speed was so swift that the spectators hiding nearby stared in wide-eyed gazes. Even the most powerful psychics around them had never encountered such a formidable force. What kind of monster was this woman? More and more people were arriving, and Luo Qingtian was now furious. She even sheathed her bow and arrows, dagger in hand, charging into the black-clad men for a one-on-one fight. Her original desire to settle the situation peacefully had completely vanished. Now, she simply wanted to destroy all those chasing her. A black car, accompanied by a group of military green jeeps, drove towards Luo Qingtian. Followed by a group of soldiers, a man's voice followed. "Stop!" With a roar, the men surrounding Luo Qingtian quickly retreated. Luo Qingtian didn't even bother to look. She simply followed the voice and arrived in front of the person who had spoken. Luo Qingtian reached out and quickly grabbed the man's throat. "Base commander, stop!" The people around them began to shout anxiously. Luo Qingtian regained her composure, watching her hand quickly withdraw. She even took 2 steps back, putting some distance between herself and Dihai. Dihai didn't panic at Luo Qingtian's grip. When he saw Luo Qingtian retreat, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. "Excuse me, I was wondering if you know me." The girl in front of him was wearing a black mask, so her full face couldn't be seen. But he didn't miss the look of surprise and panic as Luo Qingtian looked at him. "I don't know you. Tell your people to stop chasing me. I'm not some green bastard." Luo Qingtian finished, and the green ba **** instantly transformed into green wings and appeared behind Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian glanced at Dihai and then soared high into the sky. This Dihai must be connected to Dijiang, and she didn't want to harm Dijiang's family. At that moment, someone nearby shouted, "Base commander, that Lu Ba is trying to escape." The Amos ice bow appeared in Luo Qingtian's hand, and he drew his bow and unleashed an arrow. Fusion. The arrows merged in midair, finally exploding in a cloud of white mist. Blocking all vision, when the mist cleared, Luo Qingtian was no longer visible. Dihai looked up at the sky, his lips curling up again. That expression couldn't possibly be Lu Ba. Dihai was now certain that the little girl must have known him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have panicked so much when she realized she was being strangled. But Dihai had no memory of this little girl. Since the apocalypse, except for a trip to Base 1 to help his brother eliminate the undead, he had spent the rest of his time at Base 7. Could she have come from another base? Or was she truly someone from Future Technology's headquarters? Chapter 648. Luo Qingtian had already flown to the mountain behind Future Technology Company. She felt truly exhausted at this moment. After so many bases, this was the first time she had found herself so embarrassed. Thankfully, her ID card had been activated. And that Dihai? She had to go back and ask Dijiang who he really was. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian took the plunge and headed straight back to town. In the days since Luo Qingtian's absence, life in the town had returned to normal. When she returned, everyone was busy and methodical. This time, Luo Qingtian didn't go directly back to the villa, but to the laboratory. In the lab, Mr. Tian was arguing with Chu Xiao over a data calculation. When Luo Qingtian arrived at the office door, neither of them noticed. Jean Bauer, clutching a binder, stared at the two of them speechlessly until she saw Luo Qingtian standing at the door. Jean Bauer ran out in surprise. "Little Qingtian, you're back." Luo Qingtian nodded, and while Chu Xiao wasn't paying attention, he pulled Jean Bauer out of the office. Luo Qingtian led Jean Bauer into another office, locked the door, and turned to look at Jean Bauer. Qingtian, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Jean Bauer felt a little nervous under Luo Qingtian's gaze. Luo Qingtian asked directly. Fan Jinlong said I'm not a real person. So, I've been on the lab bench, and I want to know what happened to me. Jean Bauer breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Luo Qingtian's question. As for this matter, little Qingtian, don't listen to Fan Jinlong's nonsense. You are the child of Master and his wife. But before you were born, they discovered the existence of the Earth 3 civilization. That existence could have had a significant impact on our civilization. So, Master formulated the Noah project, but it wasn't adopted by the higher-ups. The two of them injected an energy source, obtained from an unknown source, into the embryo. But the initial experiments failed. Qingtian, you are the only one who succeeded. Energy? Embryo? So, I was born purely because I was the one who succeeded? Luo Qingtian listened to Jean Bauer's words and felt something was wrong. Because she was reborn. She hadn't awakened her superpowers in her previous life. No, actually, she hadn't awakened her superpowers in this life either. Her superpowers came from the Jade Pendant and the chip in the space. And what about the space? It was the Jade Pendant left by her parents. Something in the jade pendant resonated with something in her body. No, no. Luo Qingtian felt like she was overlooking something. Jean Bauer observed Luo Qingtian's silence and whispered, "Qingtian, what's wrong with you?" "Actually, Master's wife told me something privately back then. She said she was happy you were born and happy to be your mother. It's not so much that you were born, but rather that you chose them. It's because of your choice that they persevere and believe everything they do is right." Luo Qingtian looked up at Jean Bauer. "I chose them." There was so much hidden in this sentence that Luo Qingtian suddenly felt like he missed something. It wasn't so much that his supernatural powers were bestowed upon him as that he was adapting to them. No, it was his supernatural powers adapting to him. That's why there was talk of an upgrade. Jean Bauer saw Luo Qingtian's mood clearly improving and continued, "Qingtian, don't let your imagination run wild. Find a chance to have a good talk with Dr. Chu Xiao. I was only responsible for your physical examinations. Chu Xiao is the one truly responsible for your energy source." Luo Qingtian smiled and nodded. "Okay. I ask him later." "Chu Xiao? Haha, this guy has been carefully hiding something since his first day in town." Luo Qingtian was certain that Chu Xiao wouldn't tell him the truth even if he asked. So he had to find a time to get Chu Xiao out alone. Seeing that Luo Qingtian didn't intend to ask any more questions, Jean Bauer prepared to go back to work. Just as she was about to leave the room, Jean Bauer suddenly remembered something. Turning back at Luo Qingtian, "Little Qingtian, do you still remember Professor Qi Jian?" Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. "Yes, I do." Jean Bauer thought for a moment and said, "When the teacher and his wife disappeared, Professor Qi also resigned. Everyone says it was Fan Jinlong who forced Professor Qi's family to leave, but that's not true. Professor Qi left with some of his teacher's experimental data. Fan Jinlong had given him a lot of trouble over this matter, but then, for some unknown reason, Fan Jinlong gave up on looking for Qi Jian. This news was incredibly surprising to Luo Qing. Qi Jian and his wife? He had never heard Qi Jian mention them before. Qi Jian is in the town. Is that so? That's great. Jean Bauer smiled at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian looked at Jean Bauer with a burning gaze, as if trying to discern the truth from her words. Jean Bauer wasn't particularly surprised by this news. It meant she knew about Qi Jian's presence in the town. That meant Jean Bauer had said that on purpose. She was trying to lure him into meeting Qi Jian. Coming out of the lab, Luo Qingtian was met by Luo Xiaowu standing at the doorway. "Qingtian, you're back." Luo Xiaowu smiled as he approached Luo Qingtian, reaching out to take her hand, but knowing Luo Qingtian would resist, he restrained himself. Luo Qingtian smiled and nodded at Luo Xiaowu. "Yes, I'm back. Let's check on things. How's Uncle Qi doing lately?" Luo Xiaowu thought for a moment and said, "He should be doing well. He takes Aunt Qi for a walk every day. Aunt Qi's health has improved, her spirits have returned, and she can now talk to us normally." Luo Qingtian understood. "Well, since she's doing so well, let's go get some food." Luo Xiaowu nodded excitedly. "Then Qingtian and I will go shopping at the supermarket. Let's buy some groceries first." Luo Qingtian looked at Luo Xiaowu in surprise. Luo Xiaowu had never done such things before. She was delighted and relieved. "Xiaowu has learned so much." Luo Xiaowu scratched the back of his head shyly at Luo Qingtian's praise. "I just don't want Qingtian to dislike me. Afraid of being abandoned by Qingtian, I force myself to grow up, to integrate with my surroundings, and to not reject the people and things around me." Luo Xiaowu's words made Qingtian's heart ache slightly. She raised her hand and touched Luo Xiaowu's head. Luo Xiaowu noticed Luo Qingtian's movements and immediately lowered his head to match his movements. Luo Qingtian gently stroked Luo Xiaowu's head and said, "Xiaowu has really grown up." "That's great." "Yes, I grown up, I matured. I can adapt to anything for Qingtian." Luo Xiaowu looked at Luo Qingtian solemnly. Chapter 649. Before they knew it, the two of them were at a supermarket near the residential complex. Luo Qingtian had found this supermarket from a construction store, and he hadn't thought much of it at the time. Di Jiang and Shen Yiran were already handling it, anyway, but he hadn't expected them to make it so well maintained. The dazzling array of goods made Luo Qingtian believe he had stumbled upon a large supermarket before the apocalypse. Luo Xiaowu, clutching his ID points card, bustled around like a diligent little bee. Most of the items he bought were Luo Qingtian's favorites, but when his shopping cart was full, Luo Qingtian quickly called a halt. On their way back, Luo Xiaowu put everything he had into his destruction space. Luo Xiaowu chattered about his time in the lab all the way, and before they knew it, they had arrived at Qi Jian's villa. Qi Jian was startled at first, then delighted, as he saw Luo Qingtian at the door. Xiao Qingtian, you're back. Come on in. Qi Jian quickly opened the door and welcomed the two of them in. Uncle Qi, I'm here for a free meal. Luo Qing looked at Luo Xiaowu, who quickly took out the groceries he bought from the supermarket. Looking at the scattered ingredients on the floor, Qi Jian smiled and said, with all these things, it's only right that Uncle should be freeloading on your meal. Luo Qingtian pointed to the bag of pig's trotters on the floor and said, I want Uncle's stewed pig's trotters with soybeans. Qi Jian stepped forward, picked up the bag, and said with a smile, okay, whatever Xiao Qingtian wants today, Uncle will make it. Qi Jian smiled as he headed for the kitchen. Just then, Aunt Qi emerged with some fruit and said, Xiao Qingtian hasn't been home these past few days. He looks a lot thinner today. He must have had a hard time these days. Aunt Qi placed the fruit in front of Luo Qingtian, who looked at her in surprise. Aunt Qi looks much better. Aunt Qi smiled and said, thanks to Xiao Qingtian too. I used to be a person who preferred to escape, unwilling to believe the world had become what it was. I also didn't want to face my son's death. But after all we've been through, your uncle has never given up on me. Even for him, I must live well. Aunt Qi handed an apple to Luo Qingtian, saying, I work in agriculture and forestry now. I grew these fruits. Aunt Qi then handed another apple to Luo Xiaowu. Her face was filled with a smile, a reflection of her satisfaction with her present life and her yearning for the future. Before they knew it, Qi Jian had finished preparing the meal and, with a smile, beckoned them to eat. After eating and drinking, Luo Qingtian looked at Qi Jian and said, Uncle, do you know why I'm here? Qi Jian looked at Luo Qingtian and nodded. Looks like it's time. Qi Jian ran back to his room, found a USB drive, and handed it to Luo Qingtian. Qingtian, the experiment back then involved a lot of things. I actually been hesitant about whether to give it to you. But since you brought it here, I believe you can handle whatever happens in the future. Luo Qingtian took the USB drive and nodded. Yes. I know. But Uncle Qi, I have something to ask you, Qi Jian sighed. Are you asking me why Fan Jinlong stopped investigating me back then? Luo Qingtian nodded. Yes, I want to know the deal between you and Fan Jinlong. We didn't really have a deal. He gave your aunt a nerve-damaging toxin. To save your aunt, I gave him some of the data. I even simulated some fake data and mixed it in. Luo Qingtian understood. No wonder Fan Jinlong's knockoff superpowers were so useless during their battle. That was the problem. So, are the contents of this USB drive complete? Qi Jian shook his head. I don't know if they are. I only promised your father to protect it with my life. As for the information I gave Fan Jinlong, it was your father who mentioned it to me. He said Fan Jinlong would find me sooner or later, so he gave it to me. Luo Qingtian was surprised. So her father had anticipated even this. So the USB drive was reserved for her? Or perhaps, he was forcing her to grow up and find the answers herself, and only then, after much deliberation, did he give it to her? Luo Qingtian had so many questions at this point. After saying goodbye to Qi Jian, she grabbed the USB drive and prepared to leave. On the way back, Luo Xiaowu could sense that Luo Qingtian was not in a good mood. Luo Xiaowu pulled Luo Qing aside. Some delicious fruits have appeared in the town garden. Some of the survivors have made candied haws and various dried fruits. I take you there to see them. Luo Qingtian looked up at Luo Xiaowu, his eyes filled with confusion. Luo Xiaowu didn't wait for Luo Qingtian to refuse, dragging him along and heading towards another road next to the villa. The street behind the other road was actually a spontaneously created market, filled with the constant clamor of vendors. Many passers-by were walking back and forth. Luo Xiaowu excitedly walked around the market, buying candied haws and dried fruits. He even stopped at a small stall to buy Luo Qingtian some roasted sweet potatoes. Luo Qingtian stared blankly at the street. The pedestrians passing by all wore familiar, happy, satisfied smiles. Like the smile on Aunt Qi's face, they were content with their current lives. They were also filled with longing for their future lives. Looking at this smile, Luo Qingtian suddenly understood the significance of his creation of this town. This town shouldn't be called Sunny Town, it should be called Future Town. As Luo Qingtian thought of this, something seemed to be about to break through the ground. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Congratulations on your hunter skill upgrade. 3 arrows volley level 43, form mode mastery plus 5, trap level 10, mental perception level 13, growth skill level 22, increases reaction growth, healing skill level 11, increases healing light range x2, poisoning skill level 6, land domain level 16, increases domain gravity x2. Domain attribute water. Duplicate skill level 4. Rip level 2. Life creation skill plus 4. Smelting table type plus 3. Number of refreshed. Luo Qingtian listened to the voice, bewildered, her hand reflexively resting on her forearm. Looking at the progress bar of her hunter skill upgrade, Luo Qingtian felt a sense of mystery. Had she inexplicably upgraded? When she left the 6th base, she thought she upgraded, but she'd been waiting until now. Also, every time her ability upgraded, there was a prefix explaining the reason. But this time, there wasn't even a reason. Qingtian, here, this is delicious. At this moment, Luo Xiaowu placed the food she bought in front of Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian looked at the snacks in front of her, then at Luo Xiaowu. Before upgrading, she'd been thinking about the significance of her town. Suddenly, something flashed through Luo Qingtian's mind. Could it be that the reason for her skill upgrade was... Chapter 650. A flash of inspiration crossed Luo Qingtian's mind. At this moment, she had a crazy idea, upgrading her creative skills, which meant this town would also be upgraded. Luo Qingtian desperately wanted to return to the dimension and take a look. Luo Xiaowu had been staying by Luo Qingtian's side, watching her dazed look. He stepped forward and shook Luo Qingtian's hand. Qingtian, are you okay? Luo Qingtian came back to his senses and looked at Luo Xiaowu. I'm fine. Let's go back first. I have something to talk to Yixiao about. Luo Xiaowu stared at Luo Qingtian, confirming that he was fine. Then the two of them headed towards the villa. When they arrived, Yixiao was riding his electric scooter back. When he saw Luo Xiaowu and Luo Qingtian, he was stunned for a moment, then he smiled. Qingtian's back. Yes, back. Do you have time later? Hearing Luo Qingtian's question, Yixiao knew Luo Qingtian had something to talk to him about again. Yixiao nodded earnestly. Yes, we have time. Let's go in first. Back at the villa, Luo Qingtian handed the USB drive to Yixiao, who released his supernatural powers and inserted it. Then every piece of data on the USB drive was locked, and much of it was even written in code and strange characters. Yixiao felt a headache just by looking at it. The person who wrote this thing is truly a genius. Such a complex combination lock and code. Is this person a master of language? Yixiao praised him as he cracked it. Listening to Yixiao's story, Luo Qingtian sighed deeply. He was a little confused about the meaning of his father leaving this USB drive. The contents were so complex and cumbersome, and subconsciously, Luo Qingtian felt that it wasn't meant for him. But this was something Qi Jian had brought back from the lab. Oh, the lab, Luo Qingtian thought, and pulled out some data from the underwater lab from his space. Take this and look at it too. I really don't understand it. Just work hard for a few days, and I explain it to you next time I come back. Yixiao took the information and looked at it. He frowned and said, yes, I understand. But while the data is clear, there are obviously many flaws. Luo Qingtian smiled. Perhaps. I hope you can crack it. For some reason, looking at such complex cipher data, Luo Qingtian felt that it held a truth he had to face. After talking to Yixiao for a while, Luo Qingtian left the villa for the security department. Di Jiang had always been in charge of the security department. Luo Xiaowu wanted to follow, but this time Luo Qingtian refused. After meeting Di Jiang, she prepared to leave immediately. Luo Xiaowu watched Luo Qingtian leave with disappointment, but ultimately chose to obey Luo Qingtian. Back in the security department, Di Jiang sat in his office, looking at a map. Luo Qingtian's arrival surprised him. Good evening. When did you get back? The moment he saw Luo Qingtian, Di Jiang couldn't help but curl his lips. Good evening. I just got back this afternoon. I had some things to take care of, so I came back. I came to see you about something. Di Jiang stood up and poured Luo Qingtian some tea. What's it? Is it important? Luo Qingtian thought for a moment and said, never mind. The town will be upgraded again tonight. I don't know how much this upgrade will expand, nor how long it will take, but I just wanted to let you know in advance. Hearing that Luo Qingtian town was going to be upgraded, Di Jiang's eyes lit up. With another upgrade, our town can accommodate the remaining people outside, right? If it's upgraded again, perhaps our Qingtian town could be called a base. In that case, could I report the existence of our base to the higher-ups? Luo Qingtian pursed her lips and looked at Di Jiang. Didn't you report the Sunny Town situation before? Di Jiang shook his head. No. Previously, the town wasn't big enough to qualify as a large base, making it easy for the government to overlook it or classify it as a small base. Small bases don't enjoy state treatment. This was the first time Luo Qingtian had heard of large bases enjoying state treatment. She frowned slightly at Dejiang. Why didn't you tell me before? Or since the destruction of the first base, you seem to have had very little contact with the higher-ups? Dejiang's expression turned grim. After the destruction of the first base, our area was designated a no-rebuild zone. In fact, they suggested I choose a new site. When we chose this place, we weren't recognized. The implication was that we weren't recognized, and Dejiang itself wasn't recognized either. Didn't it tell you to go back? Dejiang nodded slightly under Luo Qingtian's gaze. I did. I was told to go to base 0, but I gave up. At the time, his father and eldest brother both asked him to go to base 0 to accept a new position, but he didn't want to give up here, and even less so Sunny Town, so the appointment was put on hold. Furthermore, as far as he knew, base 0 was currently in turmoil. Following their struggle for resources and power, various factions had forgotten their original mission. Even many laboratories had shifted their focus from virus vaccine research to supernatural power research. The blind pursuit of power and might. Rather than heading to such an environment, Dejiang preferred to stay in Sunny Town, at least to live here. He could see hope for the future, whether in the lives of the survivors, or in the laboratories and research labs. Everything here reflects that Sunny Town is humanity's hope for the future. So he decided to do his utmost to protect it, end the apocalypse, and usher in the future humanity collectively desires. Don't you regret it? After all, I heard that base 0 is the base most coveted by all psychics. Dejiang looked at Luo Qingtian with an unusually firm tone. Qingtian, whether it's base 0 or whether we leave, Sunny Town is humanity's true future. I want to protect this place. I want to protect you too. Dejiang stared at Luo Qingtian with a burning gaze. Luo Qingtian felt a little dazed by his intense gaze. She coughed lightly and looked away. You're taking this too seriously. Thank you for your dedication to this town. I'm leaving. Luo Qingtian hurriedly turned to leave. As she reached the door, she suddenly thought of Dihai. By the way, who is Dihai to you? Dejiang was slightly surprised. He's my eldest brother, now the commander of the 7th base. He came to the first base during your absence. Qingtian, have you met him? Luo Qingtian understood, even though she had long suspected their relationship. But even after confirming Dihai's identity, she still felt a bit apprehensive. I see. I'm on my way to the 7th base. Dejiang smiled and said, my eldest brother is quite rigid, but he's very kind to the younger generation. If you go to the 7th base, just mention my name, and he'd definitely take good care of you. Is that so? Haha, I get it. Take care of you? Haha, she almost punched him. Chapter 651. Having asked what he wanted to ask, Luo Qingtian hurriedly left the security department. Dejiang watched Luo Qingtian leave, a low laugh escaping his throat. He stood up and walked to the door, intending to see Luo Qingtian off, but once outside, he realized that Luo Qingtian had already vanished. After leaving the security department, Luo Qingtian entered the space directly. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but this time, Luo Qingtian could clearly sense a change in the space. The space before was just space, but this time, Luo Qingtian felt more like a world beyond. A gentle breeze blew through the space, and even light could be seen in the sky. It was as if the space slowly grew larger as her powers leveled up. But Luo Qingtian wasn't in the mood to admire the changes in the space at the moment. She quickly activated her creative skill. Then she clicked on the building shop, and noticed that the bird's-eye view of her town had grown several times larger. Luo Qingtian clicked on the town upgrade, and the town on the bird's-eye view instantly began to expand outward. Luo Qingtian clicked on the store, and selected livestock farms, agricultural and forestry farms, farmland, and rice paddies. Land. He also selected residential development and road construction. He also created schools and hospitals. He increased the diversity of buildings. He added many residential developments. Unnoticed, the builders finally clicked on the professional blueprints and optimized the layout of their constructions. In Sunny Town, the ground began to tremble. Then the familiar sounds of construction and installation began to emanate. Everyone, accustomed to the situation, quietly stayed home and waited. Dejiang even activated the loudspeaker mode, tirelessly reminding everyone not to leave their homes, and to wait quietly at home for the town's upgrade. In the space, Luo Qingtian collapsed to the ground, panting. Every time she built a house, she had to maintain the same posture. After each construction, Luo Qingtian felt like her shoulders were about to fall off. She cursed under her breath as she rubbed her shoulders. She raised her hand to check the watch on her wrist. It was already past 3 in the morning. It was only a few hours before dawn, and Luo Qingtian didn't want to sleep anymore. She walked out the door and headed straight for the 7th base. It was said that the 7th base had a curfew at night, and Luo Qingtian was curious about what the 7th base looked like at night. But after she emerged from the door, Luo Qingtian was speechless. She had been on the mountain when she left, and naturally, she would be on the mountain when she returned. So, the moment she returned to the mountain, Luo Qingtian's body began to sink into the ground. Luo Qingtian looked around. Didn't she remember she was in the swamp when she left? And the more she struggled, the faster she sank. Luo Qingtian's vines flew, tangling around the trees on either side. Just as he was about to fly, the trees suddenly bent toward him. Then the vines were wrenched free. Fuck! Luo Qingtian looked at the falling vines and wanted to curse. Are all the trees here mutated? Luo Qingtian continued to sink deeper into the ground. He patted Little Green. Little Green quickly flew up. Then he extended his tentacles and pulled Luo Qingtian out of the swamp. Looking at the muddy ground beneath him, Luo Qingtian reached out and formed a ball of water to clean himself. After cleaning, Luo Qingtian discovered that the swamp below had disappeared. At this moment, Little Green quickly transformed into wings and clung to Luo Qingtian's back. Luo Qingtian controlled Little Green to fly low, then returned to the ground. The moment Luo Qingtian landed, the entire mountain began to soften, and then his feet began to slowly sink. Luo Qingtian instantly understood what was happening. Luo Qingtian quickly jumped up, creating some distance between him and the ground. The Amos ice bow in his hand instantly appeared. Luo Qingtian drew his bow and fired his arrow, sending the ground freezing. The swamp vanished again, and Luo Qingtian landed with him. Luo Qingtian stood on the frozen ground, squinting his eyes and looking around. The minimap showed that the mountain was dotted with small red dots. This meant that the mountain was teeming with zombies. But so far, Luo Qingtian hadn't seen any zombies. Luo Qingtian carefully observed his surroundings. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he pounded his fist into the ground. The ice cracked. The ground healed. One by one, bitter zombies emerged from the ground. Then they ran towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian stared at the green zombies in shock. After traveling alone for so long, this was the first time Luo Qingtian had seen such green zombies. Oh my god, how many times had he been cuckolded in his life? Luo Qingtian sighed as he reached out and punched the ground again. Ultimate freeze. As soon as he finished speaking, white icy air quickly spread from beneath his feet, rushing towards the green zombies charging in the opposite direction. Finally, he froze all of them. Luo Qingtian walked over to the green zombies and whispered, "Little Green, is it time for dinner?" Little Green transformed back into a seaweed ball and looked at the zombies, a look of disgust on his face. "Mommy, it stinks, Little Green, don't eat it." "Huh? Are there any zombies you won't eat?" "Mommy, these aren't legitimate zombies. They're mutated corpses." Hearing this news, Luo Qingtian instantly thought of the green beasts the people at Base 7 had mentioned earlier. Could these be green beasts? Since Little Green wouldn't eat them, Luo Qingtian reached out, and the flying fire mysterious bow instantly appeared in his hand. He drew his bow and unleashed an arrow, aiming at the green beasts. The flaming arrow shot out, instantly reducing the green beast ice sculpture standing in front of him to dust. The sound of explosions echoed, and the flames raged, rapidly spreading in all directions. As the mutated trees in the forest burned, they pulled themselves out of the ground one by one. Their roots formed short legs and began to hop back and forth in place. Luo Qingtian watched the mutated trees circling him and slapped his forehead. He reached out and controlled his water power to extinguish the flames. The flames died down, and the mutant trees began looking for places to dig holes. Some even protested against Luo Qingtian, twisting their branches and vines to attack him. Luo Qingtian dodged back and forth, once again certain that she and the 7th base were incompatible. But thinking of the expansion of her town, Luo Qingtian's flames condensed into a ball of fire. "If you keep showing off, I burn you to death." With a roar, the throbbing mutant trees fell silent. Luo Qingtian smiled at them and continued, "Be good, listen, I take you to a beautiful place." After saying this, Luo Qingtian threw them all into the space without waiting for the trees to object. Luo Qingtian clapped her hands contentedly and was about to find a few more mutant trees when a man's clear voice rang out. "You came up to the mountain in the middle of the night just to start a fire." Then, there was a sound of air breaking behind Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian quickly turned and reached out to catch the incoming fist. Then Luo Qingtian quickly turned around, raised his other hand, and punched forward. Chapter 652. Luo Qingtian used 70% of his strength in this punch. The fist, mingled with gusts of wind and whirlwinds, struck out with devastating force. Bang! A dent was punched into the mountainside in the direction of the blow, and the man who had attacked him had somehow dodged it. Luo Qingtian quickly glanced at the man. Just as he looked up, the man suddenly lunged forward. He grabbed Luo Qingtian's hand with one hand. Luo Qingtian stepped back, pulling his hand back. He raised his leg and kicked forward. Just as his leg struck the man, Luo Qingtian was surprised to find it felt like it was sinking into a muddy swamp. No, to be more precise, Luo Qingtian felt his thighs sink into the man's body. What made Luo Qingtian even more frantic was that the man opposite him was none other than Dihai. Luo Qingtian's attack faltered for a moment, allowing Dihai to seize the opportunity and catch Luo Qingtian's incoming fist. He quickly approached Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian didn't want to hurt Dihai, only to seize the opportunity to escape. As a result, he lost his balance and fell backward. Dihai was absolutely certain that the girl before him knew him and didn't want to hurt him. Because he was still holding Luo Qingtian's legs, he fell with him the moment Luo Qingtian fell. The two of them fell to the ground, hugging each other. Dihai reached out and protected Luo Qingtian's head as he fell. Get out of the way! Luo Qingtian's face flushed red after she fell to the ground. She was actually being pinned down by Di Zhang's brother? She was both embarrassed and angry. Dihai couldn't help but feel the urge to tease Luo Qingtian as his voice echoed in his ears. He leaned forward slightly, leaning close to Luo Qingtian's ear, and whispered, "Do you know me?" Luo Qingtian was speechless. This seemingly respectable Dihai was actually a sultry man. "I don't know you. If you don't want to die, get up." Luo Qingtian reached out and pushed Dihai, but he didn't budge. He relaxed slightly, then quickly grabbed Luo Qingtian's struggling hand and pressed it against Luo Qingtian's head. "Tell me, who are you? Or are you trying to seduce me?" Dihai's lips curled slightly, and a smile threatened to overflow from his rosy eyes. "Don't push me. Force me to slap you." Luo Qingtian felt a surge of fire. This sultry old man was actually teasing her. Even in her 2 lifetimes, she had never been teased like this by a man. She glared at Dihai fiercely, a chilling coldness in her eyes. Dihai could sense Luo Qingtian's fury, and was about to stand up and let go of Luo Qingtian. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he abruptly stood up, putting some distance between him and Luo Qingtian. Then he looked down at his lower abdomen, which was already stained red with blood. Luo Qingtian stood up and looked at Dihai coldly. "Do you really think I won't kill you?" Dihai chuckled softly. "Little girl, there's no need to be so embarrassed. If you really wanted to kill me, that stab wouldn't have been such a shallow wound. But since you injured me, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape unscathed." Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow, crossed his arms, and looked at Dihai with a half-smile. "What? You want to stab me too?" Luo Qingtian said, and a dagger instantly appeared in his hand. Luo Qingtian made his decision at this moment. He would knock Dihai unconscious, and if he couldn't kill him, he would beat him to death. At worst, I could just give him a healing light after beating him. That would be fair to Di Zhang. Dihai wasn't angry at Luo Qingtian's attitude towards him. He was simply curious about Luo Qingtian's identity, and the fact that Luo Qingtian always subconsciously held back when facing him. It was as if he was afraid of hurting himself. This mentality fueled his curiosity about Luo Qingtian. But he seemed to have irritated the little girl in front of him. "I'm not that petty. I said you can't leave because this mountain is full of green zombies. Although you just killed so many. But the truly powerful ones are." Dihai didn't finish his words before a group of green zombies emerged from the ground near them. These green zombies were clearly higher level than the ones they had seen before. "Do they like the smell of blood?" Luo Qingtian glanced at Dihai across from him, his annoyance growing. Luo Qingtian reaffirmed that he and the 7th base were incompatible. Then the two began to fight the surrounding green zombies. However, as the two fought, Dihai injured his own wound, and the stench of blood grew stronger. This intensified the frenzy of the surrounding green terrors. Luo Qingtian's agility reached extreme levels, and even when the green terrors charged, they were unable to harm him. But Dihai's fight grew increasingly awkward. Just as he was dodging the green terror's bites, a green terror suddenly emerged from the ground behind him, opening its maw and biting Dihai's neck. Luo Qingtian took notice and instantly threw the dagger in her hand. She quickly rushed to Dihai's side and kicked the charging green terror away. "Little green, fly, Little Green quickly transformed into wings and clung to Luo Qingqian's back. Luo Qingqian grabbed Dihai's waist and soared high into the sky. After flying a distance, Dihai turned back and whispered, "Let's go straight to my house. My wounds need treatment." Luo Qingqian ignored Dihai's words and continued flying forward. Dihai smiled and pointed ahead. "Turn ahead, the villa area on Repulse Bay Road. You should recognize it." Luo Qing, "I don't know." Dihai's eyes flickered when he heard this. "You don't know Repulse Bay Road? It seems you're really new to our 7th base. I show you the way." Dihai directed Luo Qingqian towards his villa. When they were almost there, Luo Qingqian stopped at a high building. "I take you there." Luo Qingqian released a healing light towards Dihai's body. Dihai felt a surge of heat envelop his injured area, and his wound quickly healed. "Alright. I'm leaving." Luo Qing turned and walked away. Dihai, observing Luo Qingqian's figure, quickly stepped forward. "Do you know my brother?" Dihai had been pondering Luo Qingqian's identity ever since Luo Qing lost her way. Now he was certain that Luo Qingqian wasn't Lu Ba, nor was she from the 7th base, nor was she from the robbery gang outside. Then there was only one explanation. This little girl was truly from Future Technology's headquarters. But the people at Future Technology wouldn't show mercy simply because of her identity. After much thought, there was only one possibility. This little girl knew his brother. After all, he probably bore a passing resemblance to Di Jiang. Hearing Di Jiang's name, Luo Qingqian's body trembled, but he didn't turn back, preparing to continue his journey. Dihai continued, "Are you curious why we suspect your Lu Ba? Or, why did our military intervene in Future Technology? Is that woman who disappeared today related to you?" Chapter 653. Dihai's words forced Luo Qingqian to stop in his tracks. Luo Qingqian turned and looked at Dihai. "What exactly are you trying to say? You should know that our Future Technology company will never agree to your military's interference. If this Future Technology company falls under your military control, as the general manager, I can tell you directly and firmly that I will withdraw all information synchronization from headquarters to this branch and remove all data and research results distributed from headquarters." Dihai sighed. "Our military has no intention of controlling your Future Technology branch. We are involved because many people in your company have likely become Green Ba. No, to be more precise, many people in your branch are impersonating Green Ba." Dihai then slowly walked over to Luo Qingqian, his tone soothing. "Do you know why we have a curfew here? In the 7th base, 80% of the terrain is mountainous, and we survivors can only survive on the remaining 20% of flat land. When the apocalypse first arrived, many people died in the mountains. Some died of starvation, some of natural causes, and some of viral infections. Until we established this 7th base. However, no one anticipated that the acid rain that followed would awaken the bodies buried in the mountains. And the survivors who died there. Nourished by the mountain, and by the trees, they eventually transformed into green, zombie-like creatures. These green creatures would descend the mountain every night. Our military was simply not strong enough to resist. And you saw it when you came to the base. Base 7 isn't very safe right now." Luo Qingqian looked at Dihai with a half-smile. "So, your base is facing internal and external troubles now? Then why did you say there were green traps in Future Technology Company?" Dihai sighed and said, "Although our military strength isn't enough to deal with so many green traps, we discovered a pattern. Green traps, like zombies, are divided into levels. As long as the high-level green traps are killed, the lower-level ones will disappear as well." This made Luo Qingqian suddenly realize something. She looked at Dihai with a complicated expression and a speechless look. "Don't you think a high-level green traps is impersonating our company personnel and hiding in our branch?" Dihai nodded. "Yes, we're all searching for this green traps now. If we don't kill it in time, the entire base 7 will be in danger." Luo Qingqian now understood why she had been mistaken for a green traps at the company gate. "No. You weren't the only faction at the company gate today. You're the military, so who was the second faction? The Deputy Base Commander's original faction. You know, this place is completely different from the inland bases. Even if the apocalypse begins, the complex forces here will still exist, and the 7th base is likely the least damaged by zombies of all. As for the bases most severely affected by zombies, I don't need to tell you, right?" As Dihai said this, he looked at Luo Qingqian with a hint of amusement. Luo Qingqian's mouth twitched. Was he telling himself that the first base, guarded by Di Jiang, was the only one destroyed by zombies? It seems Di Jiang really didn't report the real reason for the first base's destruction. At this moment, Luo Qingqian thought again of what Di Jiang had said to him that evening. He wanted to stay and protect the town. He wanted it to flourish and be recognized by the Yin nation. What was he thinking? While Luo Qingtian was distracted, Dihai's voice suddenly rang in his ears, bringing him back to his senses. Only then did he realize that Dihai had approached him without him noticing. He even lowered his head, leaning close to his ear. Luo Qingtian quickly backed away, putting some distance between them. "Stay away from me. If you come near me again, I pierce your stomach." Dihai raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "That's too cruel. Di Jiang wouldn't be able to handle it. Are you boyfriend and girlfriend?" "No, we're just partners." Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes at Dihai. He had no affection for this brother. He acted frivolously, but his eyes were filled with depth and scheming. He was definitely not a simple person. Luo Qingtian wanted no contact with him. Dihai's lips curled up again when he heard Luo Qingtian's denial. "We're not boyfriend and girlfriend, are we?" I thought Di Jiang was holding back because he had a crush on a girl. After all, finding soulmates in this apocalypse isn't easy. But your relationship isn't ordinary, is it? After all, you know I exist. Do you have anything else to say? Luo Qingtian didn't want to talk to Dihai anymore. He was a complete scheming scoundrel. If she said the slightest mistake, he'd figure out a whole lot from her words. It's too dangerous. Watching Luo Qingtian leave, Dihai's tone grew more serious. "Yes, I don't know your name. Of course, if you don't tell me, I can call Di Jiang." Luo Qingtian pursed her lips and looked at Dihai. "My name is Luo Qingtian." Dihai nodded in understanding, then extended his hand. "Hello, Miss Luo. I'm Dihai, currently serving as the commander of the 7th base. I formally invite your future technology company to collaborate with the military to locate the green ba hiding within the company." Cooperation? No longer a one-man show for the military, Luo Qingtian remembered that afternoon, when Lin Yaowen pestered her about Dihai's PUA tactics against the 7th base. Dihai chuckled. "The military has never been a one-man show. Our duty is to protect your lives and property. We may not be doing enough in many areas in this apocalypse, but our mission remains unchanged." "So, what kind of cooperation do you mean?" The 6th base collaboration made Luo Qingtian a little unimpressed by the word cooperation. Dihai pointed to the villa across the way and said, "Before the green ba come to the rooftop looking for prey, why don't you come to my house and talk? I remember Miss Lu is new to the 7th base. If you don't have a place to stay yet, I can arrange it." Luo Qingtian looked towards the villa, then towards Dihai. "Ever since we started talking, you've been guiding my thinking. You made me think according to what you say. Rather than saying you want to cooperate with me, it's better to ask what you want from me. I have a bad temper. If I found out I was being tricked, I'd probably do something. Even if you were Di Jiang's brother, I wouldn't show any mercy." Dihai sighed deeply. "Miss, I'm really sleepy. I just wanted to see who set the fire. I didn't expect to run into you. It's almost dawn, and I have to work during the day." Chapter 654. In the villa, Luo Qingtian lay in bed, gritting her teeth. Before falling asleep, Luo Qingtian cursed under her breath. These political players are so dirty. In the end, Luo Qingtian herself didn't know how Dihai had tricked her into the villa. She only remembered Dihai telling her casually, "Even if you activate your ID card at the branch office, if you don't go to the government hall for facial recognition, you will still be an illegal resident in the 7th base, and you won't even be able to walk normally. After all, the 7th base still maintains a pre-apocalyptic lifestyle. Surveillance cameras are everywhere, and food, clothing, housing, and transportation are all paid for with points cards. If you don't get recognized, you can't move a step at night. After all, no one knows if you will be the next person targeted by the green ba. I know you're wary of me, but I still have to say, since you don't have a place to stay now, why not come to my place first? My villa is huge, and I live alone. After dawn, I can personally take you to verify your identity information. With me around, any difficult matter will be much easier. What do you think?" After Dihai's persuasive and emotional appeal, Luo Qingtian finally followed Dihai to his villa. After fighting all night, Luo Qingtian slept until noon. At lunchtime, Dihai knocked on the door. "Miss Luo, get up and eat." Luo Qingtian opened her eyes instantly, and seeing the unfamiliar surroundings, she realized instantly. She was in Dihai's house. He had said he would take her to verify her identity today. And she had nowhere else to stay. And so she had been tricked into coming here. Luo Qingtian scratched the back of his head in frustration. When had he ever been so easily fooled? "Forget it, after verifying my identity today, I can move right into the house Qin Lang had prepared." Just then, there was another knock on the door. Miss Luo, get up. We still have to go to the government building for verification today. Luo Qingtian let out a long, stagnant breath and replied weakly, got it. At the dinner table, Luo Qingtian watched Dihai approaching with an apron and a tray. He felt something was absurd, especially when he saw Dihai's gentle, harmless smile. The contrast seemed a little unreal. I don't know what you like, so I made a little extra. You know, it's the end of the world now, so there aren't many ingredients. Just make do with what you have. Luo Qingtian twitched his lips as he looked at the table full of food. Oh, it's really not much. One more dish, and the table might collapse. Did you make all this? Luo Qingtian picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece of braised meat in front of him and began to eat. Well, I did all of that. When I first joined, I spent a lot of time in the kitchen. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. Do all of you new recruits have to go to the kitchen? Dihai took off his apron and draped it on a nearby chair. It seems Miss Luo knows more than just me as a soldier. At least my brother never went to the kitchen when he joined. Luo Qingtian wanted to bite his tongue off at this moment. He was just such a snob. Yeah, I know a few. We work together on missions. Dihai let out a deep laugh. It seems Miss Luo has been to a lot of bases. Don't try to trick me. Luo Qingtian glanced at Dihai coldly and began to eat seriously. Luo Qingtian decided not to say another word to Dihai at this point. This guy is even more attentive than Conan. A smile flashed in Dihai's eyes, and he stopped talking to Luo Qing. The two of them ate in silence. Luo Qingtian had a large appetite, but Dihai had prepared a vast amount. After they had eaten their fill, there was still quite a bit left. Just when she thought there would be some leftovers, she saw Dihai's eating speed increase. In a matter of moments, the entire table was devoured by Dihai alone. Luo Qingtian glanced at Dihai's stomach, then back at him. She couldn't help but give Dihai a thumbs up. Amazing. Dihai smiled, thank you. My powers are somewhat unique, so I need a lot of food to replenish my energy. Even without them, I eat quite a bit. But for some reason, Dihai didn't want Luo Qingtian to know about his voracious appetite. Luo Qingtian then thought of his fight with Dihai last night. That supernatural power, haha, was a bit rogue. Dihai guessed what Luo Qingtian was thinking, and stood up to start clearing the dishes. He raised his chin and gestured towards the sofa. There's some fruit over there. There's a pre-recorded show on TV, you can watch it. After I'm done, we go and verify it. Luo Qingtian had no intention of helping out. After today's work, they wouldn't see each other much anyway, so he happily headed towards the living room. On the living room table lay some rare fruit and a few bags of potato chips. Although he was full, Luo Qingtian still picked up a bag of chips and ate. The TV was showing shows he had seen before, and Luo Qingtian lazily leaned back on the sofa, waiting for Dihai. When Dihai emerged, he saw Luo Qingtian curled up on the sofa, watching a TV series. A smile flickered in Dihai's eyes, and he turned back to the bedroom, emerging fully dressed. Let's go. Luo Qingtian turned and saw Dihai already in his military uniform. Luo Qingtian put down his unfinished potato chips and stood up. Okay. The two of them left the villa. A military jeep was already parked at the entrance. The soldier driving the vehicle saw his chief come out with a woman. His eyes widened instantly. What the hell? He'd been guarding the chief's house for so long, and he hadn't seen a woman come in last night. When did this woman enter the villa? No, when had his chief been around a woman? Thoughts swirled around him, and it wasn't until Dihai reached the car that the soldier finally realized what was happening. Chief. Who is this? Dihai's voice was low, my brother's friend. Let's go to the government certification hall first. The young soldier opened the car door with understanding, watched the two people get in, and drove them towards the certification hall. With Dihai leading the way, the rest of the process was smooth sailing. Looking at the fully activated ID card, Luo Qingtian waved to Dihai cheerfully. Thank you, Commander D. With this ID card, I can now walk around the 7th base normally. I treat you to dinner next time I get a chance. Goodbye. Luo Qingtian turned and was about to leave. But before he could leave, Dihai stepped forward and grabbed Luo Qingtian's wrist. Wait a moment. Don't rush. Luo Qingtian withdrew his hand with a cold expression, frowned, and looked at Dihai. Base Commander, is there anything else? Dihai knew Luo Qingtian was angry again and quickly said, after this ID card is activated, there will be a delay of 1 day and 1 night. That means you have to stay with me for 2 more days. Chapter 655. Hearing this, Luo Qingtian's fury instantly flared up. How could it be possible? I thought I wasn't the only one who came to activate the 7th base? How did they live? Were they sleeping on the streets, waiting to die? Luo Qitian looked at Dihai with disbelief. Dihai coughed lightly. After the apocalypse, our network was disconnected for a long time. It was your future technology company that came and worked with our government to reconnect us. But then Lu Ba appeared, infiltrated your future technology company branch, and took up a position there, causing our network to become incredibly slow. Even if we sent many people to investigate, it would be futile. The more we investigated, the more likely they would never return. Luo Qitian didn't believe it. She stared at Dihai, feeling that he had deliberately left her behind. But what was this person's motive? Even if that's what you said, I couldn't have been the only one coming for certification recently, right? Indeed, not really. So the government vacated a shelter, with large bunk beds for both men and women. It's very unsafe, Qitian. Are you sure you want to stay there? Luo Qitian glanced at Dihai, and was about to say yes when Dihai continued. Your strength may not be a problem, but are you really planning to wait 2 days before starting the investigation? You have to understand that every day you go later, the branch will be in danger. Act with me. At least we can investigate together now. This reasoning successfully persuaded Luo Qitian to compromise. Although she hated being led around by the nose, she had to admit it. So far, this is the best solution. Dihai watched Luo Qitian stop struggling, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. You're silent, so you agree. So let's go to Future Technology Company this afternoon to investigate? Luo Qitian nodded. Yes. Seeing Luo Qitian agree, Dihai's eyes flashed with triumph. Let's go, my car is downstairs. Let's go now. Then the two of them got back into the car. The soldier driving the car was so frightened when Dihai said they were going to the Future Technology branch that he almost dropped his grip on the steering wheel. Captain, isn't it too dangerous for you and this guy to go alone? Future Technology Company is a den of evil right now. If our leader goes there without his men, as the driver, if something happens, he'd be court-martialed. Don't worry, I'd be fine. Just go there. You can drop me off and leave. The driver, hearing this, grew even more anxious. Captain, how could that be possible? What would happen to the base if something happened to you? Besides, if something really happened to Dihai, the central government would lose control of the 7th base. Dihai patted the driver's shoulder reassuringly and said, Don't worry, my psychic abilities are in great shape. Even if a green beast attacks me, I'd be fine. Besides, I'm not going alone. I'm accompanied by a very powerful psychic. Dihai specifically researched Luo Qitian last night. After watching several videos of Luo Qitian in combat, and some detailed descriptions, he concluded that many sources have given rough estimates of Luo Qingqian's power. Luo Qingqian's overall power is estimated to be around 4,000 to 5,000. So far, approximately 2,000 to 3,000 psychics have appeared at Base 0. In other words, of the psychics they investigated and trained so far, Luo Qitian is likely the most powerful. Because of this, Dihai felt comfortable going with Luo Qitian to investigate the branch office. But the young soldier glanced at Luo Qitian with disbelief. Such a young girl, and so delicate. She didn't look like a powerful psychic at all. The young soldier wondered if his leader had been blinded by lust. But he didn't dare say so. He drove to the gate of the Future Technology Company branch. Luo Qitian and Dihai got out of the car and walked into the company building together. Dihai took his ID card and led Luo Qitian inside. The two of them walked straight upstairs. As they walked, Luo Qitian couldn't see many small blue dots moving. The two of them first went to the office dedicated to authentication. Someone else had arrived in the office without them noticing. It was another woman. When she saw the two of them, she looked up. Base Commander, what brings you here? Dihai nodded slightly. I brought Miss Luo to activate the ID card. She's the branch manager sent down from your headquarters. The woman looked at Luo Qitian in surprise. We haven't received any news from headquarters about anyone coming. Dihai smiled at the woman, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. So, young lady, are you questioning my words? Dihai's voice was gloomy and cold. The woman became nervous. The woman stood up tremblingly and bowed to Dihai. I'm sorry, Base Commander, I don't have enough authority here. I called the higher-ups and asked them to delegate. The woman began to make the call. After hanging up, the woman's attitude calmed down. I'm sorry, Base Commander. Please proceed to the office at the very end of the 3rd floor. That's where the highest level activation is located. Dihai and Luo Qitian exchanged a glance, then walked out of the activation hall together. They didn't take the elevator, but instead walked straight up through the security corridor. On the way, Luo Qingtian whispered, "If my card isn't activated, then what did I activate on my first day here?" Dihai sighed softly. "What I activated here is your certification from the 7th base. Your company's certification has nothing to do with us, but since that woman asked us to go up to the 3rd floor, there must be a surprise waiting for us in that office." After Dihai finished speaking, Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow and looked over, and they both smiled. They both had a thought. Walking down the 3rd floor corridor, Luo Qingtian could clearly see from the minimap that behind each office were small figures busy at work. But they had locked their offices tightly, and even if they heard someone walking outside, they had no intention of coming out. Soon, they reached the office the woman had mentioned. Dihai prepared to open the door. Luo Qingtian rushed into the room first. 5 men stood in the room. Before them stood a giant screen. Seeing Luo Qingtian enter, one of them looked up. "Is it activated? Come over here and take a picture." Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes at the man who had spoken, then stepped forward. But before he reached their designated spot, a dagger suddenly appeared in Luo Qingtian's hand. The dagger flew, piercing the man's head. Shocked, the man reached out to block. The dagger instantly caught fire, and the next moment, the flaming dagger pierced the man's hand. "Qingtian, you." Just as Dihai was about to speak, he saw the man on fire turn emerald green. The other 4 people in the room also turned green. Chapter 656. So many. Dihai looked grimly at the 5 green BS before him. I hadn't expected the green boss transformations to be so convincing. If they hadn't known what would happen, they wouldn't have been able to find anything wrong with the 5 civil servants' appearance, no matter how many people they brought. The 5 green BS stumbled towards the 2. Dihai charged forward, engaging 2 of them. As the remaining 3 attempted a sneak attack on Dijiang, green vines suddenly rose from beneath their feet, tightly binding the remaining 3. Dihai fought for a while, realizing that Luo Qingtian behind him hadn't made any moves. After dodging the attacks of the 2 green BS, Dihai frowned and shouted, "Luo Qingtian, why don't you take care of those 3 green BS quickly? Come and help." Dihai briefly paused. The combat stats of the 2 green BS before him were at least 1500 plus. It would be difficult to eliminate them on his own. Luo Qingtian tilted his head, looking at the 3 trapped green demons, and said with a grin, "Oh, I have to fight 3 of them. It's going to be tough." Commander D. Dihai, fighting ahead, was distracted by Luo Qingtian. Then he noticed that Luo Qingtian hadn't moved at all, while the 3 green demons were gradually disappearing. Like melting candles, they were slowly shrinking. Dihai's eyes twitched in anger. "Yeah, it's been tough. Go for it." After saying this, Dihai no longer expected Luo Qingtian to help him. This little girl was definitely looking for revenge after he tricked her for 2 days. So he simply unleashed his most powerful attack to fight the green demon. Luo Qingtian frowned as he watched the green demon melt bit by bit. Within the green demon's body, a bright gray light rapidly released its poison. He had originally intended to directly absorb the vitality and energy of the 3 green demons, but upon piercing them, he discovered they lacked any vitality at all, not even their full energy, making it impossible to absorb them. So Luo Qingtian ultimately opted to dissolve them. After the 3 green demons were completely dissolved, Luo Qingtian retracted his beam. By this time, Dihai had been knocked back. He quickly avoided any damage to his body, and kicked the wall behind him. Then Dihai used the momentum to charge at the green demons. The green demons raised their hands to attack. Dihai's body suddenly became as soft as water. The green demons passed right through him, and the next moment, the 2 green demons dissolved into a pile of mud, crumbling away bit by bit. Luo Qingtian covered his mouth as he watched the scene. "Captain D, you're not so desperate as to eat them, are you?" When Luo Qingtian realized that these things weren't life force, but a bunch of dead bodies, he felt like vomiting. Dihai raised his narrow eyes, and glared at Luo Qingtian. "Miss Luo, don't say such horrible things. I'm not a pervert." Luo Qingtian nodded. It's okay. You're not a pervert." Then Luo Qingtian muttered, "Perverts always say that about themselves." Dihai pinched his brows. "My ability is a little special. I'm not that hungry and indiscriminate." Luo Qingtian nodded with a grin. Yes, Commander D is right." Luo Qingtian turned and headed for the door. Dihai gazed at Luo Qingtian's back with some resignation. The girl, so cold just now. The fact that she had changed so suddenly after being teased by him. A smile flashed in Dihai's eyes. He quickly followed. The 2 of them walked down the hallway, gazing at the rows of offices. "We just had such a serious fight, And yet no one has escaped. Don't you think it's unusual? Luo Qingtian tried to open the door. When she reached out to twist the bolts, she found that every door lock was deadlocked. Dihai whispered, with such intense fighting, it's a problem if they even manage to get out. But knowing this company is in trouble, why are these people still working here? Aren't they hiding out at home? Luo Qingtian had a feeling something was seriously wrong at Future Technology. Dihai sighed softly, there's nothing we can do. The positions at the base are almost all full now, making it difficult to find a suitable position. If we don't work, we won't earn points, and without points, we won't be able to buy food at the base. At least here, they still have a chance of survival. If they don't come to work, their positions will be revoked, and they won't even be able to afford the most basic living needs. Do you think they still come to stay alive? As they talked, they reached the emergency exit. Luo Qingtian didn't rush downstairs, but headed for the 4th floor. The Future Company building reached its highest point, reaching 9 floors. When Luo Qingtian reached the 4th floor, she suddenly stopped. She turned to look at Dihai and said, Captain D, have you ever thought about this? These people work here to survive, and the highest-ranking Green Ba are exploiting this mentality, transforming everyone in the company into Green Ba. Bit by bit, Dihai's heart trembled slightly. Are you saying the Green Ba want to make this their base? Luo Qingtian looked at Dihai with a complicated expression and said, perhaps those 5 Green Ba we just killed weren't Green Ba transformed at all. Or perhaps they were originally members of the company, transformed by the Green Ba? Dihai's heart was pounding. He looked at Luo Qingtian with a complicated expression. Are you saying that everyone in this company has already turned into green bastards? Aren't green bastards only capable of transformation from corpses? And they have to emerge from the earth. Luo Qingtian frowned. Why do you think that? Just because the green bastards you killed turned into earth? At this, Dihai's mind suddenly exploded. From the moment Green Dam appeared, they had always assumed that green bastards must originate from dead people. But where exactly were they first tested? He only remembered seeing these things in the battle reports he had read. And when he had previously gone up the mountain alone to search for green bastards, he had also seen them slowly crawling out of the ground. And then, unconsciously, he accepted this idea. At this moment, Dihai felt a chill run down his spine. He looked at Luo Qingtian. So, green bastards exist in our government, even in the military? Thinking of this possibility, Dihai had an urge to leave quickly. Luo Qingtian looked at Dihai with pity. Don't you think this thought of yours is a hint? Dihai had certainly thought of that, but he had no idea who had given him the hint. He began to ponder. From Lu Ba's appearance to the moment when he recognized Lu Ba's appearance. Luo Qingtian's voice rang out again. Commander D, now is not the time to think. Dihai looked up, bewildered, at Luo Qingtian. Shall we leave now? He admitted that now was not the time to think. Luo Qingtian shrugged and pointed upstairs. Dihai looked up. Involuntarily, he took 2 steps back. Chapter 657. Above the stairwell, pairs of dark, green eyes stared down at them. The owners of these eyes were countless green terrors. Even though Dihai had seen countless green terrors before, he was still frightened by the presence of these creatures, neither human nor zombie. Luo Qingtian carefully examined the green terrors huddled at the stairwell, staring at them. The green terrors' eyes varied in color, but their bodies were all green, and their heads resembled large green bitter melons. While green eyes wouldn't look unusual, some green terrors had black eyes and pupils. Some even had no whites in their eyes. Is this a different level? As Luo Qingtian pondered this, the green terrors ran stiffly downwards. This was a safe passage, narrow, but these green terrors rushed down like a pile of arhats, leaving no room for maneuver in the cramped space. Dihai reached out and grabbed Luo Qingtian's hand, pulling him downwards. Not fighting? Just running away like that? Luo Qingtian's face was filled with confusion. Dihai said nothing, leading Luo Qingtian to the 1st floor lobby. At this moment, the green creeps from upstairs came tumbling down, and the tiles in the lobby began to move. Just as the 2 men tried to rush out, the tiles on the ground flew up automatically, and then one green creep after another crawled out from under them. Seeing this, Dihai had no choice but to believe Luo Qing's words. These green creeps had actually considered this place their future base from the beginning. Dihai's lightning powers flew in all directions. He began unleashing his energy at the charging green bastards. The purple supernatural power ignited the green bastards' bodies, igniting the surrounding green bastards as well. Luo Qingtian, on his side, reached out and summoned the flying fire mysterious bow. He aimed at the green bastards crawling out from under the tiles. Boom, 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 explosions continued, and before they could even emerge, Luo Qingqian's flames incinerated them. Then Luo Qingqian's flying fire mysterious bout changed direction, firing at the piles of green bastards behind him. The escape passage was already narrow, and these green bastards were now like the primitive zombies of the past, unconscious and attacking on instinct. So, they blocked the passage tightly. Luo Qingqian drew his bow, and released his arrow. Then he saw the green bastards in front of him quickly burn to dust. Then the green bastards behind him rushed forward, but this time, they all had black eyes. Their figures darted towards Luo Qingqian like ghosts, then vanished as quickly as they neared him. They darted around the hall, their speed so swift that only shadows remained. Luo Qingqian's flying fire mysterious bow was unaimed, and the next moment, she quickly switched to her tang sword. Luo Qingqian expanded the minimap to its maximum size, and suddenly swung her sword forward. Two green bastards' heads were directly chopped off by Luo Qingqian. Then Luo Qingqian's sword swings became increasingly faster. Green bastards from all around rushed forward. All were beheaded by Luo Qingqian's tang sword. Behind him, Dihai looked at Luo Qingqian with a complicated expression. He had always known Luo Qingqian's strength, but observing him closely, he realized that Luo Qingqian's strength was more than he seemed in the video. The main reason these green bastards were so difficult to deal with was their indestructible bodies. This was especially true of the higher-level green traps. Neither guns, ammunition, nor cannons could destroy a green trap unless it possessed a special ability. For example, his secondary ability, Earth Transformation. This ability could completely destroy a green trap. But these high-level green traps before him were like vegetables to Luo Qingqian. This somewhat overturned his understanding. Could it be that Luo Qingqian's stats had already surpassed 5,000 plus? At this moment, the surrounding green traps, seemingly realizing they couldn't reach Luo Qingqian, all rushed towards Dihai. Dihai's body transformed once more. When the green traps approached him, they passed through his body. Then, they all turned into black mud. After slashing away several green slugs, Luo Qingqian gave Dihai a thumbs up. "Commander D, you're amazing." As soon as he finished speaking, Dihai spat out a mouthful of blood at Luo Qingqian. "Too much earth, my body can't handle it." Only then did Luo Qingqian notice how pale Dihai's face was. Well, now was definitely not the time for revenge. Luo Qingqian protected Dihai. Green vines then continuously appeared on the ground, binding all the surrounding green slugs. Then Luo Qingqian extended his hands, and bright gray light pierced the green slugs' bodies, releasing a torrent of poison. Just when Luo Qingqian thought the green slugs would be dissolved, the trapped green slugs, as if receiving some command or stimulus, began frantically tearing at the traps Luo Qingqian had cast. The next moment, the green slugs charged towards Luo Qingqian and Dihai. If it were just Luo Qingqian alone, he would have unleashed his ultimate attack, killing them all. But Dihai was by his side. If he lost control, Dihai's life would be in danger. Luo Qingqian led Dihai in a continuous retreat towards the gate. The green bastards ahead were gaining speed. They constantly harassed Luo Qingqian, and Dihai, weakened, leaned against Luo Qingqian's back. "Dihai, are you okay?" Dihai's face was frighteningly pale. "Sorry, I got you into trouble." Luo Qingqian gritted his teeth. "Damn it, freeze!" Luo Qingqian stomped his foot hard on the ground, and white icy air quickly spread into the hall. After stopping the green bastard's attacks, Luo Qingqian raised his foot and kicked the gate, which had been sealed for some unknown time, away. With the gate broken, Luo Qingqian grabbed Dihai and rushed out. Little Green quickly transformed into green wings and attached itself to Luo Qingqian's back. Luo Qingqian held Dihai's waist and soared high into the sky. Dihai, are we going to the hospital or your house?" Dihai's eyes were tightly shut, and he didn't respond to Luo Qingqian. Luo Qingqian looked around, searching for a high rooftop to rest. Dihai leaned on Luo Qingqian's shoulder and opened his eyes slightly. "This is a side effect of my ability. I'm weak. Please take me home first." Luo Qingqian heard this and asked, "Are you sure you're okay?" Luo Qingqian regretted it now. If she had known he was so weak, she would have gone alone. He's Di Zhang's brother, after all. Dihai's voice returned, but it was a bit weak and hoarse. "It's okay. I can't show up at the base hospital with my identity. Take me back. Please." Dihai finished, leaning weakly against Luo Qingqian, as if he had exhausted all his strength. Luo Qingqian nodded in understanding. "Okay, I take you back." Luo Qingqian flew towards the villa with Dihai, completely unaware that the corners of Dihai's mouth were slightly raised. Chapter 658. In the villa, Luo Qingtian helped Dihai onto the bed. Do you need any medicine? No, I have special abilities, so I just need to eat something. Luo Qingtian looked Dihai up and down. Dihai's face was pale, and he looked completely broken. Luo Qingtian was speechless. If she hadn't seen him speak before the army, if she hadn't seen his devilish and unbridled demeanor, she would have mistaken him for a fallen immortal. Are you sure just eating something will do? Dihai smiled wanly. Yes. I just overexerted myself. I have ingredients in the kitchen, so please help, Miss Luo. Looking at Dihai's sincere face, Luo Qingtian wanted to say she didn't believe him. But thinking it was just a meal, Luo Qingtian nodded and turned to leave. After Luo Qingtian left, the weakness on Dihai's face instantly disappeared. His expression was cold. He reached for his glasses from the bedside table and put them on, then pressed a button next to them. Then, a network conference room appeared in the void before him. Dihai's cold voice echoed through the room. Sorry, I'm late. Let's start the meeting now. Today, my future technology company branch has discovered something very important. Dihai's weakness today was genuine, but also deliberate. He could see that Luo Qingtian, driven by revenge, had no desire to leave and even considered continuing the fun. Dihai knew they wouldn't be able to find the so-called highest-level green trader today, but already, individuals in the military and government had been transformed into green traders. The person who had given them the hint was still lurking nearby, so he forced himself to weaken, forcing Luo Qingtian to leave. This was the only way he could return quickly and arrange the rest of the matter. In the kitchen, Luo Qingtian gazed at the ingredients in the refrigerator and the meat on the chopping board, lost in thought. Having not cooked in so long, she had momentarily forgotten how to begin. He lit the fire and began cooking, but the resulting meal was somewhat indescribable. Luo Qingtian pondered for a moment, then peered into the space to see Michio's prepared meal in the villa's dining room, waiting for her to enter. Luo Qingtian observed Michio's location, confirming he was still busy outside. She tossed a bunch of ingredients into the space and then retrieved the meal. She had no intention of treating Dihai to a meal, so she could only exchange one thing for another. She quickly cleared the table and placed the pile of prepared food on it. Then she turned and walked towards Dihai's room. Dihai quickly exited the meeting upon hearing Luo Qingtian's footsteps, then picked up a document and examined it carefully. His expression had returned to its previous sickly expression, as if the sly and slick base commander from earlier wasn't him. Dihai, it's time for dinner. Luo Qingtian pushed the door open without knocking. Dihai raised his head, a fragile smile on his face. Okay, thank you. Dihai stood up, stumbling slightly as he got out of bed. Luo Qingtian, standing nearby, felt the urge to go crazy watching this scene. Are you really that weak? For some reason, Luo Qingtian felt that Dihai's condition was too fake. Dihai smiled bitterly. Yes. I'm the base commander, and I'm surrounded by locals eager to see me down. So I absolutely cannot let anyone see me in this state. Dihai said this, smiling again as he looked at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian stepped forward and cast a healing spell on Dihai. Dihai felt something surge into his body. Although it felt comfortable, it had little effect on his weakness. Are you feeling better? Much better. Luo Qingtian looked Dihai up and down, and Dihai smiled slightly. But the paleness on his face didn't fade. Luo Qingtian reluctantly stepped forward to support Dihai. Don't force yourself. I help you over. Okay, Dihai chuckled and let Luo Qingtian help him to the dining room. Looking at the table full of food, Dihai's eyes once again smiled. Thank you for all the hard work. Luo Qingtian let go of Dihai, walked to the table, sat down, and began to eat. Dihai looked at Luo Qingtian and said with a smile, I've been feeling weak these past few days. Miss Luo, please join me for the next few days. Luo Qingtian looked up at Dihai. Why? If you're weak, you have your adjutant and your orderly. Why are you dragging me along? I have other things to do. I don't have time. Luo Qingtian's answer didn't surprise Dihai at all. It was as if he had expected it. He sighed softly. The side effects of my ability will affect me for at least a week. It's not usually like this. It's just that I exhausted too much today and overdrawn my vitality. The implication was that if Luo Qingtian hadn't insisted on staying and fighting, he wouldn't have exhausted himself to such an extent. I have no morals. Don't try to kidnap me. Luo Qingtian said coldly, then lowered his head to continue eating. Dihai smiled bitterly and said nothing more. An aura of worry emanated from him, almost drowning Luo Qingtian. Oh, if anything really happens to me, I'm afraid this place will be handed over to Xiaojiang. Hearing Dihai say this, Luo Qingtian looked up at him. Are you threatening me? Dihai looked at Luo Qingtian bewilderedly. Miss Luo, what do you mean? Are you saying that Di Zhang's kid is with you? No wonder my family can't contact him. Since Miss Luo knows Di Jiang so well, I hope Miss Luo can have him call home. My father, and I miss him so much. Dihai smiled harmlessly. Luo Qingtian pursed her lips and looked at Dihai. This man was so sinister. Is she being tricked again? Or has she been trapped? Di Jiang can't leave for now. He's responsible for many things in this town. If he leaves, I have to find someone to take charge. And Chen Hao and the others. If Di Jiang leaves, Chen Hao will follow, right? He promised to protect him in this life. This old man is definitely blackmailing her. Okay, I be by your side while you're weak. Dihai smiled at Luo Qingtian. Thank you, Miss Luo. I remember your kindness. Luo Qingtian sneered. You guys are really playing dirty politics. Without waiting for Dihai's reply, Luo Qingtian stood up and left. Leaving Dihai and the table full of food, he left behind. Dihai watched Luo Qingtian return to her room with a smile in his eyes. After Luo Qingtian left, Dihai finally began to eat freely. Soon, the entire table was gone. The transformation into earth would indeed weaken him for a few days, but this weakness required abundant food. Eating more meat for a few days would be enough. But Luo Qingtian didn't want to interact with Dihai, even repelling him, so he didn't notice these things. Dihai, satisfied with his meal, stood up and placed his dishes in the sink, washing them clean with a cheerful mood. Chapter 659. Luo Qingtian's room was on the second floor. After returning to his room, Luo Qingtian locked the door and entered the space. When the little furry ball saw Luo Qingtian enter, he wrapped a faint golden Tang Dynasty sword in a green vine and brought it to Luo Qingtian. Then he pointed in the direction of the smelting table. Luo Qingtian took the sword and looked at it, then looked back at the smelting table. You mean I should go check out the smelting table? The little furry ball didn't respond to Luo Qingtian and pulled him towards the smelting table. On their way there, Luo Qingtian realized the smelting table had changed in some way. A light screen had appeared in front of the smelting table. On it, the pale golden Tang Dynasty sword was spinning on the screen. In the lower right corner of the light screen, a line of small words appeared. SSS level cicada leaf golden sword. Comprehensive value, 2,300. Luo Qingtian looked at the Tang sword in his hand, and then at the interface. Wow, that's pretty good. The materials I obtained later actually have stats displayed? If I bring this Tang sword into battle, my overall stats will increase significantly, right? Luo Qingtian grinned at Machio. Machio's eyes revealed a clear sense of stupidity. He looked at Luo Qingtian with confusion, seemingly completely unaware of what he meant. Luo Qingtian slapped his head. How foolish of me to even think of asking you. With that, Luo Qingtian took the golden sword and ran to the training room. Upon arriving, Luo Qingtian noticed a significant change. The furnishings, options, and even the upper limit were much higher than before. Before, she had trained to her limit in the training room, and it was difficult to improve. But this time, there were many more options before the highest level. Luo Qingtian, forgetting his frustration at being defeated by Emperor Hai, opened a new option and couldn't help but engage in battle in the training room. Machio and little Machio began observing Luo Qingtian's progress after he entered the training room. Status, 16230. I wonder how much stronger I be this time, little Machio said with relief, looking at the stat in the lower right corner. At this rate, Qingtian will soon reach the level we need. Machio, who was watching Luo Qingtian fight in the video, suddenly flew over and kicked Luo Qingtian away. Luo Qingtian's body landed heavily on the ground. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Luo Qingtian's body trembled slightly from the pain. Green tears began to fall from Machio's eyes. If possible, I really hope Qingtian can be an ordinary girl, happily studying in college. The little furball sighed, yes, once Qingtian has put an end to this apocalypse and their invasion, we let Qingtian return to being that ordinary girl. Let her live a perfect and happy life. The furball said bitterly, is that even possible? You know, she holds the core of Earth's energy within her body. She's also a recognized existence. Even if you and I wanted her to return to normal, this world wouldn't agree. Not even those creatures would let Qingtian live in peace. The little furball soothed, yes, believe me. Once this is over, we let Qingtian make her own choice. The two balls finished their conversation and looked at the video in front of them. Luo Qingtian was currently fleeing around the training room. In previous battles, no matter how she ran, she was always within the training room. But this time, after the training room was upgraded, a simulated scene appeared. As soon as she flipped the button, she felt like she was on an alien planet. Or even in another world. The new enemies were no longer robots, but Zerg creatures in human form. There were also some humanoid creatures straight out of sci-fi movies, but if you want to describe their appearance, they could only be described as bald aliens. And they had 2 tentacles on their heads. These humanoid creatures moved at an absurd speed, so fast that you could only see afterimages before they rushed in front of her. Luo Qingtian could clearly sense that the enemy's stats were all over 10,000. Fighting alone was fine, but now they were in groups. They were going to kill her. Luo Qingtian fought and ran. Without little green or big white by her side, she couldn't fly, relying only on the golden sword in her hand. She had countless wounds on her body, and her clothes were stained red with blood. Most importantly, her supernatural powers were banned. She could only rely on her skills and strength to fight. She had no idea how long she had been running. All she knew was a red-green mountain range before her, surrounded by towering trees. While dodging the enemy's pursuit, she also had to be wary of poisonous insects that suddenly appeared from the trees. Watching the Zerg and humanoid creatures approaching from behind, Luo Qingtian suddenly leaped. His golden sword was imbued with Luo Qingtian's fighting spirit. The Tang sword swept across, sending whirlwinds of energy scattering the swarms of Zerg behind him. The sharp sword energy severed most of the Zerg. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity to leap near the Zerg, sweeping his long sword, slashing horizontally and vertically. Leaping, flipping. Everywhere he went, Zerg bodies were severed in half. After killing the last Zerg, Luo Qingtian collapsed to the ground helplessly. The words level success appeared in the void before him. The scene finally changed, and Luo Qingtian returned to the training room. His suppressed powers revived, and Luo Qingtian endured the excruciating pain, casting a healing light on himself. Then he closed his eyes helplessly. The injuries he sustained this time were too severe. Luo Qingtian's intense concentration during the battle had consumed too much mental energy, causing him to faint. Mutation rushed into the training room after Luo Qingtian fainted and carried him to his arms. Mutation carried Luo Qingtian to the bedroom, helped him wash himself, change into pajamas, and dry his hair. After confirming that Luo Qingtian was alright, he reluctantly left Luo Qingtian's room. That night, Luo Qingtian slept soundly. Upon waking, he felt a surge of relaxation all over his body. Little Furball sensed it when Luo Qingtian woke up. Little Furball turned on the tester and pointed it at Luo Qingtian's room. The tester displayed 19200. Seeing this number, Little Furball was startled. After returning from the Zerg planet, this kid's stats had actually increased by over 3,000. Luo Qingtian had just gotten up when she heard a knock on the door outside her dimension. Yawning, Luo Qingtian glanced at herself. Her clothes had been changed. She quickly left the dimension, got up, and went to open the door. Dihai stood at the doorway and said with a smile, "Miss Luo, breakfast is ready. Come down and eat." Luo Qingtian looked at Dihai. Dihai's face was pale and bloodless. It was obvious that he had worked very hard to prepare this meal. "Oh, here you are. You're not feeling well, so you don't need to cook." Dihai chuckled, "I can't help it. I asked you to stay with me for a few days. I make sure you're well fed. Change your clothes first, I'd be waiting downstairs." The table was filled with all sorts of food. Dihai passed the steak in front of him to Luo Qing. "Miss Luo, do you have the ability to identify green ants?" Chapter 660. Luo Qingtian lowered her head and took a bite of the steak without responding. Dihai said to himself, "I think Miss Luo has the ability to identify not only green ba, but also those who are different." Luo Qingtian looked up at Dihai. "Why do you think so?" Dihai smiled gently at Luo Qingtian. "Of course, it's based on my observation and intuition. So, when Miss Luo and I go to the government meeting today, please help me identify whether there are any people in our military or political circles who have been transformed into green ba." Luo Qingtian glanced at Dihai coldly, lowered her head, and continued eating. "Yes." Dihai breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Luo Qingtian respond. This little girl had a bad temper. While his conversation with Luo Qingtian seemed relaxed, he was actually very cautious. He wanted Luo Qingtian to stay, but he was afraid of completely angering her, so he kept testing her limits. Thankfully, he had spent many years on both sides of the political and military spectrum, and he was adept at manipulating people's hearts. So whenever Luo Qingtian was about to explode, he'd play the role of pitiful and weak. He'd bring up Dijiang's name to show off. And take a look at the relationship between Luo Qingtian and Dijiang. However, from his interactions yesterday to today, Dihai felt that Dijiang and Luo Qingtian were no more than friends. Knowing this, Dihai felt much better. Luo Qingtian didn't eat much breakfast. After breakfast, he got up and went to the living room to watch TV. Dihai watched Luo Qingtian leave, quickly finished his meal, cleared the dishes, and changed his clothes. He walked over to Luo Qingtian's side. He reached out and gently stroked Luo Qingtian's hair. "Let's go!" The car's waiting outside. Luo Qingtian frowned, distanced herself from Dihai, and walked out of the villa without looking back. 3 military vehicles were parked outside the villa. Luo Qingtian followed Dihai into the rearmost vehicle. The vehicle slowly pulled onto the highway, heading towards the government building. Luo Qingtian sat in the back seat and looked out the window. The pedestrians passing by on the highway wore smiles on their faces. This state of life belied the apocalypse. Luo Qingtian couldn't help but think of her own town. She hadn't visited it since the upgrade, and wondered what it looked like now. Dihai, observing Luo Qingtian's dazed expression, smiled and asked, "Do you like the life in Base 7? Although Base 7 isn't as developed as Base 5, the survivors here are all living well. Once we get rid of the green slug we're looking for, this place will become the most comfortable place for humanity." Dihai's words disrupted Luo Qingtian's thoughts. Luo Qingtian looked at Dihai, completely oblivious to what he had just said. "Oh!" Dihai, observing Luo Qingtian's perfunctory tone, suddenly felt the urge to tease her. He leaned closer, his voice a bit hoarse. "Miss Luo, have you agreed?" "What? Settling down at the 7th base? That would be fantastic. I could spend every day with Miss Luo." At this, Luo Qingtian felt a surge of rage. She swung her fist at Dihai's face. Startled, he dodged. The punch carried a gust of wind. The wind struck the glass beside Dihai. Crack, bang, all the car windows were shattered by the punch. The driver in front also lost control of the steering wheel due to the force of the punch. The car swerved and nearly hit the guardrail. Thankfully, Xiaolu flew out in time, stabilizing the car and preventing it from being thrown. Luo Qingtian hadn't expected her punch to be so powerful. That's right. She hadn't tested her overall stats since leaving the training room. It seemed she had gotten stronger again. Sitting nearby, Dihai felt a mixture of speechlessness and relief. Did he piss off the little girl? Fortunately, she didn't intend to kill him, otherwise he would have been unable to dodge that punch. "Luo Qingtian, you're not going to do that, are you?" "I was just joking." Dihai's voice was a little aggrieved. Luo Qingtian looked out the window, feeling a little guilty. A joke is only a joke if both parties find it funny. Don't tell such bad jokes next time. Dihai sighed helplessly. This girl is truly brutal. If she doesn't manage her time well, she end up paralyzed. It seems keeping this girl is still a long way to go. The car, leaking air from all sides, drove past the government building, attracting many people to stop and stare. After all, it was the base commander's car, so its sudden appearance was quite noticeable. Dihai endured the stares and returned to his workplace. Luo Qingtian followed Dihai out of the car. The two of them walked into the office building together. Luo Qingtian followed Dihai all the way to the 9th floor. At this moment, the leaders of both the military and political circles were waiting in the conference room. As Dihai approached the door, his aura instantly shifted. An aloof, cold, and somewhat sinister aura emanated from Dihai. Luo Qingtian blinked and looked at Dihai. Dihai pursed his lips, his hawk-like eyes fixed on Luo Qingtian's face. Let's go. Dihai's voice was flat and emotionless, a completely different person from the Dihai at home. Dihai led Luo Qingtian into the conference room. The moment they entered, the previously noisy room fell silent. Everyone in the room stood up. Dihai walked to the front of the room, while Luo Qingtian tried to find a seat. Seeing Luo Qingtian's movements, Dihai grabbed Luo Qingtian. He dragged Luo Qingtian to the front of the room, pointed to a nearby seat, and said, "Sit here." Luo Qingtian glanced at Dihai, then walked over without saying anything. At this moment, a portly man stood up and said, "Base Commander, may I know who this is?" Dihai looked at the man and said, "This is the person in charge sent from Future Technology Company headquarters. You can call her Miss Luo. She's here for a meeting with us today." The man frowned and looked at Luo Qingtian. The main problem was that Luo Qingtian looked too young. Her fair face was brimming with collagen, and her eyes were clear and bright. She looked more like a naive little girl. And yet, such a young woman was the person in charge of Future Technology Company headquarters. The people present looked at Luo Qitian with a touch of disdain and disbelief. Dihai took in the expressions of everyone present. If he hadn't witnessed Luo Qingqian's combat prowess with his own eyes, he probably wouldn't have believed that such a delicate and frail girl could be the legendary Black Angel. Luo Qingqian's appearance was truly deceptive. Base Commander, is this young lady the person in charge of Future Technology Company? I wonder if headquarters knows about the current situation of our 7th Base Technology Company. Chapter 661. Luo Qitian looked at the man speaking to her and pursed his lips. I don't know. The man burst out laughing at this. Base Commander, are the headquarters of Future Technology Company kidding us? They don't take us seriously, sending a kid like this. Are they looking down on us, the 7th base? Dihai was quite frivolous, his tone lazily and casually offhand. Deputy Base Commander Su, why are you so excited? This is the end of the world. A powerful psychic has nothing to do with age. It seems Deputy Base Commander Su is still a bit short-sighted. Su Yukai narrowed his eyes at Luo Qingqian. Captain, are you saying this young lady is a powerful psychic? As Su Yukai spoke, a black figure suddenly flew out from behind him, swiftly attacking Luo Qingqian's face. But before it reached Luo Qingqian, 2 vines suddenly rose from the ground. One vine wrapped around the shadow, while the other vine cracked at it. The sound of a whip crashing echoed through the conference room. The shadowy figure was a man dressed entirely in black, currently suspended upside down by Luo Qingqian. The vine slammed down on his buttocks, striking Su Yukai in the face. Enough. Are you deliberately provoking me? Su Yukai glared at Luo Qingqian angrily. His eyes practically blazed with fire. Luo Qingqian turned to look at Dihai. He yelled at me. The Dihai people couldn't help but laugh. Well, I help you vent your anger. With that, Dihai shot a lightning bolt from his hand, followed by a purple flying blade aimed at Su Yutsai's head. A shadowy figure appeared again behind Su Yukai. A black shadow stepped forward, blocking Su Yutsai's path. The purple blade was blocked by the black shield it condensed. But Dihai still blasted the shadow away. Su Yutsai's face paled upon seeing this. Base Commander, why are you so angry? Aren't we here for a meeting today? Let's not waste time on this meaningless bickering. Dihai raised an eyebrow and looked at Luo Qingqian, a questioning look in his eyes. Luo Qingqian nodded slightly. A smile flashed in Dihai's eyes, but then his gaze hardened as he looked at Su Yukai. Since Deputy Base Commander Su has said so, let's have the meeting. Do you all have any objections now? Everyone present was deeply silent. No one spoke. Dihai was very satisfied with the current situation. He pulled a USB drive from his pocket and inserted it into the computer behind him. Immediately, the screen displayed the scene of the 2 men fighting at the branch office yesterday. The video had been edited, revealing only the fight scene. The conversation between the two, or the image of Dihai collapsing weakly on top of Luo Qingqian, was omitted. This is the result of my investigation at the branch office yesterday with Miss Luo. Everyone present was unusually quiet. No one had expected the Future Technology Company branch to be like this. It had become a den of demons. Should we just attack with our troops? The Deputy Base Commander sneered at the official who was speaking and said, Do you think Base 7 has the firepower right now? These things are tougher than a tortoise shell. Are you sure our current military strength and combat capabilities can eliminate them? With this, everyone present fell silent. Yes, their base's military strength has remained the same as before the apocalypse. The only difference is the squad of soldiers and psychics Dihai brought from Base 0. As Yen Nation soldiers, they adhered to strict military discipline and were fearless of danger. After arriving at the 7th base, they collaborated with the local police to forcefully eliminate the zombies there, transforming the harbor city into the government's 7th base. Dihai naturally assumed the position of base commander. Until now, the 7th base's psychics have slowly emerged and been recruited by Su Yukai. This has led to the current situation. So, if a full-scale war with Lu Ba were truly necessary, Dihai would be the only one present who had the right to propose it. Su Yukai looked at Dihai with interest. Base Commander, what do you think? Should our 7th base wage war against this monster? Or, Miss Luo, will your Future Technology Company send someone to help us fight? After all, the video shows Miss Luo's combat stats are quite formidable. Luo Qitian smiled at Su Yukai and said, Yes. She's definitely quite strong. As soon as he finished speaking, vines as thick as wrists burst forth from the ground surrounding the conference room. These vines surrounded Su Yukai. The two shadowy figures that Luo Qingtian had just sent flying reappeared simultaneously, guarding Su Yukai on either side. Only then did Luo Qingtian see clearly that the two shadowy figures looked identical, apparently twin brothers. Or perhaps a pair of psychics with awakened shadow powers. Su Yukai wasn't fazed by the vines released by Luo Qingtian. He told the twins to retreat. He smiled at Luo Qingtian and said, "Miss Luo, don't be angry. These two children around me are so caring. After all, they are Black Angel's private disciples, so a bit of arrogance is only natural. Su has always respected Future Technology Company. I wonder how your company plans to handle the branch office." When he heard about Black Angel's apprentice, Luo Qingtian nearly choked. When would he accept an apprentice? Luo Qingtian looked at the twins in shock. Black Angel? Apprentice? Su Yukai gloated. Yes, Su, with my humble talent, inadvertently recruited these two to my side. I'm sorry to have embarrassed Miss Luo. Luo Qingtian chuckled. Deputy Base Commander, you're so lucky to have such talented people. Haha, aren't you guys in a meeting right now? Let your base commander decide how to handle this. I'm only responsible for the cooperation aspect. Luo Qingtian looked at Dihai, who coughed lightly. I'm sure you all saw the scene in the video. Now we face a new question. The identities of these green bastards within Future Technology. So far, we only know that green bastards can transform into human form. But have you ever considered that perhaps they don't actually transform into human form at all, but rather retain their original form, only appearing in combat? At this moment, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood up and bowed slightly to Dihai. The base commander is saying that these people, after death, transform into green bastards and return to their original positions? But there's one thing I don't understand. Why does it have to be Future Technology? After the man finished speaking, everyone looked at Luo Qingtian, as if waiting for his answer. Luo Qingtian was speechless. He was just a spectator, so why were these people so obsessed with staring at him? Luo Qingtian frowned and said nothing. Dihai took over and said, "This investigation has made me realize one thing. Green bastards may not only exist in the mountains, or in Future Technology's branches. They can be found wherever humans live. So, when you return, tell all those working outside to return to the government building." Chapter 662. The meeting ended, and the entire government building began to bustle with activity. Luo Qingtian sat bored in Dihai's office, located on the highest floor of the building. The office was over 100 square meters. Two walls were thick glass, allowing for a view of the scenery outside at any time. In the distance, one could even gaze at the mountains and the sea. The scenery was beautiful. Luo Qingtian stood before the glass wall, fascinated by the distant view. With such a beautiful view, Luo Qingtian decided to build an office building like this in her own town. She could give it to Yishao and Shen Yunran. No, there weren't that many office buildings in the town yet. Shouldn't she also build a few commercial buildings? Luo Qingtian was lost in thought, completely unaware that Dihai was staring at her from behind. What are you looking at? Dihai's voice suddenly rang out, and Luo Qingtian came back to his senses and looked at him. Oh, nothing. This is the first time I've seen mountains and sea on the same landscape. It's beautiful, so I looked at it a little longer. Dihai's eyes softened. Yeah, I think so too. If you like. Dihai's words were tempting and guiding. Luo Qingtian turned and looked at Dihai with a smile. But the smile didn't reach his eyes. Dihai instantly changed the subject. I have to trouble you to go down one floor at a time. See how many people in the government building are green bastards. If there's enough time, I take you to the military headquarters tonight. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. Tonight at the military headquarters? Yes, I already arranged for someone to quarantine the branch office. You need to sort out the people there. Luo Qingtian pursed her lips and didn't respond. Dihai looked at Luo Qingtian and whispered, "What's wrong? Are you having any trouble?" Luo Qingtian shook his head. Dihai, we overlooked something from just now. How exactly does this green bastard transform? Does it bite directly, kill, or inject toxins? Also, when we went to the branch, I fought so many green dams, but I haven't seen the highest level green bastard appear. Does this so-called green turtle really exist? Dihai fell silent. He understood Luo Qingtian's meaning. If the green bastard transforms, it's a high-level green bastard that kills and then transforms, which might be understandable. But if it's a direct injection of toxins, only humans can do it. If it were truly a human doing this, a chill ran down Dihai's spine. Dihai looked at Luo Qingtian. I certainly hadn't thought of that. Luo Qingtian looked at Dihai and released his mental power. The waves of mental power swept over, quickly enveloping Dihai. Dihai felt as if an external force was scanning his body. It made him feel completely naked, with nowhere to hide. This feeling made Dihai feel awkward and embarrassed. He looked at Luo Qingtian, his ears reddening. After the mental power faded, Dihai's mind was flooded with new thoughts. He then frowned and looked at Luo Qingtian. When did you discover this? Luo Qingtian pursed her lips. Just now, because the things I mentioned were so basic, it's impossible for a military leader like you not to notice. So I think you must have been influenced by some kind of suggestion. Dihai's body was gradually radiating a chill. Luo Qingtian had just used her mental power to completely suppress the mental suggestion that didn't belong to him. Things he had never thought of before suddenly flooded his mind. He picked up his bracelet and sent instructions to his orderly and assistant. Then he stood up and said, "Thank you, Qingtian. If it weren't for you, I might never have noticed." Luo Qingtian shook his head. "No need. Your mental strength is already formidable, and your will is unwavering. This hint can only obscure Lu Ba's existence, but it can't shake your resolve and original intention. On this point, Commander Di, you did a great job." Dihai's ears blushed again at Luo Qingtian's praise. "Let's go! I show you around." The two of them left the office, and Luo Qingtian opened the minimap to its maximum size. Then he and Di Jiang went on a tour. "Have those who went out for work returned yet?" Luo Qingtian looked at Di Jiang. Di Jiang nodded. "Yes. It shouldn't be a problem." Luo Qingtian checked as she walked, and soon she found a small red dot in the office on the 7th floor. Luo Qingtian rushed over. The office at the end of the 7th floor was actually a utility room, but it was unknown who had connected it to the office next door. As Luo Qingtian rushed through the door, he saw a red figure dashing into the adjacent office. This was followed by a chaotic chorus of shouts and cries for help. Luo Qingtian rushed in and saw a cleaning lady biting a woman in red. The woman's eyes had begun to roll back, and the others were so frightened that they had retreated far away. They didn't even think of running. Seeing this, Dihai was about to step forward to stop the cleaning lady. Luo Qingtian reached out and pulled Dihai back. "Don't go." Luo Qingtian stomped his foot on the ground. Immediately, numerous vines sprouted from the ground, binding everyone in the office. The others looked at Luo Qingtian in confusion. "Base Commander, it's Aunt Wang who's gone mad. Why are you tying us up?" "Yes, Base Commander. Aunt Wang has become terrifying. Take her away quickly." Everyone was talking at once. Dihai ignored them and looked at Luo Qingtian with confusion. Luo Qingtian was also confused at this moment. The minimap showed. Everyone in this office is a little red dot. No, only Aunt Wang, the cleaner, is a little blue dot. So one human is now tearing apart 5 green slugs? That's a bit fantastical. Dihai looked at Luo Qingtian's indescribable expression and asked softly, "What's wrong? Is something wrong?" Luo Qingtian nodded. "Except for the cleaning lady, everyone here is a green vine." This news put Di Jiang in a bad mood, even a bit of disbelief. He looked at the people present in surprise, then at the cleaning lady. "Are you sure?" Luo Qingtian shrugged. "How about you try?" Dihai, upon hearing this, pulled a military dagger from his waist and stabbed it directly at the woman in red. The woman was still crying as she was tied up. The moment the dagger pierced her, her face instantly turned green. She roared at Dihai. Green vines then appeared around her, struggling frantically to break free from Luo Qingtian's vines. One of the sharp vines rushed towards Dihai. Dihai leaped quickly, dodging the vine's attack. Luo Qingtian frowned and unleashed his supernatural power once more, reinforcing the vines. Chapter 663. The woman was about to break free when another layer of vines burst forth, trapping all the green bastards in the room. Spike-sharp vines sprouted from the bodies of all the green bastards, continuously attacking the two. After dodging several of the thorny attacks, Dihai's body began to turn transparent. He quickly rushed towards the woman in red, who was struggling the most. Then the woman turned to dust. Then, the other green bastards fell to the ground one by one, their bodies festering at the moment of the woman's death. This so-called transformation at such close range made Luo Qingtian feel nauseous. Finally, the only one left in the room was Aunt Wang, the cleaning lady. Aunt Wang was like a madman out of control, baring her teeth at Luo Qingtian and Dihai. Is he still human now? Dihai looked at the cleaning lady grimly. Luo Qingtian looked at the display on the minimap. Aunt Wang's body was still a small blue dot, but at some point, a hint of red had appeared in its center. The only strange thing was, the red spot was slowly fading. She's still human, but I don't think she transformed into a green ba. Di heard this and looked down at the woman in red, who had been transformed into earth by him. This woman is a high-level green ba, and the cleaning lady was transformed by that woman in red? Luo Qingtian nodded. Yes, we arrived just in time, stopping this transformation before it even began. Doesn't Base 7 have a laboratory or hospital? Di shook his head. Only a hospital, no laboratory. Luo Qingtian pouted and glanced at Di. It seemed as if he was asking, do you think I believe it? She didn't believe it. The Future Technology Company's branch was already here, and Qin Lang had sent 2 scientists over. Saying there's no lab now, haha. Luo Qingtian stopped looking at Di. Di rubbed his nose apologetically and said, I know you don't believe me, but there really isn't a lab at Base 7. We only have doctors. The 2 talented people your tech company sent over are now in the hospital, along with the other lab personnel. Even if we really need to check or test something, we have to go to the hospital. Luo Qingtian sneered. Why don't you just say your Base 7 lab is in the hospital? Commander D, you must understand the principle of trusting your employees and not employing them if you doubt them. Di, feeling guilty, gave a dry laugh. I have the cleaner taken to the hospital first. Luo Qingtian glanced at Di, then turned and walked out. Di immediately called his secretary and had the cleaner sent away. Luo Qingtian ignored Di, intending to leave. Di, realizing he had offended Luo Qingtian, quickly stepped forward and grabbed Luo Qingtian's arm. Miss Luo, don't be angry. Luo Qingtian glanced at Di, then at Di's hand, his eyes narrowed slightly, a chill emanating from him. Di reflexively withdrew his hand. Sorry, I really didn't mean to hide this from you. You know, I'm a soldier, and some things must be kept secret. Luo Qingtian looked at Di with a half-smile. If you want to keep this secret, why would you ask me to come? You don't even have the most basic trust. I think I'd better leave. Since there's nothing left for you to stay in Base 7, Luo Qingtian decided to head directly to Base 8. Di didn't think Luo Qingtian was joking. He genuinely sensed his intention to leave. He ignored Luo Qingtian's anger and grabbed Luo Qingtian's arm, saying, I'm truly sorry. But the 7th base really needs you right now. I promise I won't hide anything from you later. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow and looked at Di. Really? Di nodded, and Luo Qingtian suddenly laughed. In that case, let's go. Take me to your personnel archives. Di was stunned. Huh? Archives? What do you want to see? The list of survivors from your 7th base, the list of staff from the government building, and the personnel information registered when the Future Technology Company branch arrived at the base. Di looked at Luo Qingtian with understanding. Are you looking for your family? Di said, leading Luo Qingtian straight to the 3rd floor. Luo Qingtian curled his lips. Are all of you political savvy? I say one sentence, and you can guess a whole bunch of things. Di smiled. If you're not smart, you'd be in trouble for the position of base commander. Di finally let go of his defenses against Luo Qingtian. After they arrived at the archives, Luo Qingtian began to browse through the data. Luo Qingtian's mental strength grew daily, so she was incredibly fast at reading the data. 3 hours later, she had reviewed all the personnel lists. Luo Qingtian placed the last file on the shelf. Let's go! Although she felt the possibility was slim, after confirming that her parents were not at the 7th base, Luo Qingtian still felt a little disappointed. Di could sense Luo Qingtian's disappointment and said with a smile, Go back and eat first. I take you to the military headquarters later. Luo Qingtian nodded, realizing that it was already past the end of the workday. The entire government building had been cleared out, leaving it shrouded in darkness. The 2 men didn't take the elevator. Instead, they headed out through the emergency exit. The lights in the emergency exit were also off, and a rustling sound occasionally filled the dark, narrow corridor. After walking down 2 steps, a flash of green light passed before their eyes. Di frowned. Who's there? Not going home so late at night? Don't they know there's curfew? Luo Qingtian turned to look at Di. She held a flashlight, and she squinted at him. Di's eyes darkened. The 2 men quickly rushed towards the green light. Di's hand flashed with lightning, instantly illuminating the entire corridor. Luo Qingtian's Amos ice bow also appeared. The 2 men simultaneously fired forward. Then, they could hear the sound of rapid running and a constant clamor coming from downstairs. How could there be so many? Di quickly rushed to Luo Qingtian's side, anxiously asking. The 2 were currently on the 2nd floor of the government building. From the 2nd floor corridor, the 1st floor lobby, and even the open door, green slugs continued to charge in. After Luo Qingtian shot a green slug away, it reached their vicinity. A pack of green slugs, like bloodthirsty wolves, began charging at them. Trap! Luo Qingtian unleashed his second superpower, and the charging green slugs were quickly trapped by vines that suddenly appeared on the ground. Luo Qingtian quickly switched his weapon to the golden cicada leaf blade. The golden blade was encrusted with green flames, and Luo Qingtian swung it like a female killer, slashing at the green slugs. Luo Qingtian's figure, illuminated by the green light, moved like a ghost among the green slugs. As Dihai's battle began, the heads of the green slugs rolled to the ground like balls. Chapter 664. The golden sword in Luo Qingtian's hand was now enveloped in green flames. The surrounding area was illuminated green. The green light, combined with the green heads of the green demons, heightened the atmosphere of terror throughout the government. Dihai, still engaged in combat, saw Luo Qingtian, wielding a green tang sword, slaughtering 4 people in the corridor. For a moment, he could not help but protect himself. After clearing out the surrounding green demons, Luo Qingtian looked at Dihai. "Let's go, there are more down there." Dihai cast a gloomy gaze toward the first floor. From the second floor, he could clearly see that the door to the government's first-floor lobby was open. This meant that someone knew they hadn't left and deliberately lured these green demons in. It seemed that after you killed those green demons today, someone couldn't sit still. Dihai's tone was deep, and it was clear that he was in a bad mood. Luo Qingtian didn't care. "You have 2 choices now. Jump out the window, and I take you away, or we can fight together. It takes some time to deal with all those green bastards." Dihai pointed to the window. "Let's go back first. Someone's clearly trying to stop us from reaching the military headquarters." Luo Qingtian turned and smiled at Dihai. "So you also think the green bastard's appearance is problematic?" Luo Qingtian finished speaking, raised his arm, and put his arm around Dihai's waist, and the 2 of them jumped out of the window. Little Green, fly. Little Green quickly jumped onto Luo Qingtian's back, transformed into wings, and soared high into the sky. The 2 flew high in the sky, looking down at the ground. They saw that the green bastards, who were eager to rush into the government building, suddenly stopped in their tracks. One by one, they emerged from the building, heading toward the distant mountain road. Dihai's expression was terribly gloomy. If he had some doubts about the afternoon cleaning incident, now it was certain. It was clear someone was watching them nearby. Luo Qingtian also witnessed this. "Dihai, hold on to me." Dihai instinctively wrapped his arms around Luo Qingtian's waist, and Luo Qingtian reached out. The Amos ice bow instantly appeared in his hand. Luo Qingtian drew his bow, and released his arrow, shooting it toward a location ahead. 3 white ice arrows flew swiftly forward. Fusion. The 3 arrows quickly merged into one. Luo Qingtian finished speaking, chasing after the arrows. Dihai glanced at Luo Qingtian. "Did you discover something?" Luo Qingtian responded, then flew to the spot where the arrows exploded. On the rooftop of an office building, a human figure was frozen in place. Next to the ice sculpture lay a pair of footprints. It looked as if someone had just been explaining something to the ice sculpture. Luo Qingtian ignited a fireball in his hand and struck the ice sculpture. The ice sculpture shattered, shattering the green ba inside along with everything else. At the moment of this green ba's death, the green ba that had emerged from the government building instantly turned to dust and vanished without a trace. However, the 2 of them hadn't noticed this. This green ba must be the one controlling the high-level green ba in the government building, right? Luo Qingtian raised his foot and kicked the ice shards on the ground. Dihai nodded in agreement. "Probably," he said, "and the one who escaped must be the one controlling this green ba. Or perhaps it's a higher-level green ba. Qingtian, we don't have much time. We better get to the military headquarters early." Dihai felt his eyelids twitching a lot today. Luo Qingtian nodded, stepped forward, put his arm around Dihai's waist, and took flight again. Under Dihai's command, the 2 finally reached the military headquarters at Base 7. But the headquarters was eerily quiet at night. There wasn't even a guard at the gate. Watching this, Dihai's unease grew, landing. "Qingtian, something might have happened at the headquarters." With these words, Luo Qingtian landed with Dihai. Dihai grabbed Luo Qingtian's hand and rushed inside. The entire headquarters was eerily quiet. A dark figure stood not far behind the 2 men, watching them rush in. Luo Qingtian had already spotted the figure. She threw Xiaolu out to follow. Then, following Dihai, they rushed towards the dormitory building. The building was even quieter. Normally, at this time, even if the soldiers needed to rest, they would leave 2 teams patrolling the headquarters compound. In this situation, it was obvious something had happened. Rush into the dormitory building. Dihai quickly ran to the nearest dormitory. There were 4 people in the dormitory, all 4 soldiers lying stiffly on their beds, motionless. Han Chi. Zhang He. Wake up, Dihai whispered to the soldiers on the bunk beds near the door. At this point, he didn't even realize how frightened his voice was. The squad he had brought with him this time were all his brothers, with whom he had shared life and death. He couldn't even imagine what would happen to him if something happened to them. But their body temperatures were low, and even their bodies were slowly cooling. Dihai's heart was also slowly cooling. Luo Qingtian patted Dihai's shoulder and said, "Don't be sad yet. Come with me." Luo Qingtian dragged Dihai upstairs, his speed so fast that he suddenly vanished on reaching the 2nd floor. Dihai, on the other hand, entered the other soldiers' rooms. Their physical condition was similar to that of the soldiers downstairs, and Dihai's attempts to wake them were futile. Dihai's heart bled. He felt a surge of rage within him. He felt useless. He had only just discovered the serious problem with his subordinates. Even when he wanted to avenge them, he didn't know where the enemy was. Luo Qingtian had appeared in another room. There was a dark figure, a tentacle extending from its body, ending in a sharp, poisonous needle. He thrust the needle into the soldier's body. Boom! With a loud bang, the dark figure was kicked away by Luo Qingtian's sudden appearance. You managed to capture so many people. Luo Qingtian swiftly rushed to the shadow, grabbed its neck, and slammed it to the ground. Moonlight streamed through the window. As the shadow fell to the ground, Luo Qingtian saw the man's face clearly. This man wasn't the same one he'd seen on his first day at the base when he met Dihai. This man was the leader of the army. He was also the deputy captain. At this moment, his eyes glowed with an eerie gray light, and he stared at Luo Qingtian with a gloomy gaze. Then, the man rushed outside. Dihai, hearing the noise, hurried out. He saw his deputy captain being thrown out by Luo Qingtian. He landed right next to him. Dihai frowned, wanting to step forward to inquire, but upon seeing the deputy captain's appearance, he involuntarily stepped back. He's you? How could this happen? Chapter 665. Luo Qingtian rushed out immediately after. Dihai, catch him. Dihai ignored his grief and stepped forward, stomping on Heziyu. Heziyu fell to the ground just as he tried to stand. Green tentacles extended from his body and stabbed at Dihai. Dihai reached out and grabbed the tentacle, noticing the poisonous sting on it. Heziyu, is this how you treat our teammates? Dihai stared at the man lying on the ground with bloodshot eyes. The man's eyes were glazed over, and he didn't respond no matter what Dihai said to him. Heziyu didn't respond. Stop cursing. He's now a type of green traitor. If you want to save the others, kill him before they're transformed. Dihai looked at the man lying on the ground with a look of pity. Is it because someone knew you'd be coming to the military headquarters today that the person behind us took action? As Dihai spoke, his hand suddenly became transparent. He placed his hand on Heziyu's body. Heziyu's body began to turn to earth. Gradually, Heziyu's entire body turned into a pile of yellow earth. Luo Qingtian stroked his chin and looked at this supernatural power. This supernatural power is simply divine help. With the land now being transformed, many plots are no longer suitable for growing crops. Dihai's supernatural power is a blessing to humanity. No wonder the 7th base has no shortage of food. Luo Qingtian shook his head. Dihai looked at Luo Qingtian. Heziyu is dead, so why haven't my comrades woken up yet? Luo Qingtian shook his head. At this moment, Xiao Lu flew over, dragging a man with him, bound by ropes. The man was thrown to the feet of the 2 men. Looking at the man in the white coat, Dihai's expression darkened. Isn't this the scientist sent by your future technology company? Luo Qingtian crouched down upon hearing this, examining the man lying on the ground. Hey, are you still alive? The man looked up at Luo Qingtian, but didn't respond. Dihai said in a sullen tone, So, these toxins were developed by the scientist from your future technology company? I wonder what your company's purpose is in doing this. Dihai's anger was evident as he spoke. Luo Qingtian frowned at Dihai. Look at what you're saying. If this virus really was created by our future technology company, then why am I hanging around here with you? Besides, if it was really created by future technology company, why would I bring him here? To give you an excuse to pick a fight? Dihai knew his words were meant with some deliberate intent. But the thought of his comrade still lying on the ground, his fate uncertain, ignited a fire within him that couldn't be extinguished. Sorry, I couldn't control myself. Luo Qingtian knew Dihai was upset. After all the people he had brought with him had been taken down, And in this situation, surrounded by wolves in front and tigers and leopards behind, anyone else would have gone mad. Luo Qingtian didn't respond to Dihai, but instead slapped the scientist on the ground. You're Jiang Shaolin, right? I seen your photo. How did you get them infected? It's impossible for so many people to be infected all at once, unless they did something. Jiang Shaolin lowered his head and said nothing. Luo Qing, the cafeteria water? Everyone was infected at once, and there was only drinking water for everyone. Especially in the apocalypse, drinking water is at a premium. Even if there's something in the water, these soldiers won't care. As long as it's drinkable, it's fine. After saying this, Jiang Shaolin looked up at Luo Qingtian, a hint of struggle in his eyes. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes at Jiang Shaolin and said, "What are you struggling for?" Jiang Shaolin fell silent, lowering his head in a state of complete despair. At this moment, Dihai suddenly thought of something. He grabbed Jiang Shaolin's hair and yanked it hard. "Say, how do we wake them up?" Jiang Shaolin remained silent, his eyes glazed over Dihai's fury. Luo Qingtian stood aside, observing his movements. In all the days she had spent with Dihai, this was the first time she had seen him lose his composure like this. It seemed these companions were truly important to him. She sighed, fixed a minimap on Jiang Shaolin, and said, "Jiang Shaolin, you're also working in the lab, right? Who's constantly giving you hints while you're working? Who's constantly changing your mind?" Jiang Shaolin stared at Luo Qingtian in shock. At this moment, Jiang Shaolin felt something in his body slowly disappear, as if someone had loosened the shackles that held him captive. Then his mind cleared. His lips moved, and then he looked up at Luo Qingtian. "I didn't want to. I don't know what's been going on with me lately. I just feel like there are things I must and should do." Luo Qingtian sighed. "So what did you do? How did they get infected?" Jiang Shaolin said, "Professor Wei gave them to me. He said these things can put people to sleep. He said the 7th base shouldn't be controlled by the mainland. Since I'm here, I should fight for it. He said that after the 7th base changed, we would all be his loyal allies." Luo Qingtian listened to these words with a twitch of his lips, then looked at Dihai. "Who is Professor Wei?" Dihai clenched his fists. "A psychologist. After the apocalypse, he had joined the lab because he had previously studied drug research. A psychologist? It seems all these insinuations belong to this person." Jiang Shaolin said apologetically to the two men, "I'm sorry, base commander. I accept responsibility for my mistakes. Please proceed." Jiang Shaolin closed his eyes, waiting for Dihai to strike. Dihai said grimly, "Do you have any way to revive them?" Jiang Shaolin opened his eyes, thought for a moment, and said, "If I can get some of their blood back for testing, maybe there's a way." Luo Qingtian heard this, and pulled 2 syringes from his space. "Go." Jiang Shaolin stood up, walked into the room, and drew 2 bottles of blood. Luo Qingtian left Xiaolu behind to watch over the dormitory. Then he released the giant eagle. "Let's go, let the bird take us." Dihai and Jiang Shaolin were momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the giant eagle. Then, they climbed onto its back and flew toward the hospital laboratory. Less than 20 minutes later, Luo Qingtian dragged them down from the sky. After retracting the giant eagle, the group entered the laboratory. Jiang Shaolin took the blood for testing. He emerged with a report just before dawn. "Base Commander, the lab report is out. I just found the powder Professor Wei gave me. The dosage is only enough to induce coma. Once injected into the body, it will disappear on its own after 2 days. But the blood contains a toxin similar to the zombie virus. It's just at a very low level, and the members of the military team have a high chance of automatically recovering. But we face a problem." Chapter 666. Hearing Jiang Shaolin's words, Dihai felt this was the best news under a worst-case scenario. "Go ahead, what's the problem?" As Dihai spoke, he felt that as long as none of his comrades died, he could accept anything. Jiang Shaolin picked up a test tube and said, "Base Commander, your men need to drink a potion to fight the poison this time. Then use their special abilities to fight the virus. But all the soldiers are now in a coma. They're completely unable to fight the virus. To put it bluntly, even if there was an antidote, they wouldn't be able to take it." Dihai frowned, pondering what to do. Then he heard Jiang Shaolin continue, "Another thing, if they don't take the antidote within 2 days, and don't excrete the toxins in time, their vitality will be absorbed by the toxins." Jiang Shaolin handed Dihai a new document. "You see, the toxins are already devouring their vitality. If this toxin comes into contact with a poison trigger, it will completely explode." Luo Qingtian, standing nearby, whispered when he heard the poison trigger. What do you mean by poison trigger? Jiang Shaolin took the file from Dihai's hand, quickly flipped to the third page, and pointed to a row of genetic diagrams. These toxins divide and mutate within the human body. Then, they erode every organ, devouring the body's vitality, destroying muscles, cells, and organs, thus hardening their bodies. However, this process is extremely slow. A trigger is needed to trigger the toxins in their bodies, and then reach a certain critical point. As for what that critical point is, I can't find it based on this blood alone. Jiang Shaolin said this, turning back into the lab to fiddle with the antidote. Dihai and Luo Qingtian stood outside, quietly pondering. Dihai was in turmoil, his so-called good news instantly turning into despair. He knew nothing about medicine or experimental work. But now his soldiers were facing the fate of being ravaged by the toxin. What was he to do? After years of experience in both military and political circles, Dihai felt a sense of powerlessness for the first time. Luo Qingtian didn't look at Dihai, but carefully examined the lab report. I understand. Dihai, do you remember that cleaner? Before she transformed into a green thug, was she staring at and biting the woman in red? Perhaps. That so-called trigger was the one that turned them into green thugs. Dihai looked at Luo Qingtian with confusion. Perhaps. What Di Jiang wanted to say was, in fact, how did this connect to his unconscious soldiers? But he swallowed the words back. He knew his current condition was unstable. He lowered his head, not looking at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian was still pondering something. Toxin antidote? Does it need to be excreted? Luo Qingtian suddenly had an idea. He opened the laboratory door and walked in. Jiang Shaolin. What if someone could help those soldiers absorb the toxins? Jiang Shaolin turned to look at Luo Qingtian. Yes, but these toxins are tiny and dispersed throughout the body. It's simply impossible to absorb them quickly. Luo Qingtian didn't object. Pointing to the powder on the table, he asked, Is this the antidote? Jiang Shaolin nodded. I studied this powder. It's indeed the antidote, but its melting point is very high. It needs to be dissolved in water at 230 degrees Celsius. So, the boiling point of water is 100 degrees. No matter how high the water temperature is, it can't reach 230 degrees. Professor Wei clearly saw this before he confidently placed the antidote in the lab. And the soldiers only had 2 days. The person behind the scenes saw this, giving them hope and then letting them despair. Luo Qingtian collected the powder on the table and asked, How much powder is needed at a time? Jiang Shaolin shook his head. I don't know. I don't have any patience and haven't done any experiments. Jiang Shaolin was able to identify the problem thanks to his solid foundation. He truly couldn't provide specifics. Was there a cleaning person sent over this afternoon? Where is that person? Jiang Shaolin pointed blankly in a direction. In the lab ahead, that's where Professor Wei has always been. After saying this, Jiang Shaolin suddenly realized something. No way, the rotation is over now? Jiang Shaolin rushed out of the lab and ran towards the opposite lab, Luo Qingtian following closely behind. Dihai, still dazed at the door, watched the two men rush out and followed them, confused. They ran to Professor Wei's laboratory, where the door was locked with a combination fingerprint lock. There was also an iris alarm on the door. Anyone entering outside the lab would be warned. Jiang Shaolin, looking at the locked door, said nervously, This alarm is connected to the firearm. I rush in to draw fire, and you guys. Jiang Shaolin, hiding nearby, was giving orders, but before he could say anything, he saw Luo Qingtian rush out. Bang! With a loud bang, the door was kicked open by Luo Qingtian. The unmanned guns that appeared on both sides were instantly shattered by the green tentacles that appeared out of nowhere. Jiang Shaolin watched the scene nervously. Is this a female Tyrannosaurus? That's a security door comparable to the one used for a national treasury. Jiang Shaolin said this while looking at Dihai. Dihai glanced at the door on the ground with a complicated expression. There was a noticeable dent in the door. Such a heavy door, even if he tried his best, he couldn't break it open directly. But Luo Qingtian kicked it open with a single kick. Could this little girl's overall combat power have surpassed 5,000 plus? Luo Qingtian didn't even consider what the two people behind her were thinking. She walked straight into the laboratory, and soon saw a small blue dot. But a small red dot appeared again in the center of the small blue dot. And the red dot was almost completely devouring the small blue dot. Luo Qingtian quickly rushed to the location of the small blue dot. Then he stopped. A huge cage lay before him. The female cleaning lady, who had arrived that afternoon, was standing there with a dull look in her eyes. Her clothes had been stripped off, leaving her like a lifeless mannequin. Her lower body had already turned green, and her body was being consumed bit by the green. Di-Hai and Jiang Shaolin followed, and upon seeing the scene, they couldn't help but look away. This Wei Lin is so despicable. Jiang Shaolin gritted his teeth. Di-Hai turned to Luo Qingtian. Qingtian, what are you doing here? You two go guard the door. I want to see if my powers work on her. Remember, no one can disturb me. Hearing Luo Qing, Di-Hai's eyes gleamed. He turned and dragged Jiang Shaolin out of the lab. Chapter 667. This is Wei Lin's laboratory. All the surveillance and attack equipment here have just been destroyed. Wei Lin must have gotten the news. That means someone will be coming down soon. Jiang Shaolin had also thought of this. He was just an ordinary person, without any special abilities. That's why Wei Lin knew he was being hinted at, not poisoned. Thinking of the situation he was about to face, Jiang Shaolin looked around and noticed a long iron rod not far away. The rod had fallen out of the door when Luo Qingtian kicked it. Jiang Shaolin ran over, picked up the rod, and held it to his chest. The two of them nervously looked around, waiting for the enemy to appear. In the room, Luo Qingtian took out the powder and placed it in his palm. A flame instantly ignited in his hand. The flame quickly melted the powder. Then, a bright gray light from his palm, carrying the powder, pierced the body of the cleaner. Luo Qingtian closed his eyes, sensing Bojia's body. A bright gray light reflected the entire condition of Bojia's body in his mind. Bojia's health was in terrible condition. Strange green, germ-like things within her body were constantly devouring her life force. After identifying these toxins, Luo Qingtian injected his light into every part of Bojia's body. The green toxins were gradually absorbed by Luo Qingtian. To others, these toxins would be fatal, but to Luo Qingtian, they were simply experience points for upgrading his supernatural powers. The green stain on Bojia's body soon faded, but the areas of her lower body that had been infected by the green had completely necrotized. Even if the green faded, all that remained was his lower body, stiffened to the point of gray. Luo Qingtian thought for a moment, then drew his tang sword and slashed at Bojia's body. Bojia screamed in pain, and Luo Qingtian quickly released healing light on her. The cleaning lady looked at Luo Qingtian pleadingly. Just as he was about to beg for mercy, he saw his lower limbs rapidly growing. Outside, just as Di-Hai had imagined, a group of green slugs rushed out, charging towards Di-Hai and Jiang Shaolin. At first, Jiang Shaolin could handle two of them, but by the end, he had no strength left to swing his iron rod. After a green slug snatched his rod, Jiang Shaolin's fear reached its limit. Ah! Lady, help! Jiang Shaolin screamed, and then heard from behind, fusion. Followed by this, ice arrows shot out, piercing the green slugs with a chilling aura. Icy air spread rapidly, freezing all the surrounding green demons. Luo Qingtian then rushed out. Holding a golden knife gleaming with green light, he swiftly cut through the green demons. Then, their heads fell to the ground. Di-Hai had transformed many of the green demons into earth during the battle, and his body was weakening, his face unusually pale. Are you okay? Luo Qingtian walked over to Di-Hai, examining him. Di-Hai smiled wryly, and shook his head. I'm fine. Any chocolate? He's consumed too much and urgently needs something high in calories to replenish his body. Luo Qingtian pondered for a moment, then found a few bars of chocolate from his space and handed them to him. Di-Hai unwrapped them and began to eat. How's that cleaning lady? Base Commander, I'm fine, but why am I here? Behind them, a cleaning lady emerged in an ill-fitting white coat. A look of embarrassment crossed her face as she looked at Di-Hai. Di-Hai stared at Luo Qingtian in shock. How did you do that? Luo Qingtian patted Di-Hai's shoulder. I help you save someone now. You military owe me a big favor. Di-Hai's gaze at Luo Qingtian was blazing. Okay. As they spoke, they headed outside. Jiang Shaolin, who was behind them, didn't want to follow. He circled around the cleaning lady, then said, Auntie, it's nighttime. It's dangerous. Come with me to the lab. I check you out. Jiang Shaolin said, grabbing the cleaning lady and running off. Leaving the hospital, Luo Qingtian transformed Dubai into wings, then wrapped his arm around Di-Hai's waist and flew towards the military headquarters. Back at the headquarters, they heard the sounds of fighting as they descended. As soon as they landed, they saw Xiaoluo swell to gigantic size. They had sealed all the windows and doors of the dormitory building. Right in front of the gate, a group of green bastards, seemingly from nowhere, were engaged in a fierce battle with Xiaoluo. These green bastards relentlessly charged into the building, while Xiaoluo whipped them away one by one. Luo Qingtian arrived, wielding his Tang sword, and quickly dispatched the green bastards. Seeing the green bastards being dealt with, Xiaoluo instantly transformed into a ball of seaweed and flung himself into Luo Qingtian's arms. Mommy, these monsters are disgusting. I didn't let any of them through the door. Xiaolu is awesome. These green bastards are like zombies, aren't they? Don't you like them? No. These things are all dead, drained of energy. Xiaolu doesn't like them. Luo Qingtian patted Xiaolu's head in understanding. I see. Xiaolu, now move all those unconscious soldiers to the compound. Mommy wants to treat them. Upon hearing this, Xiaolu transformed once again into a seaweed ball, growing as tall as a tall building. It stood in front of the building, extending its thousands of tentacles, entering the dormitory, and carrying all the unconscious soldiers to the playground. Mommy, they're all here. Thousands of soldiers lay on the field. Luo Qingtian initially considered melting the powder, but then realized it belonged to that so-called Professor Wei. In the end, she decided to absorb the toxin directly. Thousands of bright gray dots of light extended from Luo Qingtian's body and pierced the soldiers' bodies with unerring precision. Xiaolu watched Luo Qingtian's movements from the side, patting the white wings behind him. Dabai, skill sharing, Dabai quickly unleashed his supernatural powers on Luo Qingtian and Xiaolu. Green rays emanated from Xiaolu, and together with Luo Qingtian, they pierced the soldiers' bodies. Time passed slowly, and the first rays of sunlight appeared on the horizon, gradually rising behind Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian and Xiaolu absorbed the toxins from all the soldiers. The bodies damaged by the speed were directly chopped off by Luo Qingtian. After treating the damaged parts, Luo Qingtian released a group healing light towards everyone present. The soldiers' faces regained their color under the healing light. The sky finally brightened. The darkness that enveloped Dihai's heart was completely dispelled at that moment. What happened to me? Why am I sleeping outside? The first soldier opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. Seeing his comrades lying on the ground, he nearly jumped in fear. Chapter 668. Dihai excitedly stepped forward as he watched his comrades awaken. Then came the second, the third, the fourth. Soon, all the soldiers in the square sat up and woke. They looked at each other, then at Dihai, who stood across from them. Base Commander, what happened to us? Dihai suppressed his excitement and said in a deliberately low voice, As soldiers, we all been poisoned. If we hadn't discovered this in time, I'm afraid you would all have become part of the Green Ba. Everyone looked at each other in fear. Then someone noticed something. Where's Captain He? They vaguely remembered that Heziyu had made the soup at dinner that evening. Dihai felt particularly tormented and heartbroken when he thought about how he hadn't known his comrade, who had served him for so many years, had been transformed into a Green Ba. Captain He had been successfully transformed into a Green Ba, with no cure. He had died. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this news. From the moment they enlisted, they had known this day would come. But when that day finally arrived, it was so heartbreaking. They stood there in silence. No one wanted to speak. Heziyu had been their instructor and company commander for many years. No one had expected that in just one night, their company commander, their instructor, would be gone. Dihai took in the dejected expressions of the crowd and took a deep breath. Now is not the time to be sad. We now know that the creation of Green Ba was largely man-made. Now all we have to do is find the murderer. Team 1, search for Wei Lin in the lab. Team 2, survey the Future Technology Branch at all times. The Future Technology Branch is now the focal point for all Green Ba. You must be careful when operating. Team 3, Team 4, Team 5, search the entire area for anyone with hardened bodies. And assist Team 1 in securing the laboratory. Go back and reorganize. All soldiers present immediately rushed back to their dormitories, donned their uniforms, and gathered their weapons. Then, they quickly returned to the square and formed their formation. Dihai waved, "Let's go!" The crowd roared in response, quickly running out of the headquarters. Soon, the headquarters was empty again. Dihai felt that the night had been both fantastical and thrilling. He turned to look at Luo Qingtian. "Let's go back." Luo Qingtian looked up at Dihai. Dihai's face was now as pale as a sheet of paper, and his smile, in particular, held a sense of age and fragmentation. The corners of Luo Qingtian's mouth twitched. "What's with that dying look on your face? It's as if I was the one who was busy the whole time?" He had wasted so much of his life force saving people. Fortunately, he absorbed a lot of energy. If it were anyone else, wasting so much of their life force would have been a life-threatening job long ago. Dihai coughed guiltily. Sorry, Miss Luo, I made a fool of myself. After saying this, Dihai's body swayed a few times. How fake. Luo Qingtian shook his head and took 2 steps back. Dihai closed his eyes and fell to the ground. Luo Qingtian was speechless. Was this a scam? But seeing Dihai about to hit the ground, Luo Qingtian gritted his teeth and hugged him. It was only the moment he hugged Dihai that Luo Qingtian realized. Dihai's whole body was burning hot. Oh my god, a fever? You're a psychic after all? But Dihai couldn't hear these words anymore. Luo Qingtian picked up Dihai with a hint of disgust and flew towards Dihai's villa. Back at the villa, Luo Qingtian had originally considered visiting the future technology company branch. But seeing Dihai's flushed face, Luo Qingtian finally decided to stay put for the time being. A fever in a psychic can be severe or mild, and it's not something that can be cured with just one potion. By noon, Dihai was still running a fever, and it was getting worse. Luo Qingtian tried to unleash his healing powers. Even after that, Dihai showed no improvement. Luo Qingtian scratched the back of his head. Brother, if you keep running this fever, you're going to become an idiot, aren't you? Dihai's face was flushed, and his entire body was burning hot. He couldn't hear Luo Qingtian at all. Luo Qingtian scratched the back of his head in frustration. Having a fever at this time wouldn't just cause more trouble. Besides, the base was so unstable right now, going to the hospital was out of the question. After some thought, Luo Qingtian took Dihai out of the door and carried him inside. Back in town, Luo Qingtian took Dihai directly to find Chen Huiyang. Chen Huiyang's special abilities are healing and pharmacist, so he should have a solution for Dihai's condition. In the lab, Chen Huiyang, clapping his hands in a lollipop, was diligently examining a file. The door suddenly opened, and Luo Qingtian walked in, carrying a person. Click. Chen Huiyang stared at Luo Qingtian in shock. The lollipop in his mouth fell to the ground. Sister Luo, are you trying to steal the bride? Luo Qingtian frowned. This is a special ability user. He has a fever. Can it be cured? Luo Qingtian casually tossed Dihai onto the examination bed behind him. Chen Huiyang stepped forward to examine him. Oh my god, Commander Di Jiang? No, this guy is even older than Di Jiang. Who is this person? Chen Huiyang said this as he stepped forward, flipping Dihai's eyelids and looking at the red blood beneath them. Then he pulled out various instruments and began examining Dihai. Luo Qingtian sat aside, opened a drawer, and pulled out a lollipop, popping it into her mouth. Dihai, Di Jiang's brother. The commander of the 7th base. Chen Huiyang was instantly excited upon hearing this. Goodness me, Sister Luo, are you planning to take down both brothers? Luo Qingtian stood up and gave Chen Huiyang a stern smack on the back of her head. What nonsense! Hurry up and give him 2 shots of fever-reducing medicine. Chen Huiyang then took out various instruments and tested them for a long time. Finally, he said, fever-reducing medicine won't work on him. This person must be a multi-powered person, but his body can't handle his powers, which is why he's weak and feverish. Now we need to replenish his energy, Chen Huiyang said, pointing into the air. A machine appeared on the spot. Impressive, isn't it? My powers have advanced. Now I have a massive laboratory in my head, helping me research more potions. Chen Huiyang said, inserting a syringe into one end of the machine. Then, with a grin, he looked at Luo Qingtian. Sister Luo, this is an energy activation. It will unleash the potential of Commander Dihai. But this isn't a long-term solution. As long as his body can't handle his powers, he continues to weaken. I'm not sure what his body will eventually become. Can handle the powers? Dihai's powers are lightning and earth transformation. Thunder is definitely no problem. So could it be earth transformation? Luo Qingtian then thought of Rend. Every time Xiao Bailey used Rend, her whole body felt like it was being cut by a knife. Could it be that Dihai's weakness is due to my earth transformation? Then is there no other solution? After all, he's Di Jiang's brother. Chapter 669. Chen Huiyang turned on the machine and began to unlock Dihai's potential. She also gave Dihai a concentrated fever-reducing injection. Half an hour later, Dihai's fever subsided. Just as Dihai was about to open his eyes, Luo Qingtian delivered a powerful blow to his head. Before Dihai could even open his eyes, he fell asleep. Watching this, Chen Huiyang reflexively took 2 steps back. Sister Luo, why don't you let him wake up? Luo Qingtian glared at Chen Huiyang angrily. What do you think? We're so far from the 7th base. How am I going to explain if he wakes up? Luo Qingtian stepped forward, picked up Dihai again, and walked out the door, disappearing right in front of Chen Huiyang. Chen Huiyang stroked his chin as he watched Luo Qingtian leave, and couldn't help but smile. As expected of my sister Luo. I'm always so unique in my approach to picking up men. I just wonder who, with so many excellent men, will end up with Luo. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Huiyang's office door was flung open. Luo Xiaowu rushed in. Chen Huiyang stared speechlessly at his pitiful door. I should ask Mr. Tian or Yi Xiao for something. Next time, I get a large iron door for my office. Luo Xiaowu didn't care. He quickly walked up to Chen Huiyang and said excitedly, Officer Chen. Has Qingtian been here? Chen Huiyang nodded. Yes, she brought a patient. He cured her and left. When Luo Xiaowu heard that Luo Qingtian had left, his face was filled with disappointment. Why didn't Qingtian come to see me and leave so quickly? Chen Huiyang stepped forward, patted Luo Xiaowu on the shoulder, and said, Your sister Qingtian is very busy. It seems she encountered a difficult situation at the 7th base. After saving the patient, she went back to her work. Don't overthink it. I know you like Sister Luo. After all, our Sister Luo is so outstanding. Luo Xiaowu's narrow eyes glared at Chen Huiyang and said, Do you like Qingtian too? Chen Huiyang waved his hands in shock. No, Sister Luo is like a high mountain snow lotus. To me, I can only admire her from afar, never get close. After all, she's too sacred. Luo Xiaowu said nothing, and turned to walk out of Chen Huiyang's office. Watching Luo Xiaowu leave, Chen Huiyang breathed a sigh of relief. In Dihai's room, Dihai opened his eyes blankly, looking at the familiar scene. He felt like he was dreaming. He felt like he was in a strange place. It wasn't the 7th base, after all. He couldn't put his finger on it. Just then, the door opened and Luo Qingtian walked in with food. Awake? A tonic soup for you. Actually, it was Machio's. Dihai nodded. Thank you. Did I scare you? Luo Qingtian shrugged. No, I just don't understand. Your body can't handle your earth transformation ability, so why do you keep using it? Dihai took a sip of the soup and smiled. It tastes great. I don't want to use earth transformation all the time. I usually only use it when I can't farm normally at the base, but Lu Ba's body is too tough. Only earth transformation can handle them. Luo Qingtian nodded. Well then, get some rest. Luo Qingtian was about to leave when Dihai asked, Where are you going? Luo Qingtian thought for a moment and said, I want to visit the branch office. Ever since I knew Lu Ba, I always felt like I'd been missing something, so I want to go check it out. Dihai nodded. Then be careful. If possible, come back soon. You know I'm not feeling well enough to leave the house right now. Luo Qingtian curled her lips. Luo Qingtian left without even looking back. Dihai watched Luo Qingtian leave, the weakness on his face instantly vanishing. He sighed as he watched Luo Qingtian's departing figure. This girl is getting harder and harder to fool. Where did she take me when I was unconscious? Thinking of Luo Qingtian's whereabouts since arriving at the 7th base. Apart from her contact with Lin Yaowen, she went to the mountains. Could it be that Lin Yaowen has some amazing scientists on his side? No. Dihai touched the faint swelling on his head. When he tried to open his eyes, Luo Qingtian clearly slapped him, preventing him from seeing clearly. In other words, Luo Qingtian had taken him to a place she didn't want him to know about. Could it be teleportation? After leaving Dihai's villa, Luo Qingtian found a secluded spot and returned to town. Arriving at Chen Huiyang's office again, Chen Huiyang nearly cried. Sister Luo, why are you back again? Chen Huiyang said, glancing behind Luo Qingtian to see if Luo Xiaowu would come running. Luo Qingtian handed Chen Huiyang a syringe. Go test this toxin and see if there's an antidote or vaccine. The survivors at Base 7 desperately need it. Chen Huiyang took the syringe, examined it, and said, if it's a vaccine, why not let Base 0 do it? After all the resources, manpower, and material resources of Yan Nation are concentrated at Base 0. Luo Qingtian narrowed her eyes at Chen Huiyang. Are there any difficulties? Chen Huiyang shook his head. No, Sister Luo has instructed us to do this, no matter how difficult it is. Luo Qingtian nodded. Yes, as soon as possible. The virus here is very similar to the zombie virus, so it should be helpful for your research. By the way, has the aquarium made any recent progress? Chen Huiyang picked up a data report and handed it to Luo Qingtian. Sister Luo, I think you're right. Whales do have antibodies against the zombie virus. However, if we had discovered this problem at the beginning of the apocalypse, we might have been able to eliminate the zombie virus. But now the virus has divided and evolved so many times that it will take some time to completely defeat it. After saying this, Chen Huiyang took out a test tube and showed it to Luo Qingtian. And this, look. What is this? Chen Huiyang said mysteriously. This is the sediment you brought back last time, Sister Luo. The people at the Interstellar Laboratory said these are live bacteria, but I discovered a problem. The frequency of activity of the factors in these live bacteria is extremely high, hundreds of millions of times higher than that of normal live bacteria. Luo Qingtian frowned at Chen Huiyang. Speak human. Chen Huiyang thought for a moment, realizing he might not understand the terminology he was using. He explained, these living bacteria have such high frequencies that once they enter a living organism, they quickly absorb its vitality. They don't distinguish between friend and foe, making them extremely dangerous. But this frequency is very sensitive to the sounds of whales. The final wail of a whale's tragic death will slow the frequency, ultimately turning the living bacteria into dust. After hearing Chen Huiyang's words, Luo Qingtian felt a pang of pain in his heart. So is this the reason for the mass suicide of those whales? The virus is subtly changing the ocean, but these living bacteria are literally turning it into a sea of death. So, for the sake of the ocean's survival, they're sacrificing their lives to prevent these living bacteria from existing. Chen Huiyang observed Luo Qingtian's condition and whispered, Sister Luo, are you okay? Who created these living bacteria? My database contains hundreds of millions of elemental bacteria, but I haven't detected this type of bacteria. It's as if they're not from Earth. Chapter 670. Luo Qingtian looked up at Chen Huiyang. Not from Earth. Luo Qingtian instantly thought of the so-called Third Civilization. Luo Qingtian had once believed that the Third Civilization existed during Earth's developmental hiatus. Those unnoticed forms of life became the Third Civilization. But now, thinking back, I was being too narrow-minded. The Third Civilization Mom and Dad discovered never mentioned that it originated on Earth. The birth of the zombie virus, news of the Third Civilization. And that laboratory on the seabed that shouldn't even be there. Putting all these things together, couldn't Mom and Dad be from Earth? Luo Qingtian suddenly felt that his idea was a bit unrealistic. If Mom and Dad weren't from Earth, then what was he? He was flesh and blood, even born in a sea city. Luo Qingtian patted his head. Chen Huiyang, I leave this vaccine matter to you. The sooner the better. And I put the live bacterial test specimens you requested at the aquarium. Chen Huiyang was instantly delighted upon hearing this. Great, great. Every time my lab and my special ability tries to study these things, the living bacteria are deemed dangerous and killed. If there were more, maybe I could use this bacterial colony to create a new beneficial one. It could improve the human system. Luo Qingtian thought for a moment, and took out the white powder Jiang Shaolin had given him. I found some powder when I went to the lab at Base 7. It's said to be the antidote to this toxin, but it has a very high melting point. You could study it. As they talked, they walked out together. When they reached the aquarium entrance, they saw Luo Xiaowu looking at them excitedly. Qingtian, you're back again. Luo Qingtian reached out and touched Luo Xiaowu's head. Yes, I'm back. Luo Qingtian looked around. By the way, I haven't been back since I upgraded the town. This street has widened so much. Chen Huiyang turned and looked around. Well, last time you built a large area of villas, apartments, and residential complexes near the laboratory. Now Mission has allocated the area to us technicians. I even got a 3-story villa. Chen Huiyang said this, his head raised with pride. Luo Qingtian glanced at Chen Huiyang and walked straight into the aquarium. The back of the aquarium had also grown significantly. The aquarium tank, which had originally been adjacent to the whale, had been intentionally separated by the technicians. It had been partitioned off into a separate room. Chen Huiyang led Luo Qingtian inside. Sister Luo, where's Zaya Zhenzhen? Luo Qingtian waved at the ground, and several large glass bottles instantly filled the room. It's all yours. Be careful. Don't fall in and get eaten. If you really need to inspect this bacterial colony, remember to wear some protective clothing. Luo Qingtian pulled out a red, button-like object and handed it to Chen Huiyang. What is this? Chen Huiyang pressed the button, and it flew towards him as if pulled by something. A thin layer of fabric quickly extended from the button, and finally, a protective suit appeared on Chen Huiyang's body. I got this from the 5th base. They say it's quite powerful. Luo Qingtian suppressed a smile as he looked at the bewildered Chen Huiyang. Chen Huiyang turned to look at his reflection in the aquarium. Seeing himself, his lips twitched. I remember this thing was called Ultraman's battle suit before the apocalypse, right? Luo Qingtian patted Chen Huiyang's shoulder. Well, don't sweat the details. Maybe this design would work better. Chen Huiyang's eyes twitched. He looked as if he never trusts you. Luo Qingtian laughed. Don't forget what I said. Contact me when you're done with the vaccine. Luo Qingtian and Luo Xiaowu left the aquarium. Qingtian, where are you going next? Do you want to go back for dinner? Luo Qingtian felt her stomach. She'd been busy all day, so apart from serving Dihai a bowl of soup, she hadn't eaten anything. Yeah, I'm definitely hungry. Let's go! Luo Xiaowu released a black mist from the ground. Our town's gotten bigger now. So we can't walk back home, we have to drive. With that, a black motorcycle appeared in front of Luo Qingtian. Qingtian, I take you back. Luo Qingtian patted Little Green's wings and released to buy again. Wings. Little Green instantly transformed into wings and clung to Luo Qingtian's back. Big White also transformed into wings and flew to Luo Xiaowu's back. Let's go! I want to see the upgraded town before we go back to eat. With that, Luo Qingtian and Luo Xiaowu held hands and flew high into the sky. Qingtian, I'm actually flying. Although the direction of this flight couldn't be controlled, Luo Xiaowu was genuinely excited. Luo Qingtian smiled at Luo Xiaowu and said, you can destroy everything, and you can also create everything. Xiaowu, next time, you can use your ability to create a pair of wings on your body. Luo Xiaowu's eyes lit up when he heard this. Is that possible? The kind where I can fly with Qingtian? Luo Qing, I try it next time. As they chatted, they began to observe the lives of the survivors below from above the town. The town's expansion has once again increased its population. Everyone's face was filled with a happy and comfortable smile. Flying lower, one could hear the survivors chatting about what to eat for dinner and where to buy groceries tomorrow. Others were discussing the town's welfare benefits. Listening to people chattering about their plans for the next day, Luo Qingtian felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. She grabbed Luo Xiaowu and flew high into the sky with him. Looking down from above, Luo Qingtian was surprised to see that the town's expansion had completely covered the former sea city. The edge of the town extended almost to the seashore. It just didn't have the buildings of the harbor. Xiaowu, did any zombies enter the town during the expansion? No, but there are many more zombies on the edge of the town. They must have been driven out by the zombies from the former sea city. During this time, Dijiang had been leading a small team of soldiers and a small team of psychics from the town to clear out the zombies. But Qingtian, you're amazing. You managed to expand the town so much. Dijiang said our town is now no smaller than any other base, and he's planning to apply to base 0 to become the number 1 base. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. Becoming the number 1 base? That's not what I want. Luo Xiaowu turned to look at Luo Qingtian. So what does Qingtian want? If Qingtian doesn't want zombies around the town, Xiaowu will go out with Commander Dijiang to fight them tomorrow. Luo Qingtian raised his hand and touched Luo Xiaowu's head. Thank you, Xiaowu. You don't have to worry about what I want. Just be yourself. Chapter 671. Luo Xiaowu smiled and shook his head. But, what Qingtian wants is also what Xiaowu wants. Luo Qingtian looked at Luo Xiaowu with some resignation. This child was too paranoid, almost pathological. Hopefully, after the apocalypse, she could find a good psychiatrist to treat Luo Xiaowu. The two flew in the air for a long time, until near dusk, when they returned to their villa. Now, Luo Qingtian's villa had become the very center of the town. When they landed, they attracted quite a bit of attention. The security team was even dispatched. Only when they saw clearly that it was Luo Qingtian, the security team saluted Luo Qingtian and quickly withdrew. Luo Qingtian looked at the inexplicable team. Is Dijiang hiring? Behind him, He Xiao had just arrived home on his electric scooter. Yes. Commander D has recruited a lot of psychics this time, and given them systematic military training. Qingtian's back? I can have Yunran cook a few more dishes tonight. Luo Qingtian turned to look at He Xiao. Yeah, you're back. Did you crack the USB drive I gave you last time? He Xiao looked at Luo Qingtian with a complicated expression. Yes, I did. Come to my studio. I'd like to tell you something. Luo Qingtian nodded and followed He Xiao to the studio. He Xiao printed out a copy of the file and handed it to Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian frowned as he looked at the translated information. I don't know what this energy core is. But what I do know is that it's the Earth's core, which is equivalent to the existence of life. Luo Qingtian lowered his head and said nothing, but within him, a storm surged. Steal the core. This was the title of the file. It detailed the search for the so-called energy core. It also recorded temperatures deep beneath the Earth's surface. It also revealed the location of Earth's hidden power. It even listed the various minerals, and bacterial species on Earth. It even recorded the types of viruses found beneath the Antarctic ice. Laboratory bench, core energy. Luo Qingtian thought, wasn't the power within him exactly what the interstellar laboratory had described? Luo Qingtian was reluctant to admit it. This was all his parents doing. If they had stolen Earth's life, and then he came into being, then what about the virus? Could it be that his parents' theft of Earth's core energy had given rise to life on Earth, and thus to the virus, ultimately leading to the apocalypse? If that were truly the case, Luo Qingtian suddenly felt like he shouldn't exist. Qingtian, what's wrong with you? He Xiao stared at the crimson corners of Luo Qingtian's eyes, wanting to offer a soothing reassurance. But Luo Qingtian quickly rushed out, the file in hand. Qingtian, in fact, when He Xiao saw this data, he wondered if Luo Qingtian's powerful superpowers might be related to this core energy. He even shared Luo Qingtian's thoughts, wondering if the apocalypse was due to Luo Qingtian draining away life from Earth. But then he thought, so what? These weren't Luo Qingtian's decisions, and it wasn't Luo Qingtian's fault. Besides, he was a man whose value centered on his brother. No matter what kind of person Luo Qingtian was, he would stand by him without hesitation. After Luo Qingtian rushed out, she was momentarily unsure where to go. She returned to her dimension and sat on the ground, lost in thought. If I'm truly the culprit behind the apocalypse, how can I face this world? Luo Qingtian sat on the ground, hugging herself tightly. She bit her lips, trying hard to stifle tears, but all this pretense of strength ultimately gave way to Luo Qingtian's broken sobs. Not far away, Mutation and Zymokia panicked at Luo Qingtian's cries. They hurried over to Luo Qingtian's side. They happened to see the file lying on the ground. The two balls exchanged a glance. They both understood Luo Qingtian's current state. Their child was self-loathing. The two balls didn't know how to explain to Luo Qingtian. They wanted to be with Luo Qingtian, but it wasn't what she thought. But if they did, their identities would be exposed. Then, space would be in danger, and so would Earth. Machio stepped forward to embrace Luo Qingtian, extending his vines to gently stroke his back. Luo Qingtian murmured softly, shouldn't I exist? Did they really give birth to me to destroy the world? Shouldn't I have been born? Machio's heart ached. She wanted to explain that it wasn't like that the apocalypse had nothing to do with her. As the child of Earth, only she could end this apocalypse and restore the world to its former state. At that moment, a work badge fell from Mochio's body and landed in front of Luo Qingtian. Written on it was Chu Xiao's name. By the way, Jean Bauer said last time that Chu Xiao knows more. Luo Qingtian said this, and suddenly disappeared from the spot. In Chu Xiao's villa, he was sitting at the dining table, drinking red wine and eating steak, his face filled with contentment. He hadn't even truly enjoyed such a life before the apocalypse. It's no wonder those two kids could build a town like this. I wonder if the energy chip has been fully absorbed by this kid. Chu Xiao took a sip of his red wine and said, energy chip. It seems you really know a lot. Luo Qingtian's appearance caused Chu Xiao to spit out the wine in his mouth. Ahem, little Qingtian, why are you here? You must know why I'm here. Luo Qingtian sat down directly across from Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao looked Luo Qingtian in the eye. Did someone bully you? Why are your eyes so red? Who am I? Am I really my parents' child? Luo Qingtian asked directly. It wasn't that she didn't trust Jean Bauer, but her intuition told her that Jean Bauer might not even know about the existence of the core energy source. Chu Xiao wiped his lips with a napkin. Little Qingtian, of course you're their child. Why do you ask that? Luo Qingtian raised his hand and tossed the file in front of Chu Xiao. Who am I really? Chu Xiao, am I your experiment? Are Luo Yubai and Yun Qianro my biological parents? What is this energy chip you mentioned? Is it my special abilities? Ultimately, I'm someone who shouldn't exist. It was your selfishness that brought me into being. It was you who stole life from Earth and brought about the apocalypse, right? Luo Qingtian's voice was practically a roar. That's not true. How could you possibly think that? Your parents love life so much. They love every life in the world equally. How could they possibly do something to harm humanity? Chu Xiao stood up and looked at Luo Qingtian angrily. Luo Qingtian sneered, pointing at the file on the table. Then tell me, what are these? Why is it stolen? Why are my abilities different from yours? Why am I so powerful? Tell me, what did they do to me? Chu Xiao gritted his teeth and shouted, because you are a child born from the Earth's energy. You are a child of the Earth. Chapter 672. Luo Qingtian looked at Chu Xiao with red eyes, confused and puzzled. What does that mean? Chu Xiao sighed. I don't know anything else, But I heard from your mother that every planet has its own defense system, because they have independent consciousness and life. Whether it's the emergence of a plague or the Earth's load, the Earth will autonomously take defensive actions to maintain its normal operation. Your parents could clearly detect the existence of Earth's defense system. They both understood that technological power far transcends this world. So they detected something that had damaged Earth's defense system in advance. They also anticipated the coming of the apocalypse, so they made a plan and left for a long time. I don't know what they did, but when they reappeared, your mother was pregnant and brought back the energy core mentioned in the plan. I still remember how happy your mother was at your arrival. She said your birth was the hope of everything. You will definitely solve all problems. So, Xiao Qingtian, remember, you weren't born out of nowhere. Your mother and father have said many times in the lab that you are the key to ending everything, and even our future. Luo Qingtian stood there, looking at Chu Xiao. She didn't actually believe what he said, but Chu Xiao spoke so confidently that she couldn't tell if it was true or not. Even if I'm your parents' child, I'm also the product of their experiment, right? The thought of being a test subject lingered in Luo Qingtian's mind. Chu Xiao sighed deeply. Actually, we weren't involved in the experiment that conceived you. But Xiao Qingtian, there's one thing you must believe. Your parents care about you and love you deeply. They sacrificed so much for you. I remember your mother once told me you were the chosen child. It's also a gift from this world. I know you didn't live with them as a child, so you don't understand them. They're truly wonderful people. Please don't doubt them. Luo Qingtian was filled with mixed emotions. She wasn't sure whether she should believe Chu Xiao's words. She was completely in turmoil. She sat on the stool behind her and curled up. This kind of uncertainty and helplessness hadn't happened to her for a long time since her rebirth. Chu Xiao looked at Luo Qingtian, a flicker of heartache in his eyes. After all, he was just a 20-year-old child, someone who had been insecure since childhood. He understood why he had such thoughts. He slowly walked over to Luo Qingtian, wanting to reach out and touch her head. But as soon as Chu Xiao extended his hand, Luo Qingtian vanished. Back in the space, Luo Qingtian covered her face with the back of her hand and lay dejectedly on the grass. Her mind was still processing the news she had learned today. The two balls stood not far away, staring intently at Luo Qingtian. The fur ball tried to approach several times, but was held back by the smaller fur ball. In a very low voice, it said to the fur ball, "The fourth side of the space is closely related to Qingtian's emotions. Look, cracks have appeared there." Letting her know the existence of the fourth side now would be tantamount to killing her. The fur ball instantly calmed down after hearing this. It turned its back on Luo Qingtian, as if that would alleviate its distress. Luo Qingtian, however, was unaware of the two balls' state. Suddenly, she sat up and looked behind her. The fourth side of the space had remained closed, but she suddenly heard a sound from the other side. Luo Qingtian slowly walked to the fourth wall. The front wall was no longer pitch black. It looked more like a transparent gray-black. And whether it was an illusion or not, Luo Qingtian felt as if she saw something moving on the other side of the wall. Luo Qingtian reached out to touch it, but as she did, it felt like she was resting on a layer of soft foam. She could reach in, but the next moment, her hand bounced back. What was this? Luo Qingtian felt that the crystal core and the earth fragments alone wouldn't be enough to open this fourth wall. So what was needed? Just as Luo Qingtian was about to put her hand in again, Furball and Little Furball rushed forward. Both balls collided with Luo Qingtian. Then Luo Qingtian flew back. Confused, she stood up and looked at the two balls in confusion. Furball and Little Furball simultaneously flashed their whips. Luo Qingtian instantly sensed something was amiss, and quickly patted her head. "Little green fly. Fly!" Luo Qingtian, completely disengaged from her thoughts and sadness, turned and ran, but Little Green paid no attention. It rolled out from above Luo Qingtian's head, landed on the ground, and then, trembling, rolled in front of the gray-black wall, where it lay motionless. Little Green had been with Luo Qingtian for so long, but this was the first time she had shown such fear. Luo Qingtian stared at Little Green in confusion, ignoring the whip he had whipped. He moved forward to pick Little Green up. Furry Ball swung the whip, swept Little Green up, and threw her to Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian picked up Little Green, and called out to Big White and Little Bird to get a run. But the two stayed far away. It was as if there were some lake beasts nearby. No matter how he called, they wouldn't come. Luo Qingtian had no choice but to quickly open the door and rush in with Little Green in his arms. The two balls watched Luo Qingtian leave and breathed a sigh of relief. Relaxed, Almost got caught. Time's running out. I'm going to the training room to level up Qingtian, little Machio said as he ran towards the training room. Luo Qingtian brought Machio back to the 7th base, the Dihai Villa. She stood in the yard, not rushing back. Instead, she remained in a daze. Machio and little Machio were crazy. They were cracking their whips for no reason. Luo Qingtian's mind was buzzing. What he experienced and learned that day felt more dramatic than anything he had ever experienced in his entire life. And what in that dimension is it that scares Machio, Dubai, the little bird, and even Xiaolu? Xiaolu. What happened to you just now? Luo Qingtian held Xiaolu in front of him, looking her in the eye. Xiaolu released his telepathic message, Mommy, I don't know, but it's terrifying down there. I feel like the things inside are even scarier than Mommy. Luo Qingtian raised his hand and slapped Xiaolu on the head. Naughty kid, am I scary, Mommy? Xiaolu pouted, rubbing the spot where he'd been hit, and said aggrievedly, Mommy isn't scary, but the things inside are terrifying. Xiaolu's IQ wasn't high, but Luo Qingtian almost understood that the reason the 4th dimension hadn't opened yet was because of a terrifying entity there. Even now, he couldn't shake it. Thinking back, Luo Qingtian felt as if he never really studied this dimension. Chapter 673. But would Mom and Dad leave such a dangerous existence behind? She thought of the reactions of Machio, Dubai, and the little bird. And little Green's trembling face. Are animals, whether animals or mutants, naturally sensitive to danger? But why is this happening? Luo Qingtian rubbed his forehead, thinking he must have overlooked a lot. What are you doing downstairs? Upstairs, Dihai stood on the balcony, watching Luo Qingtian. Dihai had noticed Luo Qingtian the moment he appeared in the villa. He carried his laptop to the balcony, working while observing Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian was completely lost in his thoughts at the time. She hadn't noticed Dihai at all. She looked up at Dihai. Are you going to sleep? It's so late. Dihai smiled softly. Yes, I do want to sleep. But I noticed a cat suddenly appeared downstairs, so I stayed for a while. Luo Qingtian gave Dihai a dull look. Behave yourself. Speak humanly. You're so greasy. Dihai let out a deep laugh. Okay, what did Miss Luo do when she went out last night? Why did you come back so worried? He had been observing her from upstairs for a long time. Luo Qingtian just sat downstairs, her expression changing constantly, clearly having encountered something. Of course, he didn't expect Luo Qingtian to tell him directly. Luo Qingtian yawned, walked to the bottom of the balcony, and with a light leap, she landed in Dihai's study. I've been away for so long. Is there any news? Dihai closed his notebook and looked at Luo Qingtian with a smile. Which Miss Luo are you referring to? Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Dihai coughed lightly. We haven't found Wei Lin yet, but surveillance footage shows him disappearing near the Future Technology Company branch. If I'm not mistaken, he should have already entered the branch. Luo Qingtian sat across from Dihai and nodded slightly. Are you saying that Wei Lin might be the highest level green ba? Dihai picked up the teapot he used to talk about money, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to Luo Qingtian. That went so smoothly. Luo Qingtian took the teacup and took a sip. Yes. That went so smoothly. It's as if someone is deliberately guiding us to confirm that Wei Lin is the mastermind, first hinting, then leaking, and finally, Wei Lin's disappearance. Dihai sat at his desk, his chin resting on one hand, looking at Luo Qingtian with a smile in his eyes. This is the first time I ever felt someone thinking and discussing with me. It feels really good. Dihai pulled out a population survey file, pushed it in front of Luo Qingtian's face, and said, the population survey I said people to do is making some progress. From the establishment of the 7th base to the first census, and to date, tens of thousands have disappeared. And in this month, 33 people have failed and disappeared, while 13 people who were still conscious in their green beast state. Luo Qingtian looked down at the records and sighed. This data is incomplete. It doesn't mention advanced green beasts, which means that no advanced green beasts have been found among these people, and these advanced green beasts are lurking among the crowd. Dihai leaned lazily in the chair behind him. Yes. After all, not everyone has the ability like Miss Luo to clearly distinguish between green beasts and humans. Luo Qingtian gave Dihai a cold look. Haha, what do you want to do? Dihai held out a contract. Miss Luo, I'd like to hire you as temporary secretary to the head of the 7th base. Luo Qingtian wasn't buying it. This guy actually wants to keep me here. Isn't he afraid I blow this place up? Dihai sighed. Miss Luo, we're all good children of Yan country, and the base is facing its most critical moment. Please condescend to serve as the head of the base temporarily. This way, you can follow me in and out of the government building freely. You can also keep up with the military's news. Once the base returns to normal, we're willing to return control of the 7th base's Future Technology Company branch to headquarters. Luo Qingtian glanced at Dihai with disdain. Control of the 7th base's Future Technology Company should have belonged to our headquarters. You're saying that, and it sounds like you're giving us alms. Dihai, don't be so blatant when you're using PUA. Dihai smiled softly. I wouldn't dare, but what I say is the truth. If we want to regain control, we must completely resolve the Lu Ba issue. After all, the current Future Technology branch is Green Ba's stronghold. Even if we eliminate Green Ba inside, can you guarantee they won't return? To ensure the company's stability, we must create a safe environment. Miss Luo came alone this time. It's better to work with us than to fight alone, right? Dihai said, standing up and refilling Luo Qingtian's teacup. The fresh scent of jasmine filled the air, calming Luo Qingtian's restless mood. Luo Qingtian knew Dihai wanted to use her, but as he had said, cooperating with him was the best option right now. Okay, I won't sign the contract. I don't accept being bound by constraints, nor do I accept your orders. Don't expect me to do anything for you. We're equals. Dihai sighed softly. Okay, Miss Luo has the final say. Just keep him by your side. That way, why worry that Luo Qingtian won't take action? Now that we finished our official business, let's talk about personal matters. This time, Miss Luo has helped our military and me, and I owe her a huge favor. What does Miss Luo want? Luo Qingtian stood up. I do have what you want. Let's talk about it, after we resolve the Lu Ba issue. I'm very tired today, so I'm going to rest. Luo Qingtian walked out of the study. Just then, Dihai's phone rang. Base Commander, we caught Wei Lin. Dihai stood up upon hearing this. Where is he? Wei Lin's condition seemed strange in the mountains behind Future Technology Company. Base Commander, could you bring Miss Luo with you to check it out? Okay. Dihai hung up the phone and looked at Luo Qingtian. Looks like you won't be able to rest tonight. Wei Lin was found in the mountains behind Future Technology Company. I need Miss Luo to come with us to check it out. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. Was Wei Lin so easy to catch? Dihai picked up his jacket from the backrest, put it on, and donned his army green cap. I don't know, let's go check it out. As they spoke, they walked out. 4 military jeeps were already parked in front of the villa gate. They got in and drove towards the mountains behind Future Technology Company. The entire 7th base was very quiet at night, and the sight of a few low-level green slugs wandering the streets was unseen. Half an hour later, the group finally reached their destination. The person who met them led Luo Qingtian and Dihai up the mountain, where they soon came upon a man half buried in a pit. Chapter 674. Upon seeing the man, Dihai reached out and immediately covered Luo Qingtian's eyes. Don't look. Disgusting. The man was kneeling on the ground, his clothes tattered for some unknown reason, completely naked. His lower body was even exposed. Dihai frowned at the man kneeling in the pit, and glanced at the orderly beside him. The orderly quickly stepped forward, pulled out a towel, and covered the man's lower body. Then he released Luo Qingtian's gaze. Luo Qingtian hadn't expected this situation. Although she had seen many such naked survivors in her previous life, this was the first time she had seen someone kneeling on the ground, their private parts exposed. Luo Qingtian walked up to the man and looked him over. Is this Wei Lin? Dihai walked over to Luo Qingtian and nodded slightly. Yes. Is he in the process of transformation? Luo Qingtian nodded. Yes. And it's the kind that hasn't been successfully transformed yet. Luo Qingtian saw that Wei Lin was being pulled by a powerful force, while Wei Lin himself appeared on the mini-map as a large blue dot. In the center of this blue dot was a green mass, seemingly constantly contaminating the large blue dot. The large blue dot grew and shrank in the struggle. Just watching it was intense. This must be the process of transforming into a high-level green dot, right? Luo Qingtian squatted down to observe Wei Lin's lower body. Wei Lin was still kneeling on the ground, but his calves had already begun to turn green. The green spread very slowly. When it reached his knees, it faded again, then began to creep upwards. Wei Lin's eyes were closed, and though his expression remained blank, his body began to stagger. He seemed in extreme pain. Should he be helped up in this situation? Luo Qingtian reached out to help. Dihai saw this, stepped forward, grabbed Luo Qingtian's wrist, and pulled him away from Wei Lin. Don't touch him. Dihai glanced at the young soldiers beside him again. One of them said, "We pulled too much." His legs seemed to be being pulled by something. No matter how hard we try, he just end up back in this pit. Luo Qingtian pushed Dihai's hand away and said, "Pull him out." "Let me see." Several soldiers helped Wei Lin to his feet. Wei Lin was led out of the pit like a statue. But soon, a black thread appeared from the pit, pulling Wei Lin back. It seemed as if no one present could see the dark, glowing black thread. A golden blade suddenly appeared in Luo Qingtian's hand, and she swung it at the black thread. But when the golden knife slashed down, it passed directly through the black lines. A slight flash of surprise crossed Luo Qingtian's eyes. Are these black lines not physical? No, Luo Qingtian felt as if she had missed something. She raised her hand, and a bright gray light appeared in her hand. The light wrapped around the black lines, and Luo Qingtian could clearly feel the pull. Then Luo Qingtian surrounded the black lines with her own bright gray light. Tear. The two black lines were abruptly severed by Luo Qingtian's light. Wei Lin, who had been moving constantly, suddenly fell to the ground. And at this moment, he also opened his eyes. He stood up in surprise, but he had been kneeling for too long, and as soon as he stood up, he fell back to the ground. With this movement, the towel peeled off, revealing a white buttock. Luo Qingtian, struggling against the black lines, looked up and saw Wei Lin's buttocks. She glanced at Dihai speechlessly. Suddenly, something moved beneath the ground. Luo Qingtian stomped her foot hard. Boom! A large dent instantly appeared in the ground. Then a small green fly burst out of the ground. It sprinted quickly toward Wei Lin. And it flew directly toward Wei Lin's buttocks. This happened so quickly, the fly's speed was almost invisible to the naked eye. Luo Qingtian saw where the fly was aiming, and the aimless ice bow quickly appeared in her hand. Luo Qingtian drew her bow and released her arrows. Fusion. 3 arrows merged and flew rapidly towards Wei Lin's anus. Dihai watched the scene with a twitch of his mouth, but it was too late to stop it. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. If he had known, he would have followed Luo Qingtian and covered her eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so furious. Wei Lin also felt a chill coming from behind him. He stood up, and a gust of wind hit him. He lost his balance and fell to the ground again. The cold energy from Luo Qingtian's ice arrow flew almost directly over Wei Lin's head. Paw! As Wei Lin lay on the ground, a white, fist-sized lump of ice fell onto his face. Luo Qingtian sheathed his bow and arrow, slowly walked over to Wei Lin, and picked up the ice lump. Inside the ice lump was the small green worm that had flown out. At this moment, Dihai came over, covered Wei Lin's lower body with a bath towel, and whispered, "What is this?" Luo Qingtian already had a grim guess. This is a bug from the Zerg. I can't explain it specifically, and I'm not sure yet, but I have a theory. It enters the human body and releases toxins, ultimately transforming the person into a high-level green troll. Dihai picked up the ice cube and shone his flashlight through it. He then frowned and said, "How can a bug this big enter the human body?" Luo Qingtian glanced at Wei Lin, then at his lower body, wrapped in a bath towel. Dihai covered his face with his hands. Is that why he was brought here? Thinking of Wei Lin's initial appearance, Dihai stood in front of Luo Qingtian, blocking his view. "Can you speak?" Dihai asked grimly, looking at Wei Lin. Wei Lin nodded weakly, "Yes." "Then come back to the military headquarters with me." Wei Lin, clutching his body, looked at Dihai with a constipated expression. "Can you find me some clothes first? I'm really uncomfortable like this." Dihai said to the orderly beside him, "I have a set of uniforms in the car, go get them." The orderly quickly ran down the mountain, and soon returned with a set of clothes. Wei Lin quickly put them on. Then the group headed back down the mountain. Before leaving, Luo Qingtian looked toward the top of the mountain, then retracted her bright gray light. She followed Dihai, and left together. In the military interrogation room, Dihai sat across from Wei Lin, staring at him. "Tell me, how did you give us the hint?" Wei Lin shook his head. "I said I didn't know, do you believe me?" Dihai narrowed his eyes slightly. "You say you don't know? Are you trying to say it wasn't you who gave the hint?" Wei Lin shook his head again. "I think it was me. But I don't know the circumstances. I didn't even know I had this ability." Chapter 675. Dihai stared at Wei Lin intently. He seemed to be trying to determine if Wei Lin was telling the truth. This person had hinted at him, and perhaps even the entire government. But when exactly had this person appeared in the government building? In Dihai's memory, he and Wei Lin had only met a handful of times. And those times were always about lab or patient matters. They had never even had a deep conversation. Could hints really be given in this situation? Luo Qingtian sat beside Dihai, listening to their conversation. She focused her minimap on Wei Lin. She could sense Wei Lin's nervousness, hesitation, and even a hint of confusion. In other words, Wei Lin often acted unconsciously. Why did you go to the back mountain? More specifically, why did you disappear for so long? Dihai asked again. Wei Lin covered his head and thought for a long time before saying, Base Commander, I only remember what happened before I fell asleep. I just remember falling asleep and having a very long dream. When I opened my eyes, I was on the mountain. Dihai clearly didn't believe Wei Lin. Beside him, Luo Qingtian whispered, You said you had a very long dream. I wonder if you remember it. Wei Lin didn't know Luo Qingtian, but anyone who could follow Dihai into the interrogation room was definitely no ordinary person. He glanced at Dihai before saying, I dreamed of myself. No, to be more precise, I dreamed of another version of myself. He was trying to steal the results of my experiment. This time, our research is focused on solving the problem of superpower overflow. When a superpowered person's abilities advance too far, their body can't keep up, leading to superpower overflow. A few days ago, we discovered a solution, and in my dream, I discovered another version of myself trying to steal the results and data. In a fit of rage, I started fighting myself. We fought fiercely, with my alter ego constantly spanking me. Luo Qingtian looked at Wei Lin with understanding, saddened by the green creature's constant struggle for control. Luo Qingtian stood up and patted Dihai on the shoulder. Dihai and Luo Qingtian walked out together. What happened, my guess is. Wei Lin's dream was actually about him struggling with this insect for control of his body. To cultivate a high-level green scorpion, one must find someone with strong mental power. I think these insects should be able to sense the strength of some people. Wei Lin is a psychologist and a scientist. Someone like him must have considerable mental power. Dihai frowned. Back in the mountains, Wei Lin was dormant, and that was the perfect time for this insect to enter his body. But why didn't it enter? Luo Qingtian glanced at the ice cube in his hand and said, Didn't you hear Wei Lin say he's always dreaming? Perhaps these insects rely on consuming human dreams, or perhaps defeating their victims within dreams. It can only enter their bodies by dissipating their mental energy. And Wei Lin just said that often he's unaware of the hints he's given. I suspect it was probably while he was sleeping. Dihai shook his head. Is that possible? Controlling your body while you sleep requires consciousness, but I don't know who gave my hints, or when. Luo Qingtian then realized that Dihai and the others couldn't see the black line at all, so they didn't know that some of Wei Lin's actions before this might have been controlled by it. Luo Qingtian rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and said, Is there a possibility that your suggestion wasn't his? There are already bugs that can destroy dreams, so a bug that can modify memories isn't out of the question. After saying this, Dihai fell silent again. Perhaps, as Luo Qing had said, the one who suggested it wasn't Wei Lin. Dihai frowned. Then what's our conclusion today? Luo Qingtian shrugged and smiled. The conclusion is, true, highest level green traps don't exist, and those high level green traps are actually the product of the Zerg. As for the lower level green traps, they're just the pitiful survivors of the virus. To be more precise, they're all those killed by the Zerg poison. Dihai pounded his fist on the wall. Damn! I didn't expect this result. So, tomorrow I can go to the government for a meeting to count all the personnel at Base 7, and go to the Future Technology Company branch to clean up the green traps. Luo Qingtian actually wanted to nod. But now we face a big problem. I should support you, but the problem is, the insect poison hasn't been resolved. Even if we send more people, I'm afraid many will be sacrificed. Dihai also considered this problem. I will have the lab develop a solution to the insect poison within 3 days. After 3 days, regardless of whether the insect poison can be resolved or not, I will mobilize all our forces to fight Lu Ba. Luo Qingtian stood up straight, yawned, and said, let's go back first. I'm exhausted and just want to sleep. Dihai looked at Luo Qingtian apologetically. I'm sorry for all the hard work. I take care of the rest, and then take you back. Dihai finished his words, and returned to the interrogation room, ordering Wei Lin to be temporarily detained. After a brief instruction, Dihai left the interrogation room and drove towards the villa with Luo Qingtian. By then, daybreak had already reached the horizon, and all sorts of people were already appearing on the road. Luo Qingtian stared expressionlessly out the car window. His mind was already in a state of confusion. It seemed that the 7th base had long been targeted by the Zerg. If those things in the mountains weren't dealt with properly, the entire 7th base would be wiped out. What kind of beings were these Zerg? While they had previously been described as mutated insects, Luo Qingtian now had to admit that they must be a new civilization. The ability and intelligence to transform humans into zombie-like beings through the use of insect poison was beyond the reach of humans. And the little green worm he had caught today possessed abilities that were definitely not found on Earth. Luo Qingtian felt that his understanding of the Zerg was truly too simplistic. "What are you thinking about?" Di saw Luo Qingtian lost in thought, and couldn't help but interrupt. Luo Qingtian turned to look at Di. "When Wei Lin mentioned the superpower overflow just now, I saw you get excited. Is your Earth transformation superpower overflowing, causing your ongoing health problems?" Di smiled. "Yes. I assigned this project to the lab. The Earth transformation superpower is extremely needed in the apocalypse, crucial to human survival. I don't want it to disappear because of my condition." Luo Qingtian chuckled. "Are you afraid I attract your superpower? Or do you want me to know if there's anything I can do to help you solve it?" "Highly needed," he said. Isn't that just a way of telling himself that he values this power so much that he won't give it up, even if it overflows? "Miss Luo, don't make such a complicated assumption. That's not what I meant. You guys are always so shady in your politics." Chapter 676. Di looked at Luo Qingtian and sighed deeply. "Miss Luo, please don't cast us all in the same light. We're just in different positions, and have different ways of doing things." Luo Qingtian curled her lips. "You're really good at making amends." Di sighed and fell silent, and Luo Qingtian remained silent as well. After returning to the villa, Luo Qingtian went straight upstairs. Exhausted, both physically and mentally, all Luo Qingtian wanted now was sleep. Di opened his mouth as he watched Luo Qingtian go upstairs, but the final question he wanted to ask remained unanswered. He watched Luo Qingtian go upstairs and closed the door. After returning to his room, Luo Qingtian went straight into the villa in the space. Lying down on the familiar bed, Luo Qingtian fell asleep. In his dream, Luo Qingtian saw a man and a woman talking to a baby in a cradle. Their faces were filled with unconcealed happiness and joy. The woman had even hung a string of wind chimes above the cradle. Whenever the woman gently touched the wind chimes, the baby's giggles echoed from the cradle. Seeing this scene in her dream, Luo Qingtian couldn't help but smile slightly. This feeling of comfort and peace was wonderful. Before she knew it, Luo Qingtian opened her eyes. What came into view was a large, round, green face. "Mao, are you trying to scare me to death?" Luo Qingtian sat up. Then she saw Mao pull a dirty piece of clothing from under her pillow. Luo Qingtian covered her face. She had taken off this piece of clothing last night, when she was too sleepy, and had thrown it aside. What time was it now? Luo Qingtian raised her hand and checked her watch. Had she slept all day? "It seems I'm tired. I slept for so long." Luo Qingtian didn't rush out, but went straight downstairs. Thinking of the little green worm he caught yesterday, Luo Qingtian took it to the smelting table. Luo Qingtian melted the little green worm and placed it in the smelting table. Soon, a line of small words appeared on the smelting table. "Dream Eater, a material for mental enchantment, can be used to extract mental threads to enchant weapons. Successful enchantment can inflict mental attacks." Oh my god. Mental threads? Enchantment possible, Luo Qingtian thought as he took out his cicada leaf golden knife and placed it on the smelting table. The next moment, he saw a bright green light emanate from the little green worm. Then, the bright green light wrapped around the golden knife and slowly disappeared from the golden knife. The smelting table darkened, and the little green worm on the table had been reduced to dust. Luo Qingtian picked up the golden knife and examined it carefully. Was the enchantment successful? Luo Qingtian thought, swinging the golden knife twice. Then, he could clearly sense a mental fluctuation ahead of him when he swung it. It wasn't obvious though. Luo Qingtian frowned. It seems a single insect's mental thread isn't enough. Luo Qingtian thought about getting out and immediately left. When he reappeared, he was already in the hills behind the Future Technology Company. During the day, the green beasts rarely appeared. So, occasionally, a few survivors could be seen gathering wild vegetables on the mountain. When Luo Qingtian appeared, the survivors were startled. "Little girl, when did you come?" Luo Qingtian smiled. "Just now. Were you gathering wild vegetables?" The survivors exchanged glances, and then one of the women stepped out and said, "Little girl, it's not safe here. You should go back quickly." The woman grabbed a handful of wild vegetables from her basket and handed them to Luo Qingtian. "Little girl, you're still young. Take these things and go back quickly. If you stay here too long, you'll be targeted by the green slugs." Luo Qingtian took the vegetables, examined them, and said, "These vegetables are clearly contaminated, Auntie. Aren't you afraid of getting infected if you take them home and eat them?" The women smiled and said, "It's okay. Go back and boil them in boiling water for 2 hours. Most of the toxins will disappear, and then you can eat them without any problems. But don't eat them tomorrow. If you do, you turn into a green slug." Luo Qingtian twitched his lips. "Wow, this is probably how some of the green slugs in Base 6 came from. Auntie, doesn't the base commander distribute food?" The woman laughed upon hearing this. "Young girl, you're new to the base, aren't you? Haha, although the base commander can help us grow food, there are too many people and too little meat. Often, ordinary people like us, who are older, can't get much. It's not that the base commander is a bad person, but he's in such a high position that he often doesn't pay attention to us." The woman then grabbed a handful of wild vegetables from the basket and handed them to Luo Qingtian. Okay, the sun is setting, and we don't have much time. Take the vegetables and go back," the auntie said, laughing, and turned to leave. Luo Qingtian looked at the wild vegetables in her hands and tossed them into the space. Then, avoiding the survivors digging for wild vegetables, she opened her mini-map to its maximum size. Then, strands of bright gray light appeared in her hands, piercing the ground. Then, they continued to extend downward. Luo Qingtian quickly located the small green flies lurking underground. Almost the entire mountain was filled with these small flies. Looking at so many small flies, Luo Qingtian felt her scalp tingle. She released her bright gray light once more, countless beams entering the ground. Taking advantage of the moment, the small green insects were unable to move. She pierced them all with the bright gray light. Then Luo Qingtian produced a large glass container and stuffed all the captured small green insects into it. Watching the increasing number of small green insects in the container, Luo Qingtian felt a surge of joy. Such a valuable insect race, such a wonderful use. How did I only discover this now? Luo Qingtian thought, the bright gray light radiating from her body increasing in number, then burrowing into the ground. More and more small green insects were caught by Luo Qingtian. Many containers, each as tall as a person, were filled by Luo Qingtian. She tossed one into the space and retrieved a new one. Just as Luo Qingtian was happily catching insects, a scream echoed from the distance. "Ah! De Huang, are you going to turn into a green slug? It's okay, you guys should leave. It's only a matter of time anyway." Then came a sobbing cry. Luo Qingtian frowned and looked in the direction of the voice, only to see the ant who had given him wild vegetables standing there. Starting from her feet, the green was gradually encroaching. Luo Qingtian walked slowly over. The ant saw Luo Qing and said, "Little girl, why are you back again? Hurry, you guys should all get out of here. The sun's about to set, and if I turn into a green slug, I bite you." The other ants around him burst into tears upon hearing this. These elderly ants had lived in this base for a long time, sharing a common home since the apocalypse. As the apocalypse began, the number of people around them dwindled, and now another comrade was leaving. Chapter 677. The remaining ants simply hugged this ant and burst into tears. As Luo Qingtian spoke, a bright gray light penetrated deeply into the ground, and then Luo Qingtian noticed that a small green worm was emitting black light at the ant's feet. Luo Qingtian's light extended and killed the small green worm directly. Then he looked at the ant across from him again. "Why are you like this?" The ant smiled and said, "We've been eating wild vegetables here for a long time. There's no other way, little girl. We don't want to go hungry, so we have to come here to find these things. They're poisonous, but they can keep us alive." Luo Qingtian opened her mouth to speak when her watch beeped. Luo Qingtian answered the call, and Chen Huiyang's voice came from the other end. "Sister Luo, I developed 10 vaccines. After testing, these vaccines can produce antibodies in the human body at a rate close to that of the zombie virus. If everyone in our base gets these vaccines, we won't be immediately infected if we encounter the zombie virus again, and we might even have a chance of successfully fighting it." Luo Qingtian heard this, and walked directly inside. Chen Huiyang held the vaccine in one hand, and the phone in the other, then saw Luo Qingtian emerge from the door. "Give me the vaccine and the formula, and then tell Mr. Tian and Shen Yuran to speed up production, the more the better." Dazed, Chen Huiyang handed the vaccine to Luo Qingtian and then the file. "Well done." Luo Qingtian patted Chen Huiyang on the shoulder. He disappeared with the door again. Back on the mountain, Ant Huang's lower body had completely turned green. As soon as Luo Qingtian appeared, he injected the vaccine into the ant's shoulder. As the drug entered their bodies, The other women around Aunt Huang grew nervous. "Little girl, what did you do to Ah Huang?" Luo Qingtian said, bending down to observe Aunt Huang's ankle. Seeing the green gradually fade, Luo Qingtian stood up. "It seems the vaccine is working. It's getting late. You should hurry down the mountain." Aunt Huang also felt the stiffness in her body lift. She tried to lift her feet, and found that they could move. She looked at Luo Qingtian in surprise. "Little girl, you can deal with the poison in Lu Ba?" Luo Qingtian waved his hand, spread his wings, and flew away. The other women didn't care to think about this scene anymore. They supported each other, and quickly walked down the mountain. Luo Qingtian flew quickly towards Di Hai's villa. This was Di Hai's third attempt to knock on Luo Qingtian's door. He didn't even know when Luo Qingtian left. Considering that the war against the future technology branch was less than 2 days away, Luo Qingtian had disappeared at this moment. Di Hai felt particularly irritated. Am I being disliked? It seems I need to change my approach. After all, Luo Qingtian isn't the type of person he belongs to. Those people, even if they dislike someone, never show it. They're all just smiling tigers. Luo Qingtian, on the other hand, is the straightforward type, directly confronting someone if he doesn't like them. And he's young, a type he's never encountered before. I wonder when he come back. Di Hai was beginning to regret his previous approach. Just as Di Hai was still pondering how to coax Luo Qingtian back, he heard a voice coming from Luo Qingtian's bedroom. Di Hai was startled. He quickly returned to Luo Qingtian's door and knocked. "Qingtian, are you awake?" Luo Qingtian opened the door. "Yes, I am. I made some delicious food. Come down to eat?" "Yes." Luo Qingtian nodded and followed Di Hai downstairs. The dining table was laden with food. Di Hai politely helped Luo Qingtian pull out the chair. Luo Qingtian walked over and began eating without waiting for Di Jian to pick up his bowl and chopsticks. Di Hai looked at Luo Qingtian with a gentle expression, then quickly returned to his seat and joined in. Watching Luo Qingtian eat, Di Hai's irritation gradually faded. "Why did you take so long to rest?" Luo Qingtian looked up at Di Hai. "You might as well ask me where I've been." Di Hai chuckled. "I'm afraid if I ask, Miss Luo will accuse me of being treacherous again." Luo Qingtian handed Di Hai the box containing the vaccine and a data file. "Our company is working hard to produce the vaccine and the recipe for the green toxin. You should also hurry up and have the labs and factories at Base 7 produce it." Di Hai stood up excitedly upon hearing this news, and carefully took the items Luo Qingtian handed him. "Has the vaccine undergone clinical trials?" "No, but I just went to the back of the future technology company's hillside. There were a few women picking wild vegetables there. One of them was possessed by an insect poison, and I gave her an injection. The detoxification was successful. It seems you, as the base commander, haven't done your job well enough." Di Hai, upon hearing this news, excitedly paced in front of the table twice. "I keep an eye on that. But thank you. Qingtian, thank you so much. We at Base 7 owe you a favor." Luo Qingtian swallowed his food and nodded slightly. "Well, you and your brother both owe me a lot. You two should slowly repay them together. Back at the first base, I was so tolerant and humble to Dijiang, so I could live a good life there and give my parents a peaceful place to live. I never expected that the first base would end up being destroyed by me. Dijiang also became the patrol officer of my town. Thinking about it now, it's quite fantastical." When Di Hai heard Luo Qing had arrived at Dijiang, his excitement instantly subsided. "Haha, it seems my brother has caused Miss Luo quite a bit of trouble." Luo Qingtian looked up. "Eat. Don't try to trick me again. Believe me, if I'm unhappy, you definitely won't be happy either." Di Hai chuckled again. "Okay, let's eat." Di Hai returned to sit across from Luo Qingtian, and the two began to eat quietly. After Luo Qingtian had finished her meal and finished drinking, she stretched and prepared to go upstairs. Di Hai smiled and said, "Going upstairs to rest right after eating won't make you feel comfortable." Luo Qingtian waved without turning back, then slammed the door shut. Di Hai quickly finished the food on the table, quickly cleared the dishes, and went into the study with the files. Luo Qingtian headed straight for the smelting table upon entering the space level. Then Luo Qingtian continuously extracted spiritual threads from the small green worms. Then he continuously applied enchantments to his golden knife. After using up the entire bottle of small green worms, Luo Qingtian attempted a sword swing. Bang! A massive mental storm erupted in front of Luo Qingtian, shaking the very void. Luo Qingtian stared at his golden sword in shock. Was this a bit too much? Luo Qingtian thought, and tried to swing the sword again, but Menchio's whip snapped. Luo Qingtian turned to glance at the enraged Malchio, then turned and ran back into the villa. Shortly after Luo Qingtian entered the villa, a faint crack appeared on the fourth wall of the space. Chapter 678. Malchio watched Luo Qingtian run away, feeling a sudden sense of powerlessness. Has this kid discovered something? Malchio put away his whip and turned to look at Zyamokyu. Zyamokyu looked up at the villa and sighed. I'd be watching the fourth side these days, trying to make some repairs. What Zyamokyu didn't actually say was that it felt Luo Qingtian looked at them differently. He seemed wary. But it didn't dare say it out loud, fearing that Malchio would rush out and confront Luo Qingtian. After Luo Qingtian returned to the villa, he first left the space to send data to Qin Lang, asking him to arrange vaccine production, and then re-entered the space. Back in the space, Luo Qingtian ran straight upstairs. When she re-entered the training room, she noticed it had changed again. She flipped the selection button and selected the upper middle level. Then the environment shifted, and Luo Qingtian realized her surroundings had changed again. It was as bumpy as the surface of the moon. The ground was barren. Luo Qingtian squatted down to touch the ground, scooped up a handful of dirt, and examined it. The soil here was incredibly realistic. Luo Qingtian picked up a stone and put it in his pocket. Then he continued walking forward. He walked for an unknown amount of time. Just when Luo Qingtian thought this training session wouldn't involve combat, the ground began to shake. Then, a flock of reptiles emerged from the ground. These reptiles looked remarkably like the legendary corpse-eating bugs. But in a place like this, so empty and vast, without even a human or living thing, how could there be such a thing as corpse-eating bugs? Just as he was thinking this, he saw the reptiles suddenly spread their wings and fly towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian froze in shock, instinctively reaching out to switch weapons. His hand was empty, nothing in it. Only then did he realize his powers had been banned. At that moment, the reptiles were already charging toward Luo Qingtian, some even crawling up his calves. And they were showing signs of climbing upwards. Fuck. These bugs bite my butt. Luo Qingtian clutched her buttocks as she ran, pumping her fists. The speed of her fists was incredible, each one carrying a crackling sound. The air around her trembled and twisted. The incoming insects were swept away by the wind from her fists, falling to the ground the next moment. The reptiles then crawled across the ground toward Luo Qingtian, once again climbing up her calves. Luo Qingtian could even feel the reptiles biting at her calves. She could even clearly sense something foreign entering her body. This is... Luo Qingtian took 2 steps back, her body swaying. The feeling of weightlessness and dizziness set alarm bells ringing in Luo Qingtian's heart. Had she been poisoned? Ever since acquiring the poison and growth skills, Luo Qingtian hadn't felt this kind of toxin in a long time. Now that all her supernatural powers were banned, Luo Qingtian could only rely on her own strength to resist the insect poison. Luo Qingtian fought a swarm of corpse-eating insects while retreating, trying to find an escape route, but the place was vast and empty. No matter where she ran, new corpse-eating insects would always crawl out of the ground and fly towards her. Luo Qingtian gritted her teeth and fought on, the pain almost numb. She bit her lips to keep fighting, not even darting to faint. The wounds on her body were real, the insect swarms here, even the stench of them was so real. If she fell here, Luo Qingtian was certain she would die. At this moment, she desperately wished her supernatural powers would not be suppressed. More and more insects appeared on the ground. Luo Qingtian punched, dodged, jumped, and rolled sideways. All of this became instinct for Luo Qingtian. She didn't even need to think, her body had formed an instinctive reaction to danger. Luo Qingtian couldn't count the number of insect bites on her body. Looking at the gradually blackening wounds, Luo Qingtian's heart was filled with an overwhelming desire for the flying fire mystic bow. The insects continued to attack. Luo Qingtian endured the excruciating pain and numbly swung her fists, so fast that she couldn't even see clearly. What she didn't notice was that the blackened wounds on her body were now turning fiery red for some unknown reason. Even she felt a burning sensation within her body. It felt like a fire was burning. At first, Luo Qingtian thought it was simply dehydration from fighting too long. But when she swung her fist at the insect in front of her, her fist, blazing with red flames, instantly crushed the insect to dust. For a moment, Luo Qingtian thought she was hallucinating from the insect poison. As she continued to punch, the flames grew more intense, and the heat within her body threatened to consume her. Luo Qingtian's eyes glowed crimson as she began a one-sided slaughter of the insects. More and more insects were reduced to dust by the flames. And these insects, resembling corpse-eating bugs, began to flee into the distance. Some bugs even burrowed back into the ground. Luo Qingtian sat on the ground, gasping for breath as he watched this scene. What a lousy map. I have no idea how to beat it. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground trembled again, and cracks appeared. The ground began to bulge upward, as if something was about to break free. Luo Qingtian quickly jumped up and ran away. The ground continued to shake, and just after Luo Qingtian had run a good distance, a giant zerg crawled out of the ground behind him. This zerg was enormous, and as it emerged, the surrounding corpse-eating worms all swarmed towards it. Why did this bug look so similar to the one in the back hill? Was it the Zerg Queen? Luo Qingtian wanted to curse. What kind of a skill had been activated in this training room? She wondered if she was still in the training room, watching these tiny bugs crawling towards the Zerg Queen. Luo Qingtian felt a strange panic well up inside her. Her instincts told her she had to get rid of these corpse-eating insects. As she thought this, a clear image of the flying fire black bow appeared in her mind. She raised her hand, and the flying fire black bow instantly appeared in her hand. This time, the flying fire black bow looked even brighter than before. The flames blazing on it danced in her hand, as if alive. She drew her bow, and aimed at the crawling insects ahead. Swoosh, 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 15 arrows were released in quick succession, charging forward with a monstrous blaze. A shower of meteors and fire, giant fireballs descended from the sky, slamming into the insects. The flames exploded among the insect swarm, pulverizing the surrounding corpse-eating insects. Luo Qingtian then continued to draw her bow and shoot. This time, she unleashed 21 arrows in a row, all aimed at the enormous insect mother in the front. Chapter 679. Fusion. The arrows merged into 7 massive pillars of fire, and shot towards the worm mother, exploding sparks across her body. The worm mother gently swung its massive head, then slowly spread its wings. Luo Qingtian watched as the worm mother flew towards him. The worm mother itself was immense, and as it flapped its wings, Luo Qingtian could clearly feel herself nearly blown away by the force of the wind. Luo Qingtian attempted to unleash her second superpower. After many attempts, she realized that only her fire-attributed superpower and her flying fire mysterious bow were effective. Luo Qingtian began to run again, increasing her speed to distance herself from the worm mother, while continuously firing her fused arrows at her. The arrows exploded repeatedly, spraying red blood all over her body. The worm mother roared angrily at Luo Qingtian. Roar, roar, roar! After that cry, Luo Qingtian, still running, suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head, her body unsteady, and she fell to the ground. It's a psychotic worm mother. Luo Qingtian, grappling with a sharp pain in his head, gritted his teeth, stood up, and stumbled forward, continuing to run. However, the worm mother had already flown directly above Luo Qingtian's head, beginning to descend. Fuck, is she planning to crush me to death? Luo Qingtian ran and leaped out of the worm mother's reach. The moment Luo Qingtian leaped away, the worm mother landed and swung her tentacles at Luo Qingtian. The tentacles struck Luo Qingtian, leaving a visible wound on the bone. Luo Qingtian gritted her teeth and stopped running. She turned and rushed towards the worm mother, almost reaching her. Luo Qingtian leaped up fiercely, landing on the worm mother's back. Luo Qingtian sheathed his flying fire bow, his fist instantly turning a fiery red. Bang, boom, boom. Luo Qingtian began swinging his fists at the worm mother's back, their impact creating a clanging metallic sound. Luo Qingtian's eyes were bloodshot, and he punched furiously. The worm mother struggled, trying to prop up her wings, but Luo Qingtian grasped the edges of her wings and swung his fists along the lines of the wing. Crack! Luo Qingtian smashed the worm mother's wings, and he continued to punch her. The worm mother roared again, unleashing a barrage of mental attacks against Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian nearly fainted from the headache. Her mind went blank, but she continued to punch. She allowed this madness to become an instinct. For she knew clearly that as she fell, there would be no waking up. She and the insect mother before her had reached a point of utter doom. It was either her or hers. Even though her mind was blank, her body's memories commanded her to continue swinging her fists. The insect mother struggled to flip herself, and Luo Qingtian was thrown to the ground. The instant she landed, Luo Qingtian's mind regained clarity. Luo Qingtian stood up and ran forward, putting some distance between him and the insect mother. Luo Qingtian raised his hand, and summoned the flying fire mysterious bow once again. Luo Qingtian drew his bow, and released his arrows. Now, 21 arrows swirled around him. Including the flying fire mysterious bow in Luo Qingtian's hand, a total of 24 arrows were released simultaneously. The vast flames almost dyed the entire sky and earth red. Fusion. 24 arrows merged into one and shot towards the Worm Mother. The Worm Mother sensed the sudden and immense danger ahead, and tried to flap its wings to escape. However, Luo Qingtian broke its wings, forcing it to crawl. But the arrow had already reached it. It watched helplessly as the arrow pierced its body and exploded. Boom! After the explosion, the Worm Mother and the little insects vanished, and the scene before Luo Qingtian changed as well. By the time Luo Qingtian realized what was happening, she was back in the training room. Luo Qingtian lay limp on the ground, gasping for breath. Is it finally over? Luo Qingtian raised her hand and glanced at her wounds. The wounds were all red, as if the previous blackening had been an illusion. Was it really an illusion? Luo Qingtian removed her clothes and carefully examined them. The wounds were all red. It looked like she had been bitten, but there was absolutely no sign of insect poison. Luo Qingtian pondered, wondering if it was an illusion. She cast healing light upon herself, repairing her body. Then she picked up her clothes and prepared to leave the training room. But just as she was picking up her clothes, a stone fell to the ground. Luo Qingtian stared at the stone, her mind momentarily frozen. This stone was the one she had picked up and put in her pocket after arriving at that shabby map. This meant that when she activated training mode, she wasn't actually in the training room at all, but had been teleported somewhere else. Now that she thought about it, she had gained a portal from the space upgrade. This meant that teleportation was the most basic ability of this space. But where exactly had she been teleported to? The more Luo Qingtian thought about it, the hotter she felt inside. It was then that she realized her skin was turning an abnormally red. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to take a bath in the river, there was a knock on the door outside. Luo Qingtian licked her dry lips and left the space. She opened the door a crack and saw Dihai standing there, smiling. Qingtian, it's time for dinner. Luo Qingtian couldn't hear what Dihai was saying. She stared blankly at his lips, her gaze blazing, not even realizing what she was thinking. Dihai, too, was burned by Luo Qingtian's gaze. A subtle smile flashed in his eyes. He leaned slightly closer to Luo Qingtian's cheek. Miss Luo, don't I look handsome in my outfit today? I wonder if you like it. The sudden approach made Luo Qingtian's inner heat even more pronounced. Her breathing became erratic, especially as Dihai approached her. Luo Qingtian felt the urge to bite him. She knew this was the cause of her own power disturbance. She bit her tongue hard, her eyes instantly dangerous. Get out. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of the door closing, Dihai touched his nose speechlessly. Had his seduction failed? It was clearly this girl who saw him as impure first, wasn't it? Wasn't she in the room? Why is she so full of hostility? Luo Qingtian instantly returned to her own space. Then she ran straight towards the river. Behind her, the little fur ball and the fur ball looked at each other, both eyes filled with surprise. Xiao Qingtian's fire power fusion was successful. The fur ball excitedly hugged the little fur ball, who smiled and nodded. But she seems to have discovered the secret of the training room. Fortunately, this battle has benefited her greatly. The little fur ball raised her hand, and a blue display appeared in the void, recording Luo Qingtian's current physical condition. Toxin resistance, S. Resistance, S. Speed, S. Spirit, S. Comprehensive combat stats, 25320. Chapter 680. The two balls stared at the numbers on the screen, stunned. I never thought breaking through the first level of restrictions would lead to such significant progress. I just wonder when her next breakthrough will be, the little ball with fur said, removing the screen. He gazed deeply toward the river. I think the child has become suspicious of our identities. The ball was immediately flustered upon hearing this. How could that be? We were so careful. The little ball thought of the day Luo Qingtian despised herself. Do you remember the day she got hold of me, the energy plan we stole? It was you who dropped Chu Zhao's name tag next to her. This child is naturally smart. You seem to act casually, but it was all too coincidental. The first coincidence was a coincidence, but if it happens every time, do you still think it's a coincidence? The trajectory of our movements, and her deliberate avoidance. Another point, the object had already been placed in the icon store in the space. When Luo Qingtian discovered it, she would sooner or later become aware of their existence. Mao initially wanted to go to the river to check on Luo Qingtian, but after hearing what Mao said, she immediately changed her mind. Luo Qingtian was soaking in the river. She carefully observed her surroundings, waiting for Mao to appear. But after waiting for a long time, he still didn't show up. Could I have guessed wrong? Logically, Mao should have been watching her by now. Since Mao hadn't come, my guess was probably wrong, right? Luo Qingtian stood up from the water. The red color on her body had faded. After changing her clothes, Luo Qingtian left the space. Back at Dihai's villa, Luo Qingtian's watch began to tick. Luo Qingtian pressed the answer button and saw Qin Lang's figure appear in the void. Oh my god, Grandpa, you finally answered the phone. What happened? Luo Qingtian picked up his towel and wiped his hair, looking lazily at Qin Lang on the screen. Qin Lang scratched the back of his head and said, "We already started producing that vaccine. My people say that based on this vaccine, we could definitely develop an antidote to the zombie virus. Grandpa, boss, can you send someone to the 5th base?" Luo Qingtian looked at Qin Lang with a half smile. Well, I think we can too. But I'm almost there. The vaccine you're making is for the Zerg virus. Qin Lang saw Luo Qingtian's half smile and knew he had said the wrong thing. He immediately corrected himself. Boss, you're amazing. Since you're not good at research, there aren't many left. How about I send a few more people and equipment over? Luo Qingtian stroked his chin, seeming to think. That's a good idea. Once the vaccine is developed, I can send the people directly back to the 5th base. You, the 5th base, can be the first to try it out? Qin Lang laughed dryly. Yes. Boss, I already produced 5,000 vaccines. When do you think you can come pick them up? A little later. Gather the people while you're at it, and I take them with me when I come. Qin Lang nodded and ended the call, then started over. Luo Qingtian called Chen Huiyan again, had him prepare the vaccines, and then opened the door and walked out. Dihai was sitting on the sofa in the living room, reading documents, his food upside down in a bowl on the table. It looks like it hasn't moved. You haven't eaten? It's been a few hours, hasn't it? Dihai looked up at Luo Qingtian as he walked downstairs, a hint of a smile on his face. Well, the battle is still more than half a day away, so I'm screening the psychics for this vanguard. At this moment, Dihai was wearing a light-colored shirt and black casual trousers, leaning lazily on the sofa. His legs were crossed, a tablet resting on his lap, giving him a look of dignity and elegance. A stark contrast to his previous, flamboyant appearance. Luo Qingtian sat down across from Dihai. The military squad will be the main attack this time, right? Have they all been vaccinated? Dihai looked up. Not quite there yet. I'm urging you. Let's eat first. Dihai put down the tablet in his hands and walked towards the dining table. Luo Qingtian glanced at the tablet on the sofa and turned to walk into the dining room. The food on the table was still warm. It seemed Dihai reheated it every once in a while. Luo Qingtian lowered his head and ate in silence, and Dihai spoke no more. When Luo Qingtian had almost finished his meal, he looked up at Dihai. Are we heading straight to the battlefield? I need to get the vaccines later. Dihai swallowed his food and smiled, saying, I have a meeting. Those old guys are arguing so fiercely about this vaccine. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to say something, the phone rang. Luo Qingtian chose to answer it. Qin Lang's voice rang out, Grandpa, I got the stuff ready. Come get it. Where? Lower headquarters. Speaking of the broadcast room, Luo Qingtian suddenly felt like laughing. She hung up the phone, stood up, and asked, What time is the meeting? Dihai glanced at his watch and said, In 1 hour. Luo Qingtian nodded. I go get the vaccines from the company. You decide who will get them this time, and make the arrangements. Luo Qingtian walked straight out of the villa. Dihai was stunned, a look of surprise flashing across his face. He had been worried about the lack of vaccines, but he hadn't expected Luo Qingtian to give him such a big surprise. Dihai quickly finished his meal, and went into the study. Luo Qingtian went straight through the door to the 5th base. Qin Lang and his men were already waiting at the headquarters gate. Luo Qingtian looked at the boxes full of vaccines. He glanced at the scientists again and nodded. I take the supplies and the people. Qin Lang nodded. Pointing behind him, someone's looking for you. Luo Qingtian turned and saw Cheng Hua approaching quickly. Long time no see. Luo Qingtian nodded indifferently. Well, it seems you returned to base. Cheng Hua's expression was bitter. I didn't say anything. In fact, he wanted to ask more. Does he still have a chance? Luo Qingtian looked at Cheng Hua, and in fact, she had a momentary attraction to him. After all, this person was so warm. But this person didn't stand firmly behind her. Even if this happened the first time, it would definitely happen a second time. Their positions were different. She nodded indifferently. Yes, thank you. Qingtian, I. Cheng Hua couldn't help but ask, but before he could finish, Luo Qingtian's voice rang out. Is this a carefully considered decision or just a fluke? This completely extinguished any further questions Cheng Hua was about to ask. Luo Qingtian was telling him that his hesitation and wavering had completely widened the distance between them. Luo Qingtian took the door and disappeared with his men. Chapter 681. After receiving the vaccine, Luo Qingtian sent the person to Elder Tian. He hurried back to Dihai. Dihai was already dressed in his olive green combat uniform. Seeing Luo Qingtian's return, Dihai breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go to the government meeting. There were many new faces in the government meeting room. There were also a few Luo Qingtian recognized. It was the police superintendent who had fought Lin Yaowen outside that day. When Dihai entered the meeting room, everyone stood up. Base commander. Dihai nodded slightly, his aura radiating. His well-fitting uniform made his figure appear even taller. His expression was calm, his aura steady, carrying the military fortitude of a soldier, yet retaining the dignity and aloofness of a superior. He waved to the crowd, motioning them to take a seat, and then he took the seat at the head of the table. As he sat down, he took Luo Qingtian and pulled her to sit beside him. This gesture drew a slight glance from the unfamiliar faces. Is this the legendary person assigned from the Future Technology Company branch? Luo Qingtian turned to look at the man who spoke and nodded slightly. Yes. Any questions? The man chuckled. Nothing, just want to confirm something. Luo Qingtian curled her lips slightly. Confirm what? Like, you think Future Technology Company doesn't value your 7th base, so you sent me here to fool you? The man opposite him clearly didn't expect Luo Qingtian to express his thoughts so bluntly. Luo Qingtian had never been one to compromise herself, much less to internalize her own struggles. Others were practically writing the word contempt on her forehead. She wouldn't just sit there and wait to be ridiculed. Miss Luo, you're joking. I didn't mean that. Luo Qingtian laughed too. You call me Miss Luo. It seems you heard of my identity for a long time. No, to be more precise, you known of my existence for a long time. Are you just trying to show off your power here? Are you trying to make a presence felt? Or are you being used as a pawn? These words were quite blunt. The man opposite Luo Qingtian was momentarily irritated by Luo Qingtian's rebuke. He glared at Luo Qingtian angrily. Luo Qingtian, what do you mean? Do you really think that just because you're here for a meeting, your status and position are recognized by our 7th base? Luo Qingtian didn't look at the man, but turned to Dihai. He's being mean to me. Don't give him the vaccine when I get it later. Dihai smiled softly. Okay, you're the boss. I won't give it to him. Luo Qingtian nodded matter-of-factly, then raised an eyebrow at the man who had spoken. The man was now speechless. Vaccine? This little brat actually had the vaccine on her? The problem was, he had offended someone. This brat wouldn't even give them a vaccine? What about my own department, base commander? Did Miss Luo bring the vaccine? Dihai raised an eyebrow. Director Zhao. Didn't you hear what Miss Luo said? She's the head of Future Technology Company. To demonstrate the friendly cooperation between our base and Future Technology Company, she joined us in production after developing the vaccine. Since we're still short on time, the vaccine she brought this time is, Dihai said, looking at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qing, only 10,000 doses. The 5th base and my own town combined, that's exactly 10,000 doses. After he said that, everyone present became excited. The number of personnel participating in this battle was less than 10,000, which meant there would definitely be a lot of vaccine left over. Does that mean they have a chance to get a lot? At this moment, everyone's gazes towards Luo Qingtian and Dihai grew intense. Miss Luo, please forgive me. I didn't mean anything else just now. Luo Qingtian curled her lips. Stop talking. No matter how much you say, it won't work for you. Right, base commander. Luo Qingtian looked at Dihai, who nodded. Yes, I listened to you. This statement infuriated everyone present. What did their base commander mean? Was he being manipulated just for the vaccine? No, was this base commander completely bewildered by a woman? But no one dared to say this out loud. Dihai tapped the remote control in front of him and began to outline the battle plan. The police and security forces, who had not been deployed previously, were also deployed to the front lines. Even the security company personnel from the base were deployed. He also promised that everyone going to the battlefield would be assigned a second. The meeting went on quickly. After explaining the battle plan, Dihai was about to dismiss when someone stood up. Base commander, there are less than 10,000 people participating in this battle. I wonder which departments you plan to allocate the extra vaccines to. Luo Qingtian chuckled. You want vaccines without working? You're dreaming. Forget the remaining vaccines. They're for the spontaneous combat teams within the base. Luo Qingtian pulled Di toward the government building. As they walked down the stairs, they saw a crowd gathered at the entrance. Watching the group emerge, the person at the front shouted, "Base Commander, I heard a vaccine against the Green Swarm has been developed. I wonder when we'll be able to use it." Di walked to the front and said, "It'd be soon. Everyone, just be patient." At this moment, a man chuckled. "Chief Di, after these vaccines were developed, you officials all used them early, didn't you? When you say wait, you don't mean waiting until you all been vaccinated before it's our turn?" Luo Qing was talking to the man. "Lin Yaowen? This guy is truly an angry young man." Di looked at Lin Yaowen and said, "Mr. Lin, you questioned my governance before. I'm afraid you won't believe anything I say now, right?" Lin Yaowen sneered. "I truly don't believe you. You're just an outsider. If you want me to believe you, let us get vaccinated first." Di chuckled. "You want the vaccine? Mr. Lin is a psychic, right? In that case, we're recruiting psychics to fight against Lu Ba. If Mr. Lin is ready to go to the battlefield, he can get the vaccine today." Di then ordered the evacuation of the area. Di grabbed Luo Qingtian's hand and struggled to get into the car. Lin Yaowen watched the two leave, then, with his men, got out the car and followed Di. The entrance to the Future Technology Company branch was already filled with various cars. As soon as Luo Qingtian and Di arrived, various departments began to arrive in an orderly fashion to collect vaccines. When Lin Yaowen arrived, Luo Qingtian still had several thousand doses left. "Well, our team consists of 26 people." Luo Qingtian pointed to the vaccine box on the ground. "Register over there. Someone will give you the vaccine soon." Lin Yaowen stared at Luo Qingtian and nodded. Then he walked over to Luo Qingtian. "Well, if a fight breaks out, I protect you. Di is no pushover. He's a ruthless, vicious, and ruthless person. You better be careful." Chapter 682. Luo Qingtian looked at Lin Yaowen speechlessly. "Why are you so hostile to Di?" She also thought he was a bad guy. Lin Yaowen sighed. "I go get the vaccine first. I talk to you later." Lin Yaowen and his men left. A few moments later, a bearded man arrived, received the vaccine, and stood behind the group. Di then approached Luo Qingtian and said, "Let's go into the company together. Let's get rid of the green worms in the company first." Luo Qingtian nodded and walked to the front with Di. Just as they passed Suyugai smiled and said, "Miss Luo, I know you're capable, but the green worms are dangerous. Do you want to take my two shadow brothers with you?" Suyugai smiled shyly at Luo Qingtian, but Luo Qingtian always felt a sense of incongruity with him. "Thank you for your concern. Deputy Base Commander Su's comfort is also important. These two disciples will stay here for now." Luo Qing finished speaking and walked into the Future Technology Company with Di. After they entered, the soldiers behind them followed suit. Entering the company gate, a chilling air washed over them. Then, green vines began to grow wildly beneath them, seemingly threatening to completely encircle them. "Fire!" Di shouted, and his fire-type psychic began to release flames continuously at the ground. The vine's growth had indeed slowed. But some people were still entangled. Pits appeared beneath the vines, and the bound soldiers were dragged toward them by the vines. Luo Qingtian unleashed flames from her hands, splitting into lines that flew toward the ground. The vines on the ground were instantly reduced to ash by the lines of fire. Luo Qingtian stared at her hands. When had she become so proficient with her fire abilities? Her greatest attack before was her flying fire mysterious bow. But now, Luo Qingtian felt that every fire ability she unleashed possessed immense offensive power whenever she desired it. At this moment, the bound soldiers immediately stood up and distanced themselves from the pits. Then, one green slug after another emerged from the holes. "Attack!" Di shouted again, and everyone began unleashing their powers at the ground. Some even drew their muskets and set fire to the green slugs. Then, a commotion rose from upstairs. Luo Qingtian reached out, and the flying fire mysterious bow appeared in her hand. The flames on the bow were brighter and more intense than before. Luo Qingtian drew her bow and released her arrow. As the first green slug emerged from the escape passage, Luo Qingtian's arrow shot forth. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosions echoed in the corridor, and Luo Qingtian rushed into the emergency exit. "I go clean up there, be careful." Just as Di was about to intervene, a rustling sound came from behind him, and Di's entire body instantly became transparent. A green hand passed through Di's body. The next moment, it transformed into a handful of yellow earth. Di stepped back, his hand blazing with lightning. A purple electric blade appeared in his hand and blasted towards Lu Ba, who had attacked him from behind. Lu Ba's head was slashed in half. Di kicked Lu Ba away. After an indeterminate amount of time, the Lu Ba on the first floor were completely eliminated, and Di led his troops towards the second floor. Luo Qingtian was already on the fifth floor. The small map indicated the large red dots. Luo Qingtian rushed in, flying fire mysterious bow in hand. Entering the room, a group of white-collar elites sat at their desks. They stared at Luo Qingtian in surprise. "Excuse me, what can I do for you? If you need any company products, please go to the first floor lobby." A man in a black suit slowly approached Luo Qingtian. "Beautiful lady, how can I help you?" Luo Qingtian looked at the man before him. He was gentle and refined, with a faint smile on his face. If it weren't for the large red dots on the small map, no one would have mistaken them for green traps. "There is indeed someone who can help me." Luo Qingtian smiled broadly at the green traps man before him. The next moment, a golden knife appeared in Luo Qingtian's hand. Luo Qingtian raised his hand and swung the knife, slicing off the green trap's head with a speed invisible to the naked eye. The man's head rolled to the ground, and at that moment, his body began to rapidly decay. The moment he fell to the ground, he turned into a pile of rotting flesh. This scene made all the green beasts in the room stand up, and they all rushed towards Luo Qingtian in unison. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes. Watching the green beasts rushing towards him, he condensed his fire power in his hands. 6 large fireballs instantly appeared in the air above Luo Qingtian's palms. The fireballs flew towards the green beasts that rushed towards him, and in a moment, they were burned to ash. Luo Qingtian looked at his hands. "My firepower must have advanced, otherwise it wouldn't be so powerful. But why didn't I get a notification to upgrade?" Luo Qingtian thought about continuing to charge toward the next level. The higher they went, the larger the red dot grew. Luo Qingtian was now like a Shura harvesting lives. Wherever he went, his blades slashed. Luo Qingtian showed no mercy. Even though these people were once elite employees of future technology company, Luo Qingtian showed no mercy. She led the way, harvesting the high-level green scorpions, while Di and his soldiers followed behind to clean up those caught in the net. When one reached the top floor, Di and his men finally caught up with Luo Qingtian. "There's something up there too?" After such a long battle, Di looked at Luo Qingtian with some difficulty. Luo Qingtian punched the ground. Growth. A large field of colorful flowers rose from the ground. The soldiers present suddenly noticed that their nearly exhausted superpowers were rapidly recovering. "You guys recover first. That thing inside is a bit dangerous." Luo Qingtian walked straight towards the office at the end. Di's assistant asked, "Captain, can Miss Luo really handle this alone?" Di smiled and nodded, "Leave it to her. Right now, she's the only one who can deal with that thing inside without any casualties." "What's going on downstairs? Have they sealed off the entire back mountain?" The assistant checked his watch and said, "Captain, word just came in that the blockade at the rear is complete. Many psychics in the base have spontaneously come to join the fight. Now we just have to wait for nightfall." Di glanced at the corridor and said, "Well, then we begin the fight too. Clear the entire building of green debris before nightfall." With that, Di's hands flashed with lightning, and he was the first to charge out. Chapter 683. Luo Qingtian walked into the last office, where only one person sat. It was the former head of the branch. He looked up at Luo Qingtian with a gentle smile on his face. "Are you the new head, sent by President Qin?" Luo Qingtian nodded. She looked at the man and asked softly, "Qin Lang really wants to know why you haven't contacted headquarters since you arrived. You even cut off the lines to establish contact with headquarters. Qin Lang wants to know if it's your intention or..." The man slowly walked towards Luo Qingtian, his smile unwavering. Upon closer inspection, he looked like a puppet displayed in a shop. Emotionless, like a carved face. Watching the man approach step by step, Luo Qingtian knew that getting the answer was impossible. "I originally thought that after being transformed, you would retain your memories of life after death. Now it seems I was wrong." After saying this, the man in front of her had already walked in front of Luo Qingtian and extended his hand towards her. His hand quickly turned zombie green. Green tentacles appeared from behind the body, all charging towards Luo Qingtian. A golden knife instantly appeared in Luo Qingtian's hand, and as the green tentacles charged, Luo Qingtian swung it. The golden blade flashed swiftly, instantly severing the green tentacles surrounding Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian's golden knife didn't stop. As Luo Qingtian slashed at the green beast's head, the green beast suddenly burrowed underground and vanished. "Oh my god, this is the top floor!" Can this thing go through walls and the ground? Luo Qingtian opened the minimap to its maximum size and searched for the fleeing green beast. Luo Qingtian soon discovered that the green slug had appeared in the office next door. It was currently gnawing at its companion. Luo Qingtian punched the wall. A large hole, as tall as a man, instantly appeared in the office. Luo Qingtian rushed over to catch the fleeing green slug. The green slug, seeing Luo Qingtian chasing him, burrowed back underground. Then every green slug in the office rushed towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian pursed his lips, rapidly mowing down the entire office with his golden knife. Luo Qingtian's speed was so rapid that anyone nearby would be surprised to see only a single figure moving about during his battle. It was impossible to detect Luo Qingtian's position with the naked eye. After clearing out the entire office of green slugs, Luo Qingtian kicked the door open. The minimap indicated that the high-level green slug had already escaped and was now charging towards Dihai's team. As Luo Qingtian rushed out, the green terrors from the offices on the entire floor burst out, countless tentacles rising from the ground. As they charged towards Luo Qingtian, they controlled their tentacles, overwhelming him with a blanket of fire. Luo Qingtian raised his hand, and the golden knife was instantly enchanted with red flames. The flames formed a massive fireball, incinerating all the surrounding green tentacles. Luo Qingtian quickly incinerated the green terrors. Among the green terrors, the advanced green terror was hidden. Every time Luo Qingtian noticed him, he would burrow into the ground and reappear. Surrounded by the green terrors, Luo Qingtian was unable to reach the advanced green terror for a while. Luo Qingtian watched the high-level green bastard, like a mole, retreat further and further away. The battle area was already cramped. Now, they were surrounded by a swarm of green bastards. Luo Qingtian raised his hand and threw Little Green, take Dihai and the others away. Little Green quickly flew towards Dihai, who was approaching from a distance. Before Dihai and his men could react, Little Green instantly enveloped them. Securing that the entire group of soldiers was completely encircled, Little Green swiftly dashed out a nearby window and fell back to the ground. After Dihai left, Luo Qingtian finally had no worries. After kicking away several green bastards around him, he slammed his fist into the ground. Ultimate freeze. White icy air quickly emanated from Luo Qingtian's hand. A thick layer of ice quickly formed on the ground. The green bastards around him, upon contact with the icy air, were frozen into ice sculptures. The icy air continued to spread from Luo Qingtian's body. It spread from the top floor to the lower floors. Dihai's team quickly turned around upon landing, attempting to return to the company building. But before they could enter, they saw the entire structure frozen in place by an extremely cold air. Dihai swerved backward. Looking upward, his eyes widened. The entire building, like a white ice sculpture, was enveloped in a thick layer of ice. And in the sky, Luo Qingtian, dressed in black combat uniform, and a pair of white wings behind him, stood in his office. Dihai opened his mouth to speak, only to see Luo Qingtian deliver a powerful punch to the company building. The next moment, cracks appeared on the building. More and more cracks appeared. And Luo Qingtian continued to punch the building, the wind from his fist sharp and fierce. The entire building trembled. At the same moment, Building 1 top floor. All the green BA, frozen into ice sculptures, turned to icy powder in the tremors. And Luo Qingtian landed on the ground. He met Dihai's eyes. It was the first time Dihai had seen Luo Qingtian dressed like this. A tight black combat uniform, a baseball cap, and a black mask. This was the legendary Black Angel. The corners of Dihai's mouth curled up slightly. How impressive, Dihai murmured in praise. Luo Qingtian glanced at Dihai and said, the company building can't be saved. But this is a good thing. At least the new company building won't have so many problems. Dihai nodded softly. Then the two of them looked toward the back of the mountain. The sun is about to set. Luo Qingtian nodded, yes. The next battle is about to begin. Luo Qingtian waved to Xiaolu, who was beside Dihai, and Xiaolu instantly flew above Luo Qingtian's head. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned toward the back of the mountain. After sunset, the defense of Base 7 would begin. As everyone waited, two dark figures approached Luo Qingtian. Excuse me, are you the Black Angels? Luo Qingtian turned to look at the two shadowy figures. Isn't this his legendary disciple? Luo Qingtian waved his hand. No, you got the wrong person. I'm a battle angel. With these words, the two shadowy brothers' expressions changed. The woman before them clearly didn't want to pay attention to them. Behind him, Dihai couldn't help but laugh at Luo Qingtian's response. He was about to step forward to send the men away when a psychic in the distance shouted, "Look, something's coming out of the ground." "It's a bug, the green bug the base commander mentioned. Everyone, be careful." Luo Qingtian squinted her eyes and looked into the distance. She zoomed to the maximum on the mini-map and took flight, heading towards the mountain. Chapter 684. The sun slowly set. Only a single fiery cloud remained in the sky, tinting the entire landscape a fiery red. As night fell, the once green mountains turned inky black. Those standing at the foot of the mountain could clearly hear a rustling sound coming from underground. Then, they saw a dense swarm of tiny green insects flying down from the mountain, blocking out the sun and nearly burying the distant sky. Luo Qingtian, standing high in the sky, raised her hand toward the swarm of insects. A fiery red bow and arrow instantly appeared in her hand. The flames from the bow enveloped Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian drew her bow and shot. 15 arrows were fired in a row at the flying insects ahead. The arrows, trailing beams of fire, shot forward. Boom, boom, boom. The arrows exploded in midair the moment they made contact with the insect swarm, blasting half the flying insects in the sky into dust. Dihai's eyes flashed with astonishment as he watched the Zerg, most of which had vanished. He shouted to those around him, "Secure every corner of the mountain below. Don't let a single insect escape. The vanguard, the second echelon, the police, and the security team. Flank forward from 4 directions." With that, the troops below quickly assembled and launched assaults from different directions. On the mountain, small green insects continuously emerged from the soil. As soon as some of the small flying insects emerged, they released black rays to entangle the charging psychics. Alas, these black rays had no effect on the psychics. Even if the rays penetrated their bodies and left a toxin, the psychics would not react. The vaccine left antibodies in their bodies and unleashed their potential. This also made them feel unprecedentedly powerful. They were not afraid of the small flying insects that emerged. The insect-killing war had begun. The mountain was bustling with activity. The small flying insects that flew into the air were eliminated by Luo Qingtian, while the small green insects that emerged from the ground were eliminated by the psychics on the ground. Those small flying insects that tried to escape the mountain were either shot through by the psychics below or crushed to death by those who found them. Without the threat of insect poison, a normal battle would be a one-sided one. While Luo Qingtian was battling these small green insects, he took advantage of everyone's inattention and dumped all the burned and frozen ones into the space. These were valuable items. I wonder how many times I can enchant them back home. As Luo Qingtian happily fought, the number of small green insects began to dwindle. The further up the mountain they climbed, the larger these little green bugs grew. And the appearance of these little green bugs struck Luo Qingtian as particularly familiar. As they neared the top, the little green bugs beneath the ground had grown to the size of wash basins. Even these little bugs were no longer green, but a khaki hue that matched the earth. But Luo Qingtian's complete dismay at the sight of these little bugs. The size and appearance of these bugs were strikingly similar to the corpse-eating bugs she had inexplicably transported to that empty space in the training room. No way. Could it be that the shadows she had seen that day were? The more Luo Qingtian thought about it, the more horrified she felt. How could the Zerg from that place end up here? Luo Qingtian's flying fire mystic art instantly transformed into the Amos Icebow. The Icebow shot out, instantly freezing a large area. Luo Qingtian quickly landed and picked up a frozen corpse-eating insect from the ground, examining it closely. I wonder if the smelting table can extract spiritual threads from you. Luo Qingtian threw the corpse-eating insect into the space. Mutation, take this to the smelting table and see if you can extract spiritual threads. As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of corpse-eating insects emerged from the ground, waving their front tentacles and then, as if they had found their target, all charged towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian's bow and arrow instantly transformed into a flaming golden sword. Luo Qingtian swiftly swung his tang sword, burning the charging insects to dust. The small green bugs were eliminated, and the psychics behind Luo Qingtian followed suit. What the hell are these? As soon as he finished speaking, a yellow corpse-eating bug suddenly flew onto the man's shoulder and bit him. "Aw!" the man screamed. As Dihai rushed over, lightning in his hand instantly condensed into a sharp blade and struck the man's shoulder. The yellow bug was instantly pierced by Dihai. The wound on the psychic's shoulder was so deep that the bone was visible, and the blood was drenched, a terrifying sight. Then a healing psychic rushed over to treat the man's injuries. The man's injuries healed quickly, And the psychic exclaimed in delight, "No toxins, healing quickly. It seems the vaccine just now really worked." This remark delighted everyone present. Without the trouble of insect poison, a simple wound was nothing. "Brothers, go! Get rid of these bugs, and we won't have to worry about poisoning when we farm anymore." With these words, everyone present rushed towards the insects on the opposite side, as if pumped with blood. Dehai stood in the crowd, carefully observing his surroundings. Suddenly, his body began to become ethereal. A ball of yellow energy surged from Dehai's body. The energy fell to the ground, transforming all the incoming yellow insects into small mounds of earth. At this moment, Luo Qingtian was moving among the insect swarms, harvesting them. The golden knife was empowered by fire, and assisted by mental power. Every swing of the knife sent waves of flame and vibrations through the air forward, destroying all the incoming yellow insects. As they drew closer to the top of the mountain, the yellow insects on the ground grew in number, some larger than wash basins. They twisted their bodies, attacking and biting the superpower users charging from all directions. It was then that everyone realized how many dangerous insects had suddenly appeared in their seventh base. They dreaded the thought of whether, if they hadn't discovered these insects, they would have died like the other green demons, never knowing how they died. The desire to kill insects was now at an all-time high. Perhaps sensing the humans' murderous excitement, the insects spread their wings and flew high into the sky. Some flew directly towards the mountaintop. Luo Qingtian had once again soared high into the sky. She stretched out her hand toward the distance, and the flying fire mystic bow appeared in her hand again. Luo Qingtian stretched the bow to its limit. 15 arrows, ready to be fired, swirled around her. Instantly, Luo Qingtian released her hand, and 15 arrows, plus the 3 released by the flying fire mystic art, launched in unison towards the fleeing insects. 18 arrows, accompanied by 18 pillars of fire, illuminated the entire sky, exploding into a sea of crimson blossoms. The flame shot up into the sky, pulverizing all the insects bound for the mountaintop. Chapter 685. After the explosion, the sky was completely silent. Even from the ground, no more insects emerged. The group stood on the mountainside, staring at each other as they neared the summit. No one was moving upwards, unsure if any of these terrifying insects would emerge again. They simply waited quietly on the mountain, carefully observing their surroundings. Have all these insects been eliminated? Everyone looked at each other excitedly. Dehai now looked toward the sky, as if awaiting Luo Qingtian's answer. But upon meeting Luo Qingtian's worried gaze, Dehai instantly understood. "Retreat," Dehai suddenly shouted to the group. At this moment, someone questioned Dehai's orders. "Base Commander, the bugs have been eliminated. Will there be no more green scorpions in our base?" Lin Yaowen stepped forward and said with a smile, "I didn't expect our angel to be so powerful." "Angel, will these poisonous insects appear again?" Luo Qingtian glanced down and shouted to Dehai, "Dehai, go." Dehai narrowed his eyes at Lin Yaowen, the yellow halo in his hand hinting at his fury. "Everyone, listen up. Leave." Lin Yaowen pursed his lips, and was about to say something, but Dehai had already set the yellow halo in front of him. "If you dare say another word to disturb the people, I won't mind keeping you here." Those present didn't know what had happened, but the military order was as strong as a mountain. They gathered their weapons and supernatural powers, and ran down the mountain. It was the first time Lin Yaowen had seen Dehai with such a menacing look, and he couldn't help but feel panic. He looked up at Luo Qingtian, who was staring motionlessly ahead. Then he led his men down the mountain. The deputy base commander shouted, "Base commander, is there a greater danger ahead? We shouldn't leave the Black Angels to fight alone at this time." Dehai gave Suyukai a cold look. "As you wish." With these words, Dehai led his men to distance themselves from Suyukai. Just as they reached the lower half of the mountain, the entire surface began to shake. The psychics and soldiers running down the mountain were thrown backward by the tremors. They steadied themselves and looked up at the top of the mountain. They saw something seemingly rushing outward from the summit, sending rocks tumbling downhill. "Everyone, be careful." Dehai continued to lead his men down the mountain, rocks tumbling down. Some psychics, unable to steady themselves, were swept down by the falling rocks. Luo Qingtian watched this scene and suddenly fell to the ground. She narrowed her eyes and slammed her fist into the ground. "Freeze!" White icy air quickly spread toward the mountaintop, freezing all the falling rocks on the mountainside. Then Luo Qingtian soared, a fusion of the Amos ice bow and the Ruoshui divine bow appearing in her hand. Luo Qingtian drew her bow and fired, firing 12 arrows in a row at the mountaintop. Fusion, the arrows fused. Water and ice slammed together, striking the summit. Half the mountaintop was frozen by Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian switched weapons again, switching to the Feihua Xianbao, but this time, it burned with green flames. Luo Qingtian held the bow and arrow, looking forward, waiting for something to rush out from the front. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Something on the mountaintop completely shattered Luo Qingtian's frozen form. Then, an enormous head emerged from the mountaintop. Luo Qingtian drew her bow and fired 3 arrows, swiftly blasting towards the head. However, before the arrows could reach the creature, they were shattered by an invisible force. Then, a gigantic Zerg crawled out from the mountainside. It was indeed this creature. The Zerg that emerged was the same Zerg Queen Luo Qingtian had fought in the training room. However, this Zerg Queen was clearly twice the size of the one she had fought before. Watching the Zerg Queen retreating towards her, Luo Qingtian drew her bow and fired, unleashing 15 arrows in a row. Fusion. The flames sparked across the Zerg Queen's body, leaving several scars on her body. Roar, roar, roar. The Worm Mother roared angrily at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian felt a sharp pain in his brain, but soon regained consciousness. Luo Qingtian clutched his head as his body fell toward the ground. I almost forgotten, this thing was a psychic attack insect. Luo Qingtian steadied himself in midair and landed steadily on the ground, probably falling down at the same time. The Worm Mother's roar had immediately interrupted Dabai's transformation ability, causing him to instantly revert to his tiger form. Even Xiaolu, who was standing on his shoulder, lost consciousness. Luo Qingtian, distressed, sent Dabai and Xiaolu into the space. She stood on the ground, gazing sinisterly at the flying Worm Mother. The Worm Mother then descended upon Luo Qingtian's head. Luo Qingtian unleashed 2 switches in quick succession, using the resulting teleportation to escape from beneath the Worm Mother. The Worm Mother landed, crushing a large section of trees on the mountainside. The entire mountain began to shake again. In the distance, nearing the foot of the mountain, the Dihai people hurriedly stood up. The roar had nearly shattered everyone's eardrums. Something had invaded their brains, and they had passed out. Now, awake, they all looked upwards. My goodness, this is the real big boss, right? Everyone stared in amazement at the behemoth that appeared mid-mountain. Even though they had reached the foot of the mountain, they could still clearly sense the Worm Mother's immensity. Thankfully, the base commander had let us down, otherwise, we would have been its food. Just as everyone sighed, a dark figure suddenly leaped to their feet. Then, they engaged the Worm Mother. Having lost his wings, Luo Qingtian could only rely on his own strength to fight the insect mother. However, this was on the mountainside. The fighting environment was not friendly to Luo Qingtian. As Luo Qingtian ran away, the giant tentacles followed and struck Luo Qingtian on the back. Luo Qingtian rolled on the ground, and then a golden knife burning with green flames appeared in his hand. Luo Qingtian swung the Tang sword, and the flames flew towards the giant tentacles. Luo Qingtian slashed 2 tentacles in one fell swoop. The flames pulverized them. Roar, roar, roar. The tentacles were severed, and the insect mother roared angrily at Luo Qingtian. Down the mountain, upon hearing this sound, everyone ran for their lives. Those who didn't have time to escape were once again stunned by the noise. Luo Qingtian frowned and endured the stabbing pain in her brain. She jumped high under the attack of the mental wave, and raised the golden knife to chop at the insect mother's head. Chapter 686. The flames on the golden knife glowed green in the darkness, like the ghostly fire of a netherworld. It seemed particularly eerie. Bang! The blade slammed hard against the Worm Mother's head, leaving a dent in its skull and a sizzling sound emanating from its body. White smoke billowed out, causing the Worm Mother to cry out in pain. Roar, roar, roar. The pain in the Worm Mother's head completely enraged her, and she began unleashing indiscriminate mental attacks in all directions. Luo Qingtian could clearly see the air around her constantly fluctuating, like rippling water, constantly trying to ripple outward. Luo Qingtian quickly retreated, trying to avoid the vibrations. But he was still a moment too late. Under the mental attack, Luo Qingtian felt something explode in his mind, followed by a wave of nausea. Luo Qingtian knelt on one knee, one hand supporting the Tang sword in her hand. She gritted her teeth, enduring the excruciating pain in her head, and stood up, raising the sword high once more. In a moment, Luo Qingtian vanished from her spot, only to reappear before the insect mother. The golden sword was about to fall. The insect mother suddenly swung her head, charging towards Luo Qingtian's chest. Then she took flight. A piercing sound echoed in all directions. The psychics, who had fled down the mountain, were once again stunned by the sound. Luo Qingtian looked up at the insect mother in the sky, her golden sword instantly transforming into a flying fire mysterious bow. Luo Qingtian drew her bow and shot, aiming for the insect mother's belly. The insect mother flapped her massive wings, deflecting all of Luo Qingtian's flying fire mysterious bow shots. Luo Qingtian frowned and sprinted down the mountain path. In the sky, the worm mother's massive wings snapped every tree on the mountainside. It followed Luo Qingtian closely through the air, not allowing him to escape its range. The wind from the worm mother's wings continuously ripped apart the rocks and trees on the mountainside, sending them flying towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian dodged and swatted away the attacking objects. Seeing her wings were ineffective, the worm mother unleashed another mental attack. Roar, roar, roar. The sound was deafening, and Luo Qingtian frowned and looked up at the sky. Perhaps because he had been subjected to these mental attacks more and more, the stinging pain in Luo Qingtian's head gradually subsided. The pain, which had initially been unbearable, suddenly disappeared. Luo Qingtian attempted a healing spell on himself. The headache disappeared instantly. Luo Qingtian stared at his hands in bewilderment. When would his healing ability ever be able to repair the damage done to his mental strength? But now wasn't the time to be surprised. The worm mother roared again in the sky, interrupting Luo Qingtian's thoughts. Luo Qingtian drew his flying fire black bow and shot an arrow. Sparks exploded in the sky again. The giant worm mother was struck by the blast, and a large hole suddenly opened in its belly. Then Luo Qingtian saw a swarm of yellow insects, resembling corpse-eating bugs, continuously falling from the worm mother's belly. These insects, each with wings on their backs, flew towards Luo Qingtian in unison. Oh my god! This worm mother can even lay insects. Luo Qingtian snorted softly, turned, and ran, pursued by a swarm of yellow corpse-eating bugs. Luo Qingtian suddenly jumped up. Turning, he drew his bow and fired. Fusion, a towering pillar of fire consumed the pursuing insects, and Luo Qing continued running. In the sky, the worm mother unleashed another mental attack, but this time, while giving Luo Qingtian a headache, it caused no real damage. Instead, it caused a halo of ripples to form in Luo Qingtian's mind. Luo Qingtian felt as if something was stirring within her mind. This sensation made her use her fire abilities more fluently. In the sky, the enormous worm mother suddenly unleashed a storm towards Luo Qingtian on the ground. The storm, mixed with mental attacks, enveloped Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian stood there, squinting upwards. Not being able to fly is truly a bummer, Luo Qingtian thought, the fireball in his hand bouncing. Just as the worm mother's attack reached Luo Qingtian, a sudden flash of light crossed his mind. Fire escape. With these words, red flames formed into a massive fireball, enveloping Luo Qingtian and blocking all of the worm mother's attacks. Bang! The fire escape collided with the worm mother's attack with a resounding roar. Luo Qingtian, standing in the center of the transparent fireball, seemed to be sensing something. Suddenly, Luo Qingtian looked up at the sky. The fireball instantly returned to his hand, and he swung it up. The fireball suddenly flew behind Luo Qingtian, and two pairs of enormous flaming wings formed behind him. Luo Qingtian looked up at the worm mother in the sky. With a whoosh, it soared into the sky. In the dark night, above the sky, a young girl held a red, flaming bow and arrow, her flaming wings flapping continuously behind her. The young girl stood in the air, gazing across the distance at the enormous worm mother. Base Commander, is that Miss Luo? Di was currently atop a distant tall building. The immense mental attack forced those less powerful to stay away. Di longed to return to help Luo Qingtian, but he feared becoming a burden to him, so he sought a building with the best vantage point. He observed the battle with a telescope in hand. But he hadn't expected to witness such a spectacular sight. The once pitch-black sky was illuminated by flames. The young girl and the worm mother faced each other in awe. A towering column of fire shot towards the worm mother. The worm mother flapped its wings, attempting to blow the girl away, accompanied by a mental attack. Luo Qingtian, unfazed by the worm mother's attacks, continued to draw her bow and fire arrows at her. The sky was ablaze with fire, and Luo Qingtian followed the flaming arrows, ignoring them. While the insect mother was distracted by the flames, Luo Qingtian swiftly rushed onto her back. Has anyone told you that I'm a master at plucking wings? Luo Qingtian's hands were enveloped in flames, and then he aimed at the insect mother's wings and smashed them down hard. Bang, bang, bang. Luo Qingtian's fists repeatedly struck the insect mother's wings, making metallic clangs. The insect mother's wings, ravaged by the attacks, could no longer maintain their normal flight. The moment Luo Qingtian broke the wings, the insect mother plummeted heavily toward the mountainside. As the insect mother fell, Luo Qingtian soared high into the air. 21 arrows condensed around Luo Qingtian. Adding the 3 from the flying fire mysterious bow, Luo Qingtian released the bowstring, and 24 flaming arrows flew in unison towards the insect mother. Chapter 687. Fusion. 24 arrows merged into a towering pillar of fire. Boom! The fiery red pillar pierced the worm mother's body, a loud explosion echoing within her. Luo Qingtian seized this opportunity to switch his weapon to the golden sword. Luo Qingtian leaned down, raised his tang sword, and struck the worm mother's head again the moment he landed. This time, Luo Qingtian severed the worm mother's head. The worm mother was dead, and throughout the mountains of Base 7, the Zerg lurking in the soil were reduced to ash the moment the worm mother died. And those undiscovered green traps. At the moment of the worm mother's death, some turned into handfuls of yellow earth, while others simply became mummies. They were scattered throughout the base. Luo Qingtian stood over the worm mother's corpse, and reached out to throw her into the space. From a distance, Dihai had been observing Luo Qingtian's condition. After seeing Luo Qingtian kill the worm mother, Dihai quickly rushed downstairs. Luo Qingtian recovered the worm mother's corpse, and walked down the mountain in a good mood. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind, "Meet the upgrade requirements. Upgrade the attack hunter skill to level 44 with triple arrow and level 11 with trap. Advance the third skill, psychic perception, to psychic power, level 14. Added minimap lock and attack form. Growth skill level 23, increased energy absorption types. Healing skill level 12, added mental power repair and recovery capabilities. Poisoning level increased by 1, skill level 7. Added toxin analysis and absorption. Land domain increased by 1. Added a branch of the spiritual domain. Avatar skill level 4, tear plus 1. Skill level 3, creation skill plus 3, unlocking a new life skill. Added identification to the smelting table. Luo Qingtian stood there, listening carefully to the skill reports. I leveled up again? And gained a spiritual domain? What the hell was that? Oh, did spiritual perception become a psychic power? Luo Qingtian opened the minimap and noticed it was much clearer, allowing him to see everything around him clearly even in the dark. Luo Qingtian also discovered that the minimap could now not only lock onto targets, but also launch psychic attacks against them. Luo Qingtian rubbed his swollen forehead. Is this because the Worm Queen has attacked him too many times? Before Luo Qingtian could think clearly, he heard Dihai's voice from down the mountain. Qingtian, where are you? Luo Qingtian looked down the mountain. Dihai had already rushed up, and their eyes met. The once tranquil forest was now barren. A young girl, clad in black, her fiery red wings illuminating her fair face. She stood there on the mountaintop. She possessed a breathtaking beauty. Dihai's heart throbbed at the sight of this young girl. He suppressed his excitement and slowly walked towards Luo Qingtian. Where's the worm mother? Luo Qingtian folded his flaming wings. I folded them up. Well, thank you for your hard work. And thank you. Dihai's tone of thanks was sincere this time. With the worm mother, Dihai was certain that even the powerful psychics from Base 0 could come. Even if they joined forces, they might not be a match. At this moment, Dihai's curiosity about Luo Qingtian's overall combat stats grew. He felt that he had underestimated Luo Qingtian's abilities. It couldn't just be 5,000 plus. Could it be 8,000 plus? The thought of the girl before him possessing 8,000 plus stats filled Dihai with awe. Such a powerful being, if allowed to remain at Base 0, would be a formidable weapon for the government and military. At this thought, Dihai's gaze towards Luo Qingtian intensified. As the two of them walked down the mountain, Luo Qingtian felt the intensity of his gaze. She turned her head and looked at Dihai with disdain. Why are you looking at me with such gleaming eyes? Do you want the Zerd mother's corpse? Dihai chuckled. Actually. Before Dihai could finish, Luo Qingtian stopped him. Forget it. Look at how poor your lab is in Base 7. Why not give it to our company for research? At least we can figure something out. Giving you the Zerd mother's corpse would be a waste. Luo Qingtian's disgust grew even stronger. Luo Qingtian planned to smelt the Zerd mother's body into weapons. If that didn't work, he'd give it to Elder Tian and Chen Huiyang for research. Maybe they could develop an insecticide against the Zerg. That would be perfect, Luo Qingtian thought, feeling incredibly happy, his steps becoming lighter. This battle was the one Luo Qingtian felt he had gained the most. He had mastered the fire wings and upgraded his abilities. He also obtained the Zerd mother's corpse. Well, Luo Qingtian was very happy. Dihai could sense Luo Qingtian's mood. He followed Luo Qingtian and said with a smile, "Well, now that the battle is over, what are you going to do next?" Luo Qingtian stopped and looked at Dihai. "What do you think? You don't really think this is over, do you? If something isn't thoroughly cleaned up, the Lu Ba incident could happen again." Dihai sighed. "Okay, I get it. Let's wait a little longer." Luo Qingtian had no objection. She couldn't interfere with what was happening next, but she was unsure if those people would reveal their true intentions. The Zerg incident was over. Regarding the future technology company branch, Dihai contacted several Earth-type psychics to help Luo Qingtian rebuild it. Luo Qingtian had Qin Lang dispatch someone to take charge of the branch. The branch's communication lines and signals were fully restored. Luo Qingtian counted the number of people and instructed Qin Lang and the town to continue producing the vaccine. This time, however, the vaccine would no longer be free. Instead, the 7th base would be required to pay for it with crystal cores. Dihai didn't hesitate and simply gave Luo Qingtian all the crystal cores from the 7th base. Everything was progressing smoothly, and Base 7 seemed to be back to normal. That night, in the utility room of the government building, a man knelt on the ground, pleading repeatedly, "Sir, this time I was careless. I never thought a human could destroy the Worm Queen. How could a mere Emperor High suppress you to this degree? As a slave, have you forgotten who gave you your powers? Sir, I was wrong. Please forgive me." The voice speaking to the man sounded androgynous. The tone was icy. Suddenly, the man began to beg for mercy, his voice as if forced out. "Sir, please forgive me. With me here, Base 7 will be ours sooner or later." Ahem. Moonlight streamed in through the small window on the wall, reflecting the scene inside onto the wall. It was a man, and someone was grabbing his neck. The hand that was gripping the man was not human. Chapter 688. In the pitch-black night, the man's pleading voice seemed so pale and powerless. The voice, whose gender was indistinguishable, now uttered a low, mocking laugh. Hee. "Since you're such a loser, I find someone else. Leave your body to me." With these words, the lights in the room flicked on. Soon, a group of people rushed into the cramped utility room. In the center of the room stood a humanoid creature, all green. This creature's eyes were compound. It had 2 tentacles on its head, and around its waist hung a piece of human skin. Its tone sounded more like human skin clothing. Its hand was gripping a person's neck. That person was none other than Su Yukai, the deputy commander of the 7th base. The humanoid creature turned its head to look toward the gate, where Luo Qingtian and Dihai were standing. Luo Qingtian's eyes were filled with surprise when she saw the green humanoid. Her surprise wasn't its appearance, but its current display on her minimap. Target: Level 5, 5-star Zerg General. Mental Power, SS. Speed, S. Strength, S. Health, Full. Ability, Conceal. Total Value, 8321. Luo Qingtian stared blankly at the minimap's prompts. This upgraded minimap now has the ability to identify Zergs? It can even determine enemy combat stats. This skill is even better than cheating, commonly known as a cheat within a cheat. And the human skin hanging from the Zerg's body, why does it look so familiar? What's wrong? Dihai sensed something was amiss with Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian pointed at the human skin on the Zerg. "Does that skin look familiar?" Dihai nodded. "Yes, Lin Yaowen's." Luo Qingtian nodded in understanding. No wonder this guy had pestered him on his first day at the base. Back then, Lin Yaowen was just a small blue dot on his minimap. So Luo Qingtian didn't have too many doubts about Lin Yaowen. However, after his mental perception evolved into psychic power, when he looked at the minimap again, he noticed many small blue dots that looked like they were covered in dust. These small blue dots were always shrouded in a cloud of smoke, as if someone was deliberately concealing them. Luo Qingtian tried to use his psychic power to wipe away the smoke. The smoke cleared, revealing a number of small red dots. Luo Qingtian frowned at the humanoid creature across from him, his expression somewhat troubled. Completely ignoring Su Yukai, who was still being held in the Zerg general's grasp. "Help! Me!" Su Yutsai's entire body was now swollen with blood, and he struggled to reach out in the direction of Luo Qingtian and Dihai. But Dihai and Luo Qingtian paid no attention. No wonder Lin Yaowen always picks on you. It turns out he's no longer human. Even human skin can be made into clothes, yet he's still just an ugly green cucumber. Dihai spoke gently. "Yes, Qingda is right. Especially with those 2 thorns on his head, it's even uglier. Indeed, Zergs all have wings, but this one doesn't. A Zerg without wings is like a man without a hook." "Ah." No wonder he needs to disguise himself. Don't swear, even though it's ugly. Swearing will taint it. The two men sang in unison, criticizing the Zerg general. How could Bade, the Zerg general who had lived in the human world for so long, not understand their conversation? It glared at Luo Qingtian angrily and shouted, "This general is a reptilian Zerg, so of course he doesn't have wings. Those winged Zerg you mentioned are flying Zerg. You know nothing." Luo Qingtian rubbed his chin, seemingly confused. Are there many Zerg species? Then why aren't you a flying Zerg? Wouldn't you be able to grow wings then? Bide stared at Luo Qingtian with his mouth open, completely unsure of what to say. He even felt a sense of inexplicable frustration. You muggle human. Luo Qingtian turned to look at Dihai, pointed at Bai Yi, and said, "This thing insulted me. Beat it up." Dihai smiled faintly. Okay. With that, Dihai charged at the Zerg. He had no idea how strong the Zerg was. He could clearly sense that it was much stronger than himself. But Luo Qingtian had told him to go for it. He charged forward without a second thought. The Zerg on the other side looked at the charging Dihai, their tone filled with contempt and sarcasm. A human with a stat of around 1,000 still wants to take on me? Bide said, dropping Suyukai from his hand. A beam of white light condensed in his hand and lashed out at Dihai. The moment Dihai charged forward, he suddenly retreated, avoiding the oncoming beam of white light. Dihai's body began to become ethereal. Luo Qingtian had been waiting for this moment, just as Dihai was about to unleash his earth transformation ability. Luo Qingtian quickly locked onto Dihai using the minimap. Then he saw Dihai charging towards the Zerg. Bide initially dismissed Dihai. He was a level 5 Zerg general with a combat power of over 8,000. If it weren't for the fact that his ability wasn't purely combat focused, he would have immediately slaughtered all the humans there when he arrived at the 7th base. How could a mere human, so much weaker than him, possibly defeat him? Watching Dihai charge in front of him, the Zerg leader unleashed a psychic attack on Dihai. However, before the attack reached Dihai, it was blocked by another psychic force. Shocked, Bayad looked forward. He saw Luo Qingtian looking at him with a half-smile. At that moment, he finally understood. This human was far more powerful than he had imagined. But were there truly humans on this planet more powerful than him? Suddenly, as if realizing something, Bayad pointed at Luo Qingtian with surprise. You are the core. But before he could finish his words, a warm force enveloped him, and the next moment, he found his body turning to yellow mud. Then his consciousness began to fade. Even his life was rapidly fading. Dihai watched the Zerg gradually turning to Earth, his body exhausted to the limit. After seeing the Zerg completely transformed into Earth, Dihai finally gave up. His body slowly fell to the ground. Luo Qingtian quickly stepped forward and embraced Dihai. Dihai now leaned weakly against Luo Qingtian's arms. This Zerg is quite strong. Luo Qingtian held Dihai with a complicated look in his eyes. Just now, when Dihai released his superpower, the minimap clearly displayed, health -35. Combat value 1200. Dihai was using the earth power to increase his strength, but similarly, the earth power was also absorbing his vitality. It was clear that Dihai couldn't properly control the earth power, just like Xiao Bailey couldn't control the tearing power. Luo Qingtian silently penetrated Dihai's body with a bright gray beam. Then, he channeled his life force into Dihai's body. Watching Dihai's complexion gradually recover, Luo Qingtian released Dihai and distanced himself from him. Chapter 689. Dihai looked at Luo Qingtian in surprise. He could clearly feel a very comfortable power within his body, nourishing the hidden wounds within. Even his own weakened state was rapidly recovering. Others might not know, but he knew it well. Every time he released his earth transformation ability, it placed a heavy strain on his body. Now, the effects were affecting all his organs. Because of this, he had tried to minimize his use of the earth transformation ability. But the power Luo Qingtian had just injected into his body was gradually restoring his long-weakened body. He moved his lips, wanting to say something, but the current situation was to quickly search for the next Zerg. He quickly explained the follow-up matters, stepped forward, grasped Luo Qingtian's hand, and led Luo Qingtian out of the government building. When they returned to the villa, Dihai said, "My body, can your healing skills heal it?" Luo Qingtian shook his head. "It seems you know that your body is gradually failing. Even so, do you still want to use your earth transformation ability?" Dihai smiled bitterly. "This ability can help the people of Base 7 cultivate normally." Luo Qingtian thought for a moment and said, "Now that Green Ba is gone, if you give me your earth transformation ability, I can easily control it. I can also help you change the soil quality of the entire Base 7. Upon hearing this, Dihai looked at Luo Qingtian with a look of confusion, scrutiny, fear, and danger. You want my ability? Luo Qingtian nodded, yes. This ability is consuming your life force, and your body cannot control it, so the best way is to remove it. When she was channeling life force into Dihai just now, Luo Qingtian could clearly sense the core of the earth transformation ability. She could even clearly feel her bright gray light absorbing it. So this is what it means to increase the types of absorption. Absorption is probably similar to stripping. Dihai looked at Luo Qingtian and whispered, "Do you have the ability to strip my ability?" Luo Qingtian shook his head. "I'm not sure. My ability leveled up the day after defeating the boss. When I was channeling power into you just now, I discovered I can absorb the energy overflowing from your body. I haven't tried it yet. If you agree, you be the first." Dihai looked at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian's eyes were clear, his tone calm, as if he were discussing something perfectly ordinary. Looking at Luo Qingtian like this, Dihai suddenly realized how ridiculous all his previous assumptions were. Haha, I'm so narrow-minded. Dihai's laughter seemed to come from his chest. His facial features were already prominent and three-dimensional. When he smiled like this, he was so handsome that it was hard to look away. It was as if the entire room was bathed in warm colors. Dihai was completely different from Di Jiang. Although handsome, Di Jiang always had a certain immaturity about him. For example, he and Luo Xiaowu would fight for no reason. Dihai, on the other hand, possessed a more mature and reserved demeanor. Although Dihai smiled often, that smile rarely reached his eyes. Only when he saw Luo Qingtian did he reveal a hint of sincerity, though only a hint. And this smile. It was the first time Dihai had ever smiled so freely in front of Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian was obsessed with looks, but she also enjoyed appreciating beautiful things. So she stared at Dihai for a long moment. Until Dihai noticed. Qingtian seems to really enjoy seeing me smile. Luo Qingtian averted his gaze. Well, when I smile, I forget you're a scheming fox. With that, Dihai laughed again. Dihai slowly walked over to Luo Qingtian and bent slightly to his level. If Qingtian likes seeing me smile, then I smile for you every day, okay? So, Qingtian, would you consider staying with me? Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow at Dihai, rubbing his fist with his hand. Can you handle a beating? I have a bad temper. I'm prone to hitting people at the slightest disagreement. Dihai's face lit up with resignation, and he involuntarily took 2 steps back. Qingtian is so heartless. But even though Qingtian is so heartless, I decided to give him this earth transformation ability. Luo Qingtian smiled. You make it sound like I'm begging you to give me the earth transformation ability. You saw today too. The Zerg's combat stats when you transformed into earth were around 7,000. It practically drained your body. If it weren't for me, the next time you transformed into earth would be when you turned into dust. Are you sure you gave me your superpower? Dihai's expression changed, but he had no doubt about Luo Qingtian's words. Qingtian, don't be angry. After all, this superpower came from me to you. This is the bond between you and me. Luo Qingtian exhaled deeply. I won't waste my time. If you agree, let's give it a try. After all, this is our first time, and I'm not sure how it will turn out. But one thing I can guarantee is that the result won't be any worse than it is now. Dihai smiled gently. I trust Qingtian. Let's begin. Luo Qingtian thought for a moment and said, let's go to your room. This first time, I'm having trouble controlling my strength, so if anything goes wrong, it'd be easier to handle. What if this guy faints while absorbing the energy? I have to carry him back inside. Dihai knew what Luo Qingtian meant, but his words were too suggestive. So his ears couldn't help but turn red. On the bed, Dihai pursed his lips and looked at Luo Qingtian, his ears red and his eyes tinged with unease, as if Luo Qingtian had done something wrong. Luo Qingtian looked at the bright gray light in his hand, then back at Dihai. Don't look at me like that. This look made Luo Qingtian embarrassed to even start. Dihai sighed and closed his eyes. With one hand, Luo Qingtian released light to absorb the core of the earth-transforming energy, while with the other, he channeled life force into Dihai. Dihai felt as if his body was undergoing a collision between 2 worlds. Comfortable yet uncomfortable. After Luo Qingtian withdrew his hand, Dihai felt as if he'd been thrown into the Antarctic Ocean for a swim, then thrown into a sea of fire. How does it feel? Luo Qingtian didn't look up, but stretched out his hands to feel if his superpowers had increased. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations on recovering the earth transformation ability. Luo Qingtian was stunned. Recover? Is the earth transformation ability considered a recovered ability? Luo Qingtian thought for a moment, then reached out to examine the icons. He saw Earth Transformation below the lifestyle icons. Below Earth Transformation was the Sand Transformation ability. Looking at the two lit icons, Luo Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the icons worked, he could fulfill his final promise to Dihai before leaving. As Luo Qingtian checked his superpowers, Dihai was looking at him with a look of surprise. Chapter 690. Dihai originally thought that after Luo Qingtian absorbed his superpowers, he would only be able to possess a single superpower. However, Dihai was surprised to discover that after his earth-transforming superpowers were absorbed, he unexpectedly gained 2 additional wind and earth powers. The quality and level of these 2 superpowers seemed quite high. Also, his body was noticeably stronger than before, which was a pleasant surprise. "What's wrong with you?" Dihai stretched out his hands. One hand condensed into a small ball of wind, and the other, a square piece of earth and stone. 3 superpowers? It seems that by draining away the superpowers that didn't belong to you, I actually unleashed your inherent potential. Not bad, Luo Qingtian said, giving Dihai a thumbs up. Dihai's expression softened as he looked at Luo Qingtian. "Thank you, Miss Luo, for your compliment. I just don't know how I can repay you." Luo Qingtian stroked his chin and said, "Yes, you're the commander of the 7th base, so you should have connections to the 8th and 9th bases, right?" Dihai looked up at Luo Qingtian, somewhat puzzled. "Are you leaving?" Luo Qingtian nodded. "Yes, there's no one I'm looking for here, so I'm planning to go to the 8th base." Looking at Luo Qingtian's ruthless, desireless gaze, Dihai felt a pang of bitterness in his heart for some reason. "Must I leave?" Dihai forced a gentle smile, trying to mask his inner disappointment. Luo Qingtian tilted his head. "Don't you know my identity? I think you also know what I'm looking for. So I won't stay in one base for long. I need passes to the 8th, 9th, and base 0. Can I get them?" Dihai lowered his head, his hair covering his sinister eyes. Then he raised his head and looked at Luo Qingtian tenderly. "Of course, if Qingtian wants it, I'd do it even if I can't." Luo Qingtian nodded. "Well, thank you. Just get it done within 2 days." "I leave in 2 days." Luo Qingtian waved at Dihai. "I'm leaving. You just recovered. Get some rest." Dihai opened his mouth to say something else, but Luo Qingtian had already left. Dihai leaned weakly against the headboard. Was he really just looking for his parents? He didn't quite understand. Thinking of his own family, Dihai felt that parents were dispensable. Besides, he had lived with his younger brother almost exclusively since he was old enough to understand. If there was any real warmth in that home, it seemed only Di Jiang had experienced it. Luo Qingtian left Dihai's room and returned to the back mountain. The back mountain had become completely desolate due to the battle that night. The entire mountaintop was bare. Even the few acres of land down the mountain showed signs of drying up. "Let's see if it works." Luo Qingtian stood on the mountainside and raised his hand to activate his life skills. He clicked the earth transformation button. The next moment, from beneath Luo Qingtian's feet, the dry, yellow earth began to take on a touch of color. And those polluted areas were purified in this moment. Luo Qingtian could clearly feel the earth transformation's power, as if it were giving the land new life. It was as if life had just been born between heaven and earth. Everything was filled with freshness. Just standing on this land, Luo Qingtian could clearly smell the fresh fragrance of fresh earth. Luo Qingtian zoomed in on the mini-map, and the entire 7th base was visible on it. After the earth-transforming ability completely transformed the entire mountain range, Luo Qingtian summoned Xiao Lu and flew high into the sky. She searched her space for seeds of various plants and trees, and began to scatter them on the ground. After flying a full circle around the mountain behind, Luo Qingtian landed on the top of the mountain. Growth. Luo Qingtian stood on the mountaintop and punched the ground. Then, the once barren, lifeless mountain began to gradually turn green. Feeling the growth ability envelop the mountain range, restoring vitality, Luo Qingtian retracted the ability. Then, she laid down on the ground in a disgraceful manner. So tired, Luo Qingtian, panting, instantly returned to her space. This time, Luo Qingtian appeared directly by the river. Luo Qingtian swiftly stripped off her clothes and jumped into the river. Feeling her body gradually recover, Luo Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief. After spending an unknown amount of time in the river, Luo Qingtian, making sure his discomfort had subsided, teleported back to the villa, quickly changed his clothes, and then left the space again. Luo Qingtian continued his previous routine, flying around the 7th base, searching for polluted mountainous areas. 80% of the 7th base was mountainous, so it took Luo Qingtian 2 full days to completely resolve the land issue. When he returned to the villa, Luo Qingtian felt like he was floating. The villa was empty. It seemed Di Hai hadn't returned yet. Luo Qingtian lay limply on the sofa, waiting for Di Hai to return. Before he knew it, he fell asleep on the sofa. A moment later, Di Hai hurried in and looked at Luo Qingtian, who lay sprawled on the sofa. Di Hai paused, quietly observing Luo Qingtian's sleeping face. Her cheeks were rosy, and she looked sweet and dainty. You look best when you're asleep, so quiet and peaceful, so inoffensive. Di Hai extended his index finger, curled it, and gently rubbed Luo Qingtian's face. Then, with a sigh, he stepped forward, lifted Luo Qingtian from the sofa, and carried her upstairs. Luo Qingtian woke up the next morning. After 2 days of intense supernatural power release, Luo Qingtian had slept deeply. Awakening to find herself in bed, she quickly jumped up and ran downstairs. The dining room was filled with fragrant aromas. The table was already laden with various dishes. Di Hai was standing over the pot, cooking porridge. He watched Luo Qingtian come up. A gentle smile graced his face. Awake? Wash up and come eat. Luo Qingtian nodded and ran back to her room to wash up. When she came down again, Di Hai had already pulled out a chair for her. Luo Qingtian sat across from Di Hai, pointed at the table, and said, You used to eat so much because of your earth transformation ability. Now that you lost it, are you sure you can still eat so much? Di Hai looked at Luo Qingtian tenderly. No, I'm a triple-powered user now. The more powers I have, the more I eat. Huh? So, Luo Qingtian blinked. I think I have over 10 powers, right? Why am I eating so little? Di Hai raised an eyebrow and looked at Luo Qingtian. Something flashed in his eyes. Miss Luo, don't you know? You're a power user. Or perhaps, Miss Luo's powers are different from ours. Luo Qingtian looked at Di Hai with disdain. Di Hai, your overly suspicious and oversensitive behavior will keep you single forever. Chapter 691. This remark caused Di Hai's chopstick-holding hand to pause. He looked up at Luo Qingtian in surprise. Is that so? I've been in this position for so long, so second-guessing the meaning behind words has become a habit. Luo Qingtian chuckled dryly. Haha, this habit is terrible. So I better stay away from him. I used to think he was a scheming fox, but now I think he's the king of scheming. The king of kings, really. What a joke. It was originally just a joke, but it made Di Hai feel uneasy. Is it because I'm too suspicious that this little girl doesn't like me? From the time I entered the military and political circles, until the beginning of the apocalypse, it felt like my nerves were always on edge. So no matter who I talked to, I was always cautious. It seemed like this habit of mine had unknowingly pushed this little girl away. Di Hai shook his head helplessly. It's a bad habit indeed, but I try to control it in your presence from now on. Luo Qingtian chuckled, but remained silent, lowering his head to continue eating. Anyway, I won't be coming to base 7 again, so whether I control myself or not is of little concern to me. Thinking this way, Luo Qingtian's mood brightened as he ate. After Luo Qingtian had eaten and drunk her fill, Di Hai once again demonstrated his gluttony. After clearing the table, Di Hai pointed to the study. Your pass has been issued, but it needs to be verified. After verification, you can use your ID card to freely enter and exit bases 8, 9, and 0. Luo Qingtian nodded in understanding. Okay. Shall we go to your study to verify? Okay, let's go, Di Hai said, walking ahead. Entering the study, Di Hai took out his bracelet and tapped it on his wrist for a few moments. Look at me, smile. Luo Qingtian looked up at Di Hai, a faint smile on his face. Di Hai quickly tapped the camera function on his wrist, tapping it several times while Luo Qingtian wasn't paying attention. Then he closed the virtual screen in front of him. All right. Authentication will be successful in a day. So, when are you leaving? Luo Qingtian stretched, stood up, and said, I've taken care of the land at your base. If you want to cultivate it, just go ahead. Now that I'm full and satisfied, I'm ready to leave now. Di Hai had thought Luo Qingtian would leave, perhaps tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, but he hadn't imagined he would leave so soon. Is it that urgent? Is it still urgent? I was planning to leave yesterday, but it's already been delayed all day. Now that your base is missing a deputy base commander, you must be very busy. Don't worry about me, I'm leaving. Luo Qingtian waved at Di Hai. He turned and walked out. Di Hai watched Luo Qingtian's back and chased after him. By the time he chased Luo Qingtian out of the villa, Luo Qingtian had already soared high into the sky. Then he flew out of the base. Dihai stood in the yard, stunned, staring at the direction Luo Qingtian had left. He could only see a small black dot in the distance, until Luo Qingtian's figure completely disappeared from Dihai's sight. Dihai raised his hand, found the album icon on his watch, and clicked it. Luo Qingtian's photo appeared on the virtual screen before him. "I come find you after I practice getting along with you, okay?" Dihai said, reaching out to the virtual screen, his fingers touching Luo Qingtian's face. It was as if Luo Qingtian was right across from him. Luo Qingtian had no idea what had happened since he left. After dealing with the Zerg and settling the land issue, Luo Qingtian now only wanted to reach the 8th base as quickly as possible. He wondered if there might be any clues about his parents there. Thinking this way, Luo Qingtian instructed Little Green to speed up his flight. Luo Qingtian flew for 3 days straight before landing in a deserted city. Luo Qingtian could sense no living creatures in the city, only zombies lurked in dark corners. Luo Qingtian stood atop a towering, broken wall. Then the surrounding zombies rushed out, heading straight for Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian immediately threw Little Green and Big White out. Letting them clean up the zombies, he searched for a clean spot nearby to set up camp. Although he could rest in the space, Luo Qingtian didn't want to see Furry Ball and Little Furry Ball these days. For some reason, Luo Qingtian always felt that there was something strange about those two balls. It's becoming more and more humane, I guess. Especially when it looked at her, its eyes were so much like her grandmother's when she was still alive. It was a terrifying feeling. She actually felt her grandmother's presence in a mutated plant. It was terrifying no matter how you thought about it. Unknowingly, Luo Qingtian arrived in an open space. He quickly set up his tent. Then he crawled inside to rest. Outside, Xiaolu and Dabai were playing happily when Dabai suddenly shouted ahead. Luo Qingtian frowned and opened the minimap to check. He saw that several small blue dots had appeared nearby. And there's a large blue dot in front of these small blue dots. There are still people alive in this ruined city? I just opened the minimap to check. There's no one here. Everyone, be careful. This is a mutant white tiger. Survivors, stay back. This mutant white tiger is very high, at least level 9. After saying this, Dabai roared forward. Luo Qingtian crawled out of the tent and, in a few leaps, landed near Dabai. Then Luo Qingtian saw a group of green military figures, a group of psychics, and some ordinary people, confronting Dabai. Luo Qingtian facepalmed. How could he be so unlucky? He ran into another group of psychics made up of soldiers. And the man standing in front of Dabai was about to fight Dabai, was he? Luo Qingtian didn't rush out to stop him, but just watched Dabai quietly. Little Green sat on Dabai's head. Little Green extended a tentacle toward the man in front. It looked like a challenge, and then Dabai rushed towards the man. The man, the tiger, and the green ball began to clash. Luo Qingtian stroked his chin as he watched the battle. The minimap quietly locked onto the man battling Dabai. Race, human. Gender, male. Comprehensive combat stats, 999. It seems the recent acid rain has significantly boosted humanity's combat effectiveness. As he spoke, someone from the psychic team behind him called out, "Captain Luo. Can't we capture this white tiger alive? I heard someone in our 8th base has the ability to be a tamer. We can bring him back and have him tame him." Captain Luo, who was currently fighting in front, froze when he heard this. No, this white tiger is too high level. It could kill someone if we're not careful. As Captain Luo spoke, a dark green aura emanated from his body. The aura slowly spread in all directions. Chapter 692. Luo Qingtian had been standing not far away, watching the battle unfold. When he saw the green mist, Luo Qingtian frowned, his mental power quickly locking onto Dabai and Xiaolu. Then, Dabai was sent into space, while Xiaolu burrowed into Luo Qingtian's hair. Luo Qingyu seemed to sense Dabai's disappearance. Ah! A scream echoed through the mist, and Luo Qingyu quickly retracted her own mist. Then, a young girl appeared from nowhere. The girl's eyes were filled with panic, and she looked a bit disheveled. "Who are you?" Luo Qingyu narrowed her eyes, and looked at Luo Qingtian in front of her. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Luo Qingtian shook his head. "I don't know. I was clearly hiding over there." Luo Qingtian pointed to the spot where she had been hiding, a look of bewilderment still on her face. She looked at Luo Qingyu innocently. Her slightly curled eyelashes were still stained with water droplets, as if stained by the morning mist. This only made her seem even more helpless. Luo Qingyu stared at Luo Qingtian, observing him with his powerful mental power, as if trying to find something wrong with him. But after observing him for a long time, he couldn't find anything wrong with him. Thinking of the white tiger that had vanished in the mist, could it have done something to throw the little girl into the fog? No, in the mist, he was the master. It was impossible for him not to see the white tiger disappear. Luo Qianyu looked at Luo Qingtian, slowly walked up to him, and extended his hand. Hello, I'm the captain of the 8th Base Patrol. My name is Luo Qianyu. Little girl, who are you? Luo Qingtian looked up at Luo Qianyu, extended a hand, and using her strength, stood up. She spoke cautiously, I'm from the 5th base. My brother and I learned that our parents seemed to be in the 8th base, so we requested a flight from Boss Qin at the 5th base. However, the flight was destroyed by something on its way here, and my brother and I became separated. We've been hiding in this city for the past few days. Luo Qianyu raised an eyebrow at Luo Qingtian. He didn't believe what Luo Qingtian said. This city wasn't far from the 8th base. How could a little girl, seemingly frail and unable to take care of herself, stay in this abandoned city for so long? This was questionable no matter how you looked at it. But now it was the end of the world, there was no need to dwell on it. As long as they were human, as long as they weren't ruthless and evil, as long as they weren't the kind of beings that would destroy human harmony. As a member of the guard, he was bound to protect their lives. Where's your brother? Can't you find him? Luo Qingtian shook his head. I can't find him. I tried to contact him. Luo Qingtian's face flushed with tears as he looked at Luo Qianyu. Luo Qianyu turned and shouted to the deputy captain behind him, register her and take her back to base. The deputy captain nodded and walked forward, leading Luo Qingtian behind him. Luo Qianyu watched Luo Qingtian's back. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but the girl's back looked familiar. No, to be more precise, he felt like something was missing from her. Why did he feel this way? Even he couldn't explain it. Watching the deputy captain and Luo Qingtian leave, Luo Qianyu walked alone into the abandoned city, intent on searching for the white tiger. However, the remaining zombies in the city seemed to have been devoured by the white tiger. The silence was desolate, and Luo Qianyu searched the city for a long time, but found nothing. When he returned to the crowd, he saw the girl he had just met, surrounded by people, chattering away. Is the car from the 5th base really flying? Yes, the underside of the car is magnetic. Is there a lot of stuff in there? You came from so far away, so the plane must be very powerful, right? Luo Qingtian shook his head. Not really. I'm not rich in the 5th base, so I just used an ordinary small plane. It's just that the plane is badly damaged, and I'm afraid I can't get back. Luo Qianyu's eyes narrowed as he listened to Luo Qingtian's words. A plane? He had just searched everywhere, and couldn't find any wreckage. It seemed the girl had lied again. But why was she lying? There wouldn't be an international issue at this time. After all, every country is currently preoccupied with itself. So there's only one reason. This girl doesn't want anyone to know her identity. So what could this girl's identity be? Luo Qianyu looked Luo Qingtian up and down. In the apocalypse, even in the best of circumstances, the skin and appearance of survivors would appear unnaturally thin. But this girl, with her fair skin and jet black hair, looked utterly emaciated. Though her attire was shabbily dressed, her eyes held a more indifferent expression. She seemed quite fragile. But her aura was not that of a weakling. She even exuded an air of arrogance. Luo Qianyu's lips curled slightly. Interesting. Luo Qianyu slowly stepped forward and said, for some reason, all the zombies here have disappeared. I just looked around but couldn't find any that could be used, and there are no survivors nearby who need help. Prepared to go back. Upon hearing this, the deputy captain immediately stood at attention and saluted Luo Qianyu. Then, he was seen waving behind him. More than a dozen military jeeps appeared before Luo Qingtian. The deputy captain led Luo Qingtian to one of them, and the other survivors found seats and got in. Each jeep would have 2 soldiers and a psychic to protect the survivors inside. Luo Qingtian was assigned to the second jeep. The convoy drove out of the abandoned city, then headed towards the 8th base. In the front car, Luo Qianyu picked up the data Luo Qingtian had just registered and began to examine it. Luo Tianshi, 20 years old. Healing ability from the 5th base. Combined stats, 67. Haha, are there still psychics this week these days? Luo Qianyu tossed the data aside, a subtle smile on his face. The orderly beside him whispered, Captain, is there something fishy about this little girl? Luo Qianyu lazily leaned against the backrest and said, perhaps. Perhaps a young lady from some family, hiding her identity, went out to play and deliberately came to us. Just find someone to keep an eye on her. No need to pay too much attention. The orderly nodded yes. Luo Qianyu closed her eyes to rest, her mind contemplating Luo Qingqian's appearance. From this glance alone, Luo Qingqian didn't look familiar. But from behind, even from a distance, this Luo Tian sure still felt somewhat familiar. Where had she seen him before? Luo Qingqian, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief as she boarded the car. It wasn't that she was hiding it, but if her ID card showed up at the 8th base, the Dihai people might get the news. Chapter 693. Who knows how Dihai, that old fox, might let the 8th base use him. Luo Qingqian now only wanted to search the 8th base for any clues about her parents, and once she was sure there were none, she'd leave quickly. She didn't want to get involved in anything going on at the 8th base. Especially, she really didn't want to be targeted by Dihai. This old man was too treacherous. He could fight on his own. As long as she could fight, she wasn't worried, but Dihai wouldn't even give you a chance to fight him. She unknowingly set him up. Thinking about it now, Luo Qingqian instinctively touched her arm. No, it's better to stay away. Luo Qingqian shook her head at this thought, then turned to look out the car window. Since Luo Qingqian left, Dihai had been observing the Yen Nation population registration system every day. After 3 days of swiping, he discovered that Luo Qingqian's ID card hadn't been logged in at the 8th base. He frowned. 3 days, and this little girl hasn't even arrived at the 8th base yet? Dihai thought of this and sighed deeply. A feeling of weakness suddenly washed over him. Finally, he closed the page and continued attending to base matters. Luo Qingqian had already followed the jeep into a forest. After entering the forest, soldiers leaned out on either side of the jeep. They held rifles in their hands and cautiously surveyed their surroundings. What were they doing? Luo Qingqian looked at the psychic beside him with some curiosity. The psychic's body tensed, his gaze dangerous. After Luo Qingqian's question, the man glanced at Luo Qingqian with a slight sidelong glance. This is the mutated forest. Every tree and blade of grass here is a mutated creature. We're walking in the mutant forest now. What do you think they're doing? After the psychic finished speaking, the roof of the jeep suddenly opened, and a man stood up, half leaning out of the sunroof. The only survivor left was Luo Qingqian, huddled nervously in the back seat. The car began to accelerate, and vines and various leaves began to sprout from its perimeter. Soldiers on both sides began firing at the advancing vines. His bullets shot out streaks of flame, igniting the attacking vines. Suddenly, a group of mutant trees appeared ahead, blocking the way. These trees shifted constantly, as if to completely encircle the cars in front of them. Get out! The psychic shouted to the people inside, and the car door flew open. Luo Qingqian, followed by the others, quickly left the car. After exiting the car, the soldiers and the psychic formed a circle, shielding the survivors behind them. The mutant trees around them were rapidly closing in on them. The leaves of these mutant trees transformed into flying knives, whizzing towards the crowd. Earth Shield. A soldier with superpowers placed his hands on the ground, and a massive square shield surrounded them. Block all the leaves. I'm retreating, rifles at the ready. Then the earth wall vanished, and the soldiers simultaneously fired flames in all directions. At this moment, the mutant trees surrounding them were ignited by their muskets, their leaves and trunks ablaze. Trees are afraid of fire. The mutant trees, on their short legs, quickly retreated in all directions. A wide road opened up in the forest. Luo Qianyu directed everyone to board the car, which then sped forward. Luo Qingqian returned to the car with a gloomy expression. As soon as he sat down, the psychic beside him said, "Don't worry. The mutant trees here will only attack us when we approach. Once they realize they're no match for us, they won't be able to hunt us. They quickly retreat and look for new targets." Luo Qingqian forced a smile at the psychic, but said nothing. Retreat? Luo Qingqian didn't think so. A large red dot hidden in the distance seemed to be constantly watching them. Luo Qingqian aimed his mini-map at it, but it was too observant. When it sensed detection, it immediately fled. Luo Qingqian watched the display on the mini-map until the red dot completely disappeared, and then he looked away. After passing through the forest, Luo Qingqian saw a massive stone gate. But behind the gate lay a vast village. Luo Qingqian twitched his lips as he watched the car drive toward the village. He turned to look at the psychic beside him. Is the 8th base a village? The psychic smiled and said, "No, this village is within the boundaries of our 8th base. We entered the 8th base's territory after leaving the forest. The 8th base is different from the other bases. It's a blend of town and countryside. And there are many adventuring teams in the 8th base. The skyscrapers and cities you want to see require passing through the village." Luo Qingtian nodded in understanding. So, if I'm looking for someone, where should I look? At this moment, the soldier beside him returned to his seat outside the car window and turned to look at Luo Qingtian. You can go to the government building for help. There's a government census there, but it's all confidential. If you really want to find your family, you have to undergo a military identity check. Listening to the soldier's words, Luo Qingtian rubbed his forehead helplessly. Is it so troublesome? I kept my identity secret because I didn't want anyone to know about my situation at the 8th base. Now, not verifying my identity has become an obstacle to my investigation into my parents. I see. Thank you. The soldier smiled and nodded. Girl, where are you planning to stay after you enter the base? Do you need us to verify your identity? Your 5th base identity information is valid here. Do you need any help? The soldier seemed to be asking, but in reality, he was probing. Luo Qingtian sighed softly. It seems that Captain Luo is still doubting my identity. This move was a mistake. I shouldn't have appeared in front of him. This way, it wouldn't attract attention. The soldier noticed Luo Qingtian's distraction and whispered, Miss Luo? Luo Qingtian looked up at the soldier. Yes, I do need your help. When we get to the base, please help me find a place to stay. Since I've been targeted, I just keep watching for now. After all, no one can stop me from going wherever I want. The car drove along the village's dirt road, flanked by crop fields. Many survivors were busy working in the fields. Seeing the jeep pass by, the survivors stopped what they were doing and looked in its direction. The car drove through the village for a while before Luo Qingtian finally saw the familiar asphalt road. There were shops, streets, and buildings, but the buildings here weren't tall, the most being only 4 stories high. The car stopped in front of a row of 4-storied buildings. Chapter 694. Luo Qingtian followed the others out of the car. The psychic beside him pointed to the small building directly ahead and said, This is the government hall. If you want to stay at the 8th base, you must verify your identity. Do you need any help? Luo Qingtian turned to the psychic and said, Thank you, I can do it myself. Luo Qingtian walked straight into the hall, followed by several survivors. Luo Qingtian stood in the hall, searching for the verification area. Then he saw a figure in military green leading a group of people toward the end of the hall. A window at the end read Identity Registration Office. Luo Qingtian didn't rush over, but instead walked to a corner and started making a phone call. Soon, Qin Lang answered the phone. Boss, what's up? Do you still have my ID from the boot camp at the 5th base? Yes, I do. But there's nothing in there. Okay, give me 100,000 points to get in, and change my name to Luo Tianshi. Do you have any property in the 8th base? Qin Lang immediately perked up when he heard about the 8th base. Boss, you arrived at the 8th base. I heard it's a family-run community, even though it's still under government jurisdiction. But local separatism is rampant. Our branch does have property here, but the best locations have been divided up by those families. Send me the address. Hurry and update my information. I'm going to register. Qin Lang didn't hesitate, his fingers flying across the computer in front of him, while he spoke to Luo Qingtian. 2 minutes later, Qin Lang said to Luo Qingtian, Boss, it's done. If the 8th base wants to check on you, they can only find Luo Tianshi's name. But boss, you already arrived at base 8. Do you want to stir up trouble there? No time. Hanging up. Luo Qingtian was about to hang up when he heard Qin Lang shouting, although base 8 is a family-run organization, they have their own labs, and more than one. Boss, several scientists from our future technology company have been forcibly taken away. If you can rescue them, take them all. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes, and stopped hanging up. What about the company? Don't we need it anymore? Qin Lang shook his head. There's a lot of division over there. Although it's still under government rule, many aristocratic families are based in Base 8 and Base 0. Many are offshoots of Base 0. This doesn't seem like a safe place to establish our own lab. If we get any results, they might steal it. Okay, send me the information on those scientists. If they're willing to come with me, I take them all. Luo Qingtian was about to hang up. Qin Lang's voice continued, I heard many scientists were forcibly taken from the lab over there. I wonder if your parents are among them, boss. I've been investigating, but I can't get anyone in. If you were here. Luo Qingtian didn't respond and simply hung up. Qin Lang's words infuriated Luo Qingtian. This jerk always found excuses he couldn't refuse when trying to get him to do something. Although he knew his parents were most likely not at the 8th base, Luo Qingtian was still tempted. Aren't you going to register? Just as Luo Qingtian frowned and thought, Luo Qingyi's voice rang out from behind him. Luo Qingtian quickly recovered and turned to look at the person behind him. Captain Luo, why are you here? Luo Qianyu's eyes were deep. She stared at Luo Qingtian for a moment and said, I see they're all lined up over there, but you're the only one standing here, so I came over to ask. Was Miss Luo on the phone just now? Luo Qing, yes, contacting the 5th base to see if my brother has contacted them. Thank you, Captain Luo, for your concern. Luo Qing then bypassed Luo Qianyu and headed straight for the registration office. Luo Qianyu looked at Luo Qingqian's back. He had just been standing not far away, listening to Luo Qingqian's conversation. Although she didn't hear clearly, she still heard Qin Lang's name. Is it related to the Future Technology Company? Could it be another scientist working here? The Future Technology Company branch in the 8th base doesn't have much status. If he's really a scientist, then he needs to be protected. Thinking of this, Luo Qianyu quickly walked out of the government hall and headed towards the small building behind. After quickly completing the registration process, Luo Qingtian opened the map Qin Lang had given him, took out his electric scooter, and began to drive around the city. Aren't the houses in the 8th base good? Usually, they live in villas, or at the very least, large apartments. This time, it's probably just a family compound, right? Luo Qingtian thought as his electric scooter lurched off into the distance. After an unknown amount of time, Luo Qingtian realized he was heading increasingly remote. Finally, he drove straight out of the city and headed straight for the village. Then he stopped in front of a row of dilapidated bungalows. Luo Qingtian put away his electric scooter and looked at the shabby house in front of him. No way, is this Qin Lang's house? The house was built entirely of stone, 2 stories, and covered in moss. Although it had a yard, it was overgrown with weeds. It was locked shut by a large iron gate. From the outside, it looked like a haunted place. Qin Lang actually bought this kind of property. Was he crazy? Or had he come to the wrong place? Luo Qingtian approached the door and examined it carefully. It had an iris authentication lock from Future Technology. If it worked here, it had to be the right one. Luo Qingtian facepalmed. Was it too late to rent a house in the city? Never mind. He didn't have much else to do right now, but he had a lot of houses. Luo Qingtian shook his head and pointed at the iris lock. Authentication completed, the door opened. Luo Qingtian pushed his electric scooter inside. As soon as he entered, several green grasshoppers jumped out from the weeds. These grasshoppers looked a bit large, with green heads and bodies as long as his forearm. Luo Qingtian reflexively drew his golden sword and sliced the grasshopper in half. Soon, more green grasshoppers leaped out from the tall grass. Luo Qingtian swung his tang sword in all directions. Mental waves swiftly spread out, sending the leaping green grasshoppers plummeting to the ground. The stone house in the yard was instantly blasted to dust by the waves. Luo Qingtian raised his hand, condensing flames that spread in all directions as if with life. The flames consumed the surrounding weeds. Soon, only a dark, empty space and a pile of rubble remained. Luo Qingtian released his mental energy to envelop the stones and tossed them into the space. He quickly entered the space again and found a pleasant-looking 2-story building in the Creative Skill Icon shop. With a clang, Luo Qingtian moved the 2-story building out of the space and placed it on the empty space. Chapter 695. Luo Qingtian looked at the bare yard. Then he pulled the fur ball out of the space. As soon as the fur ball left the space, its eyes instantly became clear and confused. It stared at Luo Qingtian with a puzzled expression. Fur ball, the yard isn't pretty. Why don't you fix it up for me? Luo Qingtian looked at the fur ball. Why did the fur ball give him a different feeling than when he was in the space? After hearing Luo Qingqian's words, the fur ball quickly wove itself a small straw hat. Then it wove a small hoe and began to spruce up Luo Qingqian's yard. Luo Qingtian found some seeds and set them aside, then stared at the fur ball intently. Fur ball, are you okay? The fur ball looked up at Luo Qingtian in confusion, its eyes filled with pure stupidity. It was exactly the same as when he had first brought the fur ball back. It's okay. Keep working. I go in and put some furniture in. Luo Qingtian shook his head. I must have been foolish. Perhaps the conditions in the space were so favorable that the fur ball had become intelligent. After leaving the space, the fur ball returned to its original state. That meant that the fur ball and the little fur ball were not seriously injured. Thinking of this, Luo Qingqian's mental power penetrated the space to observe the little fur ball. The little fur ball was currently cultivating within the space, in the same state as the fur ball. Luo Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps I was overthinking it, or perhaps it was a problem with the space. Just as Luo Qingtian's mental power withdrew from the space, the little fur ball's eyes suddenly brightened. This girl is truly starting to doubt us. I wonder how much longer she can keep this a secret. The little fur ball looked towards the fourth direction, still pitch black. But he could already see something moving on the other side of the darkness. Time is running out. Little Machio was a little worried. After Luo Qingtian entered the room, he began to search for furniture. The sofa, the bed, the stove. He took out whatever was still usable, and put it to use. By the end of his busy schedule, Luo Qingtian was sweating. Luo Qingtian walked out, ready to take Machio back to the dimension. But he didn't expect to see the entire yard ablaze with colorful flowers as soon as he opened the door. Machio had broken the limitations of the seasons, decorating the entire yard like a dream, beautiful and mysterious. In the garden, there were also tables, chairs, and a small round table woven by Machio. If it weren't for the apocalypse, Luo Qingtian would have stayed here for a while. It's just that this yard is too well decorated. It's a bit eye-catching. Thankfully, this place is remote, with no village or shop nearby, so not many people come here. Machio, you're doing great. Luo Qingtian stepped forward and picked up Machio, who was still busy unleashing her plant powers. Alright. Let's go back first. This yard is enough. Luo Qingtian then entered the space. Luo Qingtian placed Machio next to little Machio and patted Machio's head. I want sweet and sour pork ribs today. And some beef brisket with tomatoes. Please. Luo Qingtian then headed straight for the villa's room. After Luo Qingtian returned to the villa, a black shadow appeared near Machio, and the next moment, it entered Machio's body. Machio closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze darkened. This kid isn't hiding from us anymore? Machio looked at little Machio, who was working nearby. Little Machio stopped what he was doing and said, "We don't have much time." Luo Qingtian was soaking in the bathtub. She didn't know when it started, but entering a space had made her feel depressed. She couldn't pinpoint the reason. At first, she thought it was the fur ball and the little fur ball, but now she thought it couldn't be them. Perhaps it was because she wasn't strong enough. Luo Qingtian quickly finished her bath. Without a second thought, she entered the training room. Luo Qingtian clicked on the intermediate and advanced options. Then the entire training room went dark. The next moment, Luo Qingtian found herself in a desert. Luo Qingtian bent down and reached out to touch the sand. It was scorching hot. Just standing there, she could feel the heat beneath her feet. There was dirt here too. Luo Qingtian walked slowly through the desert. Then the sand in front of her began to give way. Then the sand beneath her feet transformed into quicksand, and one of her feet sank into it. Luo Qingtian quickly jumped up. He forcibly pulled his feet out of the quicksand. As he did so, Luo Qingtian discovered that his shoes had melted in the quicksand. Oh my god, it's so hot. My clothes are specially made, but my shoes are just ordinary military boots. If I keep fighting in the desert like this, my feet will definitely suffer. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian began to run through the desert. But after a while he stopped. There's no water here, and I can't get back. If I keep running like this, I definitely run out of water. It's just a desert like this. It seems like there's nothing I can do. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian stretched out his hand and released his supernatural powers, except for his fire powers. All other abilities were forbidden. The problem was that this place was hot and dry, making fire abilities useless. Luo Qingtian wandered aimlessly through the desert when suddenly, all around her, the ground transformed into quicksand. The sand continued to flow underground. As Luo Qingtian tried to leave, the quicksand grew, reaching her feet. Luo Qingtian quickly jumped up. The moment she leaped, a red clamp suddenly extended from where she had been. Soon after, a pair of red clamps extended from every spot where the quicksand was flowing. More and more clamps appeared. Giant red scorpions emerged from the sand. Looking at them, Luo Qingtian felt a tingling sensation all over his body. It wasn't that these scorpions were terrifying. It was that on the backs of each scorpion grew a human face. Those faces were staring directly at Luo Qingtian, who was in midair. The sight was extremely creepy. What the hell are these? Zerd too? As soon as Luo Qingtian finished speaking, he began to fall to the ground. The scorpions, upon noticing him, all rushed towards him. The moment Luo Qingtian landed, her speed increased again. She adjusted her descent and stomped on the back of one of the scorpions. Then a fireball materialized in her hand. It hurled itself at the surrounding scorpions. The scorpions were sent flying by the fireball, some tumbling across the sand. But they quickly regained their balance and attacked Luo Qingtian again. As they approached, they blew a cloud of sand at him. The cloud, carrying a wave of heat, rushed straight towards him. Luo Qingtian crossed her arms and condensed a fire escape in front of her. She blocked the heat wave and quickly retreated. Good, fire abilities are useless in this place. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Qingtian noticed the sand beneath his feet began to shift. Chapter 696. Luo Qingtian leaped again, trying to avoid the red scorpion charging out from beneath him. But this time, the entire sand below began to sink, and the quicksand flowed downward like a waterfall. Luo Qingtian leaped into the air, and just as he was about to land, he realized that if he fell, he would be swallowed by the quicksand. Luo Qingtian waved his arm, and a ball of red flame condensed into blazing, fiery wings. The wings flapped in the air, and Luo Qingtian was about to land, but in an instant, he soared high into the sky again. The quicksand below began to slow. A huge sand pit had now appeared on the ground. A large red rack extended from the pit, followed by a clamp. When the two clamps emerged from the pit, behind them was an enormous red scorpion. The red scorpion appeared, and the smaller red scorpions around it all ran towards it. No way, is this another type of Zerg Queen? Luo Qingtian was shocked to realize that after upgrading the training room in the space, the difficulty increased, and the enemies he faced were all Zerg. What was the reason for this? But now was not the time to consider such reasons. A huge black-red fireball condensed in front of the giant red scorpion on the ground. The flames blazed in all directions, and several black-red beams of light were aimed directly in Luo Qingtian's direction. Whoosh, 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 the light beam shot towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian could clearly feel the scorching heat exploding around him. Luo Qingtian kept dodging in the air. The small scorpions on the ground now condensed fireballs in front of him and shot them into the sky. Soon, the entire sky was dyed red, like a sea of fire threatening to consume the area. Luo Qingtian dodged while searching for a chance to strike. The flying fire mysterious bow appeared in her hand, and she fired continuously at the red scorpions below. Fusion, the flame beams collided with the scorpion's beams. Finally, the flames exploded in midair. Luo Qingtian's clothes were scorched by the flames, and blisters formed on her body. Gritting her teeth and enduring the pain, she dodged several more explosions. Her flaming arrows had no real effect on the scorpions below. Luo Qingtian desperately longed for ice and water powers. But she had tried just now, and no matter how much she channeled her mental energy, she couldn't summon either. The flames struck again. The sea of fire in the sky made it impossible for Luo Qingtian to remain aloft. Luo Qingtian flew downwards. She leaned forward, dodging the flaming assaults until she finally landed on the scorpion mother's back. Bang, boom, boom. Luo Qingtian repeatedly punched the scorpion mother. The blows were incredibly fast, creating a clanging sound. Luo Qingtian used all her strength to attack the massive red scorpion mother. But the scorpion's body was incredibly hard, and Luo Qingtian's punches had almost no effect on its tough shell. Instead, the scorpion burned her hands and feet, leaving blisters of varying sizes. Unable to withstand the intense heat, the scorpion had melted. Luo Qingtian, wearing a closed combat suit, fought the insects barefoot. The blisters burst as Luo Qingtian fought, and blood and thick liquid dripped onto the scorpion's skin, making a sizzling sound. Luo Qingtian endured the inhuman agony and punched the giant scorpion's back with all his might. This punch, brimming with Luo Qingtian's concentrated energy, finally caused the red scorpion worm mother to react, its bulky body tumbling to the ground. The sand was already soft, and this punch dug a huge dent beneath the red scorpion worm mother's body. The red scorpion rose in anger, extending its massive red legs to claw at its own back. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity to leap up, missing the first leg, and slamming his fist into the second leg. The blast of air from this punch sent the red scorpion's claws flying, sending them crashing heavily to the ground. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity to leap up again, landing back on the red scorpion's back. This scene enraged the red scorpion worm mother. It emitted a strange insect-like chirp to the surroundings. The next moment, all the red scorpions aimed at the worm mother, condensing fireballs towards her. The next moment, they all hurled themselves at her back. Luo Qingtian stomped hard on the red scorpion's back, using the momentum to leap into the air. His flaming wings flapped again, carrying Luo Qingtian out of the red scorpion's attack range. The massive red scorpion worm mother was buried in a crimson explosion. After the blast, the dust and mist cleared, revealing her massive body intact. The worm mother was now brewing a massive fireball. It surpassed all the previous ones and hurtled towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian cursed inwardly. Fuck, what are these scorpions made of? Luo Qingtian lowered his body to look down, dodging the attacks of the smaller scorpions in midair, and flew towards the scorpion swarm. The fireball's attack direction began to change. The moment Luo Qingtian landed, a massive beam of light shot towards her. Luo Qingtian tried to dodge, but her mental power was now at its limit. As the beam struck, Luo Qingtian summoned all her strength to unleash ice and water. When the beam ended, Luo Qingtian found herself enveloped in a cloud of white icy air. Luo Qingtian felt as if something was merging within her body. Two streams of refreshing coolness continuously surged through her body. Luo Qingtian tentatively raised his hands. A white aura condensed on one hand, a blue aura on the other. Water and ice? This is clearly forcing me to integrate my supernatural powers into my body. Luo Qingtian, sensing the two powers within her, suddenly stretched out her hands. Followed by this, a new pair of wings formed behind her, one blue, the other white. A close look revealed the blue wings shimmering with watery light. White icy air continuously emanated from the white wings. The already scorching heat enveloped Luo Qingtian in a haze, making him look like an angel descended from the mortal realm. Luo Qingtian gazed sternly at the red scorpions below. At this moment, the red scorpion mother and her offspring condensed fireballs to attack Luo Qingtian. A blue and white bow and arrow instantly appeared in Luo Qingtian's hand. It was a fusion of the Ruoshui and Amos ice bows. Luo Qingtian drew his bow and fired. He continuously released arrows at the Zerg below. The fused white and blue arrows shot downwards, instantly freezing 1/3 of the red scorpions. The remaining red scorpions, combined with the mother's attack, had already reached Luo Qingtian. New wings condensed behind Luo Qingtian, enveloping him in blue and white, shielding him from all attacks. After the attack, Luo Qingtian emerged from her wings. She sneered and looked down. Is it my turn next? Chapter 697. As soon as he finished speaking, the wings behind Luo Qingtian flapped faster and faster. They were originally water and ice elements. The next moment, tiny ice crystal arrows condensed around Luo Qingtian and shot out in unison towards the red scorpions below. 21 ice arrows condensed around Luo Qingtian, and together, with the 3 arrows in Luo Qingtian's hand, they were simultaneously fired. Merge. The 21 arrows quickly merged into one and shot towards the red scorpion mother below. Bang! The arrows pierced the mother's body, and she roared. Then she began digging a hole downwards, trying to burrow into the sand. The ice crystal arrows had carried away most of the small red scorpions. Seeing the mother's escape, the remaining red scorpions followed suit and dug holes in the ground. Seeing these insects trying to escape, Luo Qingtian quickly fell to the ground. The moment he landed, Luo Qingtian punched the ground hard. Ultimate freeze. As soon as he finished speaking, white icy air began to spread from all around Luo Qingtian. The red scorpions that had been preparing to escape were frozen in place halfway through their digging. Luo Qingtian's icy energy was released rapidly, completely freezing even the worm mother's body in place. Luo Qingtian stood up and looked around. He hadn't been teleported back yet. That meant the worms weren't completely dead yet. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes and punched the ground hard. Ahead, a red scorpion stuck in the ground was jolted out. Luo Qingtian took the opportunity to draw his bow and shoot an arrow. The arrow flew past, freezing the red scorpion to icy powder. It dissipated into the air. Luo Qingtian repeated his trick, and soon the entire group of red scorpions had been slain. Finally, only the worm mother remained. Luo Qingtian stepped towards the worm mother. Although the worm mother was still frozen, Luo Qingtian could clearly see her enormous eyes darting back and forth. Luo Qingtian sheathed his bow and arrow. He leaped upon the worm mother. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have endured so much. A white weapon condensed in Luo Qingtian's hands, enveloping her arms and fists. She gazed at the worm mother beneath her with bloodthirsty eyes, her heart filled with rage. She loved the feeling of her fists striking flesh, and the sound of their impact gradually calmed the rage within her. Luo Qingtian lost count of how many times she had thrown her punches, how many times she had broken the ice. But Luo Qingtian always managed to freeze the worm mother in place. Until cracks appeared beneath her, until the worm mother's body began to turn increasingly white, until she completely vanished into the ice. No, to be more precise, until the red scorpion queen was completely transformed into a white ice sculpture, its life completely extinguished. Luo Qingtian's fists continued to strike, and even when she was teleported back to the training room, they still continued to strike. Only when her fist, out of habit, hit the ground did Luo Qingtian realize she had returned to her dimension. Luo Qingtian staggered to her feet and released healing light upon herself. A deep sense of exhaustion overwhelmed her, and she finally fell into a deep sleep. Mao rushed into the training room, while Luo Qingtian was drifting off. As usual, it led Luo Qingtian back to the bedroom. Then it helped Luo Qingtian clean himself up, changed into pajamas, and laid him on the bed. Everything was done. It and the fur ball extracted the battle records from Planet A of the Alpha Bug system. After watching the video, the two balls breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, this time they actually fused ice and water. After the battle video ended, the two balls looked at their overall combat stats. It had grown so much. Luo Qingtian's stats showed Toxin Resistance, S. Resilience, SS. Basic Attack Power, SS. Mental Strength, S. Overall Combat Value, 35253. The two balls fell silent as they looked at the combat stats, especially when they saw Luo Qingtian's resilience was SS. Both balls knew that Luo Qingtian must have endured pain unbearable for ordinary people. They were delighted by Luo Qingtian's progress, but the hard work behind it all left them heartbroken and suffocating. How long will it take for them to arrive? The furball broke the silence between the two balls first. The little furball sighed, my calculations say within a year. The furball gritted its teeth, time's running out. Can this kid really raise his stats in a year? We don't stand a chance. The little furball turned off the video and began to modify the training mode in the training room. Luo Qingtian slept soundly. When she woke, it was almost evening. She didn't even know how long she had slept. After waking, she dressed and went downstairs to see the dining table already filled with all kinds of food, the most popular of which was her favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. Luo Qingtian happily sat down in a chair and began to eat. Halfway through her meal, there was a knock on the door outside the dimension. Luo Qingtian frowned, put down her bowl and chopsticks, and left the dimension. Get out. This house is ours. This place is ours. Get out now. Luo Qingtian opened the door and walked into the courtyard, only to see a group of motorcycle men standing outside the gate. Each one was a burly fellow. They had prominent tattoos on their faces and necks. Sighting motorcycles in the apocalypse was truly rare. And there were 7 or 8 parked outside the gate. What's up? Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow and looked at the newcomers. The men outside hadn't expected a woman to live in this house, especially since she was fair and beautiful. She also gave off a delicate and fragile vibe. The man who had been shouting suddenly stopped talking. Little girl, is this your house? Luo Qingtian nodded slightly, his tone cold. Yes. My house. At this moment, one of the men sneered. This place is our boss's favorite. This place has been there since the base was first built, and no one has ever been here. What makes you say this is your house? Luo Qingtian pointed at the iris authentication system on the door. Look at this lock. Can you open it? Iris authentication systems are only available at future technology. And who knows what this door is made of? No one can get in unless they're approved. Luo Qingtian suspected Qin Lang had left it open for him on purpose. The leading man patted the door and said with a smile, Young lady, I'm Mori. I'm from the MO family. You should know the MO family's status in the 8th base. I taken a liking to your house. If you're willing, I can get you an apartment downtown. Luo Qingtian looked at Mori with a half smile. So you're saying you want to trade a small apartment for a large villa? Mori's face wasn't looking good. Young lady, a house in the city center is safe from mutant plants. Luo Qingtian laughed. How shameless. So get out of here. You can't get this house even if I don't live here? Chapter 698. Luo Qingtian turned and walked towards the villa. Behind her, several men, seeing Luo Qingtian ignoring them, instantly flew into a rage. You bitch. If you know what's best for you, you better tell me to open this door. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless. Luo Qingtian stopped and turned to look at the men on motorcycles. The man who spoke had red hair, his hairstyle resembling a rooster's comb. Luo Qingtian looked at the man's arrogant expression and suddenly laughed. Why are you merciless? Are you banging your rooster's comb against the door? Luo Qingtian walked straight back to the villa. The men at the door exchanged bewildered looks. Brother Mo, what should we do? Should we attack? Mori stared at the iris authentication lock on the door and shook his head. This has always been the territory of Future Technology Company. They always been in partnership with the government. Of the 9 bases, only the first base doesn't have a branch office. Their company might not be doing well in our base, but that doesn't mean it's not strong. It's best not to offend them. After all, they still have to go through Future Technology Company to obtain some technology. Mori said, about to take out his phone to make a call. But no one answered. Then Mori's companion said, "Boss, it's getting dark soon. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." Mori glanced at the sky and then at Luo Qingtian. "Let's go first, and come back tomorrow." With that, the men drove off. Luo Qingtian waited at the door until they left, then opened it and walked out. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. What did that mean? Without giving it a second thought, Luo Qingtian summoned Xiaolu, who transformed into wings and flew high into the sky. Then, he followed the men towards the village. By this time, it was completely dark. Luo Qingtian followed Mori's motorcycle team to a stop in front of the Loa's house. "Are you ready?" After getting off the motorcycle, Mori rushed into the house. Someone rushed out, rifle in hand. "Boss, we're ready. We be fine tonight." Then a group of people rushed out. They all held rifles in their hands and rushed around the bungalow. They formed up in formation, ready for battle. They looked like they were poised for battle. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow, perplexed, as he looked at the group. Were these people waiting for a fight? Luo Qingtian stood high in the sky, observing the situation below. He waited for a while, but no one else showed up. The sky was growing darker, and Luo Qingtian stopped watching. He took off again, heading towards the inner city. Luo Qingtian flew near the government hall. He released Xiaolu, letting Xiaolu take him inside in stealth. The population flow records at the 8th base are different from those at other bases. During my last conversation with Qin Lang, I learned that the population flows at other bases are directly uploaded to the computer. While the population flow records at the 8th base are ostensibly kept in the government hall, the actual population counts are kept in the internal files of each family. To consolidate their position within the base, they preemptively poach any capable psychics, scientists, biologists, pharmacists, and the like. For example, the scientists and mechanics at Future Technology Company were forcibly poached by the families within the 8th base. This resulted in the Future Technology Company branch at the 8th base being unable to operate normally. Although he knew the government's population data was inaccurate, Luo Qingtian still clung to the hope that he might find news about his parents. Entering the government hall, Luo Qingtian quickly found the archives. To Luo Qingtian's disappointment, the data in the archives was pitifully small, mostly consisting of records of current government employees. As for the census, it wasn't in the computer. It wasn't in the pile of documents either. Luo Qingtian scratched his hair in frustration and quickly left the government building. He found a higher place to sit and began calling Qin Lang. Qin Lang had just finished a day's work and was resting in his apartment. Seeing Luo Qingtian's call, he quickly clicked to answer it. "Boss, where are you?" "Outside, the nice house you gave me wouldn't be touched." Qin Lang laughed awkwardly upon hearing this. "No way. The good places aren't in the government's hands. I want to take action, but it's too far away." "Boss, aren't you over there? Wouldn't it be nice to muddy the waters?" Luo Qingtian didn't answer Qin Lang, but instead moved his watch. "Let's see. I'm at the government. There's nothing in the archives. You should know the situation of the families in the 8th base, right?" Qin Lang sighed. "I might be able to help you get information on these families. The branch office is located at the junction of the 2nd village and the inner city, the only area least affected by the invasion. Boss, go find a man named Qi Xiaoning. He has all the data." Hearing this, Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow and looked at Qin Lang on the virtual screen. "It seems your company's lack of success in the base isn't completely impossible, Qin Lang, tell the truth. The 8th base is severely fragmented. The government's goal isn't to eliminate the family forces, but to strengthen itself. To achieve this, they can only cooperate secretly." It seemed as if Future Technology Company had already reached some kind of agreement with the government of the 8th base. And perhaps this agreement had something to do with him. Qin Lang, looking into Luo Qingtian's eyes, couldn't help but touch his nose. "Boss, I'm not lying. I said our company would send highly skilled personnel to help them. After the 8th base incident is over, they allocate a portion of the city center for us to build our company." Luo Qingtian smiled. He didn't want to be associated with Dihai, so he used the identity of Luo Tianshi. Qin Lang, on the other hand, had simply sold himself to the 8th base. "Qin Lang, did I give you the illusion that I have a good temper?" Qin Lang knew Luo Qingtian was angry that he had acted on his own initiative, so he quickly shook his head. "No, boss, listen to me. I found information that suggests the location of the 8th base is related to Dr. Luo. Originally, This was intended to be a biological laboratory, but after your father disappeared, it was chosen as the 8th base. If you can resolve this issue, perhaps we can find information related to Dr. Luo. Qin Lang hadn't said anything more, however. The true boss of Future Technology Company and Luo Qingtian were inextricably linked. Luo Qingtian couldn't escape. Qin Lang's fingers raced across the computer, and soon 2 copies of data were transferred to Luo Qingtian's hands. Boss, I sent you this information. It's up to you whether you want to do this or not. This 8th base might have something you're looking for. Chapter 699. Luo Qingtian stared at Qin Lang, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Finally, she sighed and was about to turn off the video when Qin Lang's voice rang out again. Boss, if you agree, you can contact someone from the military, privately. Just contact that Luo Qianyu. Speaking of Luo Qianyu, Luo Qingtian instantly thought of the green military figure. Why not the base commander, but a captain instead? Qin Lang sighed. Boss, the base commander of the 8th base, Gu Lianyun, is not only the base commander, but also the head of the Gu family, the largest family in the 8th base. Luo Qingtian pinched her brows. Qin Lang, you really know how to stir up trouble for me. In such a complicated situation, she's fine with fighting, but she's really not good at scheming and plotting. Luo Qingtian then thought of Dihai. If he were there, things here would be resolved quickly. After all, he's a scheming male fox. Qin Lang wanted to say something else, but Luo Qingtian couldn't bear to hear it. She immediately hung up Qin Lang and removed Dihai from the blocked list. Should I ask Dihai what to do at this moment? Just as Luo Qingtian hesitated, her watch lit up. Dihai's call came in. Luo Qingtian's mouth twitched. She hung up the phone and threw Dihai back into the blocked list. It was a shame to try to get the skin of a tiger. She didn't want to be devoured completely. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian stood up, opened the information Qin Lang had sent her, and took a look. Then she flew out of the city. It was already late at night. As Luo Qingtian soared through the air, she noticed numerous vines of mutant plants extending from the ground outside the city. These vines, like nimble snakes, swiftly slithered back and forth among the houses near the village. Luo Qingtian surveyed the vines, located the tech company, and descended. As soon as he landed, he heard shouts from afar. Hurry, hurry, the vines are coming. Luo Qingtian looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a group of people holding muskets, continuously spraying flames at the incoming vines. The vines, like snakes with eyes, deftly dodged the muskets. They charged towards the group. Among them, a man in a white coat was protected. Suddenly, a dark green vine swooped into the crowd, entangling the man and dragging him away. Ah! Professor Qi. Hurry, saved Professor Qi. As soon as he spoke, several psychics wielded flames, and even wind blades, attacking the vines. However, before these 2 attacks could reach the vines, they were knocked back by another thick vine. Even large, round leaves fell with them, slapping the group. What the hell is going on tonight? Why are these mutant plants going so crazy against us? Just when everyone thought they were doomed, an arrow suddenly flew by, and the mutant plants attacking them were instantly reduced to ash. The arrow flew past them, carrying away the surrounding vines that were about to attack, and exploded not far behind them. It instantly killed a plant they couldn't resist. Everyone present was shocked by this scene. My goodness, what kind of attack is this? It's so powerful. Am I dreaming? Everyone looked at the square where the arrow came from in disbelief. High in the night sky, a girl dressed in black stood. Behind her, a pair of large white wings flapped continuously. The girl looked down at the crowd below. Is this the Future Technology Company branch? As soon as she finished speaking, someone shouted at Luo Qingtian, It's the Black Angel. Luo Qingtian stared at the crowd below speechlessly, slowly descending to the ground before asking again. Is this the Future Technology Company branch? The man in the white coat, who had been abducted, stood up and walked over to Luo Qingtian, extending his hand. Hello, this is the Future Technology Company branch. I'm the manager and mechanic here. My name is Qi Xiaoning. What can I do for you? Luo Qingtian took out his ID card and waved it in front of Qi Xiaoning. Qin Lang sent me here. He said he had something to talk to you about. I came to get some information. At the mention of Qin Lang, Qi Xiaoning's eyes welled up. Boss Qin finally remembered us? That's great. I wonder what instructions President Qin has for this time. Luo Qingtian was speechless as he watched Qi Xiaoning's excitement. This Qin Lang was truly a master of PUA. He was just a mechanic, and yet he'd been fooled into this. He's still here, holding his post. No instructions, just asking me to come and help. And by the way, I need some information. Qi Xiaoning nodded excitedly to Luo Qingtian. Okay. Our 8th branch is willing to comply with all of Miss Angel's instructions. As soon as these words were spoken, a dozen thick vines suddenly burst forth from the ground. These vines all rushed towards Luo Qingtian's back, trying to pierce him. But before the vines could reach him, a pair of flaming wings suddenly appeared behind him, enveloping him and everyone around him. Vines approached the wings, and in the blink of an eye, the flames on the wings burned them to ash. Luo Qingtian folded his wings and looked around. The mini-map showed a group of mutant plants rapidly moving around the branch office, even vines creeping closer from beneath the ground. Luo Qingtian stamped his foot hard. A ball of flame, like magma, was sent underground by Luo Qingtian. The flame spread rapidly in all directions, consuming the roots of the surrounding mutant plants. Those mutant plants that tried to charge and attack were completely incinerated by Luo Qingtian before they could break free. A 10-mile radius. All the mutant plants vanished from the world without a chance to escape. Everyone looked around stiffly. Was this the legendary Black Angel? He hadn't even done anything to clear out the surrounding mutant plants. They had been tormented by these mutants all night. Let's go! It's a little late, but I still want to get what I want quickly. Luo Qingtian turned to look at Qi Xiaoning, who then came back to her senses and looked at Luo Qingtian. Oh, Miss Angel, this way. Qi Xiaoning gestured to him, and then followed him towards a 3-story building not far away. Is this the branch office? Arriving in front of the 3-story building, Luo Qingtian was speechless. This branch office was the poorest she had ever seen. Qi Xiaoning smiled and said, "These are just facades." Qi Xiaoning opened the company door, revealing the furnishings inside. Then Qi Xiaoning led Luo Qingtian into the elevator. He fumbled for a moment at the bottom of the elevator buttons, then flipped a hidden button. The buttons had a -12, and the elevator sped downwards. Chapter 700. Luo Qingtian followed the elevator downwards. When it stopped, she felt as if she had entered a sci-fi world. This company is underground. That's too big, isn't it? Luo Qingtian stepped out of the elevator and looked around in shock. It was hard to believe this was just a company. High-rise buildings, streets, and a massive factory, the hum of machinery whirring from within. It's almost like an underground city. Qi Xiaoning approached Luo Qingtian and said, "Our company knew about this place in advance, so we bought it from the 8th base." Luo Qingtian turned to look at Qi Xiaoning and said, "So this isn't the headquarters construction site? It's already here?" Qi Xiaoning scratched the back of his head and said, "Well, headquarters ordered me to come here and buy this. Actually, there aren't many of us at the 8th base. Only those authorized by headquarters are allowed here." Luo Qingtian suddenly remembered what Qin Lang had told her last night. Her father had been involved in selecting the site for the 8th base. Perhaps, the so-called participation in site selection wasn't for the 8th base, but for this laboratory. Thinking of that underwater laboratory, could this place be the same as the one beneath the sea, housing technology incompatible with this time and space? Qin Lang had always known about this place, right? Although this question was a question, his tone was incredibly certain. Yes, besides this elevator being built by our company, even the entrance here was revealed to me by President Qin. Luo Qingtian was lost in thought. Qin Lang's request for him to come find Qi Xiaoning was a subtle way of informing him of the existence of this underground city. Could there really be something left here by his father? Luo Qingtian walked towards the factory. What's going on in this factory? Qi Xiaoning quickly walked over to Luo Qingtian and said, "These are drones and weapons for the 8th base. Actually, we've been secretly collaborating with the 8th base. Gu Liangyan has been contacting headquarters to better control the base, but President Qin didn't want to pay attention, so he told me his request and asked us to manufacture U-21 drones underground and provide them to the 8th base." Luo Qingtian had already entered the factory, where rows of machines were humming along at high speed. Several humanoid robots were also scurrying around. A few fully assembled drones could be seen on the conveyor belt, being transported to the next workshop. This drone. Luo Qingtian frowned and looked at Qi Xiaoning. Qi Xiaoning chuckled dryly. This is a pre-apocalyptic model. The U-21 model was the most advanced before the apocalypse. The drones used by the 5th base headquarters are the U-42 model. Luo Qingtian understood. Is this what Gu Liangyan requested? Qi Xiaoning shook his head and nodded, more or less. Gu Liangyan didn't want the 8th base to be dominated by our company. So, they didn't let us bring in the most advanced technology. Primarily, the older model is cheaper, and secondly, the minerals in this base are more suitable for the U-21 model. And Gu Liangyan's own company also possesses this technology. Luo Qingtian stroked his chin. This guy's train of thought is truly bizarre. He wants both. Does he know about this place? Qi Xiaoning shook his head. No, he always thought our drones were shipped from headquarters. In fact, Gu Liangyan had tried several times to get me to join the 8th base completely. I superficially agreed, but everyone at the base knew I was still a member of the Future Technology Company branch. Luo Qingtian turned and glanced at Qi Xiaoning with a half-smile. Qi Xiaoning chuckled dryly. Don't worry, Miss Luo. I'm completely devoted to Future Technology Company, and I would never betray it. Luo Qingtian nodded. I don't doubt you. I just think you're working very hard. I talked to Qin Lang later, and asked him to keep an eye on you. By the way, Qin Lang told me that some of your scientists were forcibly taken away. Do you know where they are? And the family data on the 8th base? Qi Xiaoning nodded. Yes, I have it all. One of them is in Gu Liangyan's lab. It's because he is one of our people that President Qin has been so patient in interacting with him. Although all subsequent interactions were left to him. Qi Xiaoning said this, leading Luo Qingtian to his office. Qi Xiaoning printed out everything he had found at the 8th base, and gave it to Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian's lips twitched as he looked at the information in his hand. This data was incredibly detailed. Even the number of times some family heads went to the bathroom, and how much they ate was clearly recorded. This data was really detailed. Luo Qingtian gave Qi Xiaoning a thumbs up. Qi Xiaoning scratched the back of his head. Thank you, Mr. Luo, for the compliment. I hope this information will help you rescue our people quickly. At that moment, a bell rang throughout the dungeon. Luo Qingtian looked up at Qi Xiaoning, who pointed in the direction of the elevator. Miss Luo, it's time to get back to the office. We have to get back, or we be discovered. Luo Qingtian nodded, and followed Qi Xiaoning towards the elevator. Before leaving, Qi Xiaoning performed iris authentication on Luo Qingtian. She could go down to the dungeon anytime she wanted. Back at the company building, Luo Qingtian prepared to leave. Qi Xiaoning called out to Luo Qingtian from behind. Ms. Angel, please rescue them quickly. Luo Qingtian looked Qi Xiaoning up and down. Who is the captured scientist to you? Qi Xiaoning laughed dryly. My sister? Luo Qingtian nodded. Don't worry, I get back to you as soon as possible. Luo Qingtian turned and left. Returning to his villa, Luo Qingtian frowned. Mao had decorated his yard yesterday, but it had been there overnight. The entire yard was overgrown with weeds. It was even messier than when he'd been here before. Luo Qingtian frowned. What's going on? Luo Qingtian looked around. His villa was the only one around. There was no sign of anyone else. Could it be that some mutant plants had come out to cause trouble at night? Thinking back to what had happened at Qi Xiaoning's place last night, it seemed as if some vines had indeed been causing trouble. Luo Qingtian pulled the fur ball out of the space again and pointed at the yard. Clean it up. Luo Qingtian walked back to the villa and began to review the data Qi Xiaoning had given him. Seeing that Base 8 appeared calm on the surface, yet undercurrents were surging, Luo Qingtian instantly formed a plan. Stir up trouble? Luo Qingtian put down the data and called Qin Lang, who was fast asleep. When Luo Qingtian's phone rang, Qin Lang hung up without even glancing. Seeing that Qin Lang didn't answer, Luo Qingtian took out the door and walked in. Qin Lang, get up. Chapter 701. Qin Lang was wrapping himself up like a silkworm cocoon when he heard this familiar voice. Qin Lang's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He opened his eyes and poked his head out from under the covers. Then he saw someone standing in front of his bed. Ah! Qin Lang jumped in shock. Then a pajamas fell over his head. Put on your clothes and come out. Luo Qingtian's voice echoed from beside him, and then Qin Lang heard the door close. Qin Lang pulled his clothes off. Only then did he realize what had happened. This boss is completely leaving no room for maneuver. Qin Lang resignedly put on his clothes and left the bedroom. In the living room, Luo Qingtian opened a can of Coke and sat leisurely on the sofa. Qin Lang first peeked through the wall to observe, making sure Luo Qingtian had no intention of beating him up. Then he smiled and walked over to sit across from Luo Qingtian. Boss, what brings you here so early? Have you had breakfast yet? I make it for you. Luo Qingtian raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Qin Lang. No. I came to get you a free meal. Qin Lang immediately stood up. Boss, wait a moment. He rushed to the kitchen. Soon, the aroma of food wafted from the dining room. Boss, eat. Qin Lang servilely brought the food to the table and politely pulled out the chair for Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian walked over, sat down, and began to eat. Qin Lang carefully served Luo Qingtian the food across from him. fearing that Luo Qingtian would be upset and tear his head off. Luo Qingtian had almost finished eating when he looked up at Qin Lang. Does the 5th base have any obsolete drones? Combat models are preferred. After saying this, Qin Lang instantly understood what was going on. Boss, are you planning to disrupt the 8th base? Luo Qingtian stroked his chin and said, more or less. Right now, much of the real power in the 8th base lies in the hands of those families. They are equally powerful, maintaining a balance and unity. Therefore, it's inconvenient for me to investigate anything. But if someone in one of these families suddenly gained control of a higher-level combat drone or weapon, wouldn't that upset this balance? Luo Qingtian smiled and looked at Qin Lang. Qin Lang gave Luo Qingtian a thumbs up. Boss, you're right. Don't worry about these things. The older model has a combat model, the U-29, that can deal with level 5 to 7 zombies. I originally intended to donate these to the military as reconnaissance aircraft. If you need them, I give them to you. I also have a batch of obsolete laser guns. You can take them too. Luo Qingtian looked at Qin Lang and suddenly laughed. You're quite well prepared. So, you had this idea all along, right? Just no one's executing it. Qin Lang chuckled dryly. Haha, boss, you're so smart. Now that we had enough, I take you to the company headquarters to pick up the goods. Qin Lang took Luo Qingtian directly to the company headquarters, near the machinery factory. In the car, Luo Qingtian was still looking over the information Qi Xiaoning had given him. Did my dad build that dungeon? Qin Lang shook his head. I'm not sure, but it's definitely related to the professor. Luo Qingtian didn't ask any more questions. She knew Qin Lang too well. If he didn't want to say something, he wouldn't say it even if he was beaten to death. The two of them went to the warehouse. It was huge. There were thousands of drones, and thousands of laser guns. So many, Luo Qingtian was still somewhat surprised to see the warehouse overflowing with items. Qin Lang chuckled, if we don't give out so much, how can we confuse them? But boss, how are you going to deliver all this? It aroused suspicion if it's too abrupt. Luo Qingtian waved his hand and put everything into his storage space, then said, it's okay. I figure it out myself. Luo Qingtian put away her items and prepared to leave when Qin Lang pointed behind her, boss, behind. Knowing someone was coming after her, Luo Qingtian didn't turn back but walked straight in. Changhua watched Luo Qingtian's merciless departure, feeling bitter. Is there no chance for me now? Luo Qingtian wouldn't even glance at her now. Luo Qingtian walked straight back to the villa, not turning back. It wasn't that she hated Changhua, but she knew her place. Sooner or later, she and Changhua would be on opposite sides. Rather than suffer internal pain in the future, it was better to nip the bud in the bud right from the start. Luo Qingtian tossed the documents on the sofa and sat in the corner, pondering how to transfer these things to the family. A fierce knocking sound interrupted Luo Qingtian's thoughts. The door opened, and Mao Qiu walked in, a look of grievance on his face. Luo Qingtian tossed Mao Qiu into the space and walked out, only to see the bikers from last night reappear at his front door. What are you doing here again? Luo Qingtian frowned at the group. Standing in the front was Mori. He turned and looked around, noticing that Luo Qingtian's yard seemed unaffected by the mutant plants. He smiled and said, Girl, I sincerely want to buy your yard. As long as you make an offer, I won't argue back. Luo Qingtian looked at Mori, and an idea suddenly occurred to her. She looked at Mori with a half-smile. What makes you think I sell this place? Your name is Mori, right? You keep provoking me. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? As Luo Qingtian spoke, over a dozen drones suddenly took flight behind her, each equipped with a small firing port. If any of these people said another word, the drones would attack them. Mori stared at the drones in shock. He was now absolutely certain that the girl before him was from Future Technology Company. She even held a high position within the company. In the apocalypse, drones are extremely valuable, especially those with attack capabilities. The Gu family holds a leading position within the base. First, because Gu Liangyun is the base commander, and second, because the Gu family can produce their own drones, even with laser weapons provided by Future Technology Company headquarters. If only the Mo family could master these things. Mori's heart was racing. He looked at Luo Qingtian with eagerness. Miss, please don't be angry. If you don't want to sell this house, then don't sell it. We're being rude. Luo Qingtian raised her chin proudly. If that's the case, why don't you get going? Mori smiled and said, May I know your name, miss? Luo Qingtian narrowed her eyes and looked at Mori warily, as if examining something. Mori continued to smile and said, Miss, Don't get me wrong. I'm just worried about you. Look, there's no one around your house, and it's even more of a place where mutant plants sneak up on you at night. If you're willing, we can come over to help you drive away the mutant plants at night. Chapter 702. Luo Qingtian looked at Imole gravely. Come to drive away the mutant plants at night? Do those mutant plants come out and attack people every night? No wonder those people looked so terrified that day. Do you think I need your help? Luo Qingtian once again feigned a proud air as he looked at Imole. Unaware of Luo Qingtian's thoughts, Imole grabbed a flamethrower from the motorcycle behind him and waved it in front of Luo Qingtian. Miss, don't worry. This is our Mo family's musket. It has a wide attack range and high lethality. It can kill 3 or more level 3 mutant plants at once. Luo Qingtian walked to the gate, opened it, and picked up Imole's musket. He examined it again and again, then said with disdain, "Are these your most powerful weapons? They're not that great." Imole pursed his lips. What do you mean by not that great? He had put so much effort into acquiring the musket. To be described as worthless by this little girl. Although he felt unhappy, Mori forced a smile. Haha, is that so? But our weapons are absolutely effective against the mutant plants that invade at night. If you trust us, why don't we come over tonight and give it a try? Luo Qingtian looked at Mori with a half smile. Since you're so stubborn, come over tonight when the sun is about to set. Luo Qingtian tossed the musket back to Mori and waved the door shut again. Mori was about to say something when he saw Luo Qingtian already entering the villa. As Luo Qingtian entered, the younger brother behind him stepped forward and asked, "Boss, what should we do? Why are we waiting here?" "Boss, why are you so cautious around this woman?" Mori looked back at his brothers and said, "No need to wait. Let's come back when the sun is about to set. This woman is quite someone special. Don't mess with her next time you see her. She'd be very useful to me," Mori said as he climbed into the car and left with his men. Luo Qingtian followed them out the door. Arriving in the inner city again, Luo Qingtian began to wander around according to the map Qi Xiaoning had given him. According to the map, the so-called laboratories Luo Qingtian had found were actually clubs, and those who entered these clubs were leaders or powerful figures within the 8th base. Luo Qingtian stood in front of a sunshine club, pondering for a long time before finally steeling himself and walking in. As soon as they entered, a group of handsome men came out. "Welcome, young lady. Is this your first time here?" Luo Qingtian nodded slightly. "Yes, it's my first time." One of the men laughed. "Well, it's our first time receiving guests this early either. I wonder if you're here for dinner or entertainment. We can accommodate you." Luo Qingtian pursed his lips. "Give me a private room, I take a break." Luo Qingtian chatted with the others until they reached a private room. The room was dimly lit. Only a few colorful LED lights flickered on. Luo Qingtian walked in and sat down. Then someone came forward and handed her a catalog. Luo Qingtian took a look at the catalog. It listed options for sleeping companions, playmates, and drinking companions, all at a reasonable price. All payment was made with points. Luo Qingtian ordered a standard price companionship and a bottle of wine, then sent everyone else away. The man who was accompanying her was handsome and fair-skinned. When he looked at Luo Qingtian, his eyes were wet, like a restless little animal. Luo Qingtian tried hard to keep his lips from twitching as he asked, "What can you do?" The young man smiled, thinking it was a beautiful smile. "Whatever my sister wants, my brother can do." As he spoke, the man slowly approached Luo Qingtian, his body emitting a captivating fragrance. The closer he got, the stronger the scent became. Luo Qingtian frowned at the aroma. It was too pungent, even tinged with spiritual energy. Was this a charm fragrance? Luo Qingtian looked at the approaching man with a half smile. Just as his hand was about to touch her, she suddenly grabbed his wrist. She whispered in his ear, "The charm fragrance is nice, but it doesn't work on me." Luo Qingtian suddenly reached out and grabbed the man's neck. The man, startled, tried to retreat, but Luo Qingtian's grip held him tightly, preventing him from moving a single step. "What do you want to do? If anything happens to me, the club won't let you off." The man now felt a pang of regret. How could he have forgotten that most of the people who come to the club are psychics? This guy dared to come alone in broad daylight, so he must have a plan. "Boss, don't be angry. I'm only doing this to get a few hundred extra points." "A few hundred points? The starting price here is 1,000. Tell me, what exactly do you want?" Luo Qingtian couldn't believe that this man would attack him for no reason. He must have something on him, but he had just arrived, and he was being targeted. Could it be that this person was targeting him? Thinking about the situation here, could it be that all the girls in the club were held captive in this way? Luo Qingtian's gaze on the man grew increasingly sinister as he thought of this. The man trembled under Luo Qingtian's gaze. The suffocating feeling on his neck made him feel like death. Guessed I was wrong. Let me go! The man looked at Luo Qingtian with a pitiful expression and began to beg for mercy. Luo Qingtian slapped the man unconscious and threw him into the space. Furry ball, watch him. Luo Qingtian stood up and walked out while no one was paying attention. Luo Qingtian walked cautiously down the corridor and soon found the elevator. However, this elevator had iris recognition. Luo Qingtian couldn't get in. Luo Qingtian looked around and pretended to go to the restroom, then went into the next room. He had Xiaolu wrap himself around him, making himself invisible, and walk out again. Luo Qingtian and Xiaolu waited near the elevator for about half an hour. Another man approached. He had broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, and his figure was slender, giving him the air of a nobleman. He was quite striking. The man walked to the elevator and winked. The elevator opened automatically. Luo Qingtian watched the man enter. He quickly rushed inside. The man frowned and looked around. Then he looked inside. Who is it? The man's cold voice echoed, and then he punched Xiaolu. Xiaolu flew up in terror, landing on top of the elevator. His fist missed, and the man continued to observe his surroundings. I know you're here, get out, the man's voice continued, but there was no response from the elevator. The man now looked at the scale above. It only showed his weight, and the man breathed a sigh of relief. He pressed the yellow button, and the elevator quickly moved downward. Chapter 703. Seeing the man no longer fret about the presence of someone in the elevator, Luo Qingtian and Xiaolu both breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, fortunately, the man hadn't noticed them. It seemed the man had noticed them when they entered earlier. He wouldn't be so surprised the next time he came. The elevator continued downward for a long time before suddenly stopping. Then they saw the man walk out. Luo Qingtian and Xiaolu followed him, becoming increasingly cautious. After exiting the elevator, Luo Qingtian once again looked around in shock. If the area beneath the Future Technology Company branch was an underground city, then this was an underground factory. The entire area below was lined with rows of factory buildings. Why underground again? Could this be the entire area beneath the 8th base? Before Luo Qingtian could fully grasp the situation, he saw the man stride forward toward what looked like a laboratory. Luo Qingtian followed, and saw the man enter one of the laboratory rooms. How's the research going? Do you have any extracts? The room was filled with containers containing mutant plants. Among them was a woman working on something with a test tube. At the man's question, the woman put down what she was holding and looked over happily. Liangyun, you're here. Luo Qingtian, who was standing behind the man, heard the name Liangyun and ran in front of him. Wow, that's Gu Liangyun. Good looking and quite young. I didn't expect there'd be a base commander as young as Di. How's the research going? Gu Lian looked at the woman before him tenderly. She shook her head in disappointment, pointing at the test tube and saying, not very good. Although the elements and liquids within the plants have been extracted, their power doesn't seem to lie in these. So far, the true form of these plants has yet to be found. Gu Liangyun frowned. If we can't find the true form, we can just extract it from their vines and roots. I hope you can create a mutant plant that we can control. The woman sighed. I thought so too. But it's easier said than done. You know, the best scientists are at Future Technology. If Professor Qi can cooperate with us, perhaps we can quickly overcome this problem. Gu Liangyun stepped forward, hugged the woman, and then gently kissed her on the corner of her lips. I understand the difficulty. I find a way to get Professor Qi to cooperate. Thank you for your hard work. The woman hugged Gu Liangyun back. For you, I won't feel the hardship. Luo Qingtian stood aside, watching their interaction, and couldn't help but shudder. She could clearly see that Gu Liangyun didn't have the slightest hint of flirtation when he looked at the woman, which clearly showed that this man didn't like her at all. But even so, he remained gentle and affectionate with the woman, whispering in her ear. Another scumbag. Luo Qingtian cursed inwardly. Then he went out to check out the factories. Gu Liangyun had originally wanted to flirt with the woman, but for some reason, he felt as if eyes were watching him. So he pushed the woman away and said gently, I'm going to check on the factory. Qi Xiaoning should have some goods delivered in the next few days. I'm leaving now. The woman hugged Gu Liangyun like an octopus. Liangyun, we haven't been together properly for a week. Gu Liangyan chuckled and tapped the woman's nose. Okay, I come see you tonight. Be good, let's get down to business. The woman smiled and let go of Gu Liangyan. Luo Qitian followed Gu Liangyan out of the room, heading straight for the factory. The machinery inside the factory appeared to be running, but Luo Qitian noticed it was empty. Gu Liangyan passed through them. Then he walked directly to the last workshop. He pressed a button on the wall for a moment. The wall opened automatically, revealing several large trucks driving in from the other side. After the trucks arrived, a group of people came in and began unloading the goods. Luo Qitian also spotted the branch's small robot among them. Is this for this month? Gu Liangyun asked the man across from him. The man nodded. Yes, I delivered this month's. Where's my sister? Luo Qitian frowned at the voice. It was Qi Xiaoning's. So how did Qi Xiaoning get here? Gu Liangyun chuckled. Don't worry. Your sister is working for me, and I won't treat her unfairly. But are you really unwilling to leave Future Technology Company and come to our 8th base? Qi Xiaoning chuckled softly. Base Commander, it's not that I look down on the 8th base, but do you think your base's current conditions are truly suitable for us siblings? You promised me that once the drones are finished this month, you let me meet my sister. Gu Liangyan reached out and patted Qi Xiaoning's shoulder, saying, Don't worry. I'd let you meet her. I like her very much. Maybe we become a family someday. Qi Xiaoning gritted his teeth in anger. Dream on. After all the drones were removed, Qi Xiaoning prepared to leave. Then Gu Liangyan said, Where's the musket? Qi Xiaoning turned around and said, No. Oh, by the way, our company has sent someone to take over the branch. I may not be the head of this branch anymore, so our cooperation may be forcibly terminated in the near future. Really? Your company has given you free rein, so why would they send someone? Qi Xiaoning sneered. Love doesn't believe it. With that, Qi Xiaoning got into the truck and drove off into the darkness. Luo Qitian directed Xiaolu to follow Qi Xiaoning. She had to know how Qi Xiaoning got here. After following him all the way, Luo Qitian finally discovered something absurd and outrageous. The Future Technology Company's underground city was actually connected to Gu Liangyan's underground laboratory and factory, with a long passage running through it. This passage was so extensive that it seemed to cover the entire 8th base. Through the underground passage, Luo Qitian discovered that he could actually access many areas of the underground city. This realization shocked Luo Qitian. So, this is the 8th base. Luo Qitian checked the time. He already been out and about all day. Luo Qitian took out his phone and walked straight inside. Back at the villa, the sky outside had already darkened. From time to time, Mori's knocks could be heard from the door. Luo Qitian opened the door and walked out. Mori breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Luo Qitian emerge. Beautiful lady, why don't we open the door? Otherwise, if a fight breaks out, we won't be able to deal with the plants in your yard. Luo Qitian stepped forward and opened the gate, and then a dozen men followed Mori in. They quickly drew their rifles and surrounded Luo Qitian. Don't be afraid, those things will be out soon. With these words, several dark green vines burst out from outside the villa and charged towards them. Chapter 704. When Mori saw the vines attacking, his entire aura changed. He held his musket, aiming at the advancing vines. The vines, scorched by the flames, retreated quickly. Round after round of vine attacks followed. Mori and his men surrounded Luo Qitian in the center of the courtyard. Don't be afraid. Don't enter the house rashly. Just hold on, and you can rest well tonight. Luo Qitian nodded slightly. Oh. Okay. In reality, Luo Qitian was still confused. Hold on? Does this mean these plants will attack at night, for a certain period of time, and then fade away? Is that what they mean? What kind of magical setting is this 8th base? Or is this some kind of green trader? At this moment, the vines around them grew more and more. These vines wove themselves into a large net, attacking the group. Mori directed them to continuously unleash flames. But their muskets didn't seem to do much damage to the vines. Damn it. These mutant plants tonight are truly bizarre, Mori cursed as he cranked up his firepower to maximum. Luo Qitian thought for a moment, and pulled out 2 laser guns. He handed one to Mori, and kept one for himself. Laser guns use laser energy. They are far more lethal than firearms. Luo Qitian immediately dispatched several mutant vines. Mori even eliminated all the mutant vines near him. He gazed at the laser guns in amazement. This weapon is truly useful, far more effective than a firearm. Luo Qitian said proudly, Of course, it's a laser gun. After this, Luo Qitian took out more laser guns and distributed them to everyone. Since you come to help tonight, I lend you these laser guns for a while." Upon hearing this, everyone cheerfully picked up their laser guns and began attacking the surrounding plants. Equipped with laser guns, everyone practically chased the mutant plants and attacked them. The entire yard fell silent until late at night. Luo Qingtian observed the situation on the minimap and noticed that in the distance, many mutant plants were stirring. It seemed they were still planning to attack their own yard. Luo Qingtian stamped his foot slightly, and flowing flames quickly shot into the ground, instantly destroying the mutant plants that were inching toward the villa. Mori and the others stood in the yard, cautiously observing their surroundings. They waited for a long time, but no further mutant attacks appeared. "Aren't these mutant plants coming back? Maybe our weapons are too powerful, so those plants gave up tonight," Mori and the others discussed among themselves and stood in the yard for a while. After confirming that no more plants were coming, they sheathed their weapons and looked at Luo Qingtian. "Looks like tonight's over." "This weapon." Mori looked at the laser gun with some reluctance, but finally handed it to Luo Qingtian with both hands. Mori took the lead, and the others followed suit, returning the laser guns to Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian didn't hesitate either, putting away all the laser guns in front of Mori. "She only kept Mori's gun. This one be my reward for tonight. Thank you for your help, but I need to rest." Luo Qing nodded slightly, motioning for the others to leave. Mori looked at the laser gun in his hand, then at Luo Qing. I don't know what to call it." Mori then realized that he hadn't known Luo Qingtian's name since yesterday. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. "My name is Luo Tianshi." Mo Lei smiled and extended his hand to Luo Qingtian. "Hello, Miss Tianshi. I'm Mo Lei, the eldest son of the Mo family. I'm very interested in Miss Luo's drone and laser gun. I wonder if Miss Luo could make a deal with our Mo family." Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes at Mo Lei. "You want to buy my drone and laser gun?" Mo Lei smiled. "Yes, Miss Luo openly displayed her drone and laser gun before me. I guess that's what she's planning, isn't it?" As he spoke, Mo Lei stared intently at Luo Qingtian's face, afraid to miss her expression. Luo Qingtian yawned and said, "You're overthinking it. My drone is only for my protection. If you don't come tonight, I have it deployed to prepare some mutant plants. After all, that's how I got here last night. Okay, I'm sleepy. Let's go." Mo Lei's first thought as he listened to Luo Qingtian's words was disbelief. But then he saw Luo Qingtian's exhausted expression. Mo Lei felt that Luo Qingtian's words were all true. "Okay, it's really late. I come back tomorrow." With that, Mori led his men away. Luo Qingtian closed the courtyard gate and returned to the villa. Not long after Mori and his men left, they were attacked by mutant plants again. Fortunately, they had laser guns, and they were running fast all the way. They quickly escaped the mutant plants and headed straight for the city. The inner city of the 8th base was the safest part of the entire base. Due to its terrain, it had never been attacked by mutant plants. After entering the inner city, Mori headed straight for the Mo family home. He rushed into his father's study and shouted in surprise, "Father, I'm back!" Mo Qingyang was currently chatting with some family members. Seeing his eldest son rush in, his brows furrowed. Come back, come back. Didn't you go to the outer city? Why are you back now?" Mori looked at his father's irritated eyes, and a pang of pain suddenly pierced his heart. This father truly disliked him. Luckily, he didn't like his father either, so he wouldn't be upset. Thinking of this, Mori calmed himself and took out a laser gun, placing it on Mo Qingyang's desk. "This is the laser gun from Future Technology Company headquarters. Please take a look, father." At the mention of Future Technology Company, Mo Qingyang's expression suddenly grew serious. He glanced at the family members present and said, "Today's meeting ends here. All of you go and rest." The family members had wanted to see the laser gun Mori had brought back, but the head of the family told them to leave. They exchanged glances, stood up, and left the study. After everyone left, Mo Qingyang picked up the laser gun on the table and asked, "Did you find this?" Mori nodded. "Yes, I found a pipeline where you can buy laser guns and drones. The drones are still offensive. They're much better than the ones the base commander's family has. So I came back to ask my father what he meant and whether I should buy them." A gleam flashed in Mo Qingyang's eyes, and he looked up at Mori. "Pipeline? In our 8th base?" Mori nodded. "Yes." "What exactly?" Mo Qingyang calmly raised the laser gun. Then he aimed it at the dartboard behind Mori. Bang! The target behind Mori was shattered by the laser gun. Chapter 705. Mori was frightened by Mo Qingyang's actions. For a moment, He truly thought his father wanted to kill him. Mo Qingyang saw Mori, frightened by him, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly, looking cheerful. Tell me, what's going on? Mori was filled with rage. His father's actions were a show of force, a scare, and a warning to reveal the details of the pipeline. Suppressing his anger, Mori sat across from Mo Qingyang. The pipeline is the branch of Future Technology Company. They have a new employee, bringing many advanced weapons and drones. It's just that the person hasn't reported to the company yet. I met her by chance. Tonight, I mentioned purchasing weapons and drones. He didn't give me a clear answer. Mo Qingyang toyed with a laser gun in his hand. A woman? Mo Qingyang looked at Mori with a half smile. Mori lowered his head without responding. Mo Qingyang smiled and said, My son has grown up. It seems he has a woman he loves. Bring her back when you have time to discuss it. Mori immediately knew what his father was planning. He wanted him to capture Luo Tianshi. And then he was trying to get something for nothing. Mori shook his head. Father, do we need to buy this stuff? She and I aren't the kind of relationship you imagine. It's just a transaction. Mo Qingyang narrowed his eyes at his son, then smiled and said, In that case, go ask her tomorrow how much food she wants, or whatever she wants. You must do your best to satisfy her, even if it's just points. Mori shook his head. Father, it's hard to say. I don't think she's short of points. There's no shortage of food. I go look for her tomorrow, and see what she means. Mo Qingyang stood up and said, Okay, let's do as you say. I do whatever she needs. With that, Mo Qingyang walked out of the study, leaving Mo Lei standing there in a daze. Mo Lei didn't know how he managed to make it to dawn. After confirming his father's wishes, he quietly left the house without anyone noticing, and returned to Luo Qingtian's villa. Luo Qingtian was eating in the courtyard. The table was filled with a rich spread. Looking up, Luo Qingtian saw Mo Lei approaching. He opened the door and smiled. You're up too early. Mori looked Luo Qing up and down. Are you going out? Luo Qingtian nodded. I haven't really seen the 8th base since arriving. So I'm planning to take a stroll. Mori chuckled. Then why don't you let me accompany you? I wonder if I'd be honored. Luo Qingtian smiled and nodded. Sure. Luo Qingtian returned to the table, quickly ate and drank, then stood up and followed Mori out. Mori had deliberately traded his motorcycle for a car when he left. The two drove towards the inner city. Mori actually spent a long time with Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian seemed to be strolling around, but in reality, they were checking out 3 more family clubs, shopping malls, and several entertainment venues. The minimap showed that these places all had hidden secrets beneath them. The two finally stopped at a coffee shop. I didn't expect the inner city of the 8th base to be so prosperous. Mori placed a cup of coffee in front of Luo Qingtian. Well, before the apocalypse, many of the 8th base's business families moved here. Even the materials, food, and various resources used in the construction of the 8th base were donated by these families. This is how the 8th base came to be. Luo Qingtian nodded in understanding. I see. No wonder it's doing so well. Mori smiled and nodded. Even after spending so long with Luo Qingtian, a faint smile remained on his face. Qingtian always intentionally or unintentionally prolonged their shopping trips. Mori followed Luo Qingtian with a gentlemanly demeanor, showing no trace of impatience. The two of them sat quietly in the cafe. Mori stared at Luo Qingtian for a long moment before saying, Miss Luo, I'm not sure what you think of my proposal yesterday. Of course, I didn't mean to force you. Luo Qingtian put down her coffee spoon and looked up at Mori. You should know I'm from Future Technology Company, right? You're buying my stuff. Aren't you afraid the base commander or the military will find out? Mori suddenly laughed at Luo Qingtian's words. This base, whether it's the base commander or the military, has been in turmoil. He had initially worried that Luo Qingtian might be Gu Liangyan's man, but Luo Qingtian's questioning eased his suspicions. Don't worry, Miss Luo. Your safety and identity will be guaranteed by your cooperation. Your presence will not be known to a 4th person. Luo Qingtian lowered her head and spun the spoon again. Then she raised her head and said, Okay, I agree to sell it to you, but you must guarantee that if any problems arise at the Future Technology Company branch at the base in the future, you will come to my aid. No problem. Any idea about the price? Luo Qingtian looked up at Mori and smiled. That depends on what your Mo family can offer me. I don't want food or points. I prefer something more substantial, like a zombie core. No problem. Mori extended his hand to Luo Qingtian. Miss Luo, happy cooperation. Luo Qingtian also extended his hand to Mori. Okay, Master Mo, Happy cooperation. As their hands clasped together, the door to the cafe opened. A figure in military green entered. Luo Qingtian looked up and saw Luo Qianyu walking towards the counter. He hurriedly ordered a cup of coffee and a medicine box, then hurried away. As he left, Luo Qianyu deliberately glanced in Luo Qingtian's direction and happened to see their clasped hands. A hint of disdain crossed Luo Qianyu's eyes, and she left without a backward glance. Luo Qingtian then withdrew his hand and said to Mori, "Come to me tonight to trade. As long as you have enough crystal cores, everything I have is yours." Luo Qingtian stood up and walked towards the cafe roof. "I want to go shopping on my own. Thank you, Master Mo, for accompanying me today." After hearing Luo Qingtian's offer, Mori stood up and hurried away, not caring about Luo Qingtian's whereabouts. After Mori left, Luo Qingtian planned to visit the places he had scouted. Just a few steps outside, a familiar voice called out from behind, "Miss Angel." Hearing this voice, Luo Qingtian forced a smile and turned to look at the newcomer. "Captain Luo, aren't you leaving?" She had clearly seen Luo Qianyu leave just now. Now that she thought about it, she hadn't seen him on the mini-map when she saw him in the abandoned city. Could it be Luo Qianyu's ability? Just as she was thinking about this, she saw Luo Qianyu approaching her. Miss Angel is really elegant. Even while her brother is missing, she's still happily having tea with the young master of the Mo family. Luo Qingtian looked at Luo Qianyu in confusion. So? Chapter 706. Luo Qianyu looked at Luo Qingtian's puzzled expression, and the confusion and resentment she had felt instantly vanished. Yeah, so what? It's his own brother who's gone missing. He's not worried. Why should I be so upset? It's the end of the world, and family and friendship are so fragile. What do I have to be upset about? Nothing. By the way, we arranged for someone to help Miss Luo find her brother again, but the colleague who came back said he couldn't be found. I originally thought Miss Luo would be sad, but seeing her today, I was overthinking it. It would be great if Miss Luo could find a positive outlook. Luo Qianyu's words seemed comforting, but Luo Qingtian heard something else in them. Luo Qingtian looked at Luo Qianyu with a strange expression. This guy was almost pointing at her forehead and accusing her of being selfish and disregarding her family's lives. At this moment, she regretted inventing a brother for herself. If only she had said she could go out alone. Oh, thank you, Captain Luo. Although I'm also worried about my brother's life or death, I also understand that those who are still alive must look forward. The implication is that if I'm not anxious, why should you be anxious? Luo Qianyu pursed his lips and looked at Luo Qingtian. He actually wanted to leave, but he remembered his own purpose. He softened his tone. Miss Luo is a healing psychic, right? Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow and looked at Luo Qianyu. Yes. Captain Luo is injured? Luo Qingtian stepped forward and slightly approached Luo Qianyu. He then smelled a faint scent of blood, though it was almost imperceptible. Luo Qingtian's approach startled Luo Qianyu. He stiffly took 2 steps back, putting some distance between them. It's not me who's injured, it's my comrade. Luo Qianyu looked a little embarrassed, still a little shocked. After so many years in the army, he fought his way through mountains of blood and blood before the apocalypse. This was the first time someone had approached him so easily. He looked at Luo Qingtian in surprise, while Luo Qingtian was still somewhat unaware. Well, comrade, do you need me to heal your wounds? Luo Qianyu looked at Luo Qingtian with a deep gaze. He nodded slightly. Yes, please follow me, Luo Qianyu said, turning and heading out the door. Luo Qingtian followed him to a convoy of jeeps. Captain, we're out of bandages. Luo Qianyu's deputy stepped forward. In truth, they really wanted to seek treatment at the hospital at Base 8, but after the apocalypse, medicine was scarce. Only those with wealthy families could afford medical treatment. Their original bandages were left behind by the cafe owner. Luo Qianyu then looked at Luo Qingtian. My companion was injured by a mutant plant while on a mission. Miss Luo, please excuse me. Luo Qingtian nodded. How many of you are injured? Call them all over here and treat them together. It'd save you trouble. Luo Qianyu sized him up. Treat them all together? That would require a lot of supernatural powers. However, seeing Luo Qingtian's nonchalant attitude, Luo Qianyu didn't ask further questions. He nodded slightly to his assistant, who quickly left. Soon, more than a dozen injured soldiers, along with 7 or 8 injured supernatural beings and survivors, came over. Miss Luo, there are over 20 injured. Please treat them according to the severity of their injuries. In fact, he was more inclined to say, treat as many as you can. But the word stopped at his lips. Luo Qingtian looked at the injured before him, and released a healing light. Then, everyone present's injuries healed at a visible rate. After the treatment was complete, Luo Qingtian withdrew his hand and said with a smile, "All right, Captain Luo. Come back if you need me next time." Luo Qingtian turned and left, leaving Luo Qianyu still in shock. So many people, and this little girl healed with just one skill. Is it possible? Even the highest level healing psychic in the hospital wouldn't be that powerful, right? Is this little girl really just a simple healing psychic? Or one with a combined stat under 100? Oh, that healing ability looks familiar. Luo Qianyu was about to ask something, but when she looked over at Luo Qingtian, he was already gone. Watching Luo Qingtian's retreating figure, Luo Qianyu felt a knot in her stomach, as if punching cotton. And Luo Qingtian was completely unaware of Luo Qianyu's struggles behind him. After leaving this time, she planned to return to Gu Liangyun's underground laboratory. She knew the deal between Gu Liangyun and Qi Xiaoning. So Luo Qingtian didn't plan to question them directly. Sometimes it was better to investigate on her own. She returned to Gu Liangyun's lab. Today, it was crowded. A group of people gathered around a woman, listening to her talk. Luo Qingtian had Xiaolu lead her slowly closer. She heard a woman excitedly explaining, although the experimental progress has only reached 80%, it has increased the success rate. As she finished speaking, Luo Qingtian saw the woman pour a bottle of green liquid into the mouth of a man nearby. The man didn't react at first, but after a while, his entire body began to turn green from the bottom up. Then, he began to struggle, and numerous green bubbles appeared on his body. The bubbles exploded, and the man began to groan. Finally, he began to roll on the ground, and the people surrounding him quickly retreated, putting some distance between them. After a long moment, the man lay motionless on the ground, lifeless. "Professor, have we failed?" The woman frowned at the man lying on the ground and whispered, "Impossible. This potion can accommodate over 90% of biological genes. There's no reason it can't in this man." Luo Qingtian watched this scene from within Little Green's body, his brow furrowed. The minimap showed that the man had begun to transform from a small blue dot into a small red dot. This meant that the green potion was similar to the zombie virus. This woman was truly amazing. She had single-handedly created something similar to the zombie virus. Just thinking this, the man on the ground suddenly opened his eyes, then stood upright, reaching out to the nearest person. His hand had completely transformed into a green vine. The vines wrapped around the man in front, instantly strangling him, and his head rolled down. Ah! Screams echoed throughout the laboratory. The man, transformed into a vine, began indiscriminately attacking those around him. The woman behind him held a syringe. While the man was still attacking, she plunged the syringe into his neck. Then, with great effort, she pushed the drug into his body. The man was still attacking, but the moment the drug entered his system, he regained his composure. He stiffly turned his head and looked at the woman. His lips moved, as if he were saying something. Finally, he slowly slid to the ground. Chapter 707. The woman panted as she looked at the man lying on the ground, then cast a dangerous glance at the people around her who were fleeing and hiding. "You bunch of losers. I asked you to help, and all you wanted was to run for your lives? This test subject is completely ruined." Switch to another one. The woman raised her foot and kicked the man beneath her. His entire body was now emerald green, his body stiff. His hands were no longer like vines, but like withered bark. They were wrinkled and tangled together. At this moment, a man stepped forward and lifted the man, who was already dead beyond death. This failure will be replaced by another. "Dr. Qi, I will report today's events to the base commander. I don't think he wants to see another failed test subject," the man said, and turned to leave. Dr. Qi watched him leave, his hand shaking, not sure if from anger or fear. "Dr. Qi," Luo Qingtian studied the woman carefully. Could this be the sister Qi Xiaoning was looking for? Is this woman now in league with Gu Liangyun? Thinking of Qi Xiaoning's constant worry about her sister, Luo Qingtian was speechless. At this moment, everyone in the lab began to clean up the mess, and Dr. Qi, distracted, returned to her own lab, staring blankly at the green solution she had created. Finally, she placed the solution on the test tube rack and walked out. She quickly left the lab. After Professor Qi left, the other scientists in the lab muttered, "This woman is just bullying herself around because the base director likes her. Yeah. She's been working on that mutant plant-taming drug for so long, and not only has it failed, but she's also produced a bunch of deadly poisons. I don't know why the base director trusts her so much. Hush, keep your voice down. I heard that woman say her potion can awaken plant-based abilities in people, and can even use them to tame those mutant plants that attack people in the middle of the night. Is that even possible? It's too good to be true. These mutant plants have been around since the 8th base was first built. How can they be tamed so easily? Luo Qingtian listened to the conversation, his eyebrows raised. A potion to tame mutant plants? Luo Qingtian looked toward the laboratory and, while everyone was cleaning, entered the woman's lab. Then he stored the potion in the test tube into his space. Then he quietly left the lab again. Luo Qingtian first returned to his space, then opened the door, and returned to the town laboratory. Chen Huiyang and Tian Lao were busy in the lab. When Luo Qingtian entered, he saw a group of people gathered around a zombie, injecting it with a potion. Is this the antidote for the zombie virus? Luo Qingtian's voice made everyone present stop what they were doing. Mayor, you're back. Old Tian greeted Luo Qingtian with a smile, his tone tinged with respect. The others also greeted Luo Qingtian. After all, everyone in the lab knew that their current comfortable lives were all thanks to Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian nodded slightly. Well, sorry to bother you. Where did this zombie come from? Chen Huiyang said with a grin. Xiaowu went to catch it. The vaccine you brought back last time, Sister Luo, was very helpful in our research on the antidote. Now we're in the final stages of our experiment, but we don't know how effective it will be. If this drug works, then the zombie virus won't be a problem anymore. Even if I were caught or bitten by a zombie in the future, I wouldn't transform. This news delighted Luo Qingtian. Great. Now that we solved this problem, we can completely eradicate the zombies. Chen Huiyang had been observing the zombie's condition. When he saw its body gradually return from grayish-white to its normal skin color, Chen Huiyang shouted happily, Look, it's working. Everyone gathered around and stared at the zombie on the experimental bed. The grayish-white color had completely faded from the zombie's body, and lying on the bed, it looked like a normal person, except that its eyes were tightly closed, showing no signs of waking. Everyone waited for a moment, and then Elder Tian said, He has no heartbeat, no life. He's dead. Everyone looked at each other. No way. The potion we make can cure the zombie virus, but it can also kill people directly. Chen Huiyang shook his head. This zombie was captured by Xiaowu. Xiaowu said it had already been a zombie for a long time when he was captured. Think about it, zombies are a form of transformed corpses, and they can only move because the virus controls their bodies. So you could say, zombies are actually just a host for the virus. Now we killed the zombie virus. This host has simply reverted to a corpse state. According to the tests, our potion is a success. However, the clinical trials are currently insufficient, and we need more test subjects. Preferably, those who have been recently injured by zombies. Everyone was clearly relieved after hearing this explanation. But a new problem arose. The zombies near the town had already been mostly cleared out by Luo Xiaowu, Dijiang, and their men. Luo Xiaowu had traveled a long way to find this zombie in the lab. Just as everyone was contemplating how to find a test subject, Chen Huiyang looked at Luo Qingtian and asked, Sister Luo, are you here to see how our experiment is going? Luo Qingtian then remembered the purpose of her visit. She pulled a test tube from her space and handed it to Chen Huiyang. I got something for you. This potion looks like a poison, also developed by someone. I don't know the details. Please test it and see what's in it. Chen Huiyang immediately took the potion. Luo Qingtian didn't want to hear about the rest of the story. After all, she knew nothing about experiments. Leaving the lab, Luo Qingtian opened the door and headed back to Base 8. When Luo Qingtian left the villa, she saw Mori standing outside the gate, with a strange man standing beside him. Miss Luo, you're home. Luo Qingtian nodded. When did you get here? Mori smiled and scratched the back of his head. I've been here a while, Miss Luo. I brought a lot of crystal cores. Luo Qingtian nodded, opened the door, and led Mori into the villa. This was Mori's first time in Luo Qingtian's villa. Sitting on the sofa, he was a little nervous. Mori sat across from Luo Qingtian and pointed to the man beside him. Here are the crystal cores. Miss Luo, please take a look. The man stood up and waved his hand at the ground, and piles of zombie crystal cores appeared on the ground. This is just a portion. More will be delivered to Miss Luo later. After saying this, Mori looked at Luo Qingtian eagerly. Luo Qingtian happily took out 50 drones and 50 laser guns. Let's trade these first. Mori happily asked the man beside him to put away the things, and handed over an invitation. Our family is having a banquet tonight, inviting some families from the base to come and have a small gathering. I wonder if Miss Luo would be so kind as to honor us. Chapter 708. Luo Qingtian took the invitation and nodded. Great. I never attended a post-apocalyptic banquet before. Do I need to wear a formal dress? Luo Qingtian looked at Mori curiously, and Mori nodded. Miss Luo, please feel free to do as you please. Miss Luo is a distinguished guest, and everything should be done with Miss Luo's comfort in mind. After asking the banquet time, Mori left. That evening, Luo Qingtian changed into an elegant, Chanel-style suit and left the villa. At the villa entrance, Mori had been waiting for Luo Qingtian, watching her emerge. He then politely opened the car door. Luo Qingtian got in, and the car slowly drove forward. The Mo family estate wasn't the largest in the 8th base, but it was definitely the most luxurious. Surrounding it were numerous fields for growing crops. Most of the Mo family members had awakened plant-related abilities, which allowed them to accelerate plant growth cycles and alter soil quality. This made the Mo family a crucial force in the 8th base. However, the Mo family's military strength ranked relatively low within the base. Because the family lacked combat-oriented psychics, and their weapons and drones were relatively limited, Gu Liangyun intentionally or unintentionally suppressed the Mo family's military strength, preventing it from becoming too powerful to maintain the base's balance. Therefore, the Mo family maintained a low profile within the base. When Mori led Luo Qingtian into the banquet hall, many people looked over. Luo Qingtian immediately spotted Gu Liangyun, surrounded by a crowd. The woman accompanying Gu Liangyun was none other than Professor Qi from the laboratory. Mori's entrance with Luo Qingtian attracted considerable attention, and some beautifully dressed women looked at Luo Qingtian with a hint of disdain. One of the beautiful young women, surrounded by other women, came over. Brother, which girl are you bringing? She's really pretty. Mo Lei frowned slightly at his sister-in-law, friend, and also a distinguished guest of the Mo family. Mo Lei then politely introduced Luo Qingtian. Miss Luo, this is my second brother's wife, Shinshuya. Luo Qingtian nodded slightly. Hello. My name is Luo Tianshi. Shinshuya looked at Luo Qingtian in surprise, then took in his attire. Miss Luo, you're actually a distinguished guest. You must have picked up this outfit at the mall during the apocalypse. You need to wear a formal dress to attend the banquet at Base 8. If Miss Luo doesn't have one, I can lend it to you. You avoid being laughed at later. Luo Qingtian smiled faintly. No need. A person's abilities don't need to be disguised by clothes. Since I've been invited here, I have the right to choose how to dress. You said it's the end of the world, but I don't think formal wear and the end of the world go together. Shinshuya pursed her lips and looked at Luo Qingtian, then at Mori. Her pretty face flushed, even a hint of grievance. Luo Qingtian, on the other hand. Luo Qingtian's eyes were cold and calm, and he looked at Shinshuya with a calm expression, as if their previous conversation hadn't stirred any emotion in Luo Qingtian. Mori frowned, glanced at Shinshuya, then apologized to Luo Qingtian. I'm sorry, my second sister-in-law is a little childish. Please forgive me, Miss Luo. I take Miss Luo up front for some dessert. I take you to meet my father later, Mori said, making a gesture of invitation, and the two of them walked towards the buffet table in the center of the hall. When they reached the dessert area, Luo Qingtian said with a half smile, Mori, if your rotten peach blossoms attack me indiscriminately again next time, our cooperation will be cancelled. Luo Qingtian's aura was unleashed as she spoke, her gaze cold and stern, devoid of any warmth. When Mori met Luo Qingtian's gaze, he froze, his body trembling as if he had fallen into a cold cave. Sorry, my sister-in-law was so ignorant. I apologize to Miss Luo. I promise this won't happen again. Luo Qingtian didn't respond to Mori. Instead, she stepped aside, grabbed a plate, and took a few small pieces of cake from the table. Then, she found a seat and began to eat. After just one bite, Luo Qingtian frowned. It tasted sweet and greasy, like a mouthful of essence. But Luo Qingtian didn't like to waste food, so even though it tasted terrible, he swallowed it bit by bit, swallowing it despite the nausea. If you don't like it, don't eat it, a man's voice echoed beside Luo Qingtian, and then the fork in his hand was taken away. Luo Qingtian stared blankly at the sudden appearance of Dihai. Why are you here? Dihai, dressed in a black suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, gave his already prominent features a scholarly air. He smiled at Luo Qingtian. Suddenly, he picked up the plate in front of Luo Qingtian and devoured the remaining cake in 2 bites. It's disgusting. No wonder you're frowning while eating it. Luo Qingtian pursed his lips and remained silent, his gaze growing colder as he looked at Dihai. Dihai sighed. Of course, we're discussing cooperation. I finally resolved the matter with Base 7, and now I have to go to Base 0 for a meeting. Please don't be so picky when you see me, okay? Dihai said, looking at Luo Qingtian with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. As if deeply wrong. Luo Qingtian looked away, her voice low. I'm Luo Tianshi here, so don't let me know. At the mention of Luo Tianshi, Dihai put his fist to his lips and chuckled softly. It's a good name indeed, much better than Black Angel. Luo Qingtian bared his teeth at Dihai. Don't call me Black Angel, or we won't even be friends. Dihai suppressed a smile and submissively faced Luo Qingtian. Okay, I was wrong. I won't call you Miss Angel. Luo Qingtian frowned. Dihai wasn't the only one who had called her Miss Angel, but she always felt that the name had a different flavor coming from him. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to say something to Dihai, Mori approached. Commander D, you're here. Do you know Miss Luo? Dihai nodded at Mori. Yes, Miss Luo once lived at the 7th base for a while, and helped us quite a bit. After saying this, Mori's gaze towards Luo Qingtian grew even more intense. Miss Luo, my father wants you to come over and talk. Luo Qingtian stood up. No, I already attended this banquet. Let's meet with Patriarch Mo some other time. I have something else to do, so I'd be leaving now. Luo Qingtian then walked out the hall. As she passed Mori, she stopped and gently patted his shoulder. Young Master Mo, I understand the Mo family's status within the base, but you have to understand that I don't have to stay at the 8th base. So the leadership isn't yours, it's mine. Luo Qingtian strode out. Dihai watched Luo Qingtian leave, then stood up and followed after him. As they passed, he gently patted Mori on the shoulder. You are quite impressive. I really admire you. Chapter 709. Mori watched the two depart with a frown on his face. He understood Luo Qingtian's departure. He had begged for this partnership. Luo Tianchi's original leadership position belonged to him, but now his father had asked Luo Qingtian to meet him instead of him going down to meet Luo Tianchi himself. This was clearly an attempt to reverse their positions. Luo Tianchi would be furious. But what was going on with Dihai? He clearly had a special relationship with Luo Tianchi. This wasn't good news. After the two left, Mori headed upstairs in a gloomy mood. Luo Qingtian left the banquet hall and planned to return directly to the villa, but Dihai hadn't left for long. Miss Angel, going back now is very dangerous. Luo Qingtian looked at Dihai with a half-smile. Danger? Are you talking about me or those mutant plants? Dihai was speechless for a moment. Comparatively speaking, the most dangerous thing for both sides was the mutant plants. Dihai coughed lightly and said, What I mean is, I know what you're trying to do. My purpose here is actually similar to yours. We can work together. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. Cooperation? Dihai, your credibility with me is negative. Dihai sighed. He knew his actions at the 7th base had deeply offended Luo Qingtian. If this is a true cooperation, all the concessions will be yours, or your company's. Would you be so generous? Luo Qingtian didn't believe a single word of Dihai's words. Dihai gave Luo Qingtian a helpless, pleading expression. My dear Miss Angel, can't you just trust me for once? This time for real. I swear. Luo Qingtian sighed. When it came to conspiracy and intrigue, she was truly incompetent, but the man beside her was an expert. And right now, she truly needed such a conspirator to help her. Finally, Luo Qingtian compromised. After all, she had to investigate the remaining families. She nodded to Dihai. All right, what do you want to do? Dihai breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Luo Qingtian's relenting offer. He slowly approached Luo Qingtian, a sickeningly gentle smile on his face. Miss Angel, this isn't a good place to talk. How about we go to your place? Luo Qingtian pursed her lips. What about yours? You're the base commander, after all. You wouldn't even have someone to look after your place, would you? Dihai shrugged. I do have a place to live, but it was arranged by Gu Liangyun. Given his character, he's sure he's got spies, and people monitoring me around there. It's unsafe. Luo Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief. If Dihai was right, then Dihai's place was indeed unsafe. If safety is a priority, it seems the only option is to take Dihai with him. Luo Qingtian stared at Dihai, though he didn't want to admit it. Luo Qingtian felt as if he'd fallen into Dihai's trap again. Dihai stared at Luo Qingtian's troubled face, his smile unwavering. What are you thinking, Miss Angel? Luo Qingtian sighed, changed into black, and summoned a bai, which transformed into wings. Luo Qingtian put his arm around Dihai's waist, and flew high into the sky with him. Just as the two were about to disappear into the night, Luo Qinyu, who was on patrol, saw them flying away. Who could have imagined that even a soldier like him would one day be forced by the base commander to patrol here? Was that the Black Angel? Watching the receding figure, Luo Qianyu's heart raced with excitement. Although he couldn't see the Black Angel clearly, its form and wings were deeply engraved in his mind. The Black Angel had come to the 8th base? Was she here to resolve the situation at the 8th base? The Black Angel was his idol. She was his spiritual sustenance, his ideal goddess. Rumors circulated within the military that the Black Angel was roaming the 9 major bases, helping the government resolve internal issues. In his heart, the Black Angel was powerful, wise, and aloof, like a god. The situation at the 8th base had driven him to despair many times. Whenever he felt lost and helpless, he would rewatch videos of the Black Angel's battles. He believed that as long as he persevered, the goddess would finally arrive. Luo Qianyu's eyes welled up with tears, having never imagined that the Black Angel he had longed for would actually arrive at the 8th base. He stared intently at the figure disappearing into the darkness until it was completely out of sight. Then he smiled. The laughter was so hearty that the nearby companions came over. "Captain, what are you laughing about?" Luo Qianyu shook her head. "Nothing. I was just thinking of something happy." Laughter emanated from the banquet hall. A soldier frowned and looked towards the room. These families really think they're some kind of noble family. How disgusting. If it weren't for protecting the survivors, I really quit. Food was scarce in the 8th base, and many survivors went hungry every day. Yet, these families in the inner city were still holding lavish banquets, some of the food they didn't even touch. It truly lived up to the saying that while the rich feast, the poor freeze to death on the streets. Luo Qianyu gently patted his comrade's shoulder and said, "Don't be angry, daybreak will soon arrive at our 8th base." Luo Qianyu laughed again as he spoke. The 2 comrades beside him were bewildered, wanting to ask something, but Luo Qianyu refused to answer. Luo Qingtian quickly reached his villa. As he landed, numerous green vines suddenly erupted from the surrounding area. These vines were incredibly fast, reaching the 2 of them in an instant. Dihai quickly stood in front of Luo Qingtian, and was about to unleash his supernatural power, when a pair of red flaming wings suddenly enveloped them. The vines that surged out from around them instantly turned to ash upon contact with the flaming wings. Then Dabai roared an angry tiger roar at the surroundings. Luo Qingtian spread his wings. Dabai then opened his mouth and released black flames at the surrounding vines. A new skill? Luo Qingtian looked at Dabai in surprise and stamped his foot. Instantly, another circle of flowing flames rippled outward from the ground. The vines that had been attacking him vanished without a trace. "These vines are truly annoying." Dihai chuckled. "They are indeed annoying. If we want to get rid of this, we have to quickly deal with those clans in the 8th base." As they spoke, they entered the villa. Dihai sat down on the sofa. "Let's talk, Miss Angel." Luo Qingtian sat across from Dihai. "Yes, let's talk. First, tell me your purpose for coming to Base 8. To destroy the family separatism in the base, and find out why the mutant plants are running rampant here." Luo Qingtian frowned. "What do you mean? You mentioned mutant plants, so could there be another reason?" At this point, Luo Qingtian suddenly thought, "Human?" Dihai handed Luo Qingtian a document. "Take a look. Our people once intercepted a portion of the mutant plants and brought them back to Lab 0. They found a large amount of drug residue in the mutant plants nearby." Chapter 710. This news made Luo Qingtian frown. "There are drugs in the mutant plants? What does that mean? Are you saying that the mutant plants here are all man-made, not naturally mutated?" "No, mutation is global. It's impossible that there are no mutations just because the 8th base is special." Dihai looked at Luo Qingtian with approval. "Yes, mutation is global, so they took advantage of this convenience to strengthen the mutation." Luo Qingtian then thought of the bottle of green liquid that Dr. Qi had developed. "So, what happened to those failed experimental subjects and liquid?" Luo Qingtian seemed to have the answer. "Do you know what they're researching in those shady laboratories in the 8th base?" Dihai leaned lazily against the backrest, reaching out and pinching his brow. "Human experiments. In the 8th base, except for the Mo family, the other 5 families have laboratories." This reminded Luo Qingtian of Mo Lei's troubled expression. "According to you, the Mo family is the most conscientious family in this base?" Dihai stretched out his fingers and wavered. "No, it's more that the other families, in order to maintain balance, have united against the Mo family and established laboratories. The Mo family themselves have no shortage of food, and if they also have a laboratory for supernatural research, coupled with the weapons and drones they painstakingly purchased, the Mo family's strength will far surpass that of other families, and they're afraid of that." And because of the food, most of the powerful supernatural users in the base had joined the MO family. So, to maintain the current balance, the other families don't have a very friendly relationship with the MO family. Furthermore, at MO family banquets, either all the other families are invited, or none of them come. This is the MO family's current position in the base. Luo Qitian nodded in understanding. So, it's not that the MO family has a conscience, but they simply don't stand a chance. So what's your first step in arriving at the base? Collaborate with Luo Qinyu, or with Gu Liangyun. When he mentioned Gu Liangyun, Luo Qingtian's tone was a touch cold. Dihai chuckled, his gaze at Luo Qingtian carrying a different meaning. Collaborating with Luo Qinyu is inevitable. This is the mission assigned to me by the higher-ups. However, Gu Liangyun will definitely have people monitoring me, preventing me from taking action. And he is more than just a laboratory at his disposal. Therefore, any further contact will require you to contact Luo Qinyu privately. And I intend to support the Lu family. I contact Luo Qinyu? Luo Qingtian thought of Luo Qinyu's cynical face, and his sarcastic expression in the cafe, and a chill ran down his spine. Or, why don't you find someone else? Dihai pursed his lips and chuckled. It seems you already had some contact with Luo Qinyu. Understand this. A great soldier trapped here, forced to protect a family of no value, even abandoning his duty as a soldier. Any patriotic soldier would go mad. The fact that he can maintain this state of mind is a testament to his strong will as a soldier. Luo Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief. I wonder what Luo Qinyu will think when he learns that his so-called brother is a fabrication. At this point, Dihai continued, by the way, Luo Qinyu is a die-hard fan of Black Angel. He worships you like a goddess. Poof! Luo Qingtian spat out the water in his mouth. What are you saying? Luo Qingtian looked at Dihai with a constipated expression. Dihai laughed again. Don't you know? Your battle scenes at every base have been filmed and circulated throughout the military. It's said that Luo Qinyu worships you like a goddess. If you just reveal you're the Black Angel, he absolutely cooperate with you. Luo Qingtian felt goosebumps all over his body and instinctively hugged his arms. Haha, goddess? That's a ridiculous joke. Or, you should find someone else to approach him with. Luo Qingtian now wanted to avoid Luo Qinyu even more. Especially the name Black Angel. It was a dark past for Luo Qingtian. So childish. Dihai suppressed a laugh and took out a medal and handed it to Luo Qingtian. This is a first-class medal of honor. You traveled to so many places and solved so many problems at so many bases. The government gave it to you personally. Forget the awarding ceremony. With this, Luo Qinyu will cooperate. No, I'm not planning on joining the army. Why, do you still think I'm your secretary? Luo Qingtian glanced at the medal with disdain. This Dihai was truly accustomed to enslaving him. If he accepted this medal, wouldn't he become even more accustomed to it, brazenly asking him to fight for them? Did he think he'd fall for it? Dihai smiled and glanced upstairs. It's getting late. Are there any extra rooms upstairs? I go up and find a place to sleep. Dihai stood up and headed upstairs, not paying any attention to Luo Qingtian's words. The largest room on the second floor belonged to Luo Qingtian. Dihai simply opened the door to the room across from Luo Qingtian's. It contained all the necessary furniture, beds, and bedding. Dihai's face now wore a hint of fatigue. After removing his restrictive clothing, he simply lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Luo Qingtian sat on the sofa, staring at the medal on the table for a long time. She truly didn't want to accept it. She hadn't traveled to so many bases to achieve merit. But with it, it would be equivalent to a military rank. It would make things easier for her. But at the same time, it would put her in shackles. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian shook her head. Not glancing at the medal again, she turned and left the villa again. At the Mo family, Mo Lei stood in front of Mo Qingyang's desk. After watching the video of Luo Qingtian, Mo Qingyang leaned lazily back in his chair. Haha, I underestimated her. As the head of a family, constantly battling wits and courage with the base commander and the heads of other families, how could he not know that his actions today were flawed? It was nothing more than a test. Testing Luo Qingtian's limits. After observing Luo Qingtian's performance, Mo Qingyang had already decided to go with Mo Lei to meet her in person in 2 days. I just leave her alone for the next few days. In 3 days, I go see her with you. Mo Lei looked up at his father. Although he felt unhappy, he nodded. Yes, father. The Mo family banquet had ended, and most of the family members had already left. Just as everyone was cleaning up the mess, a fireball suddenly crashed into the Mo family's banquet hall. Green vines then rose from the ground. Some vines even fell from the sky. In the sky, Luo Qingtian, dressed in black, appeared. Green wings fluttered behind her in the night sky. She held a green plantain jade bow and aimed it at the Mo family. Chapter 711. The sudden attack caught the Mo family off guard. Then a group of psychics rushed out from other houses in the Mo family estate. Luo Qingtian hid herself in the darkness, and while no one was paying attention, she found a corner and quickly landed. Then she slapped the ground. Growth. With that, a blanket of green vines shot up from the ground. What's going on? Isn't the land in the city unsuitable for plant growth? How could there be so many mutant plants? Quick, where's the fire? Where's the fire psychic? The psychics were frantically dealing with the vines Luo Qingtian had summoned. The vines were flexible and sturdy. It was as if they had eyes. Any psychic who rushed forward was whipped away by the vines. The fire psychics could only rely on their aim to attack the incoming vines. But ordinary fire seemed to have no effect on Luo Qingtian's vines. Mo then arranged for the laser guns to be distributed. Energy erupted, releasing temperatures higher than flames. Luo Qingtian controlled the vine's strength. The next moment, the mutated plants scattered across the ground were reduced to ash by the laser guns. Seeing the laser guns' effectiveness, the psychics gave up on unleashing their powers, and flocked to Mo to request laser guns. Mo seized the opportunity to deploy his drones. With the drone surveillance and the laser guns' energy attack, the inexplicable vines throughout the manor were quickly eradicated. Mo was deeply grateful for having met Luo Tianshi and purchased such a powerful laser gun. If it weren't for these laser guns, the Mo family would have suffered a devastating loss tonight. At this moment, Mo Qingyang emerged from the crowd's protective circle. He walked over to Mori, picked up the laser gun, and asked, "Have all the laser guns been distributed?" Mori nodded, "Yes, father." "Well, prepare some gifts. Tomorrow, I go meet that Luo Qingtian with you." At this moment, Mo Qingyang felt a wave of regret. If he had known the laser gun was so lethal to mutant plants, he wouldn't have used it tonight. He should have established a friendly trading relationship with Luo Qingtian directly, and he wouldn't have been so vulnerable. After hearing Mo Qingyang's words, Luo Qingtian quietly left the Mo family, and went to cause trouble in two other families. However, those two families didn't have laser guns, only muskets. The losses were far greater than those of the Mo family. That night was destined to be a sleepless one at the base. After tormenting several families, Luo Qingtian returned to the villa, feeling satisfied. He slept well that night. When he woke up in the morning, the aroma of food wafted from downstairs. Luo Qingtian yawned as he came downstairs. "Good morning. The food's ready, come eat." Dihai emerged from the kitchen, wearing a slim-fitting white shirt. The sleeves had been rolled up to his forearms, due to cooking, revealing his muscular lines and a radiant sexual energy. Luo Qingtian couldn't help but take a second look. He smiled at Luo Qingtian as she came downstairs, his face almost overflowing with tenderness. Luo Qingtian had been yawning, but seeing that smile, she suddenly started coughing. "So early in the morning, you're like a peacock spreading its feathers." Dihai pointed at the dishes on the table and said, "I'm only spreading my feathers for you. I made everything you like." Luo Qingtian nodded and sat down in the dining room with Dihai to eat. Not long into their meal, they heard the doorbell ring. Luo Qingtian's lips curled up slightly as Dihai placed the fried egg in Luo Qingtian's bowl. "What did you do to make them come here so early in the morning?" Luo Qingtian nibbled at the fried egg. She looked up at Dihai. "We just wrecked the manners of several families in the inner city." Dihai chuckled. "Not a bad idea, but that old fox Mo Qingyang is suspicious by nature. I probably have to avoid him if we meet later." Luo Qingtian waved his hand. "I don't plan to see him. He dared to challenge me yesterday, so I do the same." Dihai's smile remained unchanged, as he looked out the door with some resignation. At the door, Mo was still anxiously ringing the doorbell. But no one came out to open it. "Are you sure she's here?" "Father, I only know she's always lived here. I really don't know if she's home right now." Mo Qingyang's patience was already running out, but he wanted the laser gun, so he patiently waited. After the two people inside finished their meal, Dihai got up to clean the kitchen, while Luo Qingtian sat in the living room, boredly munching on snacks. After cleaning the kitchen, Dihai walked over and sat down across from Luo Qingtian. "You're just going to leave them waiting outside? Your watch is off. What else? We go out later. I turn it back on." Luo Qingtian pointed to the other side of the courtyard, and the two of them walked out of the mountain together. Luo Qingtian waved, and blue water wings appeared behind him. Luo Qingtian put his arm around Di Hai's waist, and the two of them soared into the sky. Emil Lei, after ringing the doorbell, but getting no response, began calling Luo Qingtian repeatedly. Luo Qingtian and Di Hai landed slowly in the inner city. Miss Angel, I have to get busy. Di Hai smiled at Luo Qingtian after landing. Luo Qingtian waved and prepared to leave. Di Hai reached out and grabbed Luo Qingtian's hand. Well, pick me up here tonight. If you're busy, stay in the VIP room. Why would you come to my place if you have nothing else to do? Luo Qingtian was about to leave when Di Hai grabbed her hand and pleaded, I just learned a new dish. I saw you have enough ingredients in your fridge. I make it for you tonight. It's going to be delicious. Luo Qingtian turned and glanced at Di Hai. Okay, go help me drag Gu Liangyan away while I blow up his lab. After that, I go blow up Lu's house. Di Hai held up 3 fingers in a gesture of okay. The two parted ways. After putting some distance between him and Di Hai, Luo Qingtian took the door and returned to Gu Liangyan's lab. In the lab, everyone was busy. Professor Qi was now locked up alone in the lab. As Luo Qingtian walked over, he saw her taking a solution from a test tube rack and starting to mix it. Then the woman poured the solution into a petri dish nearby. In the dish was a small, mutated piranha plant. After the woman poured the solution in, the piranha plant grew rapidly and soon burst out of the dish. Clatter. The piranha plant smashed all the bottles and jars in the lab. Then it charged towards Professor Qi. Professor Qi saw this, grabbed a vial of solution from the test tube rack, and scrambled out of the lab. Behind him, the piranha plant continued to grow wildly, its fanged flowers closely following Professor Qi. Luo Qingtian stood near the door, watching the scene, a smile on his face. I was just wondering how this place had been destroyed without anyone noticing. It was like someone had handed me a pillow when I was about to fall asleep. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian slapped the ground. Grow. As soon as the words fell, vines as thick as wrists burst out from the ground and began to smash and destroy the laboratory. Chapter 712. The elevator to the Sunshine Club was located right next to the main entrance. Suddenly, the elevator automatically opened. A woman in a white gown hurried out of the elevator. Followed by this, green vines madly burst out of the club. More and more vines appeared, soon covering the entire club. Boom! A flash of fire shot up from the center of the club, reducing the former entertainment center to rubble. The flames faded, the club vanished, leaving only ruins and a bottomless pit. The explosion attracted the entire inner city. Gu Liangyan hurried over. What was going on? Luo Qingtian frowned at Gu Liangyan. Why was he here? Not with Di Hai? Gu Liangyan gazed at the club he had destroyed, a cold aura emanating from him, staring around like a demon. At this moment, a man ran out of the clubhouse and approached Gu Liangyan, saying, Base Commander, it seems there's something wrong with Dr. Qi's lab. Gu Liangyan's aura darkened upon hearing this. He looked around and gritted his teeth. Where's Qi Hongmei? In the crowd, Qi Hongmei tried to reduce her presence, but suddenly her body began to float. Then, she drifted uncontrollably towards Gu Liangyan. Luo Qingtian watched this scene, his eyebrows raised. Hey, a psychic? Qi Hongmei had already reached Gu Liangyan. You did all this? Gu Liangyan stared at her with murderous intent in his eyes. Base Commander, that's not true. Qi Hongmei stared at Gu Liangyan in horror. Gu Liangyan reached out and grabbed Qi Hongmei's neck, wishing he could strangle her right there. But he also knew that he was on the street, surrounded by the eyes of all the major families. If he really took action, who knows what would happen. But the laboratory was destroyed. Even his own factory was destroyed. This was a key location for Qi Xiaoning, and he and Qi Hongning to transport drones, and there were no drones or weapons there. He was afraid that other families would be eager to seize his position. Qi Hongmei, did you do this on purpose? Gu Liangyan moved Qi Hongmei beneath him, leaning down close to her ear and continuing, do you think that just because you destroyed one of my labs, I'm helpless? Even without you, I have other labs. I heard that your brother is an excellent mechanic, with nano-flying blades measuring less than 0.5 millimeters. At the mention of Qi Xiaoning's name, Qi Hongmei's body began to tremble. Base Commander, don't be like this. This experiment isn't my fault. My drug development was successful. It was just the genetic sequencing that was problematic. Gu Liangyan didn't listen to the rest of his words. He only listened to the beginning. Success? Qi Hongmei nodded nervously and reached for her pocket. But the moment she reached out, her face paled. It's gone! How could it be? I clearly put it in my pocket. Qi Hongmei's expression completely infuriated Gu Liangyan. Gu Liangyun felt Chi Hongmei was playing a trick on him. And in the crowd, Luo Qingtian was holding this small green test tube. So this is success? And what the hell is this nano-flying blade? It seems Qi Xiaoming is hiding a lot from herself. Luo Qingtian really didn't feel like watching anymore. Taking advantage of the crowd and the attention, he quietly left and headed straight for the next place. The Lu family was arguably the second largest family in the base. Before the apocalypse, they were a military and political family, having left Kyoto and been dispatched here. Almost all members of this family were military veterans, and all of them had awakened fire abilities. This base was already overrun with mutant plants, and possessing fire abilities increased their chances of survival. The Lu family members were known for their exceptional skills, yet they maintained a low profile and acted decisively. Whenever they fought against mutant plants, the Lu family was arguably the most formidable family in the entire base. At this moment, the Lu family was unaware of what was happening at the base, as they were busy entertaining distinguished guests. Dihai sat in the hall of the Lu family manor. All the prominent members of the Lu family sat around him. "Xiao Hai, I never thought I'd see you here again one day." Dihai's eyes were deep, a faint smile on his face. "Well, I'm relieved that Uncle Lu is well. I'm sure my father would be overjoyed to know you're in good health." Lu Qingren's eyes welled up. "I never imagined the world would become like this. When I left Kyoto, I thought I'd never see you again. Thank goodness, you're all alive. Xiao Hai, what brought you to Base 8 this time?" Dihai's expression was complicated. Of course, he couldn't say he came to change Base 8. He curled his lips and smiled. "I'm going back to Base 0. This sentence contained so much. The Lu family had once been a military and political family, so Lu Chengren naturally understood what he should and shouldn't ask. Okay, let's go back. So when are you planning to leave?" Dihai was about to speak when a loud explosion was heard in the distance. Everyone in the hall stood up and looked outside. Then, a psychic rushed in. "Master, there's a problem." The psychic wanted to say something about a lab problem, but seeing Dihai, he swallowed the words. Lu Chengren, of course, understood his subordinate's meaning. With a gloomy expression, he looked out the door and said to Dihai, "Xiao Hai, there's a problem at home. I have to go take care of it. I won't be here for now." Lu Chengren wanted Dihai to leave, but Dihai bluntly said, "Since it's Uncle Lu's family, Xiao Hai can't just leave like this." "Uncle, let me go out with you and take a look," Dihai said, not even glancing at Lu Chengren's grim expression, and walked straight out the door. Luo Qingtian, speechless, rushed out from underground. Can someone tell her why the Lu family's laboratory researches fertilizer? When she went down to set fire to the lab, she thought she was blowing up a toilet. The stench inside was unbearable. When Luo Qingtian emerged, he collapsed to the ground and vomited. Inaccurate data. Luo Qingtian vomited. The Lu family's laboratory wasn't far from their estate. Their laboratory wasn't a clubhouse, not an entertainment venue. It was a patch of farmland. By the time Luo Qingtian recovered, the Lu family had already reached the site of the explosion. Who did this? Lu Chengren roared angrily at the massive crater in the ground. But no one answered. Everyone was searching for the source of the explosion. A gust of wind blew, carrying a strong foul odor. Only silence remained. Chapter 713. Luo Qingtian was currently wrapped in Shilu, watching this scene. When he saw Dihai, Luo Qingtian frowned. Why is he here? Didn't he go looking for Gu Liangyun? Luo Qingtian pursed his lips and frowned as he looked in Dihai's direction. Dihai, meanwhile, was secretly searching for Luo Qingtian. At this moment, Lu Chengren looked at Dihai apologetically. "Xiao Hai, down here is the fertilizer we've been researching. It doesn't taste very good. I was going to keep you for dinner, but after what happened, I won't. Next time, I treat you to dinner at our base's largest restaurant." As Lu Chengren spoke, he looked at Dihai with even more guilt. Dihai nodded slightly. "Okay, since Uncle Lu has something going on at home, I come back next time." Dihai glanced at the huge pit ahead and made a move to leave. Suddenly, a shit-yellow tentacle shot out of the pit. The tentacles, emitting a foul odor, rushed directly towards Dihai. "Watch out," Lu Chengren exclaimed, and Dihai vanished at breakneck speed. The yellow vines followed closely behind Dihai, who quickly took cover within the manor. He continuously unleashed wind blades. He occasionally used earth shields to block the vines' attacks. This scene happened so quickly. Everyone was caught off guard. "Hurry, help!" Lu Chengren shouted to the Lu family members behind him, and more yellow vines burst out from the ground, chasing Dihai. Then, Various fire-based abilities attacked the yellow tentacles. However, the flames seemed to have no effect on the yellow tentacles. Although the tentacles would evade the flames, if you looked closely. The flames left only a faint burn mark on the yellow tentacle, but that mark would soon disappear. Di-Hai dodged while looking at Lu Chengren. "Uncle Lu, what is this?" As soon as he finished speaking, a yellow tentacle shot out from beneath Di-Hai's feet like a snake, charging directly towards his lower body. Di-Hai was startled, and his body soared into the air. Luo Qingtian, who had been hiding in Xiao Lu's body, saw this scene and his eyes widened. This old man can fly? If he can fly, why is he still pestering me to fly with him? At this moment, Luo Qingtian suddenly remembered that Di-Hai had awakened his wind power. Those with wind powers can fly. Luo Qingtian slapped his forehead in anger. "You bastard, just wait." Luo Qingtian gritted his teeth as Di-Hai flew away. Di-Hai was treading on two wind spheres in the air, dodging the tentacles' pursuit. He had escaped the tentacles' attack range. A purple light flickered in Di-Hai's hand, and crackling sounds occasionally echoed through it. Followed by this, lightning flashed all around Di-Hai. One after another, deep purple lightning blades formed and darted towards the yellow tentacles below. The lightning blades pierced the yellow tentacles, followed by small explosions. The tentacles severed and retreated into the ground. New tentacles then burst forth. At this moment, all the Lu family's psychics followed suit. As Di-Hai launched his lightning blades, the fire psychics followed closely behind. Boom boom boom, bang bang bang. The explosions continued incessantly. With the cooperation of Di-Hai and the Lu family, the tentacles gradually retreated into the ground. During the battle, the yellow tentacles attacked Lu Chengren several times, but were blocked by Di-Hai. Until all the tentacles retreated underground, Di-Hai finally returned to the surface. Luo Qingtian, watching the scene from within Xiao Lu's body, rubbed her chin. This has a special relationship with the Lu family, doesn't he? Just as she was thinking about this, she saw Di-Hai quickly walk up to Lu Chengren and say, "Uncle Lu, I need an explanation." Lu Chengren looked at Di-Hai with a complicated expression, then sighed deeply. "Let's go inside and talk. This golden vine has been defeated. It won't reappear easily." With this, Lu Chengren and Di-Hai walked towards the villa. Floating in midair, Luo Qingtian's heart itched at these words. What was the golden vine? She desperately wanted to know. Just as she was debating whether to go along, her watch phone rang. "Boss, answer the phone." The sound stopped everyone in their tracks, and Luo Qingtian cursed inwardly. She had forgotten to mute her phone after turning it on. She immediately hung up and ordered Xiao Lu to leave quickly with her. When Lu Chengren heard the call, he thought it was one of his psychics. He frowned, looked around, and said nothing. He turned and continued walking towards the villa. At this moment, Di-Hai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Others might not know, but he knew that the ringing phone was Luo Qingtian's. He had even joked with Luo Qingtian several times because of this ringing sound. Di-Hai calmly observed the people around him. The phone was still ringing. Could this little girl be hiding among these psychics? Not long after Luo Qingtian left, the phone rang again. Luo Qingtian found a deserted place and answered it. "Hello." Mo Lei finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Luo Qingtian's voice. "Miss Luo, you're finally on. I'm at your door. Please open the door." Luo Qingtian feigned surprise and said, "Oh, you're at my door? I went straight to the hotel after leaving yesterday and didn't go back. What do you want to see me about today?" Mo Lei, somewhat embarrassed, said, "So you're not home? No wonder you ignored my doorbell. When will Miss Luo be back?" Luo Qingtian sighed, "We have to wait. I have a friend here." Mo Lei felt uneasy at the word friend, fearing Luo Qingtian might be working with someone else. What friend does Miss Luo want to meet? Is it important? Is Miss Luo still angry about what happened yesterday? Luo Qingtian's voice was tinged with mockery. Angry? Could it be that your Mo family did something to anger me? Mo Lei could hear the mockery in Luo Qingtian's tone. He took a deep breath, suppressing any resentment and anxiety. "Miss Luo, I'm sorry you had an unpleasant experience yesterday, but our Mo family really wants to work with you." "Is that so? I didn't say I wouldn't cooperate with you." Luo Qingtian's tone was cheerful, and Mori breathed a sigh of relief. "If that's the case, that's great. I wonder when Miss Luo will return. My father and I are willing to wait here for you to come back and meet." Luo Qingtian chuckled. "No need for a meeting. I have things to do, so you don't have to wait. Next time you need to restock, remember to bring double the number of crystal cores. By the way, I only see you for future transactions." Patriarch Mo is too busy, so forget it. Since we didn't meet last night, we won't meet again. Mori understood the implication. Luo Tianxue was angry with his father, and was going to double the price. This news made Mori feel indescribably excited and strange. Especially since his father had been humiliated. It made him feel both happy and uneasy. Chapter 714. Mori's phone was on speakerphone, and Mo Qingyang heard everything Luo Qingtian said. His face was grim and furious. He felt as if he'd been slapped in the face. He even felt as if his son had teamed up with outsiders to play a trick on him, but he knew Mori wouldn't do that. So he could only hold his breath and drive off angrily, leaving Mori standing there. Luo Qingtian didn't know what was going on with Mori. She figured, since Dihai was supporting the Lu family, then she would support the Mo family. But Mo Qingyang was fine though. He was an old fox, with no moral compass, even a bit shameless. From the banquet she attended that day at the Mo family, she seen that Mori's status within the family wasn't very high. She even felt a little embarrassed. She had no interest in the gossip and secrets of such wealthy families. But Mori's adaptability showed that he was definitely ambitious, and since he was ambitious, she gave him a helping hand. Luo Qingtian took out his phone and sent a message to Mori, asking him to come back in 2 days for the next trade. Then he prepared to wander around the 8th base. That yellow tentacle he seen today had a strange feeling in Luo Qingyan's mind. And why was there a laboratory like this underneath the 8th base? What connection did the location of the 8th base have with his father? Luo Qingtian stood in the space, looking toward the villa. Ever since he last emerged from the training room, he felt like he was being targeted. It was as if the enemies he encountered in the upcoming battles were inevitable. It was as if his trajectory had been predetermined. Luo Qingtian walked down the street, the city center already in chaos. People with and without superpowers were running back and forth through the streets. Not far away, Luo Qianyu was leading his men to maintain order. But it was of little use. The superpowered individuals ignored Luo Qianyu and continued their own running. Luo Qianyu was knocked around by them, nearly falling several times, looking utterly miserable. Luo Qingtian, watching the scene from a distance, couldn't help but laugh. The laughter caught Luo Qianyu's attention. "Miss Luo, why are you here? It's very dangerous here. The road ahead is closed. If possible, Miss Luo, you should leave the inner city as soon as possible." Luo Qingtian smiled and nodded. "Okay, I leave in a moment. But Captain Luo, since these people won't listen to you, why bother caring about their lives?" Luo Qianyu's face was not in good spirits. He stared at Luo Qingtian intently, his tone stern and stubborn. "I am a soldier. It is my duty to protect them." As he finished speaking, 2 superpowered individuals, fleeing the Gu family's expulsion, bumped into him. For a moment, he lost his balance. The body retreated backward. But Luo Qianyu steadied himself, unfazed. He watched the men leave. Luo Qingtian's mouth twitched. It's the end of the world now. They don't even care if you live or die, so why bother caring about them? Do you really think the people here need your protection? If I were you, I'd probably leave Base 8 and live somewhere else, like in my own town. This person has a strong character, excellent skills, and even a touch of righteousness to a fault, a bit of a saint. He was born for his town. Bringing him back with Di Jiang would be a perfect match. Luo Qianyu shook her head firmly. "No, guarding this place is my duty. It's the order I received at the beginning of the apocalypse. Carrying out orders is my bounden duty. Miss Luo, the base commander has blocked the way ahead. You better leave quickly," Luo Qianyu said, turning to leave. Luo Qingtian sighed. "They say the first step in the apocalypse is to kill the Saint Mother. You're such a saint. Who would remember you with such pretentious kindness? How bizarre." Luo Qingtian was about to leave. She decided to say hello to Dihai later. She didn't want to have anything to do with such a fool. Luo Qianyu quickly stepped in front of Luo Qingtian, blocking his path. "This isn't the Saint Mother, nor the Saint Father. I'm holding on here because I know our Yin Nation scientists are fighting to end the apocalypse. I just want to preserve some strength for Yin Nation after the apocalypse, even if they don't care about me. There are many people who, like me, persevere in this fight. Do you know the Black Angel? She looks very similar to you. She's very powerful. She even pursues the same goal as me, constantly traveling to various bases, helping the military and the government solve various problems. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. This kind of truth isn't something someone like you can understand." Luo Qingtian looked at Luo Qianyu stiffly. "The Black Angel? Is she talking about herself? When did she become so great? She doesn't even know it herself." How many times has this Black Angel filter been applied? Haha, are you sure you're talking about the Black Angel? Are there many Black Angels? Luo Qianyu looked at Luo Qingtian with a look of astonishment. There are many people who pretend to be the Black Angel, but there is only one true Black Angel. Forget it, you're just a healing psychic. You don't understand the mentality of a strong and righteous person. Luo Qingtian hugged himself. Haha, you're amazing, you understand the bigger picture. Luo Qingtian rubbed the goosebumps on her arms, and turned to walk away, feeling so ashamed. She hadn't realized how great she was in the eyes and mouths of others. If the Black Angel hadn't been her, she would have admired her. Luo Qingtian couldn't help but walk faster at this thought. After getting away from the crowd, Luo Qingtian headed straight out the door and back to town. It was noon, and when Luo Qingtian went to find Chen Huiyang, he was eating braised pork white rice. A bright red broth was poured over the white rice, and 2 pieces of braised pork were placed on top. Chen Huiyang ate with such relish. Xiaowu, this dish was made by Miss Shen, right? You're so lucky. Luo Xiaowu sat across from Chen Huiyang in silence, his head lowered as he continued to eat. He had been with Chen Huiyang for 2 days. It wasn't certain that Luo Qingtian would return. Just as he was thinking, a door opened in the office, and Luo Qingtian pushed it open and walked in. Chen Huiyang, I'm back with a new potion. Please research what it is. Luo Qingtian shouted as he entered. Then he saw Luo Xiaowu, his eyes red. Xiaowu, why are you here? Luo Xiaowu quickly walked over to Luo Qingtian. Qingtian, you're back. I went to help Professor Chen find zombies today. I just got back, so I had dinner with Professor Chen. Luo Qingtian looked up at Luo Xiaowu slightly, and reached out to touch his hair. Luo Xiaowu lowered his head slightly, and matched Luo Qingtian's gesture. Xiaowu, you worked hard. Luo Xiaowu loved it when Luo Qingtian touched his hair. A warm smile spread across his face. It's worth it if I can help this town. Chapter 715. Luo Qingtian looked at Luo Xiaowu. Since returning this time, I noticed that Luo Xiaowu has changed a lot. More mature, more stable, and seemingly more forbearing. Luo Qingtian turned to Chen Huiyang and handed him the small green bottle. It said that this is what was extracted from the mutant plants in the 8th base. You can test it, and see if you can find anything. Upon hearing this, Chen Huiyang immediately put down his bowl and chopsticks, and took the small green bottle. A beam of light flashed in his hand, and the instrument in the supernatural power laboratory appeared. Chen Huiyang placed the small green bottle inside, put away the instrument, closed his eyes, and stood there to begin the test. Your supernatural power seems to have advanced again. Chen Huiyang opened his eyes, and said with a smile, Sister Luo, you can see. I made new progress in my research these days, and my supernatural power has also reached a new level. Now I don't have to go to a special laboratory. I can test it myself on the spot. Luo Qingtian gave Chen Huiyang a thumbs up. Well, not bad. Luo Qingtian's praise widened Luo Xiaowu's smile. Qingtian, have you eaten yet? Yuran made a lot of braised pork today. Luo Xiaowu asked, looking at Luo Qingtian's hand, wanting to go home with him. Luo Qingtian shook his head. No, but I'm a little hungry. I heard from Yuran that there are a lot of new restaurants opening in the snack street. Should I try them? Luo Xiaowu nodded excitedly. He turned and poured all the braised pork in his bowl into Chen Huiyang's. Let's go! I take Qingtian with me. Luo Xiaowu said, reaching out to take Luo Qingtian's hand and heading out the door. Chen Huiyang stared speechlessly at the extra pieces of meat in his bowl, his appetite temporarily gone. Thank you so much. Chen Huiyang sat back in his chair, picked up his chopsticks, and shoved a piece of meat into his mouth. Luo Qingtian hadn't had a proper stroll since the last upgrade, so when he returned to the snack street, he discovered that the entire street was more than double its size. It was completely separated from the area behind the laboratory and the residential area. On both sides of the snack street were newly opened shops. Many survivors walked back and forth. From time to time, the aroma of grilled skewers wafted through the street. It's been ages since I had skewers. Luo Qingtian followed the smell and found a barbecue restaurant. The sign on the shop said, Mutated Lamb, Laboratory Certified. Luo Qingtian looked at Luo Xiaowu. Laboratory certification? Do labs still do that? Luo Xiaowu nodded. Our town has more and more survivors. With a larger population, food consumption has also increased. Some of the mutant animals you brought back last time were edible, while others carried toxins. Later, Elder Tian discovered that those toxins could be removed, So he teamed up the town survivors and psychics to find these mutant animals and sell them to the lab. The lab then processed them and sold them to these shops. This expanded the food supply. Since you brought back more and more scientists, Elder Tian has assigned some people to specifically remove toxins from these foods. Luo Qitian nodded in understanding. I see. Let's go. Let's try it. The two of them ate as they walked. They stopped only when their bellies were full, and they couldn't eat any more. At the end of the street, Luo Xiaowu looked at Luo Qitian reluctantly. Qitian, are you leaving again? Luo Xiaowu truly wanted to embrace Luo Qitian, but he didn't dare. Xin Yuren had also told him that being too aggressive would only push Luo Qitian further away. He used to want to monopolize Luo Qitian. But now, he just wanted to stay by Luo Qitian's side. Just watch. Luo Qitian reached out his hand to Luo Xiaowu again, and Luo Xiaowu quickly lowered his head and placed it on Luo Qitian's hand. Luo Qitian gently stroked Luo Xiaowu's hair and said, "Yes, I have things I have to do. I be taking care of the town, Xiaowu." Luo Xiaowu smiled warmly at Luo Qitian. "Okay, then, come back soon, Qitian." Yuren said she'd be making mooncakes soon, and she's waiting for you to come back and eat them. Luo Qitian suddenly realized that Mid-Autumn Festival had arrived again without him noticing. "Okay, remember to tell Yuren that I don't like 5-nut mooncakes, got it?" Qitian doesn't like them, and neither do I. Luo Qitian held out the door, waved to Luo Xiaowu, opened it, and walked out. Luo Xiaowu stood there, watching Luo Qitian walk in and then disappear. Finally, he breathed a deep sigh of relief. She walked towards the research institute in a good mood. On the other side of the door was the villa at base 8. Luo Qitian had originally intended to go pick up Dihai, but then she realized that Dihai had lied to her again. She decided to disappear for 2 days. The next moment, she entered the space and headed straight for the training room. This time, she wanted to see where the training room would take her. When she opened her eyes again, Luo Qitian found herself in a forest, but it was damp and filled with a stench of decay, as if something was rotting. Luo Qitian looked down at the soft, damp ground beneath her feet, and the blackened trees all around her. These trees, too, exuded a foul odor. What the hell was this place? Luo Qitian hurried through the woods, trying to find an exit. The place was stinking and disgusting, like a natural manure pit. Luo Qitian walked for a long time, but she still couldn't reach the end. She sighed and waved her hand. Red flaming wings instantly appeared behind Luo Qitian. She flapped her wings and took flight, and the flying fire bow instantly appeared in her hand. Luo Qitian drew her bow and released her arrow, which flew straight to the ground. Boom! An explosion sounded, and the flames vanished after the blast. Luo Qitian was stunned. Oh my god, was the fire extinguished? This was the first time Luo Qitian had seen soil that could extinguish its own flames. She endured the stench and slowly descended to the ground. She found that the explosion hadn't caused much damage to the ground. Not even the surrounding trees had been affected. Luo Qitian raised her hand to burn the surrounding black trees. The moment the flames approached, the trees began to peel. The next moment, the shed skins transformed into insects emitting a black, rotting smell. All of them rushed towards Luo Qitian in unison. I'm KO. Luo Qitian couldn't help but curse, turning and flying high into the sky. Luo Qitian tried to draw his bow and shoot an arrow to get away from the attacking insects, but they were so fast. They kept close to Luo Qitian, refusing to let him loose. Luo Qitian raised his hand, and the flying fire mysterious bow in his hand instantly transformed into a spear. The spear emanated an icy chill. Luo Qitian, already high in the sky, retracted his flaming wings. The wings vanished, and Luo Qitian's body fell downwards. Luo Qitian released icy energy in midair, and white, frozen wings condensed and adhered to his back. Luo Qitian stopped his descent midair, spinning 360 degrees. Then she suddenly rushed into the sky with a spear in her hand. Chapter 716. Behind him, a swarm of insects followed closely. It was only then that Luo Qitian could clearly see the insect's appearance. How could he describe it? As expected of Zerg, these insects were the size of a fist, their bodies resembling cartoon ants. They had arms and legs, but one hand had a spike. The spike could sting and spray black slime. After Luo Qitian discovered this, he quickly condensed a layer of ice armor around himself. The slime sprayed on the armor accelerated its melting. Luo Qitian held a silver-white spear, and countless small ice crystals condensed around it, shooting at the surrounding Zerg. The Zerg were knocked down, and then new small flying insects flew up. Luo Qingtian began to spin and roll in the air, dodging the insects' attacks. The spear was constantly corroded by the slime during the battle, and eventually, it gradually disappeared from Luo Qingtian's hand. Luo Qingtian gritted his teeth, discarded the now unusable half of his spear, and quickly switched to the golden blade. Because his other abilities were unavailable, the blade now radiated a golden halo. Even holding it in his hand, he could sense the menacing aura emanating from it. Luo Qingtian swung the blade left and right, the enchanted spiritual threads within the blade radiating a wave of attacking energy. The air crackled with a bang, the attack spreading like ripples on water, knocking down all the small flying insects that rushed towards him. Watching the small flying insects fall, Luo Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could recover, a new small flying insect flew up and attacked Luo Qingtian again. Luo Qingtian controlled her body, retreating and flying. She swung the golden knife again, knocking down the gathering insects. She then descended toward the ground, wanting to see more clearly what was causing these insects. As she descended, she noticed that the small insects that landed on the ground quickly revived upon contact with the ground, then soared back into the air. The slippery ground, previously slippery, became even more foul-smelling. The wetness even turned to mud. In other words, the insects attacking her weren't new, but rather had replenished their strength and were continuously attacking her. After realizing this, Luo Qingtian quickly landed and slammed her fist into the ground. Ultimate freeze. With her words, the ground quickly froze into ice, and the ice spread rapidly in all directions, turning even the surrounding, rotting, black trees, reeking of stench, into ice sculptures. Luo Qingtian stood up and looked at the small flying insects attacking her. She swung the golden knife in her hand continuously, attacking with spiritual threads. And spiritual waves continued to overflow. The insects surrounding Luo Qingtian kept falling onto the ice. Seeing that the insects on the ground had not recovered, Luo Qingtian felt that she had found a way to eliminate them. She swung her tang knife faster and faster. The insects on the ground increased in number, and what Luo Qingtian didn't notice was that the ice was rapidly melting. It was not until the surrounding insects took flight again, soaring in front of her, at eye level, that Luo Qingtian noticed that the ground had become muddy. Even her shoes were rapidly decaying. What the hell is this map? It's like a Super S dungeon, Luo Qingtian cursed, summoned white ice wings, and soared high into the sky. It was the first time Luo Qingtian had seen his extreme freeze ineffective. And this happened in front of a swarm of insects. This made Luo Qingtian clearly understand for the first time what it meant to be there are always people better than you. Standing high in the sky, Luo Qingtian watched the decaying insects constantly flying towards her, and a question suddenly occurred to her. The disappearance of her parents clearly had nothing to do with normal humans. More precisely, Luo Qingtian felt that perhaps the enemy who had abducted her parents was a being even more powerful than the ones before her. Otherwise, why would a training room appear in her dimension, and why was she teleported here, forced to fight and grow? Would she only be able to see them after she reached a certain level of growth? But now was not the time to ponder these things. The surrounding corrosive insects had completely surrounded Luo Qingtian. Boom! A huge explosion erupted around Luo Qingtian's body. The surrounding corrosive insects fell to the ground again. In the sky, Luo Qingtian, clad in flaming armor, a pair of fiery red wings flared behind her. She stood soaring above the sky. The insects that fell to the ground lay there for a moment, then soon regained their vitality and continued their flight. Luo Qingtian squinted at the insects, her body tilted downward as she fell toward the ground. The moment she landed, she slammed her fist into the ground. Grow, transform into earth. Luo Qingtian attempted to unleash her plant-based powers. She could clearly feel the two powers struggling within her body. It was as if something was imprisoning them. Looking at her empty fist, Luo Qingtian directed her attack towards the ground again. Grow, transform into earth. Luo Qingtian's expression was grim, her forehead covered in sweat. She concentrated her mental energy, guiding the two powers to flow from her body. The tingling sensations in her body sharpened Luo Qingtian's control over the powers. She felt as if something within her was about to burst forth once again. Transform into earth. Luo Qingtian punched the ground again. The next moment, yellow earth began to spread from her fist. Luo Qingtian's eyes were filled with a fierce murderous intent. Grow. Kill. Green grass began to spread from beneath Luo Qingtian again. The grass grew taller and taller, finally covering Luo Qingtian. The corrosive insects in the sky flew again. The moment they approached the grass, the lush grass seemed to come alive, stretching out its blades to snatch the corrosive insects and tuck them in. The corrosive insects struggled for a moment before falling silent. Zazila, Zazila. The sound of electricity blasted through the grass, and suddenly Luo Qitian soared into the sky. Behind her were a pair of purple lightning wings, and in her hand was a bow and arrow fused from blue and purple. Luo Qitian stared at the ground, drawing her bow and shooting, unleashing 21 arrows in a row. For a moment, the sound of thunder and electricity filled the air. The small insects that had been chasing Luo Qitian fell to the ground after being hit by the water and lightning. Then the grass on the ground quickly destroyed the insects. Unnoticed, the entire forest was devoured of insects. Even the rotting black trees vanished. The world suddenly became quiet. Luo Qitian stood in midair, looking at the ground. Normally, something would burst out from the ground at this time. Chapter 717. Luo Qitian stood in midair, staring intently at the ground, but the weight never came. And she hadn't been teleported back yet, which meant the final boss hadn't appeared yet. To return, she had to defeat the final boss. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, Luo Qitian slowly descended toward the ground. This battle had prompted her to activate her plant, earth, and lightning abilities, but the boss still hadn't appeared. Luo Qitian felt uncertain. Standing in the grass, Luo Qitian tried to open the minimap. And then, she failed. Luo Qitian sighed. I can't keep waiting, can I? Luo Qitian raised his hand and gathered the grass from the ground, hoping to better spot the boss. Bang! A tentacle as thick as an adult's thigh stabbed toward Luo Qitian's head. Luo Qitian's nerves were tense. When the tentacle appeared, Luo Qitian quickly rolled to the side and punched, avoiding the blow. But when Luo Qitian looked up, she found the sky empty. She narrowed her eyes, maximizing her mental power. She felt like a radar, scanning every corner of the world. Then, tentacles burst forth from both sides, smashing directly into Luo Qitian's body. Luo Qitian leaned back, performing several backflips. Finally, she dodged the tentacle attack. However, after striking Luo Qitian, the two tentacles vanished again. Luo Qitian raised her hand, and lightning wings instantly appeared behind her. She flapped them, and soared once more. The tentacles reappeared, this time appearing out of thin air right in front of Luo Qitian. Luo Qitian raised her hand, and grabbed the attacking tentacle. This time, she could see it clearly. The tentacle ended in the void. And the thing attacking her was actually of the spatial element. The problem was, Luo Qitian couldn't tell whether it was an insect or a plant. She held the tentacle tightly in her hand, not letting it withdraw. Then, another tentacle stretched out from the void and smashed towards her face. That tentacle was caught by Luo Qitian's other hand, followed by another tentacle that rushed out to attack her. Luo Qitian gritted her teeth and released her mental power. Then, she saw green vines appear out of thin air and tightly wrap around the opposing tentacle. More and more tentacles emerged, each one entangled by Luo Qitian's vines. Luo Qitian didn't know how many tentacles she had grabbed. Now, she unleashed all her might, pulling them back, trying to pull whatever was behind them out. The creature on the other side also guessed Luo Qitian's intention, and a tug-of-war ensued between the two in the sky. A sinister smile played on Luo Qitian's face. At some point, electricity began to surge from the vines in her hand. The current flowed along the vines directly toward the tentacles on the other side. The current surged faster and faster, and Luo Qitian could clearly feel the pull weakening. She pressed on with all her might. Gritting her teeth, she pulled the tentacles toward the ground. The creature's form gradually emerged. As Luo Qitian took in the full extent of the creature, her entire body felt numb. She felt as if she were looking at a giant, shit-yellow, small green creature. It was smelly and disgusting. But before Luo Qitian could even get over the nausea, the giant, shit-yellow, greenish-brown creature slammed down to the ground. Luo Qitian didn't dare let go easily. He could only endure the stench and follow the shit-yellow, greenish-brown creature down to the ground. Bang! A huge crater was pounded into the ground by each man and his ball. Luo Qitian, expressionless, raised her fist and began to smash the disgusting ball furiously. Each of Luo Qitian's punches was laced with moisture and electricity. The shit-yellow ball beneath her fist was constantly electrocuted, numb and unable to resist. The tentacles that had once been able to move now drooped lifelessly like wilted cucumbers. After unleashing countless punches, Luo Qitian suddenly leaped high, her lightning wings carrying her high into the sky. The thunder bow appeared in Luo Qitian's hand. Luo Qitian drew her bow and shot her arrows. 21 arrows gathered around her body, and Luo Qingtian released the bowstring. Arrows rained down upon the giant sphere. Merge. With that, all the arrows merged into one, a massive arrow piercing the entire body of the dumb yellow ball. But Luo Qingtian had no intention of letting it go. She raised her hand, instantly transforming the thunder bow in her hand into a green emerald bow. Luo Qingtian drew her bow again, and released several arrows in quick succession downward. The arrows pierced the sphere's body. Then the arrows transformed into vines that grew wildly inside and outside the yellow ball. The giant yellow ball gradually shrank. Luo Qingtian switched her bow to the flying fire mysterious bow. Luo Qingtian drew her bow and released an arrow. The arrow flew out. The yellow ball exploded again, both inside and outside. The explosion sounded like continuous firecrackers. Luo Qingtian stood in the sky, watching quietly below until the explosion died down. The yellow little green vanished, leaving behind a yellow object resembling a crystal core. Luo Qingtian landed on the ground and walked over to pick up the core. Just as he was about to take a closer look, his body suddenly soared into the air. When Luo Qingtian regained consciousness, he found himself in the training room. Back in space, Luo Qingtian felt as if his mastery of his powers had improved again. He seemed to be more able to integrate and utilize the newly activated powers with greater ease. Just then, the door to the training room opened, and Little Green rushed in. Little Green, what's wrong? As soon as Luo Qingtian asked, Little Green rushed in and bit the crystal core in his hand. Then he rushed out the door. Luo Qingtian stared at Xiaolu's back speechlessly. He released a healing light towards himself, and then chased after him. Xiaolu, stop! That thing stinks. You can't eat it. She could tolerate Xiaolu eating zombies and mutant animals, but this yellow crystal core was just too stinky. And it was from that disgusting creature. The thought of Xiaolu turning shit yellow, or emitting a foul odor after eating it made Luo Qingtian sick. The man and the ball rushed out of the villa and began chasing each other through space. Mouchio didn't care. Seeing Luo Qingtian chasing after him, Mouchio shouted as he flew into the sky and, under Luo Qingtian's gaze, swallowed it. Ah, Luo Xiaolu, do you want to die? You dare to eat something so disgusting? I fight you. Luo Qingtian waved his arm, and red flaming wings immediately appeared behind him. Luo Qingtian suddenly took off, chasing after Xiaolu. The man and the ball chased each other, sometimes in the sky, sometimes on the ground. Then Luo Qingtian watched as Xiaolu completely absorbed the crystal core. After Xiaolu felt the crystal core being absorbed, it suddenly stopped and turned to look at Luo Qingtian, its eyes filled with murderous intent after struggling. Chapter 7:18. Luo Qingtian keenly sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Xiaolu. She even sensed an aura not hers, influencing her. The color of her body gradually faded yellow. But it soon returned to green. Luo Qingtian took a deep breath, and another. What the hell is that look you're giving me? Luo Qingtian stepped forward and gave Xiaolu a massive smack. Xiaolu, still struggling, was slammed into the ground by Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian's hand was charged with electricity, and the next moment, she leaped to the ground. Xiaolu then emerged from the ground and turned to look at Luo Qingtian. What? You're still the Master Devourer? Luo Qingtian slammed another smack. Xiaolu was slammed into the ground again. Luo Qingtian continued this way, slamming Xiaolu back into the ground with a massive smack every time she emerged. This happened several times in a row, leaving Xiaolu with stars in her eyes. Finally, Xiaolu lay limp on the ground, motionless. Luo Qingtian slap purged the scent that didn't belong to it. It opened its eyes, and looked at Luo Qingtian aggrievedly. Mommy is so cruel. Luo Qingtian rubbed his nose guiltily. Haha, Mommy was wrong. If I hadn't spanked you just now, I was afraid you'd turn into a ball of yellow shit. Little Green didn't respond, just staring at him aggrievedly. Luo Qingtian bent down, picked up the two little greens, and soothed them. Good children, don't be angry. Luo Qingtian conjured several little green balls. The little greens floated up, joyfully extending their tentacles to grab all of them, then holding one and chewing on it. After coaxing Little Green into submission, Luo Qingtian rushed into the villa and began to shower frantically. He didn't know how long it lasted, but once he was sure he had washed off the foul odor, he left the space. She'd been fighting in that god-forsaken place for so long, she had no idea how much time had passed. As soon as she emerged from the space, she sensed someone at the door. Stepping out of the villa, she saw Mori standing outside. You're here? Looking at Mori, Luo Qingtian realized that 2 days had already passed. After welcoming Mori in, Luo Qingtian happily made a deal with him, then sent him off without a word. He didn't even say a word. Dying Hai had been incredibly busy these past 2 days. The Lu family treated him like a guest of honor, but they hadn't spoken a word of truth. After leaving the Lu family, he hurried to the place he agreed to meet with Luo Qingtian. But Luo Qingtian didn't show up to pick him up until nightfall. Di Hai knew Luo Qingtian had seen him flying today. He sighed and decided to go to Luo Qingtian's villa on his own. However, the mutant plants were most active at night, so Di Hai's journey had been incredibly tiring. Finally arriving at the villa, Di Hai discovered Luo Qingtian wasn't home. Of course, he didn't think anything would happen to Luo Qingtian. With Luo Qingtian's incredible stats, there was no one who could harm him. He spent the entire night on the roof of Luo Qingtian's villa, guarding him. When Luo Qingtian still didn't return home, he spent the entire night tormented by the mutated plants surrounding him. Finally, he had no choice but to leave. He used his wind power to fly back to the inner city. His power was almost completely depleted, so he forced himself to return to the accommodations Gu Liangyan had arranged for him and rested for the night. The next day, after finishing his business, he hurried back to Luo Qingtian's villa. Luo Qingtian still hadn't returned home, and calls to him kept displaying no signal. Di Hai returned to the inner city, apprehensive. Luo Qingtian walked out of the villa and stretched. He had been quiet for 2 days, and he had no idea what was happening in the inner city. It was the peak of the morning sun when Luo Qingtian summoned Little Green, transforming it into wings. But when Little Green emerged, Luo Qingtian was furious. Little Green's body had now completely turned yellow. The thought of Little Green turning into wings and clinging to her body sent Luo Qingtian into a frenzy. Little Green, if you turn shit yellow again, I kill you. Luo Qingtian touched her wrist and made a gesture to approach. Little Green, upon hearing this, immediately returned to its dark green color. The dark green wings clung to Luo Qingtian, and they, the man and the ball, flew towards the inner city. The inner city had been unusually unsettled for the past 2 days. Mutated plants, usually found only in the outer city, had been unusually active in the inner city. Even at night or day, mutated plants would crawl through the windows of survivors' homes, dragging people away and devouring them, or simply sucking their blood dry. For several days, numerous deaths occurred in the inner city, roiling the entire city in panic. The safest places in the inner city now were the survivors living upstairs, where the plants couldn't crawl in, or they could find themselves in the manors of the major families. When Luo Qingtian arrived in the inner city, the streets were almost deserted. And at some point, a new building had been built over the former Sunshine Club. It was no longer a clubhouse, but an ordinary house. The door was closed. Many psychics were still standing around. Luo Qingtian hovered over the house, trying to find an entrance to the basement. But the people around him were guarding the house tightly. Luo Qingtian circled for a moment and was about to give up. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to leave, he heard the screams of survivors not far away. Then he heard a familiar voice. Stand back, hurry! A figure in military green entered Luo Qingtian's sight. Luo Qingtian looked over. He saw Luo Qianyu, now alone, facing 2 yellow tentacles. Luo Qingtian's mouth twitched. The yellow tentacles reflexively reminded her of the dumb yellow Little Green. Little Green, get down. Luo Qingtian and Little Green landed together, and Little Green transformed back into a seaweed ball. The two stood behind Luo Qianyu. Little Green, do you think this tentacle looks a lot like yours? Luo Qingtian began to examine Little Green. At this moment, Luo Qingtian suddenly thought of a question. Little Green, are you really a seaweed ball? Luo Qingtian reached out and grabbed Little Green, examining her. Although Little Green looked like a seaweed ball on the outside, but when its tentacles extended, it had nothing to do with a seaweed ball. When Luo Qingtian saw Little Green like this before, he assumed it was a mutation. But now, it seemed otherwise. Mommy, do you hate Little Green? Little Green floated before Luo Qingtian, looking deeply aggrieved. Luo Qingtian smiled and raised his hand to touch Little Green's head. No. I love Little Green the most. One person, one ball, was saying this. Boom. The sound of a building shattering echoed in the distance. A yellow tentacle slammed towards Luo Qianyu's head. Startled, Luo Qianyu suddenly spread her arms. Black smoke quickly spread, completely obscuring the surroundings. For unknown reasons, the survivors nearby were flung away by the smoke. Chapter 719. Luo Qingtian blinked. This smoke looked familiar. Luo Qingtian remembered that when he and Luo Qianyu first met, this same smoke had surrounded him. Luo Qingtian opened his mini-map to maximum size and zeroed in on Luo Qianyu. Soon, Luo Qingtian discovered that Luo Qianyu was being chased and attacked by several tentacles, and the smoke had trapped the two tentacles tightly within it. He tried to escape, but couldn't. He tried to kill Luo Qianyu, but every time he sent her flying, she would quickly stand up and continue fighting the tentacles. Luo Qingtian looked at the small blue dot that had appeared on the minimap. It was now mostly black. This indicated that Luo Qianyu's health was rapidly draining. Crap! His health bar was almost gone, and the black fog hadn't dissipated. Luo Qingtian shook his head and walked towards the smoke. The smoke, which had once repelled everything, softened in front of Luo Qingtian like a layer of mist. Only after entering the smoke did Luo Qingtian realize that it resembled a domain. Through the smoke, Luo Qianyu could clearly see the yellow tentacle wrapped around his neck. Luo Qianyu's face flushed red, his arms tensed, and veins bulged in his powerful forearms. He clutched the tentacle tightly with both hands. He refused to give up, to admit defeat. Luo Qingtian sighed, and the Amos ice bow instantly materialized in his hand. He drew his bow and unleashed an arrow, aiming at the yellow tentacle behind Luo Qianyu. Luo Qianyu was no longer conscious, his arms mechanically slapping the tentacle around his neck. Another tentacle silently emerged from the ground. It stabbed towards Luo Qianyu's chest. Luo Qianyu could feel the thing approaching, and now he had no strength to resist. However, as a soldier, protecting the lives of the people was a duty ingrained in his bones. Even at the cost of his life, he refused to dispel the black fog. Suddenly, a gust of cold air passed by. Luo Qianyu felt his body falling downward. Watching his body getting closer and closer to the tentacles on the ground, Luo Qianyu closed his eyes in despair. But the imagined pain never came. Luo Qianyu felt as if he had fallen into a warm embrace. "Are you not dead?" Luo Qingtian asked, looking at Luo Qianyu's tightly closed eyes. Seeing Luo Qianyu's eyelids trembling slightly, Luo Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief. Instantly, he released a healing light towards Luo Qianyu. Luo Qianyu felt as if his body was immersed in warm liquid, and the pain in his body was rapidly healed. Shocked, Luo Qianyu opened his eyes, and saw Luo Qingtian's half-smile. "Hello, are you awake?" Luo Qianyu was startled, realizing he was still in Luo Qingtian's arms. He leaped up from his embrace. He quickly took several steps back, creating some distance between them. "Miss Luo, why are you here?" Luo Qianyu was now filled with panic. His tan face flushed red. "Has my black mist territory disappeared?" Luo Qianyu looked around, making sure he was still within it. He stared stiffly at Luo Qingtian, wanting to persuade him to leave, but before he could utter a word, the yellow tentacle appeared behind him again. It slammed down towards Luo Qingtian's head. Luo Qianyu yelled, "Miss Luo, you! Be careful!" He rushed toward Luo Qingtian, but before he could reach her, he stopped dead in his tracks. As the tentacle came crashing down, Luo Qingtian reached out and grasped it with 2 fingers. "Little Green, this tentacle is even more disgusting than yours. Grab it." Little Green reluctantly emerged from Luo Qingtian's hair, then grew larger, extending its tentacles and entwining them with the 2 tentacles in the black mist. Luo Qianyu now looked at Luo Qingtian with a look of a monster in his eyes. "Luo Tianshi, who are you?" Luo Qingtian stared at him speechlessly. "You call me Luo Tianshi, who am I? But aren't you a single-strength healing psychic? How can you have such immense power?" As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Qianyu began to stagger, and the black mist around him gradually dissipated. Seeing the black fog dissipate, Luo Qianyu stood up and attempted to release another supernatural power, but before he could, multiple yellow tentacles emerged from the ground, piercing Luo Qingtian. A golden knife instantly appeared in Luo Qingtian's hand. He swung the knife at the tentacles, severing them in one blow. Then, Luo Qingtian grabbed Xiao Lu, who was still struggling with the yellow tentacles, and tried to pull the object hidden underground out. However, just as Luo Qingtian's hand grasped the yellow tentacle, it suddenly detached itself from the main body and vanished. Luo Qingtian frowned, staring at the spot where the tentacle had vanished. Why did it look so much like the attack of that turd yellow ball? Could there be a giant turd yellow ball hidden underground? But why is this shit yellow ball in this place? Also, is there any connection between the mutated plants here and these yellow tentacles? And what about the Lu family? I was at the Lu family when I first saw these tentacles. Could this thing be related to the Lu family? At this point, the black mist surrounding Luo Qianyu had completely dissipated, and Luo Qianyu himself sat down helplessly on the ground. Luo Qingtian frowned at Luo Qianyu's dark face. Hadn't I treated this guy? Why is he still looking so sickly? On the minimap, a black smudge was slowly spreading from the center of Luo Qianyu's small blue dot. This meant he was overdrawing his superpowers, draining too much vitality. Luo Qingtian reached out and grasped Luo Qianyu's hand. A bright gray light penetrated Luo Qianyu's body, gradually channeling powerful vitality into him. The weakness in Luo Qianyu's body was rapidly disappearing, and even the tingling in his head was fading. He looked at Luo Qingtian again in shock. Both of them were now facing the light. Luo Qingtian's features were unclear in the backlight, but the sunlight gilded her silhouette. It made her seem distant and divine. Who are you? This silhouette is familiar, so powerful, and yet female. Luo Qianyu thought back to the first time he met Luo Tianshi. He always felt like she was missing something. Now that he thought about it, if she had a pair of wings, a name suddenly came to his mind. Luo Qingtian didn't notice her strangeness. She was concentrating on the minimap. After the black on the small blue dot completely disappeared, Luo Qingtian withdrew his hand. Alright. Next time, don't be so desperate when unleashing your ultimate ability. Overdrawing your ability can be fatal. Luo Qianyu nodded stiffly to Luo Qingtian. Okay. I understand. At this moment, Luo Qianyu didn't even realize how respectful her tone was. Luo Qianyu stared at Luo Qingtian intently, wanting to inquire about his identity several times. From a distance, Dihai's voice rang out. Qingtian, my goodness, you finally showed up. Then Dihai ran over to Luo Qingtian and asked, why haven't you been home these past 2 days? Chapter 720. Luo Qingtian looked Dihai up and down. Dihai looked a little disheveled. This was the first time she had seen him so unkempt since she met him. Have you been on the run? Luo Qingtian asked, stifling a laugh. Dihai sighed, his expression instantly softening. Yes, without you these past few days, I've really been on the run. Luo Qingtian glared at him sideways, but didn't reply. Instead, she looked behind Dihai. Gu Liangyan had walked over at some point. Captain D, are you okay? The warmth on Dihai's face instantly vanished at Gu Liangyan's voice, and he let out a cold aura. He turned to look at Gu Liangyan, who was approaching. Thanks to the base commander, I'm fine. I just don't know what in base 8 is so devastating these mutant plants. Dihai smiled faintly, but even Gu Liangyan, no matter how foolish, knew Dihai was suspicious of him. Gu Liangyan gave a dry laugh. Captain D, you're joking. The 8th base used to be a thriving area for mutant plants. Perhaps some of these mutants were hidden underground when we were building the 8th base. Dihai's eyebrows raised slightly. Indeed, the construction of the 8th base was the most crude of the 9. Not even the foundation had been laid. Everything was simply the creation of Earth-type Esper. But as the base commander, isn't it your responsibility to create better living conditions for the 8th base? The base has been under construction for so long. Why has it remained unchanged? Dihai, besides being the base commander of the 7th base, was also a special commissioner appointed by Number 0. As long as the 8th base remains affiliated with one of the 9 bases, it must obey the Central Special Envoy's orders. Now that Dihai has come out to question him, Gu Liangyan can only bow his head and admit defeat. Sorry, Commander D. As the base commander, I truly haven't done enough to fulfill your point. However, the area where our 8th base is located is resource poor, and Earth-type Esperians are even rarer. Even the survival of the base is difficult, so some unnecessary construction will have to be postponed. After saying this, Luo Qingtian couldn't help but laugh. No money for food, but money for building a clubhouse. I see there are several clubhouses in this inner city. The voice wasn't loud, but Gu Liangyan still heard it. He frowned and looked at Luo Qingtian. He was clearly angry at Luo Qingtian's words. Who is this young lady? Luo Qingtian looked up at Gu Liangyan. Oh, hello. I'm Luo Tianshi, and I'm this Commander D. Your landlord. Landlord? Gu Liangyan looked at Dihai in confusion. Commander D, are you dissatisfied with the accommodations I arranged? Dihai smiled and nodded. Yes. It's a nice place, but it was almost eaten by mutant plants. Gu Liangyan choked and said with a smile, the inner city has almost never been invaded by mutant plants. I don't know what happened recently to cause such chaos. As the base commander, I feel deeply ashamed. Luo Qingtian nodded in agreement. Yes. You should be ashamed. I live in the suburbs, and I'm fine. This statement successfully changed Gu Liangyan's expression. This Miss Luo lives in the suburbs and is fine. It seems Miss Luo must have some special qualities. Or does Miss Luo have some method to deal with these mutant plants? Luo Qingtian looked up at Gu Liangyan and said seriously, use fire. Or use your own fire. Stomp your feet, and let the flames evolve into a high-temperature, magma-like stream. It will completely eliminate it. Gu Liangyun was choked again. Do you even need to tell me to burn it with fire? How could he not know? The problem is that the mutant plants appearing in the inner city can't be solved with fire. Gu Liangyun felt that the Luo Tianxia across from him was deliberately trying to piss him off. But seeing Luo Tianxia's serious expression, he couldn't vent his anger for a moment. Beside him, Di Hai suppressed a smile and looked at Luo Qingtian. Why are you here? And with Captain Luo? Luo Qingtian glanced at Luo Qianyu and said, Captain Luo is a good man. We were just attacked by mutant plants, and Captain Luo saved me. Luo Qianyu. Luo Qianyu looked at Luo Qingtian with a constipated look. Is this the legendary goddess? She can lie without blinking. He stared at Luo Qingtian, wanting to speak several times, but the words stopped at his lips. Not far away, the sound of collapsing buildings echoed again. Several people turned to see a group of survivors frantically fleeing. Luo Qianyu, upon seeing this, rushed forward without a second thought. Ahead, a cloud of dust billowed due to the mutant plant attacks. Soon, a large group of drones rose up, their small, musket-mounted guns targeting the surrounding mutant plants. In the center of this drone formation, a man emerged from the dust. Armed with a rifle, he coordinated with the drones to eliminate all the mutant plants charging forward. The mutant plants in the distance were no match for the man's firepower, and eventually retreated quietly. Base Commander, are you all right? Mori, laser gun in hand, led a group of his followers toward Luo Qingtian. Luo Qianyu, who had rushed out to fight, stopped and followed Mori. Behind Mori's group were many psychics and survivors. These people clearly regarded Mori as their savior, following him closely, fearing they would be eaten by the mutant plants if they strayed from the group. This scene stung Gu Liangyun's eyes. Gu Liangyun stared at Mori and asked, So it's you, little Mo? Have you returned to the Mo family? Mori chuckled. Yes. I've been home for a while. My father said he was busy at home and asked me to come back to help, so I came back. Gu Liangyun surveyed the surrounding drones and said, These drones can actually attack on their own. No wonder you were able to return to the Mo family. It seems young Master Mo brought back a big surprise for the head of the Mo family. Mori didn't care at all for the sarcasm in Gu Liangyun's words. He smiled and said, Yes. I'm lucky. I encountered a chance. Now that I return to the Mo family and live in the inner city, I naturally have to do something for the survivors. As Mo spoke, the drones surrounding him suddenly dispersed. They began to spin above the heads of several people. Gu Liangyun laughed in anger. Was Mo out of his mind? He actually dared to show off in front of him. Since the Mo family now possesses such powerful weapons and drones, as the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. I hope the Mo family will take care of those mutant plants in the inner city for the time being. Gu Liangyun's face was full of rage as he spoke. Mo wasn't angry either. He knew Gu Liangyun was setting a trap for him. He had brought the drones here today just to show off to Gu Liangyun. It wasn't some mindless show of strength, but because he knew that half of Gu Liangyun's men had died in the laboratory.